The Gu family's generation, I'm afraid, is truly lacking. This remark first emerged from a tea house in the central divine prefecture, and no one dared to respond. The rogue cultivator who spoke had drunk wine, his voice pressed low, yet the people at nearby tables simultaneously fell silent for a moment. What is the Gu family? One of the 4 great imperial clans of the central divine prefecture with a heritage of 300,000 years, its ancestors once produced 3 emperors. Yunshu Imperial City hangs above 9 ancestral dragon veins, and the ancestral hall enshrines portraits of 3 great emperors. Such a family, even if silent for a long time, no one dared to say it was weak. But these words were not entirely without reason. Because in this generation too many prodigies had emerged outside. In eastern Xian Prefecture, 17 sword mountains trembled in one night. Deep within the mountains, ancient swords that had lain dormant for years burst forth one after another, their sword, qi, piercing the heavens, illuminating half of the eastern Xian. A baby was born that night. The child did not cry when he landed, only opened his eyes to look out the window. In an instant the long swords of the entire city hummed low. An old sword master who had been in seclusion for years was awakened by the sword hum. He draped an old robe over himself, walked barefoot to the mountain peak, and stared at the sword qi that pierced the night. After a long time, he uttered 4 words in a low voice. Innate sword embryo. These 4 words spread, and the sword cultivators of eastern Xian could no longer sit still. Some said that if this child did not die young, he would surely become the supreme sword master of the future. But others sneered, since the Golden Age had already begun. Who dared to claim supremacy so early? After eastern Xian, western wilderness, southern Li, and northern cold all reported anomalies in succession. Sealed secret realms that had been silent for years began to loosen, and ruins hidden in the mountains and rivers gradually revealed traces. Some saw a Bai Fong stepping on flames at the end of the southernly fire sea, while others heard the Xiang Lu turning over under the northern cold polar night. The rumors were hard to verify, but at this point no one doubted one thing: the Golden Age had truly arrived. The central divine prefecture at the heart of Xianyuan continent would naturally not remain calm. This was the place where all myriad paths of fortune converged. The 9 sects hung high above the clouds, and the 4 clans had passed down their legacies for 10,000 generations. The sects, Tai Xian Tian Jian Wan Fo Tai Yin Shun Xiao Chong Sheng etc., each held a part of the fortune. The 4 imperial clans, Jiang Qin Luo Gu, stood on even more ancient inheritances. Among them the Gu family was the oldest. And precisely because of this, the quieter the Gu family became, the more the outside world sensed something was wrong. The Jiang family had a child born with a divine pattern of destiny wrapping around his body. In his infancy, he caused a long silent ancient destiny steel in the ancestral land to glow on its own. The Jiang family was overjoyed and named him Jiang Wuchen. The Qin family's ancient battle blood awakened a young child in the clan, transformed blood into a dragon at birth, biting through an old battle steely, and soon after was carried into the ancestral land by the Qin war king himself. The Luo family's divine daughter Luo Jinghuang attracted a phoenix phantom to circle around her in childhood, entered the phoenix nest unharmed, and later comprehended a strand of nirvana life fire. The 9 sects also lacked no extraordinary individuals. The Tai Xian holy sect produced a Lu Daochen born with the innate Xian Yang Dao body. The Tianjin divine sect's Yi Guhong was born with a heavenly sword heart, already famous among the younger generation of sword cultivators. At the Shen Shao Thunder sect, something even more bizarre happened. Lei Qianjue was struck by the 9 heavens' divine thunder as a child. Everyone thought he would die, but when he woke up, a thunder mark had appeared on his forehead. As for Yu Qinghan of the Tai Yin celestial palace, on the day of her birth, a heavy snow sealed the palace for 3 days. The palace gates were almost buried in snow, but the elders inside laughed for 3 full days. These names, each one heavier than the last. The Gu family of this generation also had its geniuses. Some were fierce in the blade path, some were deeply scheming, and some had a powerful physique, fighting like a humanoid beast. But in this era no one had yet shown the momentum to suppress the entire generation. Originally no one dared to say this openly. But after it spread for a while, people gradually began to whisper in tea houses and taverns. Of course the Gu family's foundation is still first class. But foundation is foundation. This generation is this generation. The Jiang family has a divine destiny body, the Qin family has ancient battle blood, the Luo family has phoenix life fire, and the 9 sects each have holy sons and daughters. What about the Gu family? The Gu family, after 3 emperors, had too much fortune. Perhaps they really need to slow down. These words reached the Tianji Tower, and the disciples inside felt their eyelids twitch. Who would dare to comment on the Gu family? The old tower master only laughed once. He was sitting in front of the 5 continents fortune map, his aged hands resting on his knees, without even lifting his eyes. A disciple hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Master, does the Gu family truly have no one to suppress the age?" The old tower master finally looked up. On the 5 continents fortune map, in the direction of the Jiang family, purple gold qi surged into the sky. In the direction of the Qin family, blood light coiled like a dragon. In the direction of the Luo family, a phoenix fire shadow circled. The qi of the 9 sects also formed their own images, interweaving above the central divine prefecture. Only in the direction of the Gu family the clouds were extremely deep. All the fortunes sank into that cloud, and from a distance it looked like an ancient well hidden among the mountains. The surface of the well had no ripples, but looking down the bottom was invisible. The old tower master stared for a long time. The disciple's jade brush was almost wet with sweat before he spoke. On the surface there is none. The disciple was stunned. On the surface. The old man did not explain, only extended a finger and gently tapped the direction of the Gu family. The clouds parted for a layer, then quickly closed again, deeper than before. The old tower master withdrew his hand. I cannot see through. The same night. Central Divine Prefecture, Yunxiu Imperial City. Gu family ancestral hall. The first emperor lamp lit up. Gu Changyuan on the cushion opened his eyes. A second cluster of black gold fire soon ignited from deep within the ancestral hall, and then further away, one after another. The flames spread along the mottled ancient walls on both sides, illuminating stone pillars and the portraits of 3 emperors. Gu Changyuan had already stood up. The firelight continued forward. The entire ancestral hall gradually became as bright as day, until finally only the deepest ancient lamp remained silent. Gu Changyuan stood still, not moving. The faint crackling of the lamp wick was exceptionally clear. Several breaths later. The 99th emperor lamp lit. Boom. The black gold imperial fire in the hall suddenly surged, flames sweeping over the 3 emperor portraits. In that instant several faint black gold lock marks appeared behind the portraits. Only a flash, like a shadow of an old image reflected across endless ages. Gu Changyuan's eyes narrowed and he was about to step closer. Boom. A deep rumble rolled from beneath the Yunxiu Imperial City. The beams of the ancestral hall trembled slightly, ancient scrolls on the table fluttered open, and fine dust fell from the beams. Another sound. Closer. Gu Changyuan turned around. Roar. A dragon's cry tore through the night of Yunxiu. Below the Imperial City, the 9 ancestral dragon veins awakened simultaneously. Massive dragon-shaped phantoms rose from underground, their bodies spiraling through the clouds, scales reflecting the black gold firelight, until all 9 dragons ascended into the high sky. The dragon cries faded. 9 dragon heads turned simultaneously toward one place, the courtyard of the Gu family matriarch. Then they lowered. No one spoke in front of the ancestral hall. Zheng. A sword cry suddenly rang out from the sword peak. An ancient sword that no one had touched unsheathed itself, and the entire sword peak seemed to be fully awakened by this sound. 10,000 swords sang in unison. The clear, sharp sound rolled down from the peak, echoing through Yunxiu. On the blade peak, one by one, war blades vibrated out of their sheaths by half an inch, their cold white light forming a line along the mountain wall. On the array peak, an elder who was deducing array patterns had just looked up. Crack. The array plate in front of him split open. The scattered spiritual patterns did not extinguish, but instead hung in midair. After a moment of chaos, the broken array lines reconnected on their own. On the alchemy peak, several alchemy furnaces ignited without fire. Whoosh. The medicinal herbs inside were unharmed. Instead, a rich fragrance burst out of the hall, spreading across half the mountain in an instant. Dust slid off the ancient steel on the battle peak, and a long dormant emperor pattern lit up from the base to the top. Deep within the beast peak, a white ancient beast suddenly opened its eyes. It looked up at the sky, its drowsy gaze quickly clearing. After a moment, its massive body lowered toward the ground. Further away. The prince's hall. Click. A faint metallic sound, almost inaudible, emerged from the night. The bronze gate, sealed for years, cracked open a line by itself. More and more Gu family members walked out of their dwellings. Some stood under the corridors, some stepped onto the peaks, and some had just come out of seclusion, not yet knowing what had happened when an imperial might swept across from the depths of the ancestral hall. Bam! Bam! Among the younger generation, one figure after another sank to their knees. Some knelt on one knee, others braced with both hands, still unable to lift their heads. At that moment, the thick clouds above Yunxiu split open silently. A 7-colored heavenly light descended from the depths of the 9 heavens. Red, orange, gold, cyan, blue, purple, and black gold merged together like a heavenly river spanning the sky, hanging above the entire Yunxiu Imperial City. That night, in eastern Xian, the swords of the entire city hummed for one person, shaking the entire prefecture. But tonight in Yunxiu, far more than swords were awakened. One by one, patterns emerged from the 7-colored heavenly light. Something deep in heaven and earth seemed to be touched. Sword marks crossed the sky sharp as snow, purple thunder wandered through the clouds, red gold divine fire, and cold moonlight mirrored each other from afar. Higher up, layers of space folded and strands of causal threads, as fine as hair, showed traces from the intangible. Black gold, destiny, chi passed through thousands of patterns, then vanished into the depths. The myriad paths gradually filled the sky above Yunxiu. They passed through the clouds, crossed the imperial city, and finally converged toward one place, the courtyard of the Gu family matriarch. At some point a sound emerged from heaven and earth. Very soft, like someone reciting in a low voice across vast ages. No one could make out the words, but the sound grew closer. Outside the ancestral hall, a young clan member suddenly lowered his head. The spiritual energy that had been calm in his body began to flow on its own. Soon another person noticed the anomaly. What is this? No one answered. An ancestral elder stepped out of the void. As soon as he stood, sing, dragon and phoenix cries resounded simultaneously through the clouds. After the seven-colored heavenly river, a true dragon coiled in the nine heavens, its massive body pressing through layers of clouds. On the other side, a phoenix spread its wings, divine fire spreading across the sky. A Kuanpeng flashed past higher up. A Baize stood before a blurry ancient stele. More shadowy figures from ancient classics, one after another, emerged from the myriad patterns. They did not truly step into this age. They were merely shadows cast across time. But in front of the ancestral hall, no one spoke anymore. Because everyone saw it. Those ancient shadows, those myriad patterns spanning the sky after manifesting, all bowed in the same direction. The matriarch's courtyard. Gu Changyuan stood at the door watching for a long time. An elder beside him finally couldn't help but turn. The old man suddenly spoke. No. What is wrong? Gu Changyuan still looked at the sky. It is not the Tao that draws near to him. He paused for a moment. In his aged voice, for the first time, there was a tremor that was hard to suppress. It is the Tao that returns to him. As his voice fell, heaven and earth fell silent. The myriad paths hung in the sky, the dragon and phoenix were silent, and the ancient shadows stopped in the depths of the clouds. One breath. Two breaths. Wah! A very soft cry came from the matriarch's courtyard. The sound was even faint, like a newborn's. The next moment, boom. The myriad paths lowered together. The seven-colored river that spanned the nine heavens suddenly reversed. The true dragon lowered its head, the phoenix folded its wings. The Kuanpeng Baize and all the ancient shadows fell silent. Deep in the ancestral hall, the portraits of the three emperors opened their eyes. The emperor lamps in the hall surged together. Black gold imperial fire rushed out of the lamps, merging in the air above the ancestral hall, forming a majestic imperial pattern that crossed the sky and fell directly into the matriarch's courtyard. Gu Changyuan snapped back to reality. Seal the heavenly secrets. His shout echoed through Yunxiu. Almost at the same time, 9 aged figures rose from 9 directions of the imperial city. Gu Tianlin stood at the center of the imperial city, holding the clan leader's token. Gu Jiuxiao stepped into the sky, the black gold war halberd falling into his hand. Clang! The halberd's tip struck the ground. The entire imperial city sank, and the 9 ancestral dragon phantoms above the clouds trembled, forced back into the ground by that overwhelming power. 9 ancestral elders stood in 9 directions, hands forming seals. Raise the formation. Boom. At the outermost edge of Yunxiu, thick formation light rose from the ground. Before the first formation screen, fully unfolded sections of the ground lit up with imperial patterns. Layer after layer of formation light shot into the sky, the interwoven imperial patterns connecting along the entire Yunxiu ceiling upward continuously. From afar, it looked like countless celestial curtains that had slept for ages were being raised again. The night outside Yunxiu was quickly cut off. High above, the final formation screen closed. The 36th protective imperial formation completely sealed Yunxiu. 3 emperor patterns left by the 3 emperors manifested. The celestial phenomena that had been spreading outward were forcibly cut off within the imperial city. The 7-colored river began to fade, the dragon and phoenix dissipated, and the ancient shadows sank back into the myriad patterns. Outside Yunxiu, all that could be seen was the Gu family area suddenly brightening for a moment. Then the clouds surged. The heavenly secrets were cut off. All gazes that had been peering toward the Gu family lost their target. Tianji Tower. Observation platform. The old tower master suddenly staggered, stepping back half a step. The 5 continents fortune map trembled violently. Crack. In the direction of the Gu family, a divination pattern snapped. Before he could reach out, several more patterns extinguished in succession. Clouds rolled, and the Gu family's fortune rapidly sank into them. Just as the last wisp of cloud was about to close, the old tower master's eyes suddenly sharpened. Wait! Deep in the clouds, a glint of black gold light flashed. Just for an instant. A line of ancient characters flashed across the 5 continents fortune map. The destiny of this age already has its master. The disciple's jade brush hovered in midair. A drop of ink fell onto the paper, slowly spreading. No one had time to wipe it. Master. The old tower master raised his hand to press the still trembling fortune map. After a long time. Close the tower. The disciple came to his senses. What you saw today must not be spread. The old man stared at the place where the clouds had completely closed. The Gu family has covered the heavens. If you look further, you'll be testing their imperial formation with your life. The disciple did not ask further. Only when his eyes fell on the nearby scroll of heavenly prodigies did he hesitate and ask, and that. The old tower master also looked over. The fortunes of the Jiangqin Luo and the 9 sects still flowed within the scroll, but the golden page at the top had always been blank. The old man rose and walked to the jade table looking for a moment. Then he closed the golden page. Snap! The sound was very soft. Let the first spot remain empty. The disciple's brush stopped again. Because of that child of the Gu family. The old tower master's hand rested on the golden page, not answering immediately. He has just been born. After a while the old man turned to look in the direction of Yunxiu. Wait until he grows up, then look again. Yunxiu Imperial City. Gu Changyuan still stood outside the ancestral hall. The 3 emperor portraits had closed their eyes again, and the emperor lamps in the hall were still burning. Behind the portraits the black gold lock marks that had flashed were long gone. Gu Changyuan stared at the spot for a while, but ultimately said nothing. The matriarch's courtyard was brightly lit. After a moment another baby cry came from inside, much softer than before. This time there were no myriad paths, no dragon and phoenix, no emperor portraits opening eyes. The child was probably just tired. Gu Changyuan listened to the sound gradually fade, and the wrinkles on his face slowly relaxed. The Gu family had waited too long. Countless generations of ancestors had left behind imperial blood, ancestral veins, fortune, and heritage passing through 300,000 years. Finally, in this generation, they had waited for this child. The old man turned around. Deep in the ancestral hall the black gold fires still flickered. The light and shadow fell on the mottled stone wall at the deepest part, and an ancient character lit up, then another. An ancestral instruction that had been silent for countless years gradually revealed itself in the firelight. If a descendant is born with all paths returning to one. Here the light stopped. The remaining words were still buried deep in the mottled stone. Gu Changyuan stood there waiting for a while, but no new movement came. He withdrew his gaze. Summon all ancestral elders into the hall. Someone outside immediately responded. Tonight's events are to be placed under the highest Gu family prohibition. Gu Changyuan walked to the ancestral hall door and looked up at the night sky of Yunxiu. Everything had returned to calm. The true phenomena. Not a single word may be leaked. Thud, the heavy bronze gates slowly closed. The gap grew narrower, and the last thread of black gold firelight disappeared. By dawn the phenomena that had shaken all of Yunxiu the previous night were nowhere to be found. The 9 sects and 3 clans waited all night, and finally received only a very short message from the Gu family. The Gu family matriarch had given birth to a son. His name was Gu Changyuan. Gu Changyuan. When this name spread from the Yunxiu realm the people of the imperial city had barely survived the night. The anomalies of last night had been suppressed by the clan protecting imperial formation, and the 9 ancestral dragon veins had sunk back into the earth, yet the 7 peaks remained restless until dawn. Disciples of the Sword Peak emerged from their caves clutching swords that still trembled faintly, while someone from the Blade Peak, mistaking it for an external assault, charged halfway with weapon drawn, only to be slapped back by a clan elder. Get back! The elder cursed fiercely, but as he turned his glance, still drifted toward the ancestral shrine. The Array Peak was in the worst disarray. Several elders crouched among shattered formation discs, hair disheveled, having studied them throughout the night. Yet even as dawn approached, they still could not fathom why the fractured runes had mysteriously reknit themselves. The medicinal fragrance on the Pill Peak had yet to dissipate, and the imperial runes upon the ancient steel of the War Peak dimmed only as morning light broke. It was at this hour that the ancestral shrine's decree spread across all 7 peaks. What was witnessed last night must not be disclosed abroad. Whoever dares reveal so much as a word shall have their cultivation crippled and be expelled from the Gu clan. The prohibition was severe, and even the most boisterous juniors of the Gu family dared not ask further. Yet the stricter the silence, the more everyone understood. The events of last night within the Gu clan ran far deeper than what their eyes had witnessed. And the one who had tossed the entire Yunxiu realm into sleepless turmoil was now being carried into the ancestral shrine by Gu Tianlin. Gu Tianlin walked with steady composure. Cradled in his arms was a snow-white swaddling cloth, its broad sleeves draping down to partially obscure the child's small face. Gu Jiuxiao followed closely at his side. This once feared commander of the Gu clan, youthful when he had plunged into the northern frost snow plains with his halberd fighting until the howling winds and driving snow turned crimson, now walked nearly pressed against his own son, his gaze never wavering from that swaddled bundle. After walking some distance, Gu Tianlin finally turned his head. Father, you've stepped on my robe hem 3 times now. Gu Jiuxiao glanced down. A moment of silence passed, then he shifted half a step to the side. But he hadn't gone far before drifting back again. Gu Tianlin said nothing more. At the entrance of the ancestral shrine, Gu Changyuan was already waiting. The imperial lamps lit the previous night had not yet fully dimmed their scattered black gold flames, casting light upon the elder's face, and revealing the exhaustion that no amount of sleep could erase. Gu Tianlin came to a halt. Ancestor elder. Gu Changyuan did not look at him. The child, the swaddling cloth was gently presented forward. Outside, the entire night had been thrown into chaos because of him, yet once truly inside the ancestral shrine, the little one remained remarkably calm, neither crying nor fussing. Snow-white brocade wrapped the tiny frame, revealing only a pristine little face. At the center of his brow rested a faint golden mark delicate as dawn light hidden within snowfall. Gu Changyuan's eyes were half open. His dark pupils reflected a cluster of black gold lantern flames nearby. When the fire flickered, his gaze followed. After watching for a while, evidently finding it uninteresting, he slowly blinked again. The previously tense expressions of the elder ancestors gradually softened. Gu Qianlai was the first to approach. This elder ancestor who had once commanded the martial peak was notorious for his fiery temper. The young clan members would go out of their way to avoid him. Yet now he bowed his head forcibly, suppressing his voice to half its usual volume. So this is the child E. The seventh ancestor cast him a sidelong glance. If you raise your voice any further, he'll cry. Gu Xuanli's eyebrows shot up. Does this old man speak loudly? Gu Changyuan's eyelashes stirred faintly. Gu Qianlai instantly fell silent. The other elders around who had been about to speak glanced at the child, and likewise lowered their voices. Gu Qianwei extended his hand. Give him here. Gu Tianlin passed the child over. The elder received him with great gentleness. Gu Changyuan settled into his embrace, without a sound, merely tilting his head, as his dark eyes shifted from the lantern light to Gu Xuanwei's face. Gu Qianwei looked down at him, and couldn't help but recall many years past. When the previous imperial son of the Gu clan was born, he too had kept vigil at the ancestral shrine. On that day, 13 imperial lamps had burned. 13 lamps. That alone had brought lasting joy throughout the entire Gu clan. But last night, every single imperial lamp in the shrine blazed to life. The elder did not let his thoughts wander further. He raised his right hand, condensing a wisp of spiritual light between his fingertips. Let me examine his bone structure. Gu Tianlin stood beside him in silence, though his hand within his sleeve tightened ever so slightly. Gu Jiuxiao was even more direct. Be gentle. Gu Qianwei raised his eyes. I know. Then be gentle about it. The elder studied him for 2 breaths and chose to ignore him. That slender thread of spiritual light descended slowly. Before it could truly touch the center of Gu Changyuan's brow, the faint golden mark suddenly flared to life. Gu Xuanwei's vision dimmed. The ancestral shrine vanished. There were no lamps in sight, no imperial portraits, nor any person standing nearby. Only boundless darkness remained. Gu Qianwei stood firm. His gaze gradually stilled. In the deepest reaches of the darkness, something colossal seemed to drift and sink. At first, only a vague outline emerged. As his divine sense pressed forward, the object gradually revealed itself. A wheel. So vast its edges vanished from sight. The rim of the wheel traced slowly across the farthest edge of darkness, its surface studded with countless dim points of light, most of them dormant and unlit. Gu Qianwei strained to see more clearly. The wheel's shadow seemed to turn ever so slightly. Merely a sliver. Yet Gu Xuanwei's divine spirit plummeted suddenly, as though an entire heaven and earth had pressed down upon his shoulders in that instant. His feet did not move, but his divine sense halted. Just then, from the deepest core of the faded wheel, a wisp of black gold light suddenly blazed forth. Gu Xuanwei's pupils contracted sharply. That was not a pattern of the wheel. It was a chain mark, exceedingly faint, appearing for only a fleeting instant. Yet that brief glimpse was enough to recall to Gu Xuanwei's mind the same black gold chain mark that had flashed behind the 3 great emperor portraits the night before. Almost identical. A sudden heaviness seized Gu Xuanwei's heart, and his divine sense immediately surged forward in pursuit. But the trace had already retreated back into the darkness. Nothing left to follow. Before he could continue his search, the surrounding scene shifted once more. A pulse shadow emerged. Then another. Soon several faint meridians spread along the infant's tender body. The first 9 were already quite clear, but the final 3 were so faint they bordered on transparency. Hidden behind the 9 main channels, they would have been nearly impossible to detect had Gu Xuanwei's divine sense not penetrated this deeply. The elder observed for a long time. He did not count them as truly open heavenly meridians. Before the age of 12, children across the 5 continents were still developing their physical bodies' vital energy and divine souls. Their innate meridian patterns had not yet fully taken shape. No matter how astonishing the meridian signs, what could be seen at this stage could only represent a fragment of the foundation to come. For the vast majority of cultivators in this world, 9 was the limit of their innate meridians. But within Gu Changyuan, beyond the 9, there existed 3 more shadows. For the first time, Gu Qianwei drew near those 3 shadows. The final 3 meridians faded almost simultaneously, as though separated by a layer of heaven and earth that had not yet fully opened. His divine sense grasped nothing. The elder did not force the matter, but instead continued gazing deeper. Soon a very faint outline of the purple mansion appeared within the darkness. It had not yet been opened, nor had it truly taken form. Only clouds of qi drifted and settled within. Through that mist, Gu Qianwei could faintly discern something standing at the very depths. It resembled either a raised platform or a throne seat. too indistinct to make out. He concentrated his divine sense attempting to gain even the slightest clarity. The entire expanse of darkness shuddered violently. Without warning, a powerful force surged upward from even deeper within. Gu Changyuan's divine sense was forcefully expelled. The ancestral shrine reappeared before his eyes. The elder holding Gu Changyuan stepped back half a pace, his soul pressing against the stone tiles. Crack! A network of fine fractures spread outward from beneath his foot. This time none spoke within the ancestral shrine. Gu Jiuxiao had already taken a step forward. What is it? Gu Xianwei did not answer immediately. He looked down. Gu Changyuan in his arms seemed somewhat disturbed by that earlier thread of spiritual light. The little one's brows furrowed briefly before opening his mouth for a soft yawn. Gu Xianlai had held back for half the day and could no longer contain himself. Xuanwei, say something. Gu Xianwei raised his head. His first words were, I didn't finish seeing. Silence fell across the ancestral shrine for a moment. Gu Tianlin asked, you couldn't penetrate further. I was pushed out from behind, Gu Xianwei replied. Gu Xianlai had intended to press him further, but said nothing this time. He knew well what cultivation level Gu Xianwei had attained, and how many years this elder had guarded the Gu clan's ancestral shrine. Yet a newborn child, who had not even begun formal cultivation, had directly repelled the divine sense of an ancestor who had kept vigil for thousands of years. Gu Tianlin did not press further about that force. What did you see? Gu Xianwei fell silent for a moment. Much, but nothing matched. He handed the child back to Gu Tianlin and made his way toward the ancient scrolls stacked to one side of the ancestral shrine. Primordial chaos physique, recorded in the ancient histories. Dual-pupiled one. The Gu clan has encountered such a case before. Supreme sovereign bone, innate Dao fetus supreme, immortal bone, heaven-mandated divine physique, ancient war bloodline. As he spoke, the elder pulled several volumes from the shelf and casually flipped them open. Those physiques that had once sent tremors through entire eras. All could trace their origins within the Gu clan's 30,000-year accumulation. Even certain ancient bloodlines that had perished tens of thousands of years prior retained only fragments of record. Gu Tianlin glanced down at the child in his arms. And Changyuan. Gu Xianwei closed the final volume. Doesn't match. Only 3 words. Paradoxically, the ancestral shrine grew even quieter. Gu Xianlai frowned. Then investigate further. Investigate. Gu Xianwei nodded. But do not determine it for him now. Gu Jiuxiao spoke unexpectedly. All eyes turned to him. The old warrior had not hurried to take the child, instead standing quietly, a rare sight, as he gazed at the swaddled bundle in Gu Tianlin's arms. A name set too early. The path also becomes easily narrowed. Gu Xianlai studied him sideways. You've rarely said anything sensible today. Gu Jiuxiao turned his head. Do you want a beating? Gu Xianlai offered no reply. Gu Xuanwei, however, gave a slight nod. There is truth to that. He walked to the center of the ancestral shrine. The mottled stone wall where the ancestral maxim had appeared the previous night had returned to stillness. The physique will remain unnamed for now. According to clan records, inscribed 4 characters first. Gu Tianlin asked, which 4 characters? Gu Xianwei gazed at the stone wall. Unnamed in the ancient histories. This time no one responded. 30,000 years of the Gu clan's accumulation, the legacy of 3 emperors, 7 ancient halls piled high, with scriptures, rare editions, and fragmentary texts handed down through the ages. And in the end, only these 4 characters. Unnamed in the ancient histories. Gu Jiuxiao finally extended his hand. May I have him now? Gu Tianlin looked at him. Father, do you know how to hold him? Gu Jiuxiao's eyes widened. I am his grandfather. That has nothing to do with whether you know how to hold him. Gu Jiuxiao's expression darkened. Give him here. Gu Xuanlia, listening from the side, felt his lips twitch, but refrained from adding fuel to the fire. The child ultimately found his way into Gu Jiuxiao's arms. The old war god moved with unusual slowness. So slowly that everyone could see he truly had no idea where to place his hands. His arms remained rigid, as though cradling something that would shatter at the slightest touch. Gu Changyuan seemed somewhat uncomfortable in the hold, his small face wrinkling slightly. Gu Jiuxiao's body instantly tensed. What's wrong? Gu Xianlai observed for a long moment. Loosen your grip. I'm not applying force. You call that not using force? Be quiet. Gu Jiuxiao scolded through his teeth, yet his arms did loosen somewhat. The little one's brows gradually smoothed. The elder also breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the ancestral shrine had only just eased slightly when Gu Tianlin suddenly asked, what about that chain mark? The elder ancestors, who had been smiling moments before, immediately composed themselves. Gu Xianwei turned around. I was just about to mention it. Gu Tianlin looked at him. The same as behind the emperor portraits last night. At least what I saw was the same. Gu Jiuxiao glanced down at Gu Changyuan in his arms, and the faint smile on the elder's face also faded. Behind the 3 great emperor portraits there had been one. Deep within Gu Changyuan's sea of consciousness, there was also one. No one would consider this a coincidence. Gu Tianlin asked, is it connected to the 3 ancestral emperors? I don't know. Gu Xianwei replied swiftly. He paused for a moment. Investigate. But until we uncover the truth, no one is to forcibly probe his sea of consciousness. Especially that wheel. Gu Tianlin nodded. I shall arrange it. Gu Xianlai leaned against a nearby stone pillar, brows knit. What if someone truly follows that thing and comes knocking at our door? Gu Xianwei did not answer immediately. He raised his gaze to the three emperor portraits deep within the shrine, their eyes once again closed. A long silence stretched. Gu Jiuxiao spoke unexpectedly. If we cannot stop them, we must still make the attempt. All eyes turned to him. The elder did not look up, his attention fixed solely on the child in his arms. Gu Changyuan had closed his eyes once more, his breathing faint and soft. Such a tiny bundle. He didn't even feel the length of one of Gu Jiuxiao's arms. We'll deal with those matters later. He can barely keep his eyes open right now. Gu Jiuxiao extended a finger and gently touched the child's small hand that hung outside the swaddling cloth. No response. He had likely fallen asleep for real. Only then did the elder raise his head. 30,000 years of the Gu clan's history. If we cannot protect even a child this small, there is no need to remain established in the central realm. No one spoke within the ancestral shrine. The slight awkwardness Gu Jiuxiao had shown while holding his grandson had vanished, completely replaced only by the same cold intensity he had wielded when charging into the northern frost with his halberd all those years ago. Whoever dares reach their hand in ahead of time, extend one. I'll chop it off. Gu Xianlai smirked. This time he made no mocking remark. Gu Tianlin also nodded slowly. Before Changyuan comes of age, he shall not enter the mortal world. To the outside world we shall simply say he possesses a special physique. Gu Xianlai couldn't resist asking the ordinary kind. Gu Tianlin shot him a glance. The more ordinary the better. Gu Xianlai recalled the spectacle from last night. 10,000 Dao paths pressing upon the city, 3 emperors opening their eyes, and for a moment found himself at a loss for words. Gu Xianwei had already made his way toward the innermost reaches of the ancestral shrine. A black gold token rose of its own accord from the altar and landed in his palm. On its face was carved a single ancient seal script character, Gu, while upon its reverse 3 imperial patterns intersected. The highest prohibition of the Gu clan, not activated for trivial matters. The elder closed his hand around the token. From this day forward, all that transpired last night is sealed within the ancestral shrine. Beyond those present, no additional souls shall be made aware. Gu Tianlin nodded. And what of the 7 peaks? They carry on as usual. Gu Xianwei paused, glancing at Gu Changyuan and Gu Jiuxiao's arms. The child is still young. As for how he should be raised going forward. Before he could finish, Gu Changyuan suddenly stirred. His sleepy little hand emerged from the swaddling cloth, missing Gu Jiuxiao's fingers entirely, and instead caught hold of a strand of black gold silk thread hanging from the elder's chest. Gu Jiuxiao's body went rigid in an instant. That strand of silk was the cord binding his war halberd at his waist. The next moment, from the depths of the black gold war halberd came an extremely faint hum. Everyone in the ancestral shrine turned to look. Gu Jiuxiao also lowered his gaze. The war halberd had already grown still. Yet what had just occurred was plain for all to see. Gu Xianlai spoke first. It moved. It did not. Gu Jiuxiao replied with startling speed. I saw it. You saw wrong. Gu Xianlai pointed at the war halberd. It was trembling just now. The wind. Silence fell over the ancestral shrine for a moment. The 7th ancestor looked up at the tightly shut bronze doors. The doors are closed. Gu Jiuxiao's expression remained utterly unchanged. Imperial weapons also grow cold. Gu Xianlai opened his mouth and after a long while managed to choke out, Jiuxiao. Do you want to hear what it is you're saying? Gu Jiuxiao utterly ignored him. The child in his arms had already released that black gold silk thread. Yet the old war god did not move right away. After a moment, he tentatively extended a single finger and gently brushed it against Gu Changyuan's palm. The child seemed to sense something, and his 5 tiny fingers instinctively curled inward, closing around the tip of Gu Jiuxiao's finger. The grip was exceedingly light. It couldn't even encircle the tip of Gu Jiuxiao's finger. The elder had originally been about to say something, but suddenly he said nothing at all. Gu Xianwei stood some distance away watching them for a while. Within the ancestral shrine the previous night the conversation had concerned 10,000 Dao paths, 3 emperors, matters for which not even the Gu clan's 30,000-year ancient histories held answers. Yet before their eyes now was merely this infinitesimally small thing. The heavy solemnity in the elder's eyes gradually began to recede. Let him sleep for now. Gu Jiuxiao gave a low acknowledgement. The ancestral shrine finally fell into true silence. The lamplight flickered gently. Gu Changyuan held onto one of the elder's fingers, his breathing even soon lost in sleep. Gu Tianlin stood beside them for a while before finally asking, Ancestor Elder. His physique is undetermined and his cultivation is still far off. Then what comes next? Gu Xianwei did not answer at once. The elder turned his gaze sweeping past rows of imperial lamps still smoldering toward beyond the great doors of the ancestral shrine. Deep within the ancestral grounds of Yinxiu, the clouds had largely dispersed. The outline of an ancient hall silent for many years emerged from the mist. When the 10,000 Dao paths had converged the previous night, that bronze door, sealed in dust for who knew how many years, had opened of its own accord, a crack wide enough for no human hand to have forced it. Gu Changyuan gazed for a long time. Gu Tianlin followed his gaze and soon recognized the location as well, his expression tightening slightly. Are you suggesting Ancestor Elder? Gu Changyuan withdrew his gaze. Since we cannot discern his physique, then do not rush to choose his path for him. The elder walked out of the ancestral shrine. Morning light had just crested the sea of clouds falling upon that ancient hall, which had remained unopened for years. Open the hall. The elder ancestors behind him all raised their heads simultaneously. Gu Changyuan asked, which hall? Gu Changyuan did not slow his pace, leaving behind only 3 words. The Imperial Sun Hall. On the 7th day after Gu Changyuan's birth, deep within the Yunshu ancestral grounds, the emperor's palace that had lain silent for years officially reopened. The news did not spread beyond the Gu clan. In recent days, congratulatory gifts from the 9 sects and 3 clans have been arriving at Yunshu one after another. The status of the envoys grew ever higher and the gifts grew ever more lavish, yet the Gu family's response remained the same. The main consort Yin Jiwei has given birth to a son named Gu Changyuan. Auspicious phenomena accompanied his birth, suggesting a special constitution. Those who came to offer congratulations could only enter the outer city's reception hall. The tea served was excellent, and the elders responsible for reception left nothing to be desired in their courtesy. But once someone asked about the child's constitution, the responses were all similar. The child is still too young to receive visitors. His constitution has not yet been determined. The Gu family appreciates your kind intentions and will remember them. Beyond that, any further inquiry met only with silence. Several days passed, and the outside world learned nothing. The Gu family had no intention of letting them discover anything. Morning. Before the emperor's palace, the mist had not yet dispersed. The ancient bronze hall stood deep within the ancestral grounds, its stone steps dusted with a fine layer of gray. Twin palace doors rose 100 zhang high, their surfaces etched with imperial patterns long since faded. The younger generation of the Gu family usually dared only to glimpse it from afar. Today, however, the courtyard before the hall was packed with people. Gu Tianlin stood at the forefront. Yin Jiwei wore a moon-white shawl, her complexion still pale from childbirth, yet she held Gu Changyuan securely in her arms. 7 days had passed, and the infant had grown more composed than on the night he was born. Half his face peeked out from the snow-white swaddling cloth, a faint golden mark between his brows so subtle it was nearly invisible. Perhaps the morning chill made him curl tighter into the swaddling, revealing only a tuft of soft black hair. Gu Jiuxiao stood some distance away, his gaze drifting toward them repeatedly. Yin Jiwei initially paid it no mind. Until the old man looked her way for the 5th time, she finally couldn't suppress her smile. Father. Gu Jiuxiao's expression remained unchanged. What is it? I'm holding my own son. I am well aware. He won't fall. Gu Jiuxiao fell silent for a moment. The wind is strong in the mountains. Standing nearby, Gu Tianlin glanced up at the motionless treetops and gave a light cough. Gu Jiuxiao ignored him. Yin Jiwei chose not to expose him either, simply looking down to adjust the child's swaddling. Further off, a group of young Gu clan children stood beyond the boundary drawn by their elders. None of them were old. The eldest was far from 12. Gu Xian stood at the front, dressed in black short robes with a small, unsheathed knife hanging at his waist. He had loved blades since childhood, always brandishing wooden swords during his training. But now he paid no mind to the weapon at his side. His eyes were fixed on the emperor's palace. Are you really going to have the little brother live here? Gu Changyuan stood beside him, clutching a scroll. Though roughly the same age as Gu Xian, he was far quieter, merely lifting his eyes at the remark. Not live. Be raised. Gu Xian turned to look at him. What's the difference? Gu Changyuan gazed toward the bronze hall. To live is for a person to choose a place. To raise is for the place to serve the person. Gu Xian frowned. He still didn't quite understand. Gu Yanni, standing behind them, leaned forward first. He was half a head taller than both of them, and more solidly built, though his thoughts were notably simpler. But the little brother can't cultivate either, can he? Yeah. No. Can't we either? Gu Changyuan nodded. Among children of the 5 continents, the heavenly veins had not yet truly taken shape before the age of 12. The Gu clan's children were the same. From childhood, they could train the body and form, study scriptures, and understand the meridians and grow familiar with swords and weapons. But the true opening of the Qi Si and the settling of the heavenly veins awaited them until after 12. It was the same for everyone. Gu Yanni pondered for a moment. Then what does the emperor's palace cultivate? It cultivates the meridians, the body, and the spirit. Gu Changyuan glanced down at the book in his hands and added, it also builds the foundation. Gu Xian looked back at the swaddled bundle in the distance. Then he'll be cultivated there for 12 years. Who knows? Gu Changyuan replied. Before 12 he must simply grow. Gu Xian clicked his tongue. 12 years is far too long. But Gu Yanni didn't see the problem. Aren't we waiting too? Gu Xian was left speechless and was about to respond when Gu Xuanwei, standing ahead, had already reached the palace doors. The old man held the ancestral tablet in his hand. Silence fell over the courtyard. Gu Changyuan looked up at the two sealed bronze doors. Just the night before, when 10,000 Dao converged, these doors had opened on their own. Now the slit had sealed shut again. The old man raised the ancestral tablet. Open. A hum resonated through the air as 3 imperial patterns on the tablet ignited simultaneously. The light fell upon the bronze doors. The dormant patterns on the gates began to stir from the bottom, awakening one by one and climbing upward. No thunderous sound erupted. Only the slow, heavy groan of metal grinding against metal. A creak echoed as dust cascaded from the seams. The twin bronze doors swung inward. Every young member of the Gu clan rose onto their toes. Beyond the doors lay no opulence as one might have imagined, hardly luxurious at all. What struck first was a profound silence. The interior stretched far wider than its exterior suggested, the ceiling rising so high it seemed to vanish into shadow. At the center lay an ancient spring, its surface perfectly still like a mirror. Occasionally a wisp of golden light drifted lazily across the bottom. Along the pool's edge grew several spiritual herbs nearly impossible to find in the outside world. No potent herbal fragrance filled the air. The leaves only stirred slightly as the doors opened. Deeper inside rested an ancient white jade bed. The jade bed bore no carvings, only dense imperial patterns running along the edges and converging at its center. Gu Xian stood outside observing for a long while. "Is this it?" he whispered. Gu Changyuan glanced at him. "What did you expect? I thought there would be at least a few mountains of gold." Gu Changyuan ignored him. The adults had already entered the hall. Gu Tianlin led the way, followed by Yun Zhiwei, carrying Gu Changyuan. The moment they crossed the threshold, the ancient spring rippled faintly. Beneath the surface, a single streak of golden light flashed, then sank back into darkness. Gu Xianwei paused briefly, but said nothing. Only when Yun Zhiwei reached the jade bed and gently laid Gu Changyuan down did a hum resonate. The dormant imperial patterns along the bed's edge awakened for the first time from beneath the child. Then a second, then a third. Delicate threads of light spread slowly across the entire jade bed, not harsh or glaring, but warm and gentle, cradling the snow-white swaddling cloth. Gu Changyuan's eyelashes fluttered, but he did not wake. Standing nearby, Gu Xianlai observed for a moment. It recognizes him then. The seventh ancestor shot him a glance. The door opened on its own last night, the seventh ancestor reminded him. Gu Xianlai reconsidered and said no more. Gu Xianwei approached the jade bed and traced a single imperial pattern with his fingertip. "The 3 emperors built this palace specifically to nurture our descendants," Gu Xianwei explained. Gu Tianlin asked, "Will Changyuan stay here forever?" Yun Zhiwei's hand resting gently on her child hesitated for a fraction of a moment. The gesture was barely perceptible, yet Gu Xianwei caught it. "Only to be nurtured here," he said, his tone uncharacteristically gentle. "Not to be left here. When the main consort wishes to come, she may. The same goes for Tianlin." Only then did Yun Zhiwei raise her head. Gu Xianwei paused, his gaze shifting to Gu Jiuxiao. As for Jiuxiao, Gu Jiuxiao's brows furrowed instantly. "What are you implying? Stop carrying weapons so close to the child." "I can control my killing intent," Gu Jiuxiao retorted. Gu Xianwei regarded him silently. Under that steady gaze, Gu Jiuxiao's expression darkened slightly, and he finally shifted the black gold battle halberd at his waist further behind him. Yun Zhiwei smiled softly to herself. Gu Changyuan on the jade bed had somehow awakened without notice. Those dark, clear eyes gazed quietly at her. Yun Zhiwei bent down, her thumb brushing lightly against his cheek. "Little Changyuan." The child moved his hand, his soft palm pressing against her fingertip. Yun Zhiwei's expression softened completely. Gu Jiuxiao watched from the side for a while, then spoke. "Let me hold him for a moment." Yun Zhiwei looked back. "Have you been practicing these past few days, father?" Gu Jiuxiao's expression remained unchanged. "No." Gu Tianlin gave another light cough. Gu Jiuxiao shot him a glare. Yun Zhiwei stifled a laugh, lifting the child and handing him over. This time the old man received him with noticeably steadier hands. Gu Changyuan settled into his embrace, without a frown, gazing at the old man for a moment before closing his eyes again. Gu Jiuxiao looked down at him in silence. A faint smile touched the corner of his mouth. Gu Xianwei turned his attention elsewhere and raised his hand. A black gold ancient tome flew in from outside the hall, settling steadily before Gu Tianlin. The tome was thick and substantial. Its cover bore no title, only 3 intersecting imperial patterns. Gu Xian and the others stood outside the hall, having never seen such an object before. In truth, this tome rarely left the ancestral shrine. It recorded only select members of the Gu clan, not all of them. Gu Tianlin took the ancient volume. "The ancestral registry." "Yes." Gu Xianwei handed him an ancient brush. Gu Tianlin opened to the first pages. No new names had been added in many years. The brush tip descended. Gu Changyuan. The moment the 3 characters formed the black gold tome trembled faintly. Gu Tianlin's stroke faltered for an instant. A faint luminescence spread across the pages. In the next moment, every name within the registry seemed to hover in the void before them, countless and dense. Generation after generation, like stars scattered across the long night. At the very top, 3 imperial stars that had long lain dormant blazed to life simultaneously. No imperial pressure erupted. No extraordinary phenomenon filled the heavens. Simply a flash, then silence once more. Yet everyone within the hall had witnessed it. Gu Changyuan slowly lowered his arms from across his chest. The 7th ancestor's gaze remained fixed on those stars. Gu Changyuan stared for a long while before bowing his head once more. The 3 characters for Gu Changyuan settled quietly upon the page, unchanged. Gu Tianlin set down his brush. From this day forward, Changyuan is officially inscribed in the direct line. He turned to Gu Changyuan. The matter of the Emperor's palace. Sealed. The anomaly in the ancestral registry. Sealed. Gu Changyuan answered without hesitation. No mention to the outside world. As for the name Gu Changyuan, it had already spread beyond Yunxiu. There was no point in concealing it. What truly must remain hidden was which door the Gu clan had opened for this child, and which volume of the ancestral registry bore his name. Outside the Emperor's palace, Gu Xian and the others could not see into the registry. They only saw a flash of light within the hall. Gu Yanni stood on his tiptoes watching for a long while. Has it ended? Gu Changyuan shook his head. We don't know yet. Gu Yanni asked again. Does that make him our younger brother from now on? Gu Changyuan finally glanced at him. Isn't he already? I mean, can we play with him later? He's only 7 days old. Later, Gu Changyuan considered this. By seniority, you may bring him along whenever you wish. Gu Yanni was immediately satisfied. Then if anyone bullies him, can we fight them too? Gu Changyuan fell silent for a moment. Who would dare come to the Gu clan to bully him? Gu Yanni thought seriously for a while. People from outside. Gu Xian, listening from the side, laughed. Then we fight. He stated it as if it were obvious. Gu Changyuan watched the two of them, but ultimately said nothing. After the registry was put away, Gu Changyuan was returned to the jade bed. The little one was likely genuinely tired. Eyes closed, breathing even and steady. Within the vast emperor's palace, only the imperial patterns on the jade bed still glowed faintly. Gu Changyuan stood beside the bed watching for a moment. After investigating last night, I spent the entire night thinking, Gu Changyuan said. About what? Gu Tianlin asked. How to raise him. Gu Jiuxiao looked up. We cannot discern his constitution, nor read his fate wheel. Those 3 meridians behind him. No one knows what they will become. The more uncertain this is, the less we should teach him carelessly. Gu Jiuxiao frowned. Then teach him nothing at all. Gu Changyuan turned around. Before 12 nuns should rush to open the Qi Si. The same applies to the Gu clan's children. He glanced toward the curious young ones peering outside the hall. Train the body, refine the form, learn characters, study scriptures. They may handle swords and fists, but only to build a foundation. No need to commit to any single path. Gu Tianlin nodded. But Gu Jiuxiao remained preoccupied with thoughts of Gu Changyuan. What about him? The same. Gu Changyuan answered calmly. Gu Jiuxiao was somewhat surprised. Raise him like an ordinary child. Start by raising him like one. Gu Changyuan said, glancing toward the jade bed. If he doesn't even know which path he will walk, what good is it to cram him with the Gu clan's strongest techniques now? This time Gu Jiuxiao had no rebuttal. Gu Changyuan turned his gaze away. When he turns 3, begin his education. Start with the simplest things. Gu Tianlin asked, which volume? Gu Changyuan did not answer immediately. The old man turned and walked toward one side of the emperor's palace where a row of unassuming bookshelves stood. Compared to the imperial classics in the ancestral shrine, the volumes, there seemed almost meager. Characters, meridians, chi perception, and heaven-earth awareness. These were the foundational teachings given to Gu clan children when they began their education. Gu Changyuan drew a thin volume from the outermost shelf. The book was old. Its cover had been worn pale by countless generations of children's hands. Gu Jiuxiao cast it a single glance and immediately frowned. Just this. Just this. With so many imperial classics in the Gu clan, you would give him this. Gu Changyuan casually flipped through the thin volume. The imperial classics will not run away, Gu Changyuan replied. Let him understand the simplest things first. Gu Jiuxiao stared at the book. Who in the Gu clan hasn't read this? That is precisely why it is suitable, Gu Changyuan said. He placed the thin volume gently on the small table beside the jade bed. The motion was light. Gu Changyuan was still asleep. Yun Zhuwei sat by the bed, glancing between the child and the thin volume. At what age? At 3. Very well. She asked no further questions. Gu Tianlin stepped closer, his gaze falling upon the book cover. Amid the wear marks left by time, 3 ordinary ancient characters stood out. No imperial patterns marked it. No extraordinary phenomena radiated from it. Even a child with slight talent in the Gu clan would not linger long over such a book. Gu Changyuan had already reached the palace doors. Before stepping out, he paused. Do not choose for him yet. Gu Tianlin looked up. Morning light streamed through the partially open bronze doors, reaching the small table beside the jade bed. The old man faced away from the group, leaving only his final words, let him choose for himself. Footsteps faded into the distance. The emperor's palace fell quiet once more. On the jade bed, Gu Changyuan slept soundly. The thin primer lay just a short distance away, its cover half illuminated by the morning light. 3 characters. Return to Origin Sutra. 3 years for a Cultivation Noble family was but a brief span. Short enough that some elders who had entered seclusion would emerge feeling as though they had merely taken a nap. The peach blossoms in Yunshu Emperor City had cycled through 3 full seasons, the spiritual springs in the mountains had risen and fallen several times, and the growing children of the Gu family had all stretched a hand taller. Yet the outside world knew barely more about Gu Changyuan than before. Over the past 3 years, the 9 sects and 3 clans had spared no expense in sending gifts to Yunshu. Spirit jades to nurture the bone's longevity locks, to ward off calamity, ancient pendants imbued with calming Daoyan resonance, each more precious than the last. Their words were all polished and gracious. Nothing more than wishing the child good fortune, presenting an early initiation gift. Yet some of these artifacts possess the power to read spiritual energy and discern destiny, all beneath the guise of mere goodwill. The Gu family accepted without refusal, offering proper returns in kind. But once these items crossed into Yunshu, none ventured deeper into the ancestral grounds. They were quietly logged away and stored in the outer warehouse. No one voiced it aloud, yet every clan understood the unspoken truth. The Gu children's fates were their own to chart, not for outsiders to divine. And the more this went unquestioned, the louder the speculation grew beyond the walls. Whispers circulated that the eldest son of the main lineage had been born constitutionally frail, which is why he hadn't appeared in 3 years. Others speculated that while his birth portents had been spectacular, his physical foundation might be unstable, that the Gu family simply kept him secluded to nurture him back to strength. Some believed the Gu family was simply waiting for the child to truly come of age. But the Gu family offered no explanation. While the outside world continued to debate the matter, the child within the Emperor's son's palace had already turned 3. At 3 years old, Gu Changyuan was most often quiet. He rarely cried or threw tantrums, lacking the petulant temper so common among indulged children. Dressed in snow-white brocade robes, the faint golden mark between his brows remained delicate and pale. Yun Jue had tied a small jade bell at his waist, and its occasional chime as he walked became the most familiar sound in the Emperor's son's palace. Gu Jiuxiao had always complained the bell was too delicate for a boy. Yet when Yun Jue threatened to remove it, he quickly added that it at least helped keep track of where the child wandered off to. Later, he somehow procured an ancient protective jade from the battle peak and personally hung it on the child's other side. Then came a second piece and eventually a third. One day, Gu Changyuan glanced down at the chain of items at his waist, took a few steps, and stopped. "Grandfather." Gu Jiuxiao sat outside the hall watching him. "My." The little one tugged at his belt. "Heavy." Gu Jiuxiao fell silent. Yun Jue sat nearby sipping tea with amusement in her eyes. Gu Tianlin flipped through the clan records without looking up. "I told you yesterday." Gu Jiuxiao gave his son a cold glance before bending down to remove 2 of the protective jades, leaving only the finest one. "How about now?" Gu Changyuan took a few steps, the jade bell chiming softly. He turned around. "It's not heavy anymore." Gu Jiuxiao's expression finally softened, though he muttered, "Children are always so frail." Yun Jue couldn't help but laugh. These incidents had occurred more than once over the past 3 years. The Pill Peak had sent spiritual milk, the Beast Peak a snow velvet cub that simply slept at the foot of the bed, and even the Array Peak had secretly altered the steps before the Emperor's son's palace. The reasoning was straightforward. They feared Gu Changyuan might stumble after learning to walk. Later, Gu Xianwei came to inspect and found the steps were perfectly safe. Yet whenever Gu Changyuan stepped, soft array patterns glowed beneath his feet, along with small spirit light flowers that bloomed. Gu Xianwei stood there watching for a long time. That same day, the Array Peak elder was summoned to the ancestral hall. He emerged looking grievous. "I only added some protective arrays." Gu Xianlai sneered upon hearing this. "You call that a protective array? Every step Changyuan takes lights up." Someone unfamiliar would think a young master is patrolling the mountain. The Array Peak elder held his ground. "He's precious after all." Gu Xianlai opened his mouth, but realized there was no rebuttal. When Gu Xianwei heard about this, he suffered another half-day of headaches. Fortunately, such days did not continue indefinitely. In the year Gu Changyuan turned 3, the day of his first instruction had finally arrived. That morning, a light snow fell over Yunshu. The snow was light, settling on the bluestone steps before the ancestral hall, quickly melting into thin water trails from the warmth rising below. Gu Changyuan walked forward, held by Yun Jiwei's hand. Today he wore an additional white cloak over his robes, his pace unhurried but steady. Gu Jiuxiao had been waiting outside the ancestral hall since early morning. As the elder and child approached, his gaze first fell upon the stone steps. "Take it slow." Gu Changyuan lifted his face. "Grandfather, it's not slippery." His voice still carried the clear, soft quality of a 3-year-old, and Gu Jiuxiao nearly broke his stern expression. "Even if it's not slippery, walk slowly." "Oh." Gu Changyuan indeed slowed a bit, and only then did Gu Jiuxiao show satisfaction. Gu Xianlai had also arrived early, claiming he was merely passing by. The 7th ancestor glanced at the sky. "You've been passing by since before dawn." Gu Xianlai didn't flinch. "I am idle today." No one called him out on it. The ancestral hall doors opened soon after. This time there was no blazing of imperial lamps, nor heavenly phenomena. Only Gu Changyuan following Yun Jue inside, pausing to glance upward at the 3 imperial statues at the hall's farthest end. Then observing Gu family etiquette, he performed 3 proper bows with seriousness, though his movements were not yet precise. During the second bow, his sleeve slipped down slightly, revealing a small fair hand. Gu Xianwei sat on a cushion ahead, watching without correcting. Once Gu Changyuan straightened himself, the elder gestured toward another cushion before him. Changyuan, come sit. Gu Changyuan walked over. The cushion remained too large for a 3-year-old, so when he settled, his robe spread out around him, and the jade bell at his waist chimed once. Gu Xianlai stood nearby, the corner of his mouth twitching, but Gu Xuanwei's gaze fell upon him, immediately forcing him back to solemnity. Gu Changyuan turned his head in the same direction. Gu Xianlai cleared his throat. Look at your great-grandfather. The little one obediently turned back around. Before Gu Xianwei lay only a thin, well-worn booklet, the Guiyuan Sutra, the very same volume he had placed beside the jade bed in the Emperor's son's palace 3 years prior. We shall not cultivate today, Gu Xianwei stated plainly from the outset. Gu Changyuan blinked. The elder continued. You are still young, and your heavenly meridian is not yet fixed. Before 12 you will only learn to recognize qi, identify meridians, and understand the body's vital mechanisms. You will not open the qi si nor draw spiritual energy into your body. Gu Changyuan nodded. I understand. Gu Xianwei slid the Guiyuan Sutra toward him. Every child of the Gu family has read this text. It will not teach you any profound techniques. Only what spiritual energy is between heaven and earth, what the heavenly meridian is within the human body, and once you begin true cultivation, where qi originates, and where it should ultimately flow. Gu Changyuan reached out his small hand and gently pressed upon the scroll. Is this all we read today? This is all. Behind them, Gu Jiuxiao listened with his brow still furrowed. The Gu family possessed countless imperial scriptures. At 3 years old, during his first initiation, Gu Xianwei had genuinely brought only the most basic primer. But recalling the words from 3 years past, do not choose for him yet, Gu Jiuxiao ultimately kept silent. The ancestral hall grew quiet once more. Outside, snow fell with the faintest whisper. Gu Xianwei opened to the first page and began with the simplest concepts of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. What was qi? What was meridian? Why did the 9 primary meridians of the human body rise and fall in their own patterns? Why one could not forcibly draw in spiritual energy before fixing the meridians at 12, and why before truly beginning cultivation, one must first come to understand one's own body. These were matters of the shallowest order. Most children of the Gu family under 12 had already heard them many times, and Gu Xianwei had spoken of them countless times before. Some children would glance out the window halfway through, others would grit their teeth and recite it to the end, and a few clever ones would pick out 2 or 3 questions from the text. Gu Changyuan remained entirely silent. He sat still, his dark eyes following Gu Xuanwei's finger as it traced the meridian diagrams across the scroll piece by piece. Gu Xianwei would speak a passage, and he would read it. Occasionally he would lower his head to re-examine content from earlier pages. Gu Xianlai stood behind him, his legs growing numb. He could no longer resist sending a mental message to the 7th ancestor. Can a 3-year-old truly understand? The 7th ancestor ignored him. Gu Xianlai stood for a while longer before the lecture finally came to an end. Gu Xianwei left the scroll before Gu Changyuan. We shall stop here for the first round. Are there passages you do not understand? Gu Xianlai lifted his eyelids. He too wanted to see what questions a 3-year-old might ask upon first hearing the scriptures. But Gu Changyuan did not speak immediately. He kept his head lowered. His small hand rested upon the most ordinary diagram of human meridians in the scroll. After a moment, his brows furrowed slightly. Gu Xianwei waited, offering no rush. Another moment passed before Gu Changyuan raised his head. Great-grandfather. Isn't something missing here? Several pairs of eyes in the ancestral hall shifted toward him simultaneously. Gu Xianwei looked down. Gu Changyuan was pointing to the most fundamental qi mechanism diagram within the Guiyuan Sutra. 9 primary meridians arranged from top to bottom, ultimately converging at a single point. It was something the children of the Gu family had studied countless times before. Where is it lacking? Gu Changyuan looked down, pondering. He seemed uncertain how to express it. Here. His small hand traced slowly along the final section of the diagram. When it reaches this point, it simply ends. Gu Xianwei gazed at the diagram. The sutra says when qi reaches this. Return to the origin. N. Gu Changyuan nodded. But this is not flowing smoothly. Gu Xuanwei's gaze finally shifted. Where is it not smooth? The little one studied it carefully for a while longer. It has come here. A finger traced slowly along one of the meridians. At the very end. Stopped. Then there's nowhere else for it to go. It should return instead. The ancestral hall fell into silence. A hint of amused patience had softened Gu Xuanwei's face as he watched the child begin to understand, but that expression gradually faded. Gu Xianwei did not press him for an answer. In your view, how should it return? Gu Changyuan bowed his head, studying the diagram before him. This time he contemplated for a longer span. Then he rose from the meditation cushion and moved toward the nearby desk. The jade brush was far too long. It proved awkward for his small hands to grip. He held it with both palms and dipped it into the inkstone. Gu Changyuan instinctively stepped forward. Gu Changyuan raised a hand gesturing for him to hold still. Gu Changyuan made no attempt to transcribe any scripture. Instead, he leaned over the desk edge and began redrawing the meridian diagram on a blank sheet of spirit paper. The earlier lines followed the Guiyuan Jing, but came out crooked. When he reached the final section, he paused. Then from where the line had broken, he drew a stroke backward. That stroke was clumsy. It curved even more than the rest. Gu Changyuan examined it himself and seemed to agree it was lacking, so he added a small continuation beside it. Like this, he said. If it turns back here, the flow connects. Gu Changyuan remained silent. He had already reached the desk. His gaze settled on the meridian diagram drawn by a 3-year-old child. What Gu Changyuan had added was exceedingly simple. It could hardly be called a cultivation technique. Certainly not a new heavenly meridian. It was merely a turning point. The spiritual energy that had halted abruptly at the terminus was now connected back into the human circulation loop by a single stroke. Gu Changyuan observed for a moment before reaching for the Guiyuan Jing. He turned to the page Gu Changyuan had indicated. Read it once, then read it again. Gu Changyuan could no longer contain himself. What exactly is wrong? Gu Changyuan ignored him still. He extended a finger to touch the faded remnant of the page. A thread of spiritual energy flowed into it. At first nothing changed. After several breaths, the scripture suddenly trembled. Rustle. No one had touched it. The thin pages turned themselves halfway through. Then it retreated back again. Gu Changyuan's eyes narrowed sharply. Upon the scripture, that patch which had faded white for countless years began to seep with an extremely faint golden light. First a single ancient sigil appeared. Then more followed. Several lines of ancient characters long lost to time resurfaced from deep within the pages. Gu Changyuan stepped forward 2 paces. The 7th ancestor also arrived at his side. No one spoke, for beside those lines of ancient characters happened to be a fragmented small diagram. Within the diagram, the final broken segment of spiritual energy returned in its turn. Gu Changyuan's body stiffened slightly. His gaze slowly shifted to another sheet on the desk. That was the stroke Gu Changyuan had just drawn with small crooked hands. The direction was nearly identical. Gu Changyuan picked up that spirit paper. He studied it for a long while, then looked down at Gu Changyuan. Hast thou seen this passage before? No. Gu Changyuan shook his head. Then how did you know it was missing here? That question was clearly difficult. The little one pondered for a long time. In the end, only one reply came. It simply did not look right. Gu Changyuan's eyelid twitched faintly. Gu Changyuan closed his eyes briefly. Only after a moment did he speak. Fetch the old records. The 7th ancestor turned and left immediately. Before long, several ancient volumes, shrouded in years of dust, were brought into the ancestral hall. Gu Changyuan flipped through them one by one. At last he stopped at a disaster record from tens of thousands of years ago. That year the ancestral hall had been struck by heavenly fire. The scriptures were damaged, including among them the earliest version of the Guiyuan Jing. Later, when the Gu family reorganized their introductory scriptures, they restored most of what had survived. Only this method of returning, the one meant merely to help children discern the circulation of spiritual energy, having no effect upon the normal 9 meridians established after age 12. Over time, no one troubled to investigate that small patch of blankness. Gu Changyuan leaned over, looked at the spirit paper again. So this scripture truly was damaged? Yes. The 7th ancestor nodded. Gu Changyuan fell silent for a moment. He just glanced at it once. This time no one answered. What lay upon the desk was enough. Gu Changyuan still stood beside the desk. His small hands were stained with ink. Seeing the elders remain quiet for so long, he finally grew uneasy. Grandfather. Gu Changyuan came back to himself. Yes. Did I draw it wrong? The elder looked at him. In those dark, clear eyes, there was no pride, only the most direct anxiety a 3-year-old feels after completing something of which they are themselves uncertain. The grave expression on Gu Changyuan's face finally began to fade. No. He walked over and lifted the little one into his arms. You drew it very well. Gu Changyuan felt somewhat reassured. Gu Changyuan continued staring at the diagram on the desk, as though suddenly remembering something. What was I doing when I was 3 years old? The 8th ancestor had somehow also arrived at the ancestral hall. Upon hearing this, he replied expressionlessly, chewing on the tail of the stone lion at the war peak. Gu Changyuan. The ancestral hall fell silent for a moment. The 7th ancestor turned his head away. Gu Jiuxiao's lips also twitched. Gu Changyuan's expression darkened gradually. Who told you that? The 8th ancestor glanced at him. I saw it with my own eyes. The atmosphere, which had been so heavy as to make breathing difficult, finally eased somewhat. Gu Changyuan clearly did not understand why the elders were all smiling. He rested his head on Gu Changyuan's shoulder, looking at Gu Changyuan, then at the 8th ancestor. Finally he asked quite seriously, Are stone lions tasty? Gu Changyuan's face went completely black. The 7th ancestor could no longer contain himself. He burst out laughing. Laughter aside, the news of the recovered fragments from the Guiyuan Jing was still suppressed under the Ancestral Hall's highest decree within half an hour. That spirit paper Gu Changyuan had drawn upon was also collected by Gu Xianwei. Gu Xianlai did not jest this time. Should we investigate other scriptures? Gu Xianwei glanced at him. Investigate what? To see if there are still gaps. So many from the Gu family are here. Gu Xianwei placed the spirit paper inside the ancient volume. It is not for a 3-year-old child to investigate scriptures on our behalf. Gu Xianlai was left speechless. After thinking it over, he realized it was indeed the correct reasoning. Whether the jade couch or the imperial lamp, those inexplicable phenomena at birth were ultimately external things. But today was different. A scripture all the Gu family children had read. Gu Changyuan opened it for the first time and stopped of his own accord at that damaged page. Gu Xianwei looked down at the child in his arms. This time he did not press further. Gu Changyuan did not feel he had accomplished anything extraordinary. After being held for a while, he remembered the Guiyuan Jing on the desk once more. Grandfather. Yes. Shall we still study this book? Yes. But isn't it incomplete? Gu Xianwei looked down at him. If it is missing pieces once filled, and we shall continue studying. Why? Because it remains the foundation. Gu Changyuan neither fully understood nor failed to understand. In the end, he nodded anyway. Oh. Gu Xuanwei, watching that earnest expression, found a rare warmth in his eyes. Let us finish for today. Go back and play. Gu Changyuan's eyes brightened noticeably. After all, he was still only 3 years old. As Yin Zhuwei led him away, he turned back to glance at the scriptures on the desk once more. Then his attention was drawn to the snow drifting down outside the ancestral hall. He reached out to catch one. A snowflake landed in his palm. It melted quickly. Gu Changyuan watched for a moment, then reached out again for a second. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders did not depart immediately. Gu Xianlai stood before the desk, gazing at the volume of Guiyuan Jing that now displayed its recovered fragments once more. After a long while, he spoke. Xianwei. Yes. When had you planned for him to begin studying the fundamentals of the 7 peaks? Gu Xianwei pondered for a moment. When he is older. And now. The elder did not answer immediately. Outside the ancestral hall, a tiny white figure trod forward through the thin snow. Yun Jiwei held his hand. Gu Jiuxiao followed on the other side. Gu Changyuan seemed to have spotted another snowflake, tilting his head back and chasing it for quite some time. Gu Xianwei withdrew his gaze. We still cannot rush. Gu Xianlai nodded, this time without objection. Before the age of 12, no formal cultivation. This rule none could break. Yet recognizing weapons, observing stances, understanding the most basic principles of each peak. These were inherently part of nurturing the Dao. Gu Xianlai asked again. Then how much longer must we wait? Gu Xianwei raised his eyes toward beyond the ancestral hall. The peaks of Yunxiu lay covered in morning snow. Beyond, behind the highest cloud layer, Jian Peak emerged faintly. Upon the cliffs, ancient swords still unsheathed stood in the snow. Wind swept across the peak, faintly carrying the sound of a single sword chime. Gu Xianwei listened for a while. Next year. Gu Xuanli's brows rose slightly. Which peak first? Gu Xuanwei's gaze lingered on the distance. After a moment. Jian Peak. The matter of Gu Changyuan having his meridians supplemented at age 3 never left the ancestral shrine. Only a handful of people truly knew the full truth. Even most of the elders across the 7 peaks only knew that the ancestral shrine had revised Gu Changyuan's cultivation arrangements. After age 4, he would begin studying the most fundamental teachings of each peak. No cultivation methods. No drawing in spiritual energy. Only learning to hold weapons, observe stances, and understand principles. As for why things had suddenly been brought forward, Gu Xianwei said nothing. No one dared press further. Before long, a year passed. Spring arrived early in Yunxiu. Beyond the emperor's pavilion, ancient peach trees were just beginning to bloom. A carpet of pale pink petals lined the bluestone path. 4-year-old Gu Changyuan crouched beneath the tree, clutching broken spirit grains in his hand, as a blue-feathered spirit sparrow hopped beside his shoes. The spirit sparrow belonged to the Beast Peak, and some days prior it had somehow flown into the emperor's pavilion. Gu Changyuan had fed it once on a whim, and since then the bird had memorized the place. Each time this period arrived, it would emerge from the forest seeking food. The final grain of spirit millet was pecked away. Gu Changyuan spread his palm to check, gone. Yet the spirit sparrow refused to leave, standing before his shoe tip with its head tilted. Gu Changyuan looked back at it. They gazed at each other for a moment, child and bird. The little creature smiled suddenly. The maid nearby followed suit, her eyes curving into a smile. As Gu Changyuan rose, he picked up a slender peach branch that had just fallen from the tree. A half-open bloom still clung to its tip. He twirled it in his hand, just about to return to the pavilion, when he heard someone speak not far away. The weather is pleasant today. Elder Jian stood outside the corridor with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upward at the sky. Beside him, Elder Zhun nodded with grave importance. Indeed, Elder Dan came with the most justified air, carrying a jade box in hand. This old man has come to deliver some spirit milk. Gu Xianlai stood with arms folded on the other side, watching the three of them with cold eyes for a long moment. The paths from your respective peaks to the Emperor's pavilion have all been rather smooth today. The group fell silent all at once. Elder Jian continued to gaze at the sky. Elder Zhun bowed his head to examine the stone steps. Elder Dan merely opened a jade box and inhaled. The milk today is indeed excellent, Gu Xianlai sneered. Yet they all claimed the child was too young, and there was no rush. The ancestral shrine had only issued word yesterday, and now barely at dawn more than half had already arrived. Gu Changyuan stood off to the side, clutching the peach branch, glancing between one and then another, clearly unable to grasp what they were doing. It wasn't until Gu Xianwei emerged from the far end of the corridor. Several elders finally began to restrain themselves. The elders' gaze swept over them in turn. Are you all so idle? No one responded. Gu Xianlai grinned slightly. Well asked. Elder Jian cleared his throat. Since grandfather has said we may begin letting Changyuan be introduced to the fundamentals of each peak, there ought to be some order to this. The elder from Dao Peak immediately chimed in. Naturally there should be order. But where to start comes first. It requires discussion. Elder Jian turned his head to look at him. Wasn't the Sword Peak already decided last night? Who decided? Grandfather. The Dao Peak elder paused. Several gazes converged simultaneously on Gu Xianwei. The elder could be bothered to ignore them, merely gesturing to Gu Changyuan. Changyuan. The boy ran forward 2 steps, then remembered how Gu Jiuxiu always told him not to run so fast, and quickly slowed his pace. Grandfather. I mentioned yesterday I'd take you somewhere. Gu Changyuan paused to think. Sword Peak. Yes. Gu Xianwei looked down and noticed the peach branch in his hand. You like this? Gu Changyuan glanced down at it. I just picked it up. Then keep it. Gu Xianwei took his hand and walked toward the eastern side of the ancestral grounds. Several elders behind them exchanged glances. Before long they all followed. Gu Xianlai lagged behind, his teeth aching the more he watched. Sword Peak was the steepest among all peaks in Yinxiu. The entire peak rose from the sea of clouds, its cliffs dark as jade, and from afar it resembled an ancient sword never yet sharpened, thrust into heaven and earth. Unlike the area around the Emperor's pavilion, this place lacked ancient trees and spirit springs. Instead, ancient pines lined both sides of the mountain path. The trunks leaned perpetually to one side under the mountain wind's pressure, many bearing old sword marks of varying depths, some nearly swallowed by concentric growth rings, leaving only pale streaks. Further along the path stood a cliff face, sheared clean flat. The cross-section was smooth, and despite millennia passing, no moss had taken root upon it. No one made a point of explaining to Gu Changyuan who had made such a cut. Yet he stood there gazing for quite some time. Let's go, Gu Xianwei called. Oh, only then did Gu Changyuan hurry to catch up. The higher they climbed, the clearer the wind sounded. Not louder, but cleaner. The wind swept through the cliffs on either side, grazing past rows of sword racks and etched stone walls, occasionally stirring a faint metallic ring. A resonant chime, distant, dissipating into the clouds in an instant. This was Gu Changyuan's first visit, his eyes drinking in everything along the way. At the halfway mark, he suddenly halted. Nearby lay a broad bluestone terrace where dozens of children from the Gu family were scattered about. Some were older, others younger. The youngest barely 10, and none wielded real spirit swords, only smoothly planed wooden practice blades. Thrust, withdraw, turn, thrust again. The movements were simple to the point of monotony. An elder paced nearby, occasionally reaching out to adjust a student's shoulder or footwork. Higher still, true sword light could occasionally be glimpsed, though separated by formation barriers at a distance. Gu Changyuan stood on the stone steps, observing for a moment. They don't cultivate either. Elder Jian seized the chance to speak at last. Their age hasn't come. He followed Gu Changyuan's gaze toward the terrace. Before 12, they must first master how to hold a sword and move their bodies correctly. Only after their heavenly meridians stabilize can we discuss drawing in spiritual energy and practicing cultivation methods. Gu Changyuan nodded. On the terrace, a child had turned too hastily, lost his footing, and nearly dropped his wooden sword. Those nearby burst into laughter. The child blushed, picked up the wooden sword, and started over. Gu Changyuan didn't laugh. He waited until the boy completed those movements flawlessly on his second attempt before resuming his ascent with Gu Xianwei. Gu Xianwei glanced sideways at him, saying nothing. At Sword Peak summit, there were no golden halls or towering structures as one might imagine. Only a vast expanse of dark blue stone. Beyond, the terrace clouds churned like a restless sea. Dozens of ancient, unsheathed swords stood on distant stone pedestals, their scabbards varying in hue, some already cracked with age. A breeze swept through, sending a row of sword tassels swaying gently. This was the original site where Sword Peak taught the youngest Gu family members to recognize their weapons. Elder Jian appeared well prepared. As everyone took their seats, he drew from his sleeve a slender, weathered manual and placed it before Gu Changyuan. The illustrated guide to the 9 swords of Qingyun. Gu Xianlai glanced over it. Just this? The elder's expression darkened instantly. What else would you expect? He's 4 years old. Do you want me to produce the Imperial Sword Manual? Gu Xianlai considered this and fell silent. Only then did the elder crouch beside Gu Changyuan, slowly unfolding the manual. Changyuan, we won't practice swordplay today. Only observe. Gu Changyuan nodded. These 9 illustrations represent what the Gu family children study when first learning sword forms. Stance grip, where the blade begins and ends. Absorb what you can. His tone softened further. It's alright if some escapes you. Gu Changyuan set the peach branch aside and bent his head to study the pages carefully. 9 figures appeared across the illustrations, their movements straightforward. The first depicted drawing the blade. The second showed the sword sweeping along the body's flank. The third captured the turn and withdraw. Beyond these came thrusts, lifts, presses, rotations, and returns. Each frame stood simple enough alone. Gu Changyuan moved from the first illustration to the second, then from the second to the third. After a moment, he returned to the second illustration, then examined the third again. He extended a finger, tracing twice between the 2 frames, finally resting on the empty space between them. Elder Jin waited. What don't you understand? Gu Changyuan didn't lift his gaze immediately. The middle. The elder paused, startled. What middle? Gu Changyuan's small hand pointed to the swordsman's grip in the second illustration. Here the sword is still below. Then he indicated the third image. And here it's already at the shoulder. He looked up. How does it cross that distance? Elder Jian remained silent. Gu Xuanwei, whose eyes had been half closed, opened them fully at that moment. The illustrated guide to the 9 swords of Qingyuan was never a complete sword manual. It depicted only 9 fundamental stances. Once Gu family children began actual practice, elders would naturally teach them form by form, gradually connecting the movements. No one had ever felt something was missing from the diagrams. That was precisely their purpose, to show children what each stance looked like. But Gu Changyuan, seeing it for the first time, asked how one transitioned from the preceding form to the next. Elder Jian fell silent for a moment. How do you think it should move? Gu Changyuan studied it twice more before picking up the peach branch beside him. A 4-year-old's shoulders were narrow and legs short. Even mimicking the diagram, his posture left much to be desired. He glanced down at his feet, then silently shifted his stance half a step wider. Gu Xuanli's lips twitched, but Gu Xuanwei's gaze had already landed on him. He forced himself to stay quiet. Gu Changyuan paid no mind. He repositioned himself according to the second illustration, lowering the branch. When attempting to transition to the third pose for the first time, his movements were noticeably awkward. Gu Changyuan halted mid-motion, considering. Again, this time rather than lifting directly to his shoulder, he guided the branch outward along its natural arc with a subtle wrist rotation. The turn of his wrist was exceedingly slight. His shoulder tilted slightly to the side. The peach branch swept through the air in a shallow arc before settling naturally at the position of the third illustration. The peach blossom atop its tip trembled gently. A single petal drifted down. It was caught by the peach branch, carried along that arc for half a circle before landing softly upon the spread sword manual. Gu Changyuan looked down at the peach branch, then at the diagram. Is this acceptable, eh? No one answered immediately. The sword peak elder had already risen. He took the simplest wooden sword from the nearby rack. No spiritual energy, no sword intent. Only the ordinary method he used when teaching children, moving from the second stance to the third. Retract. Pause. Shift the shoulder. Begin again. He repeated the motion. This time, after the sword fell to his side, he didn't stop. His wrist carried it outward in a smooth half circle, his hips and shoulders turning with his body as the wooden sword naturally settled into the third stance. The sword peak elder halted, his brow furrowing gradually. The blade peak elder had been watching silently from the side. Well, he finally asked. But the sword peak elder didn't respond. He went through it once more, arriving at the same second approach. The original teaching method wasn't flawed. The 9 diagrams weren't wrong either. These fixed forms had always been taught separately. The actual transitions were reserved for later, when the elders would gradually fill in what the children had already mastered through repetition. Yet Gu Changyuan had begun searching for that missing step on his very first glance at the diagrams. The blade peak elder could no longer contain himself. Speak. The sword peak elder turned and glared at him. Why the rush? Though he said this aloud, his voice softened considerably when he looked back at Gu Changyuan. Changyuan. Gu Changyuan lifted his head. My. It's correct. Only then did the little one relax. The sword peak elder nudged the manual closer. Would you like to look at the fourth one as well? Gu Xianwei spoke calmly. Today is simply about recognizing the diagrams. The sword peak elder froze mid-motion. I'm only asking. Gu Xianwei regarded him. Do you wish to ask about all 9? The sword peak elder fell silent. Yet his restraint didn't mean others were willing to wait. The blade peak elder had already drawn a rolled sword diagram from his sleeve, and the array peak elder produced a palm-sized array plate. Gu Xuanli's eyebrows jumped at the sight. He's 4 years old. Are you truly not worried about overwhelming him? Before they could argue further, the pill peak elder had already made his unhurried way through the crowd. He hadn't brought any diagrams or scriptures, only a small jade bottle from a jade box. As he pulled the stopper, a faint milky fragrance drifted out. We've been staring at these for ages. Have some spiritual milk first. A moment of silence fell. The Sword Peak Elder's expression darkened further. You came to Sword Peak just for this. The Pill Peak Elder remained utterly composed. The child's been straining his eyes looking at diagrams. What harm is there in a drink? As he spoke, he'd already extended the jade bottle toward Gu Changyuan. Gu Changyuan glanced at him, then at the bottle. He reached out with both hands to accept it, took a small sip, and pursed his lips. He looked down at the bottle again, clearly pleased with the taste. Thank you, Grandpa Dan. The smile on the Pill Peak Elder's face deepened immediately. Drink slowly. The Sword Peak Elder stood nearby, his eye twitching. You traded a title for a bottle of spiritual milk. The Pill Peak Elder shot him a sidelong glance. You could give something too. The Sword Peak Elder bent down and began patting his sleeves. After a long search, nothing edible except the sword diagrams. His expression grew even worse. Gu Xianlai watched from the side, suppressing laughter. Gu Xianwei massaged his brow. Put everything away. Only then did they settle down. Gu Changyuan held the jade bottle and took another small sip. Gu Xianwei looked at him. Do you still want to look? Yes. Gu Changyuan answered quickly. Then he glanced at the corner of the blade diagram peeking from the stone table and the small array plate the array Peak Elder hadn't yet tucked back into his sleeve. He hesitated for a moment. May I look at all of them? The elders fell silent simultaneously. Gu Xianlai was the first to laugh. Quite the appetite. Gu Xianwei didn't smile. Why do you want to see all of them? Gu Changyuan looked down, pondering for a while. The 4-year-old clearly didn't yet know how to articulate what was in his mind. After a moment, he pointed first at the 9 swords of Changyuan diagram. Just now it turned back here. His small hand traced that arc in the air. It's somewhat like the lines in that scripture from last year. Gu Xuanwei's gaze shifted slightly. Gu Changyuan then looked toward the array plate in the array Peak Elder's hand. There used to be lines on the steps of the Emperor's palace as well. The array Peak Elder's expression immediately grew uneasy. That formation pattern, which made lights bloom in circles with each step Gu Changyuan took, had been modified by him. Gu Changyuan didn't notice his discomfort. Those lines also curved back. He paused. So I want to see if the others do the same. This time no one laughed. Gu Xianwei didn't speak immediately, only looking down at Gu Changyuan for a moment. Last year, that scroll of the Guiyuan scripture. The child had been fixated on a blank space that no one else had bothered to examine. Today, with 9 sword diagrams spread before him, what he was asking about wasn't the sword forms themselves. The old man withdrew his gaze. You may look at them all. The elders perked up simultaneously. However, there are rules. Gu Xianwei looked at them. Only one per day. We'll teach only the fundamentals, only the principles of form. No guiding his spiritual energy, no forcing methods into him, and certainly no stuffing him with the advanced teachings from each peak prematurely. The Sword Peak Elder nodded. The Blade Peak Elder also carefully rolled up his blade diagrams. The Array Peak Elder bowed his head and tucked the array plate back into his sleeve. Gu Xuanwei's gaze swept across their faces one by one. Finally he added, also, no one is to compete. Their movements all stalled simultaneously. Gu Xianlai crossed his arms and sneered. Gu Xianwei turned to look at him. You're no exception. Gu Xuanlia's smile vanished instantly. I wasn't competing. Were you about to suggest teaching boxing tomorrow? Gu Xianlai fell silent. Gu Changyuan sat to the side, cradling that bottle of spiritual milk, glancing left and right for a long while, unable to understand why all these adults had suddenly grown quiet. On the way down the mountain, Gu Changyuan still held that peach branch. The flowers had all fallen, leaving only a slender twig. Halfway down, he spotted those Gu family children from before practicing forms with wooden swords. Still the thrusts, the retracts, the turns, the thrusts again. The child who'd lost his footing earlier could now complete the full sequence. Gu Changyuan stopped, watched for a moment, then glanced down at the peach branch in his hand. He didn't attempt to practice along. Gu Xianwei made no objection. Only when he'd watched his fill did he continue downward. Even far along the path, the mountain wind still pursued from behind, brushing past ancient pines and sword racks. It carried the sound of a barely audible sword hum. Gu Changyuan turned back. Grandfather, my, will I come back tomorrow? I won't be at Sword Peak tomorrow. Gu Changyuan thought about it. Watching blades. Something else. Oh, he wasn't disappointed. After walking further, he suddenly looked down at the peach branch. Can I still look at the sword diagrams sometime? Gu Xianwei smiled. Of course. Only then did Gu Changyuan feel at ease. That night Sword Peak grew quiet once more. The 9 swords of Changyuan diagram spread across the stone table during the day remained unrolled. The Sword Peak Elder sat alone before the table. 9 diagrams. He had studied them for many years. He had also taught many children. Every time he had opened them before, his gaze would fall upon the sword forms themselves. How the first form begins. How the second form concludes. Where the wrist rests in the third. But tonight was different. What he found himself studying most were those blank spaces. Between the first and second illustration. Between the second and third. One after another. There was nothing depicted on the diagrams. Yet the Sword Peak Elder's gaze grew slower the longer he looked. After a long while he rose and retrieved the wooden sword. He He didn't channel spiritual energy, only moved through the forms. The first form descended, connected to the second. Before reaching the third form, instead of pausing as he always had, he let his wrist turn naturally. Following the minute arc Gu Changyuan had demonstrated that afternoon, the wooden sword swept through. His body turned with it. The third form, connected to the fourth. After moving through several more forms, the old man suddenly halted. He looked down at the wooden sword, then lifted his eyes to the 9 lonely diagrams on the table. Half an hour later in the ancestral shrine, Gu Changyuan had just closed an ancient volume when footsteps sounded outside. The Sword Peak Elder entered, still carrying the scroll of 9 swords of Changyuan. Gu Changyuan looked up. At this hour, what is it? The Sword Peak Elder said nothing, simply unfolding the sword diagrams before him. Gu Changyuan glanced down. Is there a problem with the diagrams? No. The Sword Peak Elder shook his head. His finger drifted slowly from the first illustration to the second, but didn't rest on any sword form. Instead, it halted upon the blank space between the two. After returning, I reviewed them once more. Gu Changyuan raised his eyes. The Sword Peak Elder fell silent for a moment. What Changyuan was observing today may have had nothing to do with sword techniques at all. Silence settled over the ancestral shrine. Gu Changyuan's brow furrowed slowly. Then what was he looking at? The Sword Peak Elder's finger continued forward, from the emptiness between the second and third illustrations, sweeping onward until it paused. He was watching. The old man's voice dropped to a whisper. Why these techniques can be joined together. The night had grown deep. The lamps in the ancestral hall still burned. The 9 swords of Changyuan diagram was spread out across the long table, 9 sword forms unfolding from left to right in sequence. Elder Jianfeng stood before the table, his finger hovering at the blank space between the second and third diagrams, as though his earlier words still lingered in the hall. What Changyuan observed today might not have been sword techniques at all. He studied these forms, yet he saw how they connect. Gu Changyuan didn't answer immediately. The old man bent his head, his gaze moving slowly from the first form to the third. The diagrams remained unchanged. The 9 images held every brushstroke, none added or lost. Yet when his gaze shifted away from the sword forms themselves, the empty spaces he'd never bothered to study before suddenly seemed different. He reached out, tracing a line from the second diagram to the third. Have you tried it? I have. Elder Jianfeng nodded, his expression far less playful than it had been that day. No spiritual energy was used, only the movements. The original method isn't wrong, but if you connect the forms the way Changyuan rotated his wrist halfway through that day, there's indeed a missing pause between the 2 stances. After speaking, he looked down at the sword diagram again, falling silent himself. Gu Changyuan withdrew his hand. So, Elder Jianfeng raised his head. Ancestor, I mean. If this child truly learns swordsmanship in the future. His words trailed off before he could finish. Gu Changyuan already cast him a look. He's 4 years old. Elder Jianfeng's mouth twitched. I know. Then don't plan so far ahead for him. The old man slowly rolled up the 9 swords of Changyuan diagram and set it aside. Elder Jianfeng didn't argue further. He simply stood there a moment before adding. During the day, Changyuan also mentioned something else. Gu Changyuan's movement faltered slightly. What? He said that half-circle rotation resembles the lines in the Guiyuan canon from last year. Later he mentioned the array patterns on the steps of the Emperor's Sun Hall, saying those lines also circle back. Gu Changyuan looked at him. Elder Jianfeng spread his hands. That's why he wanted to look at the others too. The ancestral hall fell quiet again. Gu Changyuan gazed at the sword diagram on the table for a moment, then simply said, then let him look. Just look. The Emperor's Sun Hall was much quieter than the ancestral hall. Night wind brushed past the peach tree outside the window, occasional petals drifting onto the windowsill. Beside the jade bed, the ancient spring shimmered with a faint golden glow, its light reflected on the wall, gently rippling with the subtle undulations of the water's surface. Gu Changyuan had long fallen asleep. Yun Jue sat beside the bed, a book in her hands, yet she hadn't turned a single page for quite some time. She only lifted her head when Gu Tianlin returned from outside. Has the ancestral hall disbanded? Just now, Gu Tianlin removed his outer robe and walked to the jade bed. Gu Changyuan's face was half buried in the soft covers, one hand exposed, the palm still bearing a faint red mark from handling the peach branch that day. Yun Jue took a damp cloth and wiped it for him. What did Elder Jianfeng say? He didn't say there was a problem with the sword diagram. Then what did he say? Gu Tianlin sat beside the bed, his gaze resting on his son's face. He said Changyuan was looking at something different from everyone else. Yun Jue wasn't particularly surprised by this, merely lowering her head to smooth out her son's cuffs. After a while she suddenly smiled. Since he came back, he hasn't mentioned it at all. Gu Tianlin turned his head. Then what did he say? He said the wind on Sword Peak is very strong. Yun Jue counted on her fingers as she listed them out. He also mentioned that an older brother on the mountain nearly tripped while wielding a wooden sword, but managed to steady himself on the second attempt. She paused. And Elder Danfeng's spiritual milk is quite delicious. Gu Tianlin fell silent for a moment, the corner of his mouth finally twitching. That's all. That's all. Yun Jue closed her book and looked at the child on the bed. All those things you were pondering in the ancestral hall, he probably didn't give them a second thought. Gu Tianlin didn't respond. But Gu Changyuan shifted on the bed at that moment, his small feet kicking twice beneath the covers, as if uncomfortable with the weight. Gu Tianlin reached out and loosened the blanket around him. Yun Jiwei watched him for a while. Tianlin. I understand that the ancestors want to know how much he can truly see. She reached out and gently brushed aside the strands of hair on Gu Changyuan's forehead. But he's only 4 years old. If he wants to look at the sword diagram, let him look. If he doesn't want to look tomorrow and prefers to chase birds in the Emperor's Sun Hall all morning, then let him chase them. Gu Tianlin looked down at the small foot that had just settled beneath the covers. After a while he said, very well. Yun Jiwei's eyes softened with amusement. When he truly doesn't want to look, he won't. No one can force him. That's more like it. Gu Tianlin readjusted the covers over Gu Changyuan and glanced once more at the bedside as he rose. Was today's spiritual milk really that good? Yun Jiwei looked up. You want to drink it too? Gu Tianlin paused mid-step. Then, acting as if nothing had been said, he walked toward the door. Let's sleep. The following morning, outside the ancestral hall was considerably livelier than usual. When Gu Xianwei emerged, several people were already standing around the stone table. Elder Jianfeng was the quietest today. Having gained the upper hand yesterday, he stood straighter among the crowd than the others. Gu Xianlai was quite the opposite. Today it should be War Peak's turn, shouldn't it? Elder Jinfeng glanced at him. On what grounds? Yesterday was Sword Peak's turn, as surely today belongs to War Peak. Yesterday was Sword Peak's turn, so today it's naturally Array Peak's turn. Who decided that? I do now. Their voices grew louder. Gu Xianwei didn't break stride. Once he reached the stone table, he set down a bamboo tube on its surface. Inside, several bamboo slips rattled against one another. The bickering stopped immediately. Gu Xianlai looked down. What's this supposed to mean? Draw. Gu Xianwei sat down. You decide who goes first and who goes second. The others exchanged glances. Elder Danfeng was the first to stroke his beard, nodding with a grin. Fair enough. Gu Xianlai frowned. He couldn't quite explain why, but something about the old man's eagerness felt off. Elder Jinfeng had just reached out when his gaze fell upon Elder Danfeng's sleeve. Wait. Elder Danfeng froze. Everyone followed his line of sight. Protruding from his sleeve was half of a thin bamboo slip, and they could even make out a tiny character Dan written on it. The area outside the ancestral hall fell silent. Elder Danfeng lowered his head, staring at the half bamboo slip for a moment before Gu Xianlai slowly turned to face him. Explain yourself. After a brief pause, Elder Danfeng made a natural motion to slide the bamboo slip back into his sleeve, but a hand reached out first. Gu Xianwei pulled the bamboo slip directly from his sleeve. The old man glanced down at the Dan character marked on it. Explain. The smile on Elder Danfeng's face finally stiffened. Nothing better to do last night, Elder Danfeng replied. Just practicing my grip in advance. Gu Xianlai nearly laughed in anger. You need to practice your grip for drawing lots. Practice makes perfect in everything. Does your alchemy also rely entirely on your thick skin? Elder Danfeng shook his head. Now that's going too far. He said this quite seriously. It's mostly about natural talent. Gu Xianlai was speechless. Elder Jinfeng had turned his head away, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Gu Xianwei held the bamboo slip and studied it for a long while. The bamboo slip, he said, looking up at Elder Danfeng. Or the confinement chamber. The smile on Elder Danfeng's face vanished completely. The bamboo slip. New bamboo slips were placed back into the tube. This time Gu Xianwei watched personally. After the draw was completed, Jinfeng came out first, and Danfeng came second. Gu Xianlai looked down at the bamboo slip in his hand, his expression darkening instantly. Why isn't it War Peak again? Gu Xianwei lifted his teacup. Bad luck, Gu Xianwei said calmly. Elder Danfeng looked at his drawn slip marked, too, and his mood actually improved. Tomorrow isn't too late either. Gu Xianlai narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you didn't tamper with that one? The ancestor drew it with his own eyes, Elder Danfeng replied, casually slipping the bamboo slip back into his sleeve. Such is fate. Get lost. Today they wouldn't be going to Array Peak. Given Gu Changyuan's young age, even the most basic teaching board wouldn't require a dedicated mountain climb. Outside the Emperor's Sun Hall, the stone table had been cleared well in advance. Morning light filtered through the peach branches onto the tabletop, while a few petals drifted to its edge on the wind. Elder Jinfeng had already been waiting there for some time, with only a palm-sized cyan jade array board placed before him. When Gu Changyuan approached, he first offered a proper greeting. Grandpa Jun. The stern expression on Elder Jinfeng's face instantly melted away. Oh. Watching from the side, Elder Jianfeng's teeth ached with envy, while Gu Xianlai simply rolled his eyes. Gu Changyuan climbed onto the stone stool. The array board rested perfectly before him. Its cyan jade surface was carved with several basic array patterns extending from all sides toward the center, passing through a few nodes along the way before converging into a small central array eye. Elder Jinfeng didn't rush to explain. Instead, he extended his finger and gently touched the edge of the array board. The outermost array pattern lit up first. A pale green spiritual light moved slowly along the pattern, followed immediately by the second and third lines lighting up in sequence. Several rays of light passed through different nodes, sometimes diverging, sometimes converging, until they all flowed toward the center together. The array I began to glow with a gentle blue-green light. A peach blossom leaning against the table edge was also bathed in the faint blue-green hue. Gu Changyuan's eyes followed the lights as they moved slowly. This is a spirit-gathering formation. Elder Jinfeng placed one hand beside the array board, deliberately slowing the formation's operation to an extremely sluggish pace. It's also one of the basic formations that children of the Gu family learn to observe first. Today is no different. We won't be learning how to deploy it or memorizing the array patterns. Just watch how these lights move. Gu Changyuan nodded. All right. The formation resumed its operation. The first ray of spiritual light entered along the outer array pattern. The second ray followed behind. The third ray took a different path, weaving around 2 nodes before approaching the center. Gu Changyuan's small hand, which had been resting on the table edge, slowly let go as he inched his body forward until his chin was nearly touching the tabletop. Seeing this, Elder Jinfeng simply pushed the array board closer to him. Take your time watching. Gu Changyuan remained silent. The first round concluded. Then another round followed. And a third round after that. Elder Jinfeng didn't urge him along either. On the fourth round, Gu Changyuan suddenly raised his hand. He didn't touch the array board, but instead used just one finger to slowly trace along the leftmost beam of spiritual light. Why does it keep chasing every time? Elder Jinfeng was taken aback. Chasing what? Gu Changyuan pointed to the other 2 beams of light. Chasing those 2. The other 2 arrived first. The leftmost one lagged slightly behind. By the time it finally reached the array, the other 2 spiritual lights were already there. Gu Changyuan brought his first 2 fingers together, then let his third finger follow more slowly. They arrived first. It came later, but by the time it arrives, this spot would have. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while before pressing his 3 fingers together. Squeezed together. The smile on Elder Jinfeng's face gradually faded. Gu Xuanwei, who had been standing under the corridor, also raised his eyes at this moment. Elder Jinfeng didn't bother explaining that it wasn't called squeezing. His fingertip remained at the edge of the array board, as he simply let the spirit-gathering formation run through another cycle. The first round. The second round. By the third round, the 3 beams of spiritual light entered the array in succession. The central blue-green light trembled ever so slightly. Too subtle. Under normal observation, one wouldn't even notice it as anything noteworthy. Elder Jinfeng remained silent. He continued. The fourth round. Still the same. The fifth round. Still unchanged. Gu Xuanlia, standing nearby, had grown somewhat impatient. What are you even looking at? But Elder Jinfeng seemed to have completely tuned him out. His gaze was completely locked onto the array eye. Another round ended. This time he didn't even lift his head. His left hand pressed down on the array board again, while his right index finger traced over the 3 nodes in sequence. The leftmost array pattern, having taken an extra detour through an additional node, always lagged by the slimmest margin. Yet the formation itself remained intact, and the spirit-gathering function was unaffected. In the past, he wouldn't have even considered this a problem. But after staring at it continuously for several rounds, that barely perceptible tremor of the array suddenly appeared glaringly obvious. Grandpa Zhun. Noticing he hadn't spoken for a while, Gu Changyuan called out softly. Only then did Elder Jinfeng snap back to attention. My. Can't we let it go first? Gu Changyuan extended his 3 fingers again. The leftmost one stepped forward slightly ahead, with the other 2 following behind. That way there'd be no need to chase. Elder Jinfeng gazed at those tiny fingers. After a few breaths, he straightened his posture. Let's try it. This time Gu Changyuan still didn't touch the array board. Elder Jinfeng himself adjusted the sequence in which spiritual energy was channeled into the formation. The array patterns remained unchanged. The nodes weren't moved either. Only that slowest beam of spiritual light entered the formation a fraction of a moment ahead of the other 2. The left came first. The other 2 followed slightly behind. In the end, the 3 streams of spiritual light arrived at the center almost simultaneously. They merged. The array lit up. No tremor. Elder Jinfeng's expression froze in place. He quickly reverted to the original operation method. The 3 beams of spiritual light converged. The array trembled slightly. Modified again. No tremor. Restored. Trembled again. He repeated this sequence several times over. He didn't even notice when the several people beside him had gathered closer. Gu Xianlai stroked his chin, studying it for a long while. There really was one less tremble. Elder Jinfeng suddenly looked up. That's called a minor fluctuation in the array eye's chi and spirit. Gu Xianlai wore a nonchalant expression. It's all the same. How is it the same? Anyway, it just doesn't tremble anymore. Elder Jinfeng was about to argue with him when Elder Jianfeng, standing nearby, slowly spoke up. How many years has this spirit-gathering formation been in use? Elder Jinfeng's voice cut off abruptly. He turned his head. Elder Jianfeng's expression was completely calm. Just asking. The complexion of Elder Jinfeng darkened little by little. Yesterday, when he had stood at Sword Peak watching the entertainment, he had used the exact same tone. Shut up. Elder Jianfeng immediately felt satisfied. Gu Changyuan looked left and right. Seeing that none of the elders were getting to the point, he had no choice but to turn his attention back to Elder Jinfeng. Did I say something wrong? Elder Jinfeng immediately bowed his head. No mistake. He paused for a moment, then glanced at the array board again. It's just that Grandpa Zhen didn't notice this part before. Only then did Gu Changyuan nod with relief. He didn't feel he had done anything particularly significant. But Elder Jinfeng was already so absorbed that he completely forgot about those around him. The old man carried the array board to a corner and sat down, alternating between letting all 3 beams of spiritual light proceed simultaneously and giving the left one an early start, even beginning to experiment with staggering the convergence sequence at different nodes. The spirit gathering speed hadn't suddenly surged because of this. The spiritual energy from heaven and earth absorbed by the formation hadn't increased much either. But that slight tremor which had persisted for who knew how many years was indeed gone. Elder Jinfeng stared at the array board, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. If it was merely the simplest spirit-gathering formation, it naturally amounted to nothing. But what if this staggered sequencing were applied to grand formations where dozens or even hundreds of array paths converged simultaneously? His hand had already reached toward his sleeve. Let me fetch another one. Gu Xianwei finally spoke. That's all for today. Elder Jinfeng's movement halted. Ancestor, just the simplest water-guiding formation. Gu Xianwei walked over to the stone table, reached out, and directly took the cyan jade array board from his embrace. Tomorrow. Elder Jinfeng watched helplessly as the array board was taken away. After a moment of silence, he asked, what about half a board? Gu Xianlai finally couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. Gu Xianwei didn't even glance at him. There's an entire room full in the confinement chamber. Elder Jinfeng immediately stood up straight. Today has indeed been more than enough. Gu Xianlai laughed even harder beside him. How can all of you be like this? Elder Jianfeng looked at him. Yesterday, who was the one saying they'd teach fist techniques tomorrow? Gu Shualia's laughter stopped abruptly. That's different. No one paid him any attention. Gu Changyuan climbed down from the stone stool. Having sat there all morning, he wasn't particularly tired, just a bit hungry. His gaze naturally fell to the side. There placed early on was a familiar small jade bottle. Gu Changyuan walked over, cupped it with both hands, and took a small sip. Elder Danfeng, who had been laughing at Elder Jinfeng's expense from afar, immediately fixed his gaze on the bottle. Slow down. Gu Xianlai turned his head. You're not teaching today anyway. Elder Danfeng maintained a calm expression. What he's drinking is mine. Gu Xianlai opened his mouth. To his surprise, he had no rebuttal. Gu Changyuan took 2 more sips, then cradled the jade bottle and returned to sit on the stone stool. Meanwhile, Elder Jinfeng remained nearby, gazing longingly at the array board that Gu Xianwei had already taken away. Gu Changyuan looked for a while, then glanced down at the spiritual milk in his hands. Grandpa Dan. Elder Danfeng turned almost immediately. What is it? Gu Changyuan swayed the jade bottle. Was this also refined? Naturally. At the mention of his own creations, Elder Danfeng instantly perked up. He stepped forward 2 paces and squatted down with a smile. This bottle of spiritual milk uses 3 spiritual herbs and 2 spiritual fruits, slowly refined over gentle heat. Don't let its small size fool you. Then when they're in the furnace, do they all go in together? His voice trailed off. The smile still hung on Elder Danfeng's face. But Gu Changyuan had already extended a finger pointing to where the array board had just been placed. Just like those lights. Do they all converge to the center together? Outside the Emperor's Sun Hall, silence suddenly fell. Elder Jinfeng was the first to look up. Elder Jianfeng also slowly turned around. By early morning of the second day, the Elder of the Alchemy Peak had already arrived at the Emperor's palace. The stone table had just been cleaned, and he was already seated beneath the tree, sipping his tea. There was no pill furnace on the table, nor any complex prescription. Only 3 freshly picked spiritual herbs and a few shallow jade dishes were placed there. When Gu Changyuan emerged, he caught sight of him at once. Grandpa Dan. The old man who had been holding his teacup immediately wore an even broader smile. You're here. Gu Changyuan walked to the table, but didn't rush to examine the herbs. Instead, he first glanced toward the elder's sleeve. The old man followed his gaze and looked down. What are you looking at? Spiritual milk. Gu Xuanlia, who was drinking tea nearby, burst out laughing. Just look at what you've taught him. The Elder of the Alchemy Peak remained expressionless, tucking the corner of the jade bottle that had been peeking out from his sleeve back inside. Finish recognizing them before you drink. All right. The little one agreed promptly and climbed onto the stone stool. Gu Xianwei also walked over from the corridor and sat down nearby. Today the elders unusually refrained from adding their own items to the table. The sword peak brought no diagrams, and the formation peak didn't even touch their formation boards. At least not for now. None of the 3 spiritual herbs on the table were particularly rare. The first had leaves tinged with pale gold, feeling slightly warm to the touch. The second was a slender vine in light blue, cool against the skin. The last was an ordinary green-white grass, neither cold nor warm. The old man didn't announce their names first. He simply pushed the 3 items forward. Touch them. Gu Changyuan ran his fingers from the first to the third, lingering for a moment on the green-white grass. I can't feel anything. Not feeling anything is also a kind of feeling. Gu Xianlai raised an eyebrow at this. Do you pill refiners always speak in such roundabout ways? The person at the table didn't even turn his head. That's why you only know how to fight. Gu Xuanlia's mouth twitched, and he couldn't be bothered to argue further. Only after Gu Changyuan had touched all 3 herbs did the elder of the alchemy peak briefly explain that the first was on the warm side, the second on the cool side, and the third was the most balanced. As for the names and other details, there was no rush to continue. For a 4-year-old child, remembering these 3 things before him was enough for today. Besides, what Gu Changyuan had truly wanted to see yesterday was not what they were called. 2 shallow jade dishes were placed on the table. The old man took a small amount of pre-refined medicinal liquid from both the Qingyang leaf and the Chen Shui vine. 1 drop of pale gold, 1 drop of light blue. Didn't you ask yesterday how they would move once they entered the furnace? Gu Changyuan immediately sat up straighter. The 2 portions of medicinal liquid were then slowly brought together. The pale gold floated upward. The light blue sank downward. At first it remained relatively calm, but once the 2 colors truly met, the little one had already unconsciously leaned forward a bit. After watching for a while, his brows furrowed as well. They're fighting for space. The table fell silent. Gu Changyuan extended both small hands, one pushing upward, the other pressing downward until they met before his chest. This one wants to go up. This one wants to go down. The 2 hands pressed against each other, they're neither yielding. He thought carefully for a moment. They'll argue. Gu Xuanlia's lips couldn't help but curl upward slightly. The old man glanced at him, but didn't smile himself. He merely looked down at the jade dish. The 2 streams of medicinal liquid had already slowly merged, but at the point where they truly met, a faint turbidity still lingered. This was not a problem the alchemy peak had never encountered before. In actual pill refinement, a bit more attention could handle it just fine. But this was Gu Changyuan's first time seeing these 2 medicines, and his gaze happened to linger on that spot first. The little one watched for a while longer, then suddenly reached out and pointed at the final green-white grass. Let it stand in the middle, eh? This time the old man raised his eyebrows. Why, oi? Gu Changyuan touched the bailu grass again. Not hot. Not cold either. He slowly inserted a finger between the 2 small hands that had just collided. Gu Xianlai finally understood. Finding someone to mediate. Gu Changyuan thought for a moment, then nodded earnestly. The elder of the alchemy peak studied the old man and the child for a long, while finally deciding to leave them be for now. The elder of the formation peak beside them had already turned his face away. A new jade dish was brought over. This time the bailu grass was placed in first, followed by the other 2 medicinal liquids. The 2 colors still met in the middle, but the original turbidity had faded significantly. After waiting a moment, it actually dispersed on its own. The old man's finger paused at the edge of the dish. He adjusted the sequence once more. The result remained the same. The smile on Gu Xuanlia's face also gradually faded. Useful? A little. The 2 jade dishes were placed side by side on the table. So placing them that way wasn't wrong either. With a bit more attention it would have worked out just fine. The old man gazed at the latter dish where the medicinal liquid had become uniformly mixed. Placing them this way is more convenient. Having said that, he stopped explaining further. He simply stared at the 2 jade dishes for quite a while. Gu Changyuan, however, didn't think there was anything here worth pondering over for long. So they can still be placed together. The elder of the alchemy peak only then snapped back to attention, the smile returning to his face. Yes. Just don't let them truly start bickering. Gu Changyuan nodded as if understanding, but not quite grasping at all. Oh. When collecting the jade dishes, the old man clearly still seemed to have more to offer. That's all for today. Why aren't you asking for half a sheet this time? Gu Xianlai chuckled from the side. This old man knows when to yield. The moment those words left his mouth, a small jade bottle was already produced from his other sleeve and handed toward Gu Changyuan. Gu Xianlai stared in surprise. Didn't you just check your sleeves? This old man has 2 sleeves. Gu Xianlai looked down at both sides, suddenly feeling that in the future it would be best to check the sleeves along with everything else before drawing lots. Gu Changyuan paid no mind to this, taking the jade bottle with both hands. Thank you, Grandpa Dan. The old man stroked his beard with a grin. Drink slowly. Just then a steward from the Gu family hurried to the outside of the emperor's palace and stopped at the base of the stone steps. Ancestor Elder. Gu Xianwei looked up. Someone from the Taishan sacred sect has arrived. The previously relaxed atmosphere grew slightly tense. Gu Tianlin happened to walk out from the palace. Who? The steward offered his visiting card with both hands. Elder Lu Huaishu, the 3rd elder of the Taishan sacred sect. He continued. He said that considering the age, the young master has now reached the appropriate age for beginning his education. The Taishan sect master has ordered him to present a scroll of the Taishan Qi observation diagram as a congratulatory gift. Saying this, he paused slightly. Elder Lu also wishes to meet the young master. Gu Jiuxiao stood beside the palace door, his brows already furrowed. Gu Xianwei showed little reaction, merely taking the card and glancing at it. Where is he? At the ancient reception terrace. Gu Tianlin spoke up, accept the gift. But do not see the person. Gu Xianwei nodded. Senchuanha. The steward took his leave. Gu Xianlai glanced toward the outer city. Finally, someone can't sit still anymore. Just normal social visits. The visiting card was casually placed on the table. The legitimate son of the Gu family has not appeared in 4 years since birth. Now that he's reached the age of beginning his education, it's not surprising they want to catch a glimpse. Gu Jiuxiao said lightly. If they want to see, that's their business. Gu Xianwei glanced at him. That's why we didn't allow it. After these words were spoken, the few of them didn't continue the matter further. Gu Changyuan sat on the stone stool, still holding the spiritual milk in his hands, and only looked up after listening for a long while. Who came? Gu Tianlin walked over beside him. A guest. Should I go? No need. Oh. The little one lowered his head and continued drinking his spiritual milk. Yunshu Imperial City. The ancient reception terrace. When Gu Xuanhe emerged from the clouds and missed, Lu Huaishu had already been waiting for a while. The two had known each other for many years and didn't need too much formal courtesy. After exchanging greetings, they took their seats. 2 Taishan disciples also brought the jade scroll they had carried and placed it on the stone table. The sect master calculated that the young master of the Gu family should now be at the age to begin his education. Lu Huaishu said with a smile, a qi observation diagram is not anything particularly precious. Consider it as an additional token of goodwill. On behalf of the Gu family, we thank the Taishan sect master. The jade scroll was accepted. Tea was also refilled. The two did not immediately discuss Gu Changyuan, only casually chatting about recent conditions in Zhongtian. It wasn't until half a cup of tea later that Lu Huaishu asked, as if by chance, how has the young master been lately? He can eat, and he can sleep. Gu Xuanhe replied with a chuckle, quite well. Children should be like that. Lu Huaishu also smiled. The sect master also entrusted me to convey a blessing. If it's convenient today, I would like to take the opportunity to meet him. Gu Xuanhe held his teacup, his expression not changing in the slightest. Today he only just spent half a day recognizing herbs, and he's feeling a bit drowsy now. Lu Huaishu looked at him. He quickly nodded. Then it seems I came at an inconvenient time. When he grows older, there will surely be opportunities. Naturally. That was enough. Neither asked any further. After sitting for a while longer, Lu Huaishu rose to take his leave. Gu Xuanhe personally saw him off at the ancient reception terrace, maintaining perfect courtesy from beginning to end, without the slightest lapse. It wasn't until the Yunshu Imperial City had completely disappeared into the sea of clouds behind them that one of the accompanying disciples lowered his voice. Elder, we still didn't get to see him. Could it really just be because he's too young? Lu Huaishu's footsteps didn't stop. Perhaps. The young disciple was clearly taken aback. But Lu Huaishu smiled. Things the Gu family doesn't want you to see. No matter how much you guess, it's still just guessing. He turned his head to look back at the sea of clouds. The Imperial City could no longer be seen there. 4 years without showing his face. Just these words. Then he withdrew his gaze. Return to the sect. The delivered Taishan Qi observation diagram was quickly examined. There were no issues. It was simply the most ordinary type of introductory Qi observation diagram. When Gu Xuanhe brought the results into the ancestral shrine, Gu Xianwei was flipping through an ancient text. Since we didn't see anyone today, the Taishan side must be even more curious now. The old man turned another page. Let them be. Gu Xuanhe held his teacup and looked over. Gu Xianwei didn't even lift his head. Changyuan wasn't raised to ease the minds of those outside. The ancestral shrine fell quiet for a while. No one mentioned Taishan again. The same night, the Taishan sacred sect. A streak of luminous light crossed over the mountain ranges and fell into the deep reaches of the sect. In the quiet meditation chamber, a youth sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His dark yellow Taoist robes hung down his sides. There was not a trace of open flame around him, yet the air consistently carried a faint warmth. The jade slip landed before him on the desk. The youth opened his eyes and casually picked it up. When he saw the characters, Gu family, his fingertips paused slightly. He turned the jade slip over. A phantom image of a great sun in his eyes slowly faded away. The young master of the Gu family. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Interesting. He hoped she wasn't just another vase hidden away by the imperial clan. After the Taishan sacred sect departed, Emperor Ruin City remained tranquil for a period. Or at least it appeared so on the surface. Subsequently, several sects and imperial clans came calling one after another. The Gu family's stance never wavered. Gifts were accepted, but the child remained unseen. Gu Xuanhe was stationed in the outer city to receive guests. Tea was served with polite words, and every exchange was thorough. Yet after several visits, each house understood the Gu family had no intention of presenting this child to outsiders. Further inquiries yielded nothing. The gates of Yunshu remained shut. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. When the next winter snow fell, Gu Changyuan was nearly 5 years old. The rotating instruction from the 7 peaks gradually became routine. Every few days an elder would arrive at the Emperor's Sun Hall, imparting only the most fundamental teachings. How to hold a sword, how to raise a blade, how to read formation patterns, how to recognize flora and herbs. No drawing upon spiritual energy, no practicing cultivation techniques, and certainly no touching upon truly profound inheritances. In the beginning, the bamboo cylinder that determined priority was in fierce demand. Several elders claimed the child was still young, and there was no rush, yet when it came time to draw lots, each one moved faster than the rest. Gradually things shifted. Gu Changyuan's learning pace wasn't extraordinary. He didn't master everything at first glance. The real challenge emerged afterward. He'd pause at moments the teachers never intended to address. Sometimes he'd ask a question, sometimes he'd simply study something longer. But those small moments were enough. The teachers might maintain their dignified air during the day, yet once they returned home, they could not resist revisiting knowledge they'd taught for hundreds or thousands of years. The jade slips, originally meant only to record Gu Changyuan's daily lessons, gradually accumulated annotations from the teaching elders themselves. Gu Changyuan remained completely unaware. He continued his routine, rising on schedule, studying when needed, resting when required. When hungry, he drank spiritual milk. When idle, he spent time with Gu Changyuan and the others outside the Emperor's Sun Hall. Those who lost sleep were actually the teachers themselves. Gu Changyuan initially held the least respect for them. A child of 4 or 5. How can you be brought to such confusion by his questions? His words rang out loudly. But then it was Warpeak's turn. On that day the snow had just ceased falling. The bluestone steps outside the Emperor's Sun Hall retained a damp chill. Gu Changyuan arrived without any manual, standing in the courtyard until Gu Changyuan was seated before slowly assuming his stance. Today we learn to recognize the fist. The Gu family style does not seek ostentation. When first learning, the most crucial thing is to establish a firm foundation with your feet. His words were simple and his movements deliberately slow. Only after settling into a grounded stance did he extend his fist forward. No spiritual energy, no force behind it. Merely the most basic form practice. Gu Changyuan watched attentively, then rose from his cushion and replicated the movement once. A child's body had not yet fully developed, so his limbs were naturally unsteady. But he did not rush. He quietly adjusted his position and went through the sequence again. Midway through the transition between footfall and fist extension he paused. Grandfather Jean. Why must we pause here? Gu Changyuan glanced down at his feet. When first learning, the feet must be stable before anything else. Otherwise the form becomes chaotic. Oh. Gu Changyuan nodded and tried again on his own. He placed his foot, grounded himself, then extended his fist. After a moment's observation, he looked up again. Can't we do it all at once? The old man's brows furrowed slightly. When first learning, step by step provides greater stability. Gu Changyuan accepted the answer without argument, simply nodding. Understood. He stopped questioning. But Gu Changyuan stood still for a moment, then reperformed the entire sequence himself. This time, rather than deliberately breaking down each movement, he executed the fist as he naturally would in practice. The moment his foot landed, his fist was already extended forward. No pause whatsoever, like when teaching the child. The courtyard fell silent. Gu Changyuan glanced at him, then back at the spot where he'd been standing. Grandfather Jean. Gu Changyuan was losing interest in listening. What is it now? You didn't pause just now. Nearby, someone holding a teacup felt their shoulders tremble slightly. Gu Changyuan spun around sharply. What are you laughing at? The formation peak elder maintained a calm expression. I'm not laughing. This old man saw it. The wind blew. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone nearby turned to look. Gu Changyuan's expression darkened further. That was Gu Jiuxiao's signature phrase from when he defended his war halberd, and now this old man was borrowing it. Too tired to engage with the others, he refocused on Gu Changyuan. Teaching it in segments isn't wrong. This time his tone carried genuine seriousness. When first practicing, separating hand and foot movements makes it easier to understand the form. But once truly mastered, you can't pause at every point. Gu Changyuan understood. So, I need to pause in the beginning, but not later on. Roughly, yes. Oh. The little one nodded and began slowly tracing through his own fist sequence. Gu Changyuan, however, had lost the composure he'd arrived with. Days later, an old fist manual was brought into the ancestral shrine. Gu Changyuan turned to a certain page and let his gaze linger. Where there had been blank space before, a new line of small characters had appeared. When first learning, divide the steps. When forming the movement, do not let it stagnate. The old man looked up. Gu Changyuan's expression was less than pleased. Just adding a note. Gu Changyuan nodded. Yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a clear hint of amusement. Gu Changyuan's eye twitched. What are you smiling at? Nothing. You're definitely smiling. This time he couldn't even be bothered to deny it. Yes. Gu Changyuan turned and walked away. There was no point staying in the ancestral shrine today. From then on, when the 7 Peaks elders visited the Emperor's Sun Hall, they lacked the enthusiasm of before. It wasn't that they refused to teach. But each time they prepared materials to take with them, they had to consider whether today's illustration or annotation might cause that child to stop and study it for longer. The most noticeable change was the bamboo cylinder itself. In the past, a crowd would compete fiercely over priority, faces flushed and necks reddened. Now left on the shrine table for half a day, not a single person reached for it. Gu Changyuan raised his eyes and surveyed them. Draw. Some bowed their heads to drink tea. Others looked up at the imperial patterns on the ceiling. Someone suddenly found the lamps burning in the ancestral shrine more beautiful than usual today. Gu Changyuan let out a cold snort. Normally each one competes to be first, and now they've all turned mute. From the corner someone turned to look at him. If you're not afraid, you go first. Gu Changyuan's lips tightened. Before he could respond, the elder behind the table extended his hand. Several strands of spiritual light shot out from various sleeves, simultaneously clattering across the table. Pass. Another day. Closed door cultivation. Caught a chill. And on the far edge, written with especially neat handwriting, the alchemy furnace exploded. Silence fell over the ancestral shrine. Gu Changyuan stared at it for a long moment. Whose is this? A soft cough echoed from the corner. Mine. Did your alchemy furnace really explode? Not yet. Then what are you writing it for? The person paused, preparing in advance. Finally someone couldn't contain their laughter. Gu Changyuan was about to retort when he suddenly spotted his own pass, lying at the very front. His words died in his throat. After the laughter subsided, the elders' expressions grew serious once more. They hadn't come to the ancestral shrine today, simply to avoid their teaching duties. One by one the teaching jade slips were placed upon the long table. Gu Changyuan swept his hand over them, and the contents within unfolded sequentially. At first the record still focused on what Gu Changyuan had seen and asked about that day. But the further one read, the more content belonged to the teachers themselves. Revisit this section here. Old annotations require supplementation. Perhaps another approach exists. Some weren't even modifications. They were notes indicating places where no one had previously considered pushing their thinking further. Gu Changyuan flipped through them for a while. So, the elder standing at the front let out a sigh. Ancestor, the 7 peaks rotating instruction should pause for now. Why? The old man's face showed some discomfort as he considered his words carefully. Continuing to teach this way may no longer be appropriate. Gu Changyuan remained silent. Each time we bring an image, we first tell him what it is, then instruct him on how to read it. The elder pointed to the jade slips on the table. But the places where Changyuan actually stops are precisely not what we intended to teach. Someone nearby added, continuing this way of teaching seems more like dictating where he should look. The ancestral shrine fell gradually quiet. This time, even Gu Changyuan offered no objection. Gu Changyuan looked down at those jade slips. Years ago, when the Emperor's Sun Hall first opened, he had spoken the same words. Don't choose for him yet. Let him look for himself. The old man's finger lingered on the last jade slip before he closed it. Then we pause. Several elders looked up simultaneously. The 7 peaks rotating instruction will be suspended. Gu Changyuan frowned. Are we not teaching anymore? We will teach. Gu Changyuan rose and slowly walked toward the deep interior of the ancestral shrine. It's just that we no longer need to bring a prepared diagram each day telling him which path to take here and which direction to look there. Someone hesitated. Then what should we let him look at? His footsteps halted. 3 imperial portraits hung quietly at the deepest point of the shrine, black gold lantern light, casting uncertain shadows across the old man's face. He observed them for a moment. Let him see for himself. No one spoke. Their gazes drifted past the imperial portraits toward the deeper reaches of the ancestral grounds. There stood an ancient gate that young Gu family members could never normally approach. Beyond the gate lay the ancestral vein secret realm. What truly drew Gu Changyuan's mind, there wasn't the secret realm itself, but what remained outside the ancient gate. Traces left behind from the era of the 3 emperors still present to this day. These had not been organized by later generations into specific techniques, nor had anyone written explanations alongside them about how to interpret them. One elder had already guessed his meaning. The ancestral vein area. Only to the exterior of the gate. Gu Changyuan turned around. We will not open the secret realm, will not draw upon the ancestral vein, and will not allow him to encounter true inheritances. Gu Changyuan's brows relaxed slightly. Then what will he look at? The old traces left by the 3 ancestors. The old man paused. No one will tell him how to interpret those things. Perfect. The ancestral shrine fell silent for a moment. This time no one objected. Tomorrow. Take him there. At the Emperor's Sun Hall. Snow began falling outside the window once more. Gu Changyuan sat by the window holding half a piece of sugar cake, smuggled there by Gu Yuni moments ago. A blue-plumed spiritual sparrow perched on the windowsill, its eyes fixed on that sugar cake for quite some time. Gu Changyuan watched it in return. Human and sparrow maintained their standoff for a brief moment. In the end, the little one broke off a piece and offered it forward. The spiritual sparrow snatched it in one bite. Gu Changyuan looked down at his sugar cake, now missing another piece, clearly regretting his decision. After a moment's thought, he decided against trying to take it back. Outside the window, the wind and snow grew increasingly dense. Deep within the Yunshu ancestral grounds before an ancient gate no child had approached for many years, snow accumulated silently. No child so small had visited the outer realm of the ancestral vein in many years. The night before, Gu Changyuan had already laid down the rules clearly. The secret realm would not be opened, the ancestral vein would not be drawn upon, and Gu Changyuan would not be allowed to touch the true legacy left behind the gate. They would only observe from outside, viewing the ancient traces left from the era of the three emperors, traces that to this day had never been organized by later generations into martial forms or scriptures. At dawn, Yun Jue fastened the sash for Gu Changyuan, then crouched down and drew the soft white cloak together at his front. Though no older than 5, he had already grown quite a bit since he was 3. Dressed today in a pale moon-white robe with faint dark gold patterns at the cuffs, a jade bell hung quietly at his waist. The pale gold Dao mark between his brows remained faint, and his raven-black hair was simply tied at the back of his head, making him appear even cleaner and neater beneath the cloak. If not for the unusual destination today, he might have looked more like a child taken out by an elder to watch the snow. We will return as soon as we are done. Gu Changyuan nodded. Yun Jue reached out to brush aside a strand of hair from his forehead, then looked down at him for a while longer. Everyone in the clan hoped he would grow up quickly, yet she sometimes wished if only for a little longer that time would slow down. At least for now, he was still just a child who cared for spirit milk, who hated to part with half a cake in his hand, and who would share a bit with the spiritual sparrows on the windowsill. Outside the hall, Gu Xiao had already been waiting. Seeing the mother and son emerge, the old man's first glance fell upon the boy's cloak, checking that the collar was secure and no wind slipped through before speaking. "Let us go." Gu Changyuan walked over and naturally took hold of his hand, which hung at his side. The hand that was accustomed to wielding a war halberd stiffened for a moment. Its palm was rough, its knuckles far larger than ordinary, yet when those small fingers settled into it, he instinctively loosened his grip. Gu Xiao looked down briefly. He said nothing. He simply slowed his steps a little. Yun Jue stood before the Emperor's Sun Hall, watching the old and the young gradually recede into the distance until that small figure in moon-white disappeared at the end of the corridor before returning her gaze. The ancestral vein secret realm lay at the deepest part of the Yunshu ancestral grounds. At first, pavilion stone bridges and passing Gu clan members could still be seen, but the deeper they went, the fewer people there were. By then, only ancient trees, cliff walls, and a perpetual wisp of pale cloud mist lined the path. Gu Xianwei walked at the front. Gu Tianlin and Gu Jiuxiao followed behind, along with only a handful of ancestral elders. No one from the 7 peaks was present today, nor was anyone prepared to teach Gu Changyuan anything. After walking along a stretch of downward ancient path, the surroundings grew completely silent, and even the songs of birds could no longer be heard. Yet deep beneath the earth, an extremely low sound persisted, sometimes distant, sometimes near, separated by thick mountain stone, like the rhythm of tides or the slow breathing of some colossal creature in slumber. Gu Changyuan had initially been watching the cliff walls on both sides. After walking for a while, he could no longer restrain himself and looked down. "Grandfather, my, it keeps making that sound below." Gu Xianwei did not pause. The ancestral dragon's spiritual vein. The child looked down at the stone steps beneath his feet. "Are they sleeping?" A faint movement touched the corner of Gu Jiuxiao's mouth. Gu Xianwei pondered. "Roughly." "Oh." Gu Changyuan nodded. Once he knew what it was, he no longer asked, simply looked down and listened for a while longer before falling back into step. At the end of the ancient path, the mountain split apart on both sides. A massive stone gate appeared within the heart of the mountain. There was no golden brilliance, nor was there imperial radiance piercing the heavens. It was too ancient. So ancient that the entire mountain seemed to have grown outward around this gate in later ages. Large expanses of stone had been worn, mottled by the passage of years, with only traces of varying depth remaining. Some were thin and long like weapon slashes, others had only half remnants of patterns, and several streaked diagonally from the upper reaches of the gate down to the bottom, where they had long since merged with the natural stone grain. They bore no names, nor annotations. No one could even say which era each trace belonged to. Gu Xianwei halted at a considerable distance from the ancient gate. "Here is fine." Gu Jiuxiao also stopped. Gu Changyuan stood between the two, craning his neck to gaze up at the stone gate. The gate was simply too tall. The little one looked for a while, tilting his head back further and further until his cloak slipped somewhat from his shoulders. Gu Jiuxiao bent down and readjusted it for him. The hem of his moon-white robe stirred gently in the spiritual energy from below, and the jade bell at his waist emitted a faint, crisp chime. The ancient gate was heavy and immense. The child's figure was small, yet the elderly figures standing here at that moment were not truly looking at the gate. They were looking instead at the child of barely 5 years standing before it. Gu Xianwei did not tell him which trace meant what nor which place to begin observing. He merely raised his hand and pointed forward. "Look for yourself." Gu Changyuan glanced at his grandfather. "All right." The nearest ancient trace sat very low to the ground. Gu Changyuan walked over and squatted beside it. The hem of his cloak nearly dragged across the stone surface. Gu Xiao instinctively raised a hand as though to pluck him back, but seeing Gu Xianwei remain motionless, he restrained himself. The child was entirely unaware. He merely looked down at the pale trace on the stone, already worn almost white, gazing at it for a while before shifting his angle. Nothing happened, nor did anyone ask whether he had understood anything. After a while he stood up on his own, brushed away a speck of dust from his cloak, and continued walking along the gate. Here there was no missing section from the return to origin scripture, nor any blank space between two sword techniques on a diagram, nor any elder standing beside him telling him where the correct path lay. He saw what he saw. Some traces earned only a brief glance. Others made him squat and study longer. Gu Xianwei and the others followed behind without uttering a word. Finally Gu Changyuan stopped before a faded trace nearly impossible to discern. It slanted across the stone wall deep at its upper portion, and gradually growing fainter until it vanished into the mottled stone grain, leaving no trace of where it led. He looked at it for a long time. Grandfather. Who left this? I do not know. The answer came plainly. Gu Changyuan turned his head. For the first time a clear expression of surprise crossed his face. You do not know either? Gu Xianwei gazed at the ancient trace. Perhaps someone knew once. And later. It was not passed down. The child turned back around. This time he did not ask again. He simply stood there and observed it carefully for a while longer. Gu Xiao glanced toward the deeper reaches. That is sufficient. Gu Xianwei nodded. They had never intended for Gu Changyuan to linger too long upon his first visit. Changyuan. The little one turned his head. That is all for today. Oh, he agreed readily. Gu Changyuan turned and walked back toward them. Only 2 steps into his return did a faint sound erupt from deep within the mountain. Thud. The sound was light. The ground did not tremble. The stone gate did not open. Even the spiritual mist coiling around the gate remained unchanged. Yet every pair of footsteps froze simultaneously. Gu Xiao instinctively stepped half a pace forward, shielding Gu Changyuan at his side. Gu Tianlin's gaze already turned to the ancient gate. Gu Xianwei did not move either. The mountain resank into silence. The earlier sound had been so brief it might have been mere illusion. Gu Changyuan peered out slightly from behind his grandfather. Grandfather? That sound came from inside just now. I heard it. The child looked again for a while. Is someone inside? This time, no one answered. Gu Xiao's grip upon his palm tightened ever so slightly. Gu Xuanwei meanwhile kept his gaze fixed upon the ancient gate that had lain silent for untold years. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Time drifted by. No second sound came. The stone gate showed no sign of opening, and the ancestral vein's spiritual presence remained undisturbed. The old man finally withdrew his gaze. Let us return. No one lingered. Along the way Gu Changyuan did not grow frightened by the earlier sound. Halfway back he tilted his head and asked Gu Xiao, Grandfather, can I come here again in the future? The old man's first impulse was to refuse. But the words reached his lips and turned instead toward Gu Xuanwei, who walked ahead. Yes. Gu Xianwei did not look back. But not now. Gu Changyuan thought for a moment. Then I will come again later. Having received his answer he stopped asking. They walked a while longer until a thin layer of snow gathered beside the path. The little one looked down and stepped onto it. No sound came. He stepped again. Still nothing. Gu Xiao had been walking faster than on the way out, but seeing this his pace unconsciously slowed. That night, the ancestral shrine lamps burned anew. Gu Changyuan had already returned to the Emperor's Sun Hall to sleep. Yet the elders who had visited the ancestral vein that day did not disperse. The gate did not open. Gu Tianlin recounted the day's events. The ancestral vein's spiritual energy showed no disorder either. Only that one sound. The hall fell quiet for a while. Gu Xiao spoke first. Since no other changes occurred, we should not act yet. Gu Xianwei nodded. Everything around the ancestral vein remains as before. Nor should we alter any additional seals because of today's single sound. Gu Tianlin looked toward him. Are you afraid of disturbing whatever lies within? I do not know. The old man answered calmly. Precisely because he did not know, there was no reason to act recklessly. Gu Xianlai sat nearby, unusually quiet for half the day. Only then did he stroke his chin. The 7 peaks rotation has ceased, and the ancestral vein will not let him enter now either. What shall we show him next? With those words spoken, the ancestral shrine fell quiet once more. From the return to origin scripture at age 3 to the sword formations, alchemy, and fist techniques that followed, the matters Gu Changyuan had encountered over the years were largely still methods. Even the shallowest foundations given to a child were ultimately things organized and answered by past generations. Gu Xianwei gazed down at an ancient scroll on the table. After a moment, we shall set those aside for now. Gu Xianlai paused. Then what should we show him? Clan history. At those 2 words, even Gu Xiao raised his eyebrows. Gu Tianlin reacted quickly. Let him first understand how the Gu clan came to be. Gu Xianwei turned a page of the ancient scroll upon the table. The Gu clan before the 3 emperors, what Yunshu originally resembled how the 9 ancestral dragons' spiritual veins gradually gathered here. and outward what occurred in Zhongtian and the 5 continents these years. Methods can be studied later. The old man raised his head. Let him first recognize the people and recognize this world. Gu Jiushao considered for a moment. That is fitting. Gu Xuanlian meanwhile visibly exhaled in relief. Just reading books. This at least cannot. The words barely began. Several pairs of gaze fell upon him simultaneously. Gu Xianlai swallowed the rest himself. Fine. Old man will keep silent. The following day, what appeared before Gu Changyuan in the Emperor's Sun Hall and the ancestral shrine indeed changed. No longer was it a sword diagram, a formation board, or a handful of spirit herbs. What he saw first was simply the Gu clan's most basic genealogical record. Gu Xianwei began from Yunxiu. At that time this place was not yet the imperial city suspended above the 9 ancestral dragons' spiritual veins, but merely an unremarkable stretch of old mountains and rivers in an age of turmoil. The earliest Gu ancestors settled here. Then generation after generation went out and returned again. The mountain fortress became ancestral grounds. The ancestral grounds became Yunxiu. The ancestral dragon's spiritual veins scattered across the 5 continents were also over extremely long years recovered one by later descendants, finally producing the present arrangement of 9 dragons stabilizing the vein. Gu Changyuan listened very attentively to these stories. For the first time he learned that the sea of clouds he had grown accustomed to seeing since birth was not always there. The 3 imperial statues high within the ancestral shrine were not born standing above all people. They too had once been descendants of the Gu clan. They had walked out from here as well. They too had once existed before becoming great emperors. As what he read grew more numerous, Gu Xianwei no longer sat beside him reciting every line. Clan history's old records of Zhongtian, ancient scrolls of the 5 continents. If he could read them himself, he was left to do so. Time drifted onward bit by bit. When Gu Changyuan turned 6, another snow fell upon Yunxiu. The bluestone steps outside the ancestral shrine were dusted with a thin white layer. The young boy sat alone beneath the corridor dressed in clean white, his hair ties, with a pale gold string, the jade bell at his waist hanging quietly. He had grown considerably taller in 2 years, his features gradually sharpening, yet he retained that same quiet and refined appearance. The light after snowfall was pale. It fell upon him and upon the ancient scrolls spread upon his knees, casting a faint luminous hue along the edges of his white robes. Now Gu Changyuan could read many ancient scrolls independently, though his pace remained slow. When certain past events appeared, he would always pause to study them longer. In these 2 years he had come to know many questions he had never previously considered. Why had the Gu clan not originally settled in Yunxiu? Why did some ancestors, despite having once shaken the world with their fame, leave only a few lines in the clan records? He had also learned that the figures on the 3 imperial statues in the ancestral shrine were not merely known to all as the 3 great emperors. They each bore names. They each had paths they had walked. And none of them had returned. When he first truly realized this, Gu Changyuan had entered the ancestral shrine, carrying the clan records. Gu Xianwei had been organizing ancient scrolls by lamplight at the time. Grandfather. My. The child stood beneath the 3 portraits and looked up at them for a while. Where did they go afterward? The old man's movements upon his hands gradually halted. Gu Changyuan looked again for a while. None of them returned. The ancestral shrine remained silent for a long time. A single character was all that came. Gu Changyuan lowered his head, glanced at the clan records in his hands, then raised his eyes once more toward the portraits. Why? This time, Gu Xianwei did not answer. Not because he did not wish to speak, but because the Gu clan itself had already asked for too many years. Gu Changyuan waited a while. The old man finally only raised his hand and patted his head. The Gu clan also wishes to know this answer. The child remained quiet for a span. You do not know either? Gu Changyuan raised his head and gazed long at the 3 imperial statues. In the end he merely nodded gently. He did not press further. Yet from that time onward, whenever he reached the old tales of the 3 emperors, he would always linger longer than at any other place. This day was no different. Gu Changyuan had spread across his knees an imperial record far too ancient, its pages yellowed, many places bearing signs of having been remended. When he turned to the latter portion of the volume, his fingers suddenly halted. What was recorded there was the Gu clan's 3rd emperor, the Wu Zhong emperor. There was much preceding achievement. The youth rose from the Gu clan. He roamed freely across Zhongtian. He entered the Emperor Pass, and finally attained the Dao. But once he reached the imperial realm, the records abruptly grew sparse. Upon the final page, only a single brief line remained. In his later years, the Wu Zhong emperor stepped upon the emperor's path. 3 years later, the emperor's star did not extinguish, yet he did not return. Gu Changyuan read it for a long time. He read it once more. Grandfather. Gu Xianwei sat not far away. What is it? The emperor's star did not die. The child's finger rested upon that line of ancient characters. Then why did he not return? Gu Xuanwei's hand gripping the ancient scroll gradually stilled. Within the ancestral shrine, only the faint crackle of the lamp wick remained. This question, the Gu clan had asked for far too many years. Still no one knew the answer. Seeing the old man silent, Gu Changyuan did not urge him further. He lowered his head again, his gaze returning to those ancient characters. The Emperor's star did not die. He did not return. His eyes finally rested upon two specific characters. The Emperor's path. The ancestral shrine remained profoundly quiet. The black gold lamp flame trembled gently beneath the three imperial statues. One breath passed. Nothing changed. Just as Gu Changyuan prepared to lower his head once more. Behind the three great imperial portraits, a thread of exceedingly faint black gold light suddenly emerged from deep within the mottled stone wall. The old man's movement froze completely. That light existed but a single instant. Then it quickly retreated back into the stone. Yet Gu Changyuan was already on his feet. He could not have mistaken it. 6 years ago on the night Gu Changyuan was born, before the three imperial statues opened their eyes, he had once seen the very same thing behind those portraits. Later during his examination of Gu Changyuan, he had also glimpsed nearly identical traces deep within that colossal will shadow. Gu Changyuan stared fixedly at the stone wall. Only after a long span did his aged voice rise in a low whisper. That lock mark. It had appeared once more. Gu Changyuan had already walked before the three imperial statues. The wisp of black gold light had vanished too swiftly. By the time he truly stood before the stone wall, everything had returned to its original state. The mottled stone patterns remained unchanged, and the imperial lamps burned quietly as before. The old man raised his hand fingertips, slowly brushing across the rear of the portrait. No formation patterns, no lingering traces of imperial power, nor even the faintest remnant where that lock mark had once appeared. Identical to 6 years prior. On the night Gu Changyuan was born, before the three imperial statues opened their eyes, something similar, a black gold lock mark, had manifested here as well. He had seen it once before when investigating the immense will shadow within Gu Changyuan's body. This was now the third time, and all three occurrences were connected to Gu Changyuan. Beyond that, Gu Changyuan could find no further similarities for the moment. A soft page-turning sound came from behind. Gu Changyuan remained seated where he was. The 6-year-old child had no idea what his great-grandfather was contemplating at that moment. He simply lowered his gaze again to the imperial record in his hands. The page still rested on the final entry concerning Wu Zhongdi. In his later years, Wu Zhongdi stepped onto the imperial path. 3 years later, his imperial star had not extinguished, yet he had not returned. Gu Changyuan gazed at the passage for a while. Great-grandfather. Gu Changyuan turned his head. My. He had already become a great emperor. The small hand pointed to the words stepped onto the imperial path. Then why go there still? Gu Changyuan did not answer immediately. He walked back and sat beside the child. The ancestral hall stone steps remained cool throughout the year. Before sitting, the old man brushed his palm gently across the stone surface, dispersing the chill before looking down at the imperial record in Gu Changyuan's hands. It was not to verify the Dao. Gu Changyuan lifted his face. Then why? Gu Changyuan fell silent for a moment. The clan later speculated. Perhaps Wu Zhongdi's second journey onto the imperial path was to seek an answer. What answer? I do not know. This time the old man did not disguise it. Why the three emperors ultimately departed where they went, and why not a single one returned? The Gu family had pursued these questions for too many years, and what remained were only fragmented shards of ancient history. Gu Changyuan looked down and studied the passage for a while longer. Could I go search for it someday? Gu Changyuan's gaze fell upon him. The white robe hem pulled beside the stone steps, the two small hands still clutching the imperial record, nearly touching his chest. A pale golden Dao mark at his brow was partly concealed by his bangs, and his voice still carried the unmistakable quality of childhood. Yet the question he asked was one that even the ancestors of the Gu clan through the generations had failed to fully traverse. The old man studied him for a long while. Wait until one day you can reach that place, and then go look. Gu Changyuan pondered seriously for a moment, then nodded. Then I must read more books. The solemn expression on Gu Changyuan's face finally softened slightly. Only read books. The little one thought again. I also need to grow up. The old man paused. Then he smiled. Correct. He reached out and ruffled Gu Changyuan's hair. After the gesture, he himself paused for a moment. Gu Changyuan rarely showed such intimacy with the younger generation of the clan. Gu Changyuan was somewhat surprised and looked up at him. Great-grandfather. The old man had already withdrawn his hand as though nothing had happened. That is enough for today. Will we look at the three ancestors tomorrow? We can. Can we also look at the other two ancestors? Yes. Only then did Gu Changyuan close the imperial record and hold it securely against his chest. As he rose, a small jade bell at his waist chimed softly. The grandfather and grandson walked out of the ancestral hall one after the other. Passing the three imperial statues, Gu Changyuan still raised his head to glance. The portraits were still. The stone walls were silent. As though that wisp of black gold light had never appeared at all. The snow had already stopped. Gu Changyuan did not return immediately to the Emperor's Sun Palace. After finishing that imperial record, he had fetched another volume of ancient histories from the ancestral hall and sat beneath the corridor eave, slowly turning its pages. Light golden hair, tied low hung behind his shoulders. The post-snow daylight fell from beyond the eaves, landing perfectly upon the book pages. A string of footsteps approached from not far away. Gu Changyuan initially paid them no mind. It was only when someone stopped on the stone steps that he raised his head. They were people from Yunxia Peak. The elder in front carried an ancient lacquered box, while behind him followed a girl a few years older than Gu Changyuan. Pale cyan robes, long hair bound at the back, a Yunxia Peak identity jade pendant hanging at her waist. She had only accompanied her senior to the ancestral hall to deliver a volume of old records. Passing the corridor, however, she could not help but cast another glance. Gu Changyuan was looking at her as well. The two locked gazes for a moment. The boy closed his book first and stood. Sister Yunxi. Gu Yunxi's steps halted. You know me? Gu Changyuan nodded. Great-grandfather spoke of Yunxia Peak and of you, Sister Yunxi. The smile in the girl's eyes deepened. How did he describe me? Gu Changyuan thought for a moment. He said that when you were young you often accompanied the elders of Yunxia Peak to the ancestral hall. Gu Yunxi waited. That's it. Yes. The Yunxia Peak elder beside them turned his face away. Gu Yunxi glanced at him but did not press laughing on her own. I had hoped old ancestors spoke well of me behind my back. Gu Changyuan thought carefully. He did not. This time, even the Yunxia Peak elder coughed lightly. Gu Yunxi abandoned the question and walked to the stone steps. Since it is our first meeting, I cannot arrive empty-handed. She drew a small cloud-patterned jade pendant from her sleeve. The jade was warm and lustrous, its edges etched with only a few faint cloud motifs. It was not a particularly precious artifact, merely a small personal item commonly carried by the younger generation of Yunxia Peak. For you. Gu Changyuan did not take it immediately. He first looked toward Gu Xianwei. The old man stood beside the ancestral hall doorway, making no move to stop him. Only then did he extend both hands. Thank you, Sister Yunxi. He accepted it with great seriousness. Gu Yunxi, watching his demeanor, saw her smile deepen. Are you always this well-behaved? Gu Changyuan lowered his head to store the jade pendant. What do you mean by well-behaved? Gu Yunxi was caught off guard. After considerable thought, she said, it means that when elders speak you listen most of the time. Gu Changyuan considered. Then I suppose that is the case. The girl laughed outright. The elder ahead called out. Yunxi, coming. She turned and walked a few steps, then looked back. Gu Changyuan had already resumed his seat by the stone steps, the small cloud-patterned jade pendant resting upon the scroll beside his knee. She glanced at it once, then followed her elder into the ancestral hall. Gu Xianwei stood at the doorway and watched for a moment, saying nothing. Only when Gu Changyuan reopened his pages did he turn and walk back into the ancestral hall. In the year that followed, Gu Changyuan's reading grew ever broader. Besides the Gu family's ancient histories, he also began to consult the annals of Central Heaven and the records of the 5 continents. He learned of those in Dongxian who sought the sword all day and night, and in ancient tomes he had encountered the forgotten temples buried deep beneath yellow sand in the western desert. In Nanli, many places saw little snow throughout the year. In Beihan, some nights stretched like they would never end. The 5 continents, once existing only on maps, slowly took on concrete form. Now at 7 years old, within the annals of Central Heaven, names roughly his own age appeared for the first time. Zhang Wukong, Luo Jingwang, Lu Daochen, and far away in Dongshuan Yiguhong. The ancient scrolls recorded only a few sparse strokes about each of them. That day Gu Xianlai happened to be seated outside the ancestral hall drinking tea. Seeing Gu Changyuan reading for so long, he suddenly grew interested. Changyuan. Yes. Have you seen all these names? Gu Changyuan nodded. I have. The old man set his teacup down on the table. Are you afraid? Gu Changyuan lifted his face. Afraid of what? Those prodigies beyond our borders. Gu Xianlai reached out and tapped the annals of Central Heaven. This one bears the heavenly fate divine mark that won the Phoenix Destiny Flame, and another the prodigal Yang Dao physique. You will encounter them sooner or later. Gu Changyuan looked down at those names once more. He pondered seriously for a moment. I have not yet met them. Gu Xuanlia's brows rose. So, Gu Changyuan lifted his head. Then I shall have to meet them to know. The old man was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Good. That voice was considerably louder than usual. Gu Xianwei happened to emerge from within the ancestral hall, and heard it casting him a glance. Gu Xianlai immediately lowered his voice somewhat, though he still grinned. This old man approves of those words. Gu Changyuan did not feel he had said anything remarkable, and returned his gaze to continue reading. Gu Xuanwei's eyes swept over those names once before looking away. Also beginning from that year, at age 7, Gu Changyuan was permitted to occasionally stroll near the clan academy. On the day he first truly entered the academy, word somehow spread. When Gu Xianwei escorted him over, the path was noticeably crowded with Gu clan juniors who happened to be passing by. Some held books along the corridor sides, others lingered after finishing sword practice, and 2 younger children pressed their heads against the wall, peering curiously. Gu Changyuan saw everything, but said nothing. A year had passed, and he had grown taller. The small jade bell at his waist, worn since age 3, remained, though it no longer chimed with every few steps, as it had in childhood. As he entered the academy, the previously noisy sounds did indeed drop considerably. Gu Changyuan turned his head. Those children immediately pretended to be busy with their own affairs. He was not entirely sure what to make of it. Just as he was about to ask, Gu Xuanwei, a figure sprinted toward them from afar. Changyuan. Gu Yanni was much taller than before, and his frame had grown sturdier. His footsteps were heavy as he ran over, coming to an abrupt halt at the threshold. Gu Changyuan's eyes brightened noticeably. Brother Yanni. Took you long enough to come to the academy. Gu Yanni grabbed his wrist. Just as he was about to lead him away, he seemed to suddenly remember something and looked down at his own hand. Perhaps feeling he had gripped too hard, he loosened his hold slightly. Come, I will show you the martial courtyard. Not far away, Gu Changyuan leaned against a tree. A genuine long sword now hung at his waist, though at his age it remained unsharpened. Seeing Gu Yanni lead the boy over, he glanced at Gu Changyuan first. Took you forever. Gu Yanni shot him a look. Were you not the one waiting? Who was waiting? Gu Xian turned and walked away. Come if you wish. A few steps later, his pace noticeably slowed. Gu Changyuan observed his retreating figure. Is Brother Xian angry? Do not mind him. A soft laugh came from the side. Gu Changyuan approached, a book in his arms, possessing a quieter demeanor than in years past. If he were truly angry, he would have left long ago. Gu Xian's footsteps paused ahead, but he did not turn around. Gu Changyuan, however, had already understood and quickened his pace to catch up. Gu Xian glanced sideways at him. Said nothing. His speed slowed further. As the group rounded the corridor, another familiar figure appeared. Gu Yunxi sat by the eaves conversing with several Yunxia Peak disciples. Seeing them approach, her gaze quickly fell upon Gu Changyuan at the center. It has been a year. She rose and measured his height against the beam above. You have grown taller. Sister Yunxi. Gu Yunxi glanced down at his waist. What became of the jade pendant I gave you? Gu Changyuan paused and touched his waist. It was not there. The girl's eyes narrowed gradually. At the Emperor's Sun Palace. Why are you not wearing it? Grandfather said carrying too many items would make you heavy. Gu Yunxi could not help but laugh. Gu Yanni chuckled along with her. Only Gu Jiuxiao, who had been trailing from afar, wore a slightly awkward expression. Those words upon hearing sounded as though directed at him. Gu Yunxi did not press the matter further. Shall we? Were you not wanting to see the martial courtyard? The group walked inward together. The academy's training ground was livelier than Gu Changyuan had imagined. Most present were Gu clan children under the age of 12. Some practiced forms with wooden swords, others struck stone pillars with their fists, while a few had just sat down to rest, half-eaten pastries still in hand. Without spiritual power, without any genuine combat techniques. Only the most fundamental body movements and stances. Gu Changyuan stood at the edge of the grounds and watched for a while. At the center, two children were sparring. One wielded a wooden sword. The other fought with bare hands. Both fought earnestly, yet their movements were not fast. The cheers from the surrounding crowd were livelier than the actual contest. Gu Yanni watched for a while, then gently bumped his shoulder against Gu Changyuan's. Guess who will win? Gu Changyuan was still watching the arena. I cannot tell yet. You cannot see that. Gu Xian, standing nearby, glanced at him. Can you see it? Gu Yanni answered with full confidence. The one using fists. Why? Because he is bigger. Gu Xian. Gu Changyuan raised his book higher, obscuring half his face. Gu Changyuan did not laugh. He continued watching seriously. The wooden sword pressed down several times in succession. The fist-using child retreated step by step. Just as Gu Yanni was about to speak, the child had already retreated to the edge of the stone platform. Seizing the moment when the opponent retracted the wooden sword, he closed in and crashed forward. Their footing grew chaotic. The sword wielder fell first, tumbling onto the ground. A wave of laughter erupted from the sidelines. Gu Yanni. Gu Xian slowly turned his head. Bigger. Gu Yanni kept a straight face. He won, didn't he? Gu Changyuan watched the two children being helped up, then thought for a moment. Now I know. Gu Yanni turned around. Know what? The one using fists won. Gu Yanni froze. Then realization hit, and he nearly laughed in exasperation. I meant for you to guess beforehand. Gu Changyuan looked puzzled. But they had not finished yet. This time, even Gu Yunxi burst out laughing. Gu Xian showed no restraint. Serves you right. Gu Yanni, too lazy to argue further, threw an arm around Gu Changyuan's shoulder. As soon as he made contact, he realized the height difference was considerable and had to bend slightly. Come, let us stop watching them. I will take you to eat. What is there? Cloud pastry. Is it sweet? Very sweet. Then let us go. Gu Yanni was immediately satisfied. The group left the martial courtyard together. The children who had been secretly watching resumed their conversations almost immediately. When others passed by, their glances still followed Gu Changyuan's departing figure, though no longer whispering as deliberately as before. From afar, Gu Xianwei stood still and watched for a while. Only when the group's figures disappeared at the far end of the corridor did he turn and walk back. In the afternoon, on Gu Changyuan's first day at the academy, before he had finished exploring the grounds, an academy's steward hurried in from outside. He did not approach the children directly, but first found Gu Xianwei. Elder ancestor. What is it? The steward handed over an invitation with both hands. The invitation was crimson red throughout with faint phoenix patterns flowing along the edges, and the Luo family seal centered upon it. Gu Changyuan recognized it at a single glance. The Luo family. Yes. The steward lowered his voice. Lady Luo Jinghuang, the divine maiden of the Luo family, entered the phoenix nest a few days ago and comprehended a wisp of nirvana destiny flame. The Luo family is preparing to host a modest banquet inviting the younger generation of several Central Heaven families to witness the ceremony. Gu Changyuan's expression changed little. Such peer-level banquets occurred between clans every few years. The Gu family had received many such invitations over the years. However, in recent years, Gu Changyuan had never appeared on any guest list. He reached out and took the invitation, opened it. At the forefront were the usual formal greetings. The Jiang family, the Qin family, various major sects, the younger generation of the Gu family. Continuing downward, Gu Changyuan's flipping hand stopped. The steward remained silent. At the very end of the invitation, a single line was set apart. Free characters. Gu Changyuan. Not far away, Gu Xianlai had already approached. What is it? Gu Xianwei closed the invitation. From the Luo family. Gu Xianlai quickly understood. It mentions Changyuan. Great-grandfather. Gu Xianwei looked at him. My. Gu Changyuan's gaze fell upon the crimson invitation. Were you speaking about me just now, eh? Yes. Who is inviting me? Gu Xianwei turned the invitation over. The phoenix pattern flowed gently in the daylight. The Luo family. Gu Changyuan thought for a moment. In the annals of Central Heaven he had read over the past few days, he seemed to have indeed encountered a surname Luo. He looked toward Gu Xianwei. Luo Jinghuang. Who was Luo Jinghuang? Who is Luo Jinghuang? Gu Xianwei glanced down at Gu Changyuan. The 7-year-old stood beneath the family academy corridor, his gaze still fixed on that crimson gold invitation. Only when he had read the Zhongtian Chronicles had this name truly entered his awareness for the first time. He never expected the Luo family's invitation to reach Yunshu within half a day, the divine maiden of the Luo family's current generation. Gu Xianwei handed the invitation to him. Several days ago she entered the phoenix nest and comprehended a thread of nirvana fate fire. Gu Changyuan quickly remembered. The one from the book. Yes. He glanced down at the invitation again. She's inviting me in. The Luo family is inviting you. Should I go? No. Gu Xianwei answered decisively. Gu Changyuan showed no disappointment, merely offering a soft, "Oh." He had taken 2 steps away when he turned back. Should I send something in return? This time Gu Xianwei paused. Yes. Gu Changyuan nodded. Understood. Having said that, he followed Gu Yunyi and the others back into the family academy. Gu Xianwei stood where he was, watching the small figure in white disappear around the corridor's corner before lowering his head to examine the invitation once more. Phoenix motifs flowed slowly across the crimson gold paper. The final line bore only a single sentence: "We extend an invitation to Lord Changyuan to witness this together." When Gu Xuanhe returned to the ancestral hall, dampness still clung to the hem of his robes. The fine rain outside had not yet ceased entirely. He had just seen off the Luo family envoys at the guest terrace, and upon entering first shook out his sleeve cuffs before taking his seat beside the long table. Gu Xianlai had already turned the invitation over and read it through. They speak quite politely. He set the invitation down. The younger generations ought to grow acquainted sooner rather than later. In truth, isn't this simply about seeing Changyuan? Gu Xuanhe poured himself a cup of tea. Their curiosity is natural. Have there not been countless others throughout the years who wished the same? From the moment Gu Changyuan was born to this day, the Taishan sacred sect had come, the Shenxiao thunder sect had come, and both the Jiang and Qin families had extended overtures. The Gu family had always maintained a single stance. Gifts could be received, the child would not be seen. The Luo family had likewise not overstepped their bounds this time. The invitation was delivered, the message conveyed. As for whether the Gu family would attend, that decision rested solely with them. Gu Xianlai cast him a sidelong glance. You are remarkably magnanimous in their favor. Gu Xuanhe smiled. Shall I be the one to receive the envoys at the terrace next time? Gu Xianlai fell silent at once. Those in the ancestral hall all knew that given his temperament, if he were truly to receive them, there was no telling whether the Luo envoys would leave with smiles still upon their faces. Gu Tianlin, seated nearby, picked up the invitation once more. Luo Jinghuang enters the phoenix nest to comprehend fate fire. This banquet exists fundamentally to establish her standing. Inviting Changyuan is merely going along with the momentum. Gu Xianlai leaned back in his chair. You truly will not let him go and see it. Gu Xianwei raised his eyes. He is 7 years old. 3 words. Gu Xuanli's lips twitched, but ultimately said nothing further. He simply felt that Gu Changyuan had remained within Yunshu all these years, reading increasingly more books, yet having few true peers he had actually encountered. But the days ahead were long. This one banquet was hardly urgent. Gu Tianlin set down the invitation. If the person does not go, the gift must still be returned. Gu Xuanhe nodded. The Luo family has observed proper etiquette this time. The Gu family cannot afford to be negligent. Prepare the clan gift as usual. Gu Changyuan finished speaking, then recalled Gu Changyuan's earlier question. Should I send something back? And his fingertip tapped lightly against the invitation's edge. As for whatever Changyuan wishes to give on his own, ask him. Evening. When Gu Changyuan returned from the family academy, the rain had already stopped. A damp trace clung to the edge of his shoes, and in his hand remained slightly less than half of an unfinished cloud pastry. Gu Jiuxiao caught sight of it, his gaze falling first upon that pastry. Yunny gave you this again. Yes. Eat less of it. Oh. Gu Changyuan agreed readily, then lowered his head and consumed the final bite. Gu Jiuxiao fell silent. The elder studied him for a moment before saying nothing at all. Only upon entering the ancestral hall did Gu Changyuan learn that his senior relatives were still deliberating over the Luo family's gift of return. Gu Xianwei did not decide for him, merely placing the invitation before him. The clan's congratulatory gifts have already been prepared. Weren't you asking just now whether to send something yourself? Gu Changyuan nodded. Yes. What would you like to give? He sat by the table and pondered for a while, his gaze drifting absent-mindedly to the bookshelf nearby, and then stilled. Great-grandfather. Yes. Is that volume of the Nanli ancient records still around? Gu Xianwei followed his gaze and quickly recognized which scroll he meant. It was a manuscript of ancient history acquired by the Gu family from Nanli. Lacking any true phoenix lineage of the Luo family, it recorded many matters of old Nanli, among which a certain passage happened to mention the phoenix ancient tree and fate fire. Fetch it. The yellowed ancient volume was soon placed upon the long table. Gu Changyuan flipped through several pages himself, finally coming to rest upon an area of damaged records. The ancient text wrote, when the phoenix ancient tree first ignited its fate fire, the fire resided not in the branches, not in the leaves, but in the roots. What followed after was missing several lines. Gu Xianwei glanced at that damaged page. You wish to gift this? Not the entire volume. Gu Changyuan pointed to that single page. Here. Gu Xianlai also leaned in for a look. The missing portion? Yes. Do you know what was originally written? No. Gu Xuanlia's brows rose. That answer took him somewhat by surprise. Gu Changyuan lowered his head to study the fragmentary text. I encountered this passage several days ago and pondered it deeply. What was originally written, I do not know. He raised his head and added with earnest seriousness. I merely sensed that it ought to be conveying this meaning. Gu Xianwei offered no reply. Instead, he had someone bring forth a fresh sheet of spiritual paper and set it before him. Write it down. Gu Changyuan accepted the jade brush. His calligraphy had grown considerably steadier since age 3, though traces of the distinctive immaturity inherent to his years still showed in every stroke. He did not touch the ancient volume itself. Upon the blank spiritual paper beside it, he wrote out 3 lines. Character by character. Fire does not compete for brightness. The root does not compete for form. Life arises from ashes. The phoenix returns to renewal. To witness true fire, one must first listen to the withered branch. After finishing, Gu Changyuan reread the lines to himself. Gu Xianlai stood nearby, observing for quite some time. That's it. That's it. Only 3 lines. Yes. Gu Xianlai stroked his chin. At first glance he could discern neither the depth nor the weight these 3 lines might carry. Gu Xuanhe, however, lifted the paper and reread it carefully. Fire does not compete for brightness. Halfway through he paused. Gu Xianwei turned his gaze toward Gu Changyuan. Why did you think to gift this? Luo Jinghuang comprehended fate fire. Gu Changyuan pointed to the Nanli ancient records. This also speaks of fate fire. It may prove useful. Gu Xianlai asked casually, and if after reading it her fate fire progresses even further? Gu Changyuan looked up at him. Would that not be wonderful? The elder was taken aback. You consider it beneficial even if she grows stronger? Gu Changyuan pondered for a moment. Her deeper comprehension is her own accomplishment. Having said this, he lowered his head once more to study the 3 lines, as though this matter required no particular deliberation. Gu Xianlai stared at him for a long while before finally baring his teeth in a half-smile. Very well. Consider me never having asked. Gu Xianwei lifted the spiritual paper. No one could know what the original text had truly contained 10,000 years past. These 3 lines hardly constituted a genuine restoration of the ancient record. They were merely Gu Changyuan's own understanding penned after reading that fragmentary passage. For a 7-year-old's gift to appear, it was more than sufficient. Present the clan gift as usual. Gu Xianwei set the spiritual paper aside. This page shall be delivered separately to Luo Jinghuang. Gu Tianlin nodded. So be it. 3 days later, the Gu family's return gift was delivered to the Luo residence. The heat waves beyond the phoenix nest had not yet fully dissipated. Luo Jinghuang had just concluded this cycle of fate fire cultivation, emerging from beneath the ancient tree. She too was still young, dark hair cascading past her shoulders, the phoenix mark upon her brow noticeably clearer than before. Firelight illuminated the still youthful contours of her face. Deep within her palm a wisp of extremely faint crimson gold fate fire had yet to fully subside. The Luo family had been bustling with activity these past few days, entering the phoenix nest, comprehending fate fire. For the current generation of the Luo family, this was indeed a matter of great celebration. Yet she remained far quieter than many of her elders. Upon hearing that the Gu family's gift had arrived, she merely lifted her gaze. Has Gu Changyuan come? The elder responsible for delivering the gift shook his head. No. The Gu family says he is still too young and will not leave Yunshu for now. Luo Jinghuang did not press further. The Luo family's invitation had always been a courtesy. That the Gu family declined to send him was hardly surprising. The crimson gold lacquered box was soon opened beneath the ancient tree. Within lay first the formal congratulatory gifts prepared by the Gu family, spirit jades, ancient medicines, and a jade core for nourishing the divine soul, all of impeccable quality. Beneath them, however, rested a separate slender lacquer box. Its exterior bore no elaborate decoration. Only 3 characters were inscribed, Gu Changyuan. A Luo family elder showed unmistakable surprise. Did the child prepare this himself? The envoy confirmed with a nod. That is what the Gu family stated. Luo Jinghuang reached out and opened it. Within were neither spiritual artifacts nor pills. Only a single sheet of paper. The handwriting was far from elegant. Traces of childish strokes were plainly visible. She had initially glanced at it casually. In the next instant her gaze froze. Fire does not compete for brightness, the root does not compete for form. Life arises from ashes, the phoenix returns to renewal. To witness true fire, one must first listen to the withered branch. Luo Jinghuang did not speak immediately. The Luo family elder beside her had already seen it as well. At first only a frown. After rereading the passage, the furrow between his brows deepened considerably. These 3 lines. Before he could finish, a remarkably faint sound came from behind them. Uft! Everyone turned simultaneously. Deep within the phoenix nest, upon that phoenix ancient tree, which had just completed its fate fire baptism, a single leaf, already yellowed beyond counting of years, suddenly ignited with a flame. No wave of heat. No eruption of blinding light. That pinprick of crimson gold fire merely traced slowly along the edge of the withered leaf. The foliage did not turn to ash. Rather, it curled gradually within the flame. Expressions among the Luo elders shifted in unison. The eldest among them was already striding rapidly toward the ancient tree. He stared at the burning leaf for a long while, then whirled suddenly to regard the page of paper in Luo Jinghuang's grasp. These are not passages from the fate fire scriptures preserved within the Luo clan. Another had already reread the 3 lines. They are not. At least none of the volumes retained by our clan contain them. Luo Jinghuang remained silent throughout. She merely lowered her head again, her gaze moving slowly from the first line to the last, finally settling upon to witness true fire, one must first listen to the withered branch. The phoenix nest remained silent for a long while. Luo Jinghuang still stood before that ancient phoenix tree, holding in her hand the single sheet of paper that Yunshu had sent. There were only 3 sentences written upon it. Fire does not contend for brightness, roots do not compete for form. Life rises from embers, and the phoenix returns to vitality. To witness true fire, one must first listen to withered branches. The handwriting still bore a childlike roundness, unrefined and blunt, neither sharp nor grand in style. Yet she had already read it 3 times. The elders of the Luo family beside her showed no sign of impatience either. The fire that had spontaneously ignited on that withered leaf was gradually fading, leaving only a trace of faint crimson gold light along the edges that refused to fully extinguish. The chief elder stood beneath the ancient tree, turning his gaze back to her. Do you find these 3 sentences correct? Luo Jinghuang did not answer immediately. She looked up at that withered leaf, still smoldering. After a long while she whispered softly, I do not know. The elder's expressions shifted slightly. Luo Jinghuang lowered her eyes. But the ancient tree finds wisdom in them. The phoenix nest fell silent once more. No one could refute that statement. The phoenix ancient tree would never speak. Yet that withered leaf had burned, and it had ignited only after those 3 sentences were delivered. The chief elder pondered for a moment, then reached out to take the paper. Store this page in the secret archive of the phoenix nest for now. Those outside need only know the ancient tree has responded. There is no need to reveal exactly what was written. The elders nearby nodded in agreement. Yet Luo Jinghuang did not let go. The chief elder looked at her. What is it? I would like to make a copy. To keep it. Yes. The chief elder studied her for a moment before finally releasing his grip. Then copy it. Someone quickly brought a sheet of jade paper. Luo Jinghuang sat before the stone desk beside the ancient tree and wrote out those 3 sentences stroke by stroke. She wrote very slowly. The phoenix's destined fire had not yet fully faded. As her fingertips brushed the jade paper, faint traces of flame would occasionally rise from the edges. The first sentence was completed quickly. The second followed without pause. Until the final one. To witness true fire, one must first listen to withered branches. Her brush tip suddenly halted over the characters for withered branches. Luo Jinghuang did not continue. The phoenix nest from 7 days prior resurfaced in her mind. At that time she had sat beneath the ancient tree, surrounded entirely by fire. Fire on the branches. Fire in the canopy. Even the stone platform beneath her feet had been bathed in crimson. She too had been watching, until the moment the destined fire truly appeared. Luo Jinghuang had always believed that the brightest flame deep within the canopy was what had summoned it. But now reconsidering, it seemed that was not so. Before all the flames truly rose deep within the ancient tree, a single slender branch long since dead had cracked open first. Very faintly, without even a sound. At the time, she had only glanced at it once before the rising tide of flames drew her attention away. Now reading those 4 characters, first listen to withered branches. That moment came into sharp focus once more. Luo Jinghuang looked down at the jade paper. After a long while she finally completed the last character. The chief elder had been standing nearby the entire time. What occurred to you? Luo Jinghuang offered no evasions. The day I entered the phoenix nest, the first thing that changed seemed to be a withered branch. The elder's expressions immediately grew more serious. Are you certain? I didn't pay attention to it back then. She shook her head. But recalling it now, I believe I am correct. The chief elder did not press further. He simply placed the original spiritual paper into a jade box. Whether these 3 sentences were merely coincidence or had struck upon some aspect of the phoenix's destined fire that the Luo family had long overlooked, no one present could say for certain. Yet one thing was already clear enough, worth setting aside for another look. Luo Jinghuang stowed away the jade paper. She had copied, her gaze lingering for a moment on those 3 characters at the bottom. Gu Changyuan. She no longer asked what he looked like, nor why Yunshu continued to keep him hidden from view. She simply recorded that name alongside those 3 sentences. The Luo family did not make that page public. Yet those who had entered the phoenix nest for the ceremony that day were not all clan members. No one had seen the 3 sentences, but the changes in the phoenix ancient tree could not be concealed. Several days later, vague reports began to circulate from the Luo family. Yunshu had sent back a gift in return. It was neither an imperial weapon nor divine medicine. Merely a few sentences personally penned by that young master of the Gu family. And thereafter the phoenix ancient tree had responded. As for what exactly had been written, the Luo family remained silent. Those who knew kept their counsel. The more they withheld, the more speculation spread beyond. News traveled all the way through Zhongtian, eventually reaching the Taishan sacred sect. Upon the Shin terrace, Lu Daochen finished reading the jade slip, his fingers pausing for a moment on the final line. The phoenix ancient tree truly responded. Lu Huaishu stood nearby. The Luo family has not denied it. Then it happened. Lu Daochen read through the jade slip once more. Years prior, when Taishan sacred sect had traveled to Yunshu to deliver the Taishan Qi observation diagram, he had not encountered Gu Changyuan. At the time he had left only one thought, hoping the boy was not merely another decorative figure concealed by the imperial clan. Now reading that name on the jade slip again, Lu Daochen suddenly smiled. It seems he is not simply a vase. Lu Huaishu glanced at him sideways. So now you wish to meet him? Lu Daochen pondered for a moment. Perhaps. He set the jade slip back upon the desk. The sea of clouds drifted slowly past the outer edge of the Xian terrace, and the youth closed his eyes once more. Only then does it become interesting. Lu Huaishu said nothing further. When word reached Yunshu, Gu Changyuan was reading in the Imperial Sun Hall. The afternoon sun was not particularly strong, casting only a small patch of light near the window. 2 scrolls of ancient history lay open on the desk. Beside them rested half a box of cloud pastry that Gu Yanni had delivered that morning. And it was Gu Yanni himself who arrived. He had essentially run all the way in. Changyuan. Gu Changyuan lifted his gaze. My. News has arrived from the Luo family. Gu Yanni sat across from him and helped himself to a piece of cloud pastry he had brought. Gu Changyuan glanced at him. Weren't you saying these were meant for me? Gu Yanni paused mid-motion. I brought them. Right. So what's wrong with me eating one? Gu Changyuan considered this for a moment. It did make a certain kind of sense. So he chose not to interfere. Gu Yanni took a bite of the pastry before continuing. I heard that after your 3 sentences were delivered, the phoenix ancient tree actually responded. Gu Changyuan's hand paused as he turned a page. What kind of response? It seems a single leaf caught fire. Burned. Yes. Gu Yanni himself could not explain the exact details. The reports circulating from outside had already been distorted several times. Some claimed only a single leaf had ignited, others insisted the entire ancient tree had shifted, and there were even whispers that the Luo family's phoenix nest had nearly opened once more. Gu Yanni had listened to every version. In the end, only one thing stuck with him. Regardless of the details, the Luo family clearly takes this very seriously. Gu Changyuan listened, but did not ask how the news had spread. Has Luo Jinghuang understood it? Gu Yanni's mouth was still full of pastry. Huh. Those 3 sentences. Oh, Gu Yanni thought about it. I heard she made a copy of it herself. Gu Changyuan nodded gently. That's good then. Gu Yanni waited a moment. Nothing else followed. Is that all? What do you mean that's all? The phoenix ancient tree has already responded. Yes. Many people outside are now wondering what you wrote. Oh, aren't you curious at all? Gu Changyuan actually gave this some thought this time. They haven't seen it anyway. Gu Yunyi was taken aback. True. How could they guess correctly then? Gu Yunyi suddenly found this quite reasonable. Yet something felt slightly off. A soft chuckle came from nearby. Gu Xian had appeared at the doorway without anyone noticing, cradling that unblooded long blade in his arms. Why are you discussing this with him? Gu Yunyi turned around. Then what should we discuss? Gu Xian glanced at the table. Is there any pastry left? Gu Yunyi immediately pulled the box closer to himself. None left. Gu Xian stared expressionlessly at the 4 pieces remaining in the box. Do you take me for blind? These belong to Changyuan. Weren't you just eating them yourself? Gu Yunyi glanced down at the half piece in his hand. He fell silent. Gu Changyuan looked from one to the other, then pushed the box toward the center. There are still 4 pieces left. Gu Yunyi immediately spoke up. I want to. Gu Xian let out a cold snort. Why should you? I brought them. Then why did you bring them? To give to Changyuan to eat. Then why are you claiming 2 for yourself? The 2 of them quickly fell into argument. Gu Changyuan listened for a moment before lowering his head once more. Light from outside the window fell upon the edges of the pages. Gu Yunyi and Gu Xian were still locked in a heated back and forth over the remaining pieces. He turned a page. Before long, he heard Gu Yunyi ask suddenly, Changyuan, my, if Luo Jinghuang asks you for something next time, would you still tell her? Gu Changyuan lifted his head. If I know it, I'll say it. Gu Yunyi paused, taken aback. Aren't you afraid others will learn from it? Gu Changyuan seemed not to grasp what was so frightening about that. If she can learn it herself, why shouldn't she? Gu Yunyi scratched his head. This question was a bit convoluted for him. Gu Xian on the other hand glanced at Gu Changyuan, but said nothing. Gu Changyuan had already lowered his head again. After a moment, he suddenly reached out and nudged Gu Yunyi's arm aside, which was blocking the light from the window. Brother Yunyi. What is it? You're blocking the light. Gu Yunyi. Gu Xian actually laughed out loud this time. After turning 7, Gu Changyuan gradually began spending more time at the clan academy. He still rarely joined in practice, most days merely sitting by the edge of the sparring ground, a book in hand, occasionally glancing up at those training within. At first some were unaccustomed to it. The young master was younger than them, and never truly sparred with anyone, being watched by him from the sidelines felt somewhat unsettling. But as time passed, a jest gradually spread through the academy. Fear not the elders' scolding, but fear the young master's gaze. No matter how fierce the elders' reprimands, one could secretly comfort oneself with the excuse of a poor day. Yet if Gu Changyuan observed for a while, and then suddenly asked where one felt uneasy, he often pinpointed precisely the flaw one was most unwilling to acknowledge. When a certain youth returned his sword, he would unconsciously retract his wrist. Gu Changyuan noticed a faint old scar on his wrist, and asked only, have you been injured by this technique before? The youth stood stunned for a long while. On the 2nd day's practice, his sword remained sluggish. But by the 3rd day it had grown noticeably smoother. Another youth would crouch on the ground struggling for half an hour with a formation pattern that always fell short by a single stroke at the final stage. Gu Changyuan passed by and merely used a twig to draw the 2 segments of the pattern closer together. You need not necessarily work around this section. With that he departed. The remaining youth stared at the lines on the ground for half the afternoon. Such moments occurred occasionally, though not frequently. Gu Changyuan never considered himself to be instructing anyone. If he noticed something, he would say a word, and then return to his reading as before. Instead, the young boys and girls of the academy had gradually formed a habit. Wherever that white-clad figure sat beneath the eaves, their swords and blades grew more earnest in their hands without conscious effort. Gu Xianlai later overheard the saying about fearing the young master's gaze rather than the elders' scolding, and his expression grew complicated. Should I be pleased? Gu Xianwei was browsing through a dossier. Is it not good that the younger generation at the academy is more diligent than before? It is good, Gu Xianlai replied, stroking his chin. It's just that they're now more obedient seeing Changyuan than they are seeing me. Gu Xianwei raised his eyes to look at him, and for once smiled. So this day has come for you as well. Gu Xianlai found himself at a loss for words. Days drifted by in such ordinary moments, inching forward. Children of the Gu clan could not formally draw spiritual energy or open their chi seas before the age of 12, so each day they devoted themselves to body training, form practice, meridian awareness, and sutra study. Those older than Gu Changyuan by several years, Gu Yunyi, Gu Xian, and others, had successively crossed the threshold of 12, beginning genuine cultivation with meridians established. Gradually, traces of circulating spiritual energy became visible within the academy. Gu Changyuan remained unfazed. When others practiced swordplay, he watched. When others established their meridians, he observed. Occasionally, he would return to the Emperor's Sun Hall to turn a few pages of a sutra, but more often he stayed in the ancestral shrine, studying those old histories he had already read countless times. In his 9th year, he grew truly close with Gu Chinga. The brother and sister had certainly crossed paths before, yet their time together had been sparse. One spent nearly all his time in the Emperor's Sun Hall and the ancestral shrine, the other still young and mostly accompanying Yin Juwei. That early autumn, the academy held a modest competition. Children under 12 could not employ spiritual power, they competed only in the most fundamental techniques of fists, feet, and weapons. Gu Changyuan made her debut upon the platform. The young girl wore a pale skirt, her hair neatly bound, wielding a wooden sword slightly shorter than her usual practice blade. She had appeared spirited before ascending, but as she faced her opponent, her expression gradually tightened. Her adversary was 2 years her senior and considerably taller. From the sidelines, someone murmured, "Is that the young master's younger sister?" Indeed, she seems quite different from her brother. The voice was low, yet Gu Changyuan caught it. Her small hand gripping the sword tightened visibly. Her first strike came swiftly, and her second was equally solid. By the third strike, her urgency betrayed itself. The wooden sword swept past her front, but her footing lagged half a beat. The opponent seized the opening with a light flick, deflecting her blade from its path. Before long, the outcome was decided. Gu Changyuan stood upon the platform, lips pressed, thin eyes red-rimmed, fighting back tears. The opposing youth appeared equally uncertain. Though he had struck with restraint, the sight of the girl left him feeling as though he had committed some misdeed. "You have the advantage," she stammered quietly, retrieving her wooden sword and descending the platform on her own. Gu Yanni had already risen from his seat beside them. "Changyuan," Gu Xian reached out and restrained him. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to check on her. Her brother is there." Only then did Gu Yanni stop. Nearby, Gu Changyuan had already closed his book. Gu Changyuan approached him with her head bowed. She had held herself together, but upon lifting her gaze to see her brother, tears welled more profusely. "Brother?" "Yes." Gu Changyuan first looked at the wooden sword in her hands. "Your second strike was good." Gu Changyuan paused in surprise. She had expected her brother's first words to address her defeat. "Really?" He raised his hand, gesturing to the position where she had delivered her previous strike. This portion was swift. It was merely the third strike that grew hasty. The young girl lowered her head. "I know." After a moment of silence, she could not help but ask, "Brother, do they think I am useless?" Gu Changyuan regarded her. "Why do you say that?" Gu Changyuan gripped her wooden sword tighter. "Because I am your younger sister. Yet I am not as skilled as you." Gu Changyuan remained quiet for a while. The girl seemed genuinely troubled, her head drooping lower still. He reached out and adjusted the small bell ornament atop her head that had been knocked askew during the bout. The bell gave a soft chime against her hair tie. Children of Yunshu need not bow their heads. Gu Changyuan slowly lifted her face. Gu Changyuan met her gaze. "You are my younger sister. You are also Gu Changyuan." The young girl froze. Gu Changyuan then took a cloud cake from a nearby dish and offered it to her. "Even a loser may eat." Gu Changyuan looked down at the cake, then back at him, her nose still tinged pink. In the end, she accepted it and took a bite. The sweetness bloomed upon her tongue. Tears did not fall, but her lips curved upward first. "Brother?" "Yes. Next year I shall win." Gu Changyuan nodded. "Good." Beside them, Gu Yanni had watched silently for some time before finally unable to resist leaning in. "And when I lose, eh?" Gu Xian stood behind with his arms crossed around his blade. "When you lose, you only shout for another round." Gu Yanni turned his head. "That's still losing. Last time you called for 7 consecutive rounds." Gu Yanni found himself speechless. Gu Changyuan could no longer suppress herself and let out a soft laugh. Whatever sorrow had lingered dissipated considerably. Before dawn on the following day, Yun Jiwei saw her daughter carrying the wooden sword into the courtyard. She stood beneath the eaves and watched for a while, saying nothing. 5 years had passed since he first truly walked into the clan academy at 7, and now Gu Changyuan had reached 12. Over these years, Gu Yanni's punches had grown heavier, and after Gu Xian truly began practicing with his blade, he spoke even less than before. Gu Changyuan no longer clung to his books all day, occasionally joining the clan instructors in arranging formation plates. Gu Changyuan remained as lively as ever, yet practiced her sword with far greater earnestness than before. Gu Changyuan watched as they each crossed the threshold of 12, establishing meridians, drawing in spiritual energy, opening their chi seas, and genuinely setting foot upon the path of cultivation. Now it was finally his turn. Yunshu did not make a grand display, nor did it summon the various peaks to witness the occasion beforehand. For the Gu family, establishing meridians at 12 was simply a step every clan child must take. Yet when it came to Gu Changyuan, the elder ancestors ultimately came to the Emperor's Sun Hall, for they had awaited this day for 12 years. 12 years ago, when Gu Changyuan was born, Gu Xianwei had perceived 12 innate meridian patterns within him. The first 9 were clear, but the final 3 were so faint they were nearly indistinguishable. No one at that time knew whether those 3 meridian patterns would still exist when he truly established his meridians at 12. Gu Xianwei had not informed Gu Changyuan in advance, nor had he made any decisions for him. He had merely waiting for this child to arrive at today on his own accord. Rain began falling in the late afternoon, initially light, fine and dense drops settling upon the ancient peach tree outside the Emperor's Sun Hall. By night the rain grew heavier, forming continuous streams beneath the tile eaves, and the bluestone pavers in the courtyard quickly washed to a gleam. Gu Changyuan did not return to his room. He sat beneath the eaves watching the rain. His 12-year-old frame had grown considerably taller than mere years past. His white robes gathered neatly, long hair, half-bound behind him. A scroll of sutras lay unfinished upon the table, yet he did not glance at it for a long while. Rainwater fell from beyond the eaves, gathering in the stone cracks before flowing downward along the terrain. Spiritual energy from the distant mountains similarly settled gradually, with the rain's descent ultimately submerging once more into the vast ancestral dragon veins beneath Yinshu's earth. Gu Changyuan observed for a long while. He suddenly felt that spiritual energy was much the same. It did not emerge from nothing, nor was it forced into the body by brute force. It flowed and converged, following paths already present, inching toward where it belonged. Gu Changyuan arrived silently. The elder stood at the edge of the eaves, seeing Gu Changyuan still gazing into the rain curtain, and followed his line of sight for a time. What are you watching? Gu Changyuan did not turn around. Rain. Have you understood it? Not quite yet. Gu Changyuan ceased his questioning. The rain grew denser. Beneath the Emperor's Sun Hall, the breath of the ancestral dragon veins rose and fell slowly with the night. Within Gu Changyuan, those innate meridian patterns that had lain dormant since birth finally began to shift at this very moment. It was not spiritual energy forcefully breaking through. Rather, it was as though something previously vague gradually took on a clear outline, guided by the elemental current between heaven and earth. Gu Xuanwei's expression grew increasingly solemn. Gu Jiuxiao and Gu Tianlin arrived in succession. None drew near. They all remained standing beyond the eaves. Gu Xianlai arrived last. As he opened his mouth to speak, Gu Xianwei raised a hand to silence him. Do not disturb. Gu Xianlai forcibly swallowed his words. Beneath the eaves, Gu Changyuan had closed his eyes. For the first time, he truly perceived his own meridians. They were not the 9 lines depicted in scriptures, nor the acupoints the elders had described during his body-shaping exercises. They resembled 9 rivers that had always existed deep within his body. As the spiritual current passed through the riverbanks, gradually emerged source tributaries and bends, becoming ever clearer. Until one moment, the 9 innate meridian patterns solidified completely. There was no thunder. No anomalies erupted from Yinshu. Only the disordered spiritual energy surrounding the Emperor's Sun Hall paused simultaneously in that single instant. Gu Xuanlia's eyes instantly brightened. 9 meridians. Gu Jiuxiao's hand within his sleeve slowly clenched. 9 heavenly meridians. Across the 5 continents, such a foundation was already worthy of the highest praise. Yet, Gu Xianwei did not gaze at the 9 complete heavenly meridians. From beginning to end, his focus remained on what lay deeper. 12 years ago, 3 meridians remained there still. Rain fell continuously along the eave corners. Gu Changyuan had not yet opened his eyes. After a long while, his brows furrowed slightly. Great-grandfather. Gu Xuanwei's voice was quieter than usual. Yes. Beyond the 9 meridians. The youth paused as if confirming something. There are 3 more. Those beyond the eaves fell silent in unison. Gu Xianwei stared at him. You can sense them? Yes. Gu Changyuan raised his hand. There was no spiritual light in his palm, nor had his chi-si opened. Yet beyond the 9 fully solidified heavenly meridians, 3 faint tugs could indeed be felt. They were distant. Also indistinct. Like 3 paths buried deeper still. The intersections were visible, but what lay beyond remained shrouded in mist. Gu Xianlai stepped forward half a pace. Are they truly still there? Gu Xianwei finally exhaled slowly. They remain. Those 3 faint shadows from 12 years ago had not vanished. They simply had not yet fully taken form. Gu Tianlin fell silent for a moment. Should we open the Qi-Si first? With the 9 meridians established. By the Gu family's normal cultivation method, the next step was to draw spiritual energy into the body and formally open the Qi-Si. All eyes turned to Gu Changyuan. Gu Changyuan merely shook his head. Not yet. Gu Xianlai paused in surprise. Why? The youth closed his eyes once more. The 9 complete heavenly meridians were clear. And those 3 faint tugs from deeper within still remained. There are 3 more that have not yet settled. Gu Xianlai opened his mouth. You wish to wait? Gu Changyuan nodded. Yes. No one spoke beyond the eaves. 9 heavenly meridians. A foundation countless prodigies would covet. Only one step remained before he could truly open his Qi-Si and set foot upon the path of cultivation. Yet he halted. Not because the 9 meridians were insufficient. Only because he had already seen that beyond them 3 unfinished paths still lay ahead. Gu Xianwei gazed at the youth before him. After a long while, he asked only, what if they never settle? Gu Changyuan opened his eyes. The rain curtain reflected in those clear, bright eyes. Then continue to wait. Gu Xianlai instinctively remarked, how long must we wait? Gu Changyuan considered for a moment. Wait until they emerge. The answer was simple, spoken as though stating something that ought to be. Gu Xianwei asked no further questions. He turned his head toward Gu Tianlin. We shall not open the Qi-Si tonight. Gu Tianlin nodded. Gu Jiuxiao offered no objection. No one urged Gu Changyuan to proceed with the 9 meridians first. Nor did anyone tell him that 9 heavenly meridians were already enough to astonish the world. 12 years ago they had promised not to choose this child's path for him. Now it was finally his own choice. The rain continued to fall. Gu Changyuan returned to his seat by the eaves. Gu Xianlai stood beneath the rain-drenched eaves for a long while before murmuring, "Others fear the path being too difficult." Gu Xianwei glanced at him. "He fears the path not being fully walked." Gu Xianlai fell silent. The youth beneath the eaves did not hear. His attention remained fixed beyond the 9 meridians. Those 3 were faint, yet they truly existed. The rain continued until the late watches of night. The 9 heavenly meridians had taken form, but the Qi Sea remained tranquil. The rain fell steadily past midnight. The 9 heavenly veins had already taken shape, yet the Qi Sea remained undisturbed. Gu Changyuan did not press forward further. Beyond the 9 established veins, 3 more still lay unformed. By the time Gu Xianwei and the others left the corridor outside the Crown Prince's palace, the night had grown very late. Yun Jiwei had been waiting inside the hall all along. Upon seeing Gu Changyuan return, she did not first ask about the 9 veins nor about the 3 unsettled pulse images. Instead, she pulled him beneath the lamplight and examined his sleeve cuffs first. "Did you get caught in the rain?" "No." Gu Changyuan glanced down. Only the edges of his shoes bore a trace of dampness. Only then did Yun Jiwei raise her hand to touch his forehead. "Are you tired?" Gu Changyuan considered. "A little." "Then sleep." The 12-year-old had already grown much taller than in his early childhood. When Yun Jiwei adjusted his collar, her hand rose higher than before, and her gesture faltered for a moment. Gu Changyuan did not notice what she was thinking. He had already walked to the bedside and sat down. The rain sounded dense outside the window. Water streamed down from the bronze eaves in thin lines, and peach blossoms struck from the courtyard clung to the damp stone steps. In the distance, the 7 peaks hid within the heavy night, with only occasional points of light glowing from the ancient halls above. Yun Jiwei went to close the window a little tighter. The rain softened at once. "Mother." "Yes." "Grandfather and the others will not sleep tonight, will they?" Yun Jiwei turned to look at him. "What do you think?" Gu Changyuan thought earnestly for a while. "I suppose it is because of me." Yun Jiwei could not help but laugh. "Good that you understand." The boy's eyes curved slightly, a faint smile. After he lay down, Yun Jiwei tucked the blanket around him. Gu Changyuan was truly exhausted, and within moments his breathing grew steady. She sat by his bedside and watched for a while. Out there everyone would be thinking of the 9 veins, of the 3 faint shadows beyond them, and also of why this child chose to halt precisely at the moment when he should have pushed forward most. Yun Jiwei did not let herself think of such things. She only reached out and gently brushed a strand of black hair from his forehead. "Grow slowly." After she spoke, she rose and extinguished 1 lamp. Following that rain at 12 years old, Gu Changyuan never opened his Qi Sea. In the first few months, no one in the clan found anything unusual about it. Since the 3 remaining heavenly vein images had already shown signs, waiting a little longer seemed entirely reasonable. But 1 year passed. 2 years passed. No formal news of Qi Sea opening came from the Crown Prince Palace. Gu Xianwei did not urge him. Gu Tianlin did not urge him. Gu Jiuxiao occasionally asked, and always received nearly the same reply, still lacking something. After too many inquiries, even Gu Jiuxiao himself grew too lazy to ask again. Gu Changyuan continued living according to his original rhythm. Reading, studying history, visiting the ancestral shrine. When spring cloud mist thinned over the 7 peaks, the ancient path across the mountainside re-emerged from the fog, and he sometimes walked all the way from the Crown Prince Palace to the foot of Sword Peak. Above Formation Peak, a layer of shifting array patterns hung, suspended year-round. The wind at Alchemy Peak always carried an indefinable herbal fragrance. Farther still, from time to time, the sheer cliffs of Sword Peak echoed with the faintest ring of steel. Summer nights were stifling, so he would carry a scroll and sit outside the hall. The 7 peaks' lights brightened one by one across the sea of clouds, and spirit birds swept through the upper clouds, their shadows swallowed by darkness in an instant. In autumn, the ancient trees behind the ancestral shrine began shedding their leaves, and pale mist from the ancestral dragon vein below the mountains drifted upward through the valleys. In winter, heavy snow pressed upon the ranges, leaving only the copper ridges of high temples visible above the clouds and snow. Days moved slowly forward through these mornings, evenings, and seasons. Years passed, and he grew taller. At 12 or 13, Gu Changyuan's face still bore the softness of boyhood. By 15 or 16, his features had sharpened and opened. His nose grew straighter, his jawline more defined and decisive. His black hair was still often half-bound. His clothing had not changed greatly, mostly clean and simple white robes. But garments that once hung on a child now fell differently on a gradually elongating frame, carrying a new meaning. He remained quiet. Yet he no longer gave the impression of merely being the youngest child, always shielded by his elders. One late summer evening, when he was 15, returning from Sword Peak, Gu Changyuan had just crossed the stone bridge outside the clan academy, when Gu Yanni stood by the roadside and stared at him for a long while. Gu Changyuan finally stopped. "What is it?" Gu Yanni held his hand above his own head for comparison, then looked again. "Have you grown taller again?" "Probably." What do you mean probably? Gu Changyuan thought. I haven't measured myself. Gu Yanni clicked his tongue. You were so much shorter than me when we were young. Gu Xianzheng passed by and glanced at him. And you were considerably heavier than him back then. Gu Yanni's expression darkened. What does that have to do with anything? Nothing. Then why say it? Gu Xianwei ignored him and walked on. Gu Changyuan stood watching for a while, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Gu Yanni turned immediately. You're laughing? No. I saw that. Gu Changyuan paused. Then yes, I am laughing. Gu Yanni fell speechless. Gu Xianwei did not slow his steps, but his shoulders shook faintly. Gu Chinga grew up year by year. After that minor competition, when she was 9, she did practice swordsmanship far more seriously. The first year she did not win. The second year, she still fell short by a fraction. By the third time, she finally pushed the youth who had once bested her twice to the very edge of the platform. When her final strike fell, the wooden sword in her opponent's hand flew from his grip. A moment of silence swept the practice field. Gu Chinga herself stood stunned. Only when the instructor announced the result did she fully register what had happened, leaving her own wooden sword on the ground untouched and turning to search for someone outside the arena. Gu Changyuan was not at the practice field. She searched all the way to outside the ancestral shrine, where she finally spotted the boy sitting on the long steps reading. Brother. Gu Changyuan looked up. Gu Chinga ran to him, still catching her breath, her eyes bright beyond measure. I won. Gu Changyuan looked at her. The girl waited. Just him. Gu Changyuan closed his book. Your third strike was not rushed. Gu Chinga froze. You saw that? I passed by the practice field earlier. Then why didn't you stay? Grandfather wanted to see me. Gu Chinga's mouth could no longer suppress its curve. Was my third strike really not rushed? No. Does that mean I've improved significantly? Gu Changyuan thought seriously for a moment. Significantly. Only then was Gu Chinga satisfied, and she sat beside him. Mountain wind swept past the ancestral shrine, stirring a few fallen leaves along the stone steps. After a while the girl spoke softly. Brother. Yes. This time I didn't lower my head. Gu Changyuan's hand pausing over his pages stilled. He turned to look at her. Gu Chinga was also looking at him. The girl who once stood before him with red-rimmed eyes after losing seemed truly to have changed by now. Gu Changyuan smiled faintly. Yes. Gu Chinga smiled back. This time she asked nothing else. As he grew older, Gu Changyuan's visits to the clan academy gradually became less frequent. It was not that he distanced himself from his peers. It was simply that he began having more of his own affairs. The Crown Prince's palace, the ancestral shrine, the hidden texts of the Seven Peaks, and some long-forgotten corners of Yunxiu he had never visited before. Sometimes days passed without seeing him. When he reappeared, he still looked no different from usual. Once Gu Xianlai intercepted him at the entrance of the ancestral shrine. Changyuan. Gu Changyuan stopped. Ancestor Xianlai. How are the last 3 veins progressing? Still lacking something. Gu Xuanlia's brow twitched. You said the same thing last year. Yes. The year before too. Gu Changyuan considered carefully. Actually, the year before the gap had been even wider. Gu Xianlai fell silent. Then when do you plan to open your Qi Si? I do not know. Aren't you anxious about this? Gu Changyuan looked up. If I rush, will they simply appear? Gu Xianlai opened his mouth. No, they won't. Then there is no point in anxiety. Gu Changyuan held his book and continued walking. Gu Xianlai stood in place watching his retreating figure for a long while. When Gu Xianwei emerged from the ancestral shrine, she happened to see. You asked again. Yes. Didn't I tell you not to push him? I did not push him. Gu Xianlai turned. I simply want to know whether he himself feels any urgency. And now you know. Yes. What did you learn? Gu Xianlai fell silent for a moment. I am more anxious than he is. Gu Xianwei smiled. That is your own affair. Gu Xianlai had nothing to say. Over the 6 years, the younger generation across the central heaven had cycled through several waves of rising stars. Some established their veins at 12, left their clans at 15, and by 17 their names were already known across regions. Lu Daochun of the Taishian sacred sect, Jiang Wu of the Jiang clan, Luo Jingwang of the Luo clan, and many more young people from the great sects and ancient lineages of central heaven who successively stepped into the public eye. They departed their mountain gates, participated in the youth tournaments, and carved their names through victory and defeat. Some ascended to the list of outstanding geniuses. Others barely established their reputations before being overshadowed by newcomers. But Gu Changyuan of Yunxiu never truly broke away. He had no combat record, no confrontations with his contemporaries. After age 12, no startling cultivation news had spread either. At first, the outside world assumed the Gu clan simply did not wish their young master to appear prematurely. Over time, those speculations gradually took a darker turn. By 17, some had already concluded that the grand spectacle surrounding his birth far exceeded whatever his actual cultivation achieved. These whispers had reached Yunxiu. The clan's youth naturally felt defiant. But Gu Changyuan himself never specifically sought to address them. He simply continued reading as usual. He continued visiting the ancestral shrine. He continued living his days as before. And the empty position at the very top of the genius list, vacant since his birth, grew increasingly disgusted as his coming-of-age ceremony approached. Deep autumn of his 17th year. The 7 peaks wore heavy autumn color. Fallen leaves blanketed the ancient trees outside the ancestral shrine, and mountain mist pushed aside by evening wind sank layer by layer into the deep valleys. Farther still the ranges glowed with dark gold under the setting sun, and ancient halls floated above the cloud sea showing only their curved eaves and elevated ridges. Gu Changyuan stood at the end of the long steps watching a single leaf tumble past the stone railing. The leaf fell into the clouds and quickly vanished. Gu Zhouxiao emerged from the ancestral shrine. Still watching, Gu Changyuan turned. Grandfather. Gu Zhouxiao walked to his side. By now Gu Changyuan had grown tall. His frame was lean, and composed white robes caught gently against his sides by the autumn wind. His black hair was mostly secured with a simple crown, the rest falling down his back with stray strands swept past his brow by the wind. The childish softness of his youth was barely visible. His features had fully matured, eyes still clear, nose straight, profile clean and decisive. Yet those eyes differed little from childhood. Quiet, and also profoundly clear. Gu Zhouxiao suddenly spoke. Changyuan. Yes. You will be 18 soon. Gu Changyuan smiled faintly. I know. After the coming-of-age ceremony, you cannot remain at home forever. Yes. Do you wish to go out? This time Gu Changyuan did not answer immediately. He raised his eyes toward beyond Yinshu. Beyond the 7 peaks lay even greater mountains. And beyond those ranges was the 5 continents he had read about for 18 years in ancient scrolls, yet never truly set foot upon. After a moment the boy nodded. Yes, I do. Gu Zhouxiao looked at him sideways. So you finally want to leave? Gu Changyuan said, I cannot keep seeing the 5 continents only through books my whole life. Gu Zhouxiao laughed. Now that sounds more like a young man. Gu Changyuan looked faintly helpless. I am one already. You did not seem so as a child. In what way? Others at 7 or 8 are climbing and jumping everywhere, but you would hold a book and read all day. Gu Changyuan considered. Books are quite engaging too. Gu Zhouxiao had nothing to say. After a moment, he simply placed a hand on his shoulder. Very well. A few more months. There will be plenty of paths ahead for you to walk. The final winter came swiftly. Yunshi received that year's first heavy snow. Every peak stood white. Dark stone from the rear mountain wore a fresh layer of snow, and beyond the cliff the 7 peaks floated within layered clouds. Copper ridges from distant temples emerged from cloud and snow. Lower still pale mist from the ancestral dragon vein rose slowly from the mountain belly, merging with the cloud layer above. Gu Changyuan stood alone at the cliff's edge. 18 years had passed. The child once held in Gu Zhouxiao's arms had grown completely into a young man. Tall and straight, shoulders broad. White robes against falling snow, features refined and striking. Black hair half bound at the back, wind sweeping through strands from the mountainside, stirring both hair and robe hem. His brow ridge had sharpened considerably. Nose straight. Jawline clean and decisive. His face remained young, handsome and resolute, but standing amidst cloud and snow it already carried the unmistakable bearing of a true heir to an imperial lineage. Gu Tianlin approached along the mountain path and spotted that figure from afar. His steps slowed unconsciously. Gu Changyuan heard the sound and turned. Father. Gu Tianlin came to his side. Father and son stood shoulder to shoulder at the cliff edge, neither speaking immediately. The sea of clouds surged slowly between the 7 peaks. After a moment, Gu Tianlin spoke. Changyuan. Yes. 3 months from now your coming-of-age ceremony will arrive. Gu Changyuan nodded. I know. Many have seen you in Yinshu. Yes. Previously they were turned away. Gu Changyuan turned his face. Gu Tianlin also looked at him. This time I will not stop them. Mountain wind passed between the two. Nearby pine branches bowed slightly under the weight of accumulated snow, and a fine powder drifted down along the boughs. Gu Changyuan was quiet for a moment. Then he raised his eyes again. His gaze swept beyond the 7 peaks. Beyond the sea of clouds lay the 5 continents he had read about in ancient scrolls for 18 years. The faintest curve touched the boy's lips. Very well. After the news of Gu Changyuan's 18th coming-of-age ceremony spread the central heaven, divine land fell quiet for a day. The following day the area outside the Heavenly Secrets Tower was packed with people. A new edition of the Record of Prodigies hung high before the tower. So many names had already been inscribed upon it this generation. Some forged their way through the secret realms of the 5 continents, others claimed consecutive victories over their peers in sect debates, while some had begun walking the central heaven at tender years, their deeds recorded with crystalline clarity. Yet the space at the very top remained empty. It had been empty for 18 years. 18 years later it still bore no name. Someone gazed upward for a long while. Still empty. A passerby chuckled. Can't you see for yourself? The entire generation has already fought their way up like this, and he hasn't entered a single match. What right does he have to keep that spot? Another person glanced up at the top of the list. The Asking Heaven Terrace reopens tomorrow. What's the rush? We've waited 18 years. This one day won't make a difference. The surrounding crowd grew quieter. Indeed. 18 years of waiting. Tomorrow there should finally be an answer. Around this time, the outer city of Cloud Ruins truly opened its gates. The imperial city rested amid 7 encircling peaks with a 1,000-zhang cloud gate spanning 2 mountains. Beyond the gate lay endlessly churning seas of clouds, while within stretched ancient streets unfurling step by step along the mountain slopes. Cloud bridges arched across the peaks and valleys with ancient halls upturned, eaves hidden among spiritual mists. Only when the mountain wind grew fierce and pushed aside the sea of clouds could one catch glimpses of bronze pavilions sunk deep within the passage of time. Deeper still lay the ancestral shrine and the Emperor's Sun Palace. These past few days, cloud boats, ancient carriages, and beast-drawn carts arriving from all corners of the central heaven had come without cease. Yet beyond the Cloud Ruins boundary marker, all who arrived, no matter how imposing their entourage, had to deliberately lower their presence. The ancient imperial formation had not truly awakened. Only a faint golden imperial sigil lay horizontal across the cloud gate. Some young ones visiting for the first time, unfamiliar with the customs, had not yet grounded their thunder beasts when sharp voices from their elders rang out behind them. "Get down." The youth turned his head. "We haven't even entered the city yet." The elder glared at him. "This is Cloud Ruins." The boy's lips twitched, but he ultimately reined his thunder beast down through the cloud layer. A few young cultivators who had arrived earlier nearby couldn't help but snicker. "What's so funny?" A lazy voice drifted from within the crowd. "Laughing that you're fortunate." The youth turned his head. A group from the Xinxiao Thunder sect was approaching from another direction. The speaker wore a deep purple robe, his jade belt tied carelessly, his black hair loosely gathered at the back, a distinct air of languor about his brows and eyes. Lei Qianjia let out a yawn. "Had you flown 10 zhang further forward, it wouldn't be your elder teaching you the rules right now." The youth instinctively looked up. 10 zhang beyond, suspended quietly within the seemingly empty sky above the cloud gate, lay an ancient imperial sigil. His expression instantly grew far more subdued. The Xinxiao Thunder sect elder cast a glance at Lei Qianjia. "You know quite well. I did my research beforehand." "Rare indeed." Lei Qianjia turned his head to the side. "Elder, I read books too usually." The old man said nothing. Lei Qianjia waited a moment. "If you don't believe me, so be it." Gifts of congratulation from each family were delivered into the imperial city alongside their senders. Common Dao stones, ancient medicines, and scripture scrolls were naturally abundant. The Gu family stewards responsible for registration, having written until their hands grew tired, simply called upon several younger clan members to assist with the recording. Yet only a handful of items were escorted separately into the ancestral shrine. The Jiang family had sent a small fragment of the outer shell from the ancient steel of heavenly mandate. Not the steel itself, but merely an old stone that had naturally detached beside the ancestral steely palm-sized surface, still bearing several natural purple-gold patterns. The Qin family's gift was even simpler. A jar of battle blood spiritual wine, the mouth sealed with an ancient red copper seal. When the Qin family elder delivered the wine, he also brought along a message. "My family's Qin Lai says that after the coming-of-age ceremony concludes, if the opportunity arises, he would like to test himself against the young master of the Gu family." Gu Shuanglia, who happened to be nearby, chuckled at these words. "That boy has spirit." Gu Xianwei glanced at him. "In what way?" "Straightforward. You feel someone's finally matched your own disregard for formalities." Gu Xianlai considered this. "That's not bad then." Gu Xianwei waved him off. The Luo family's offering, meanwhile, was contained within a crimson gold glazed glass box. Within lay no spiritual artifact, only a withered branch from an ancient phoenix tree. The branch was short, long, bereft of vitality, yet at its tip still clung a trace of faint crimson. 11 years ago, it was precisely that ancient phoenix tree, thanks to 3 sentences Gu Changyuan had sent, that caused Luo Jinghuang to reconsider the withered branch she had overlooked upon entering the phoenix nest. Accompanying the box was a short note bearing only 2 lines. Those 3 sentences from years past have benefited Jinghuang to this day. "On the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, I shall personally come to offer congratulations." Upon reading it, Gu Xianwei had the withered branch stored in the side hall of the ancestral shrine. What truly brought the outer city to life was the arrival of the younger generation. The ancient carriage of the Taishan sacred sect was the first to cross over the cloud gate. After alighting from his carriage, Lu Daochen did not look toward the Emperor's Sun Palace. Instead, his gaze fell upon the deeper reaches of the city. There, an ancient terrace that had lain dormant for many years had been cleared and prepared anew. The Asking Heaven Terrace. The ancient platform sat at the junction of 3 peaks, suspended on 3 sides, connected to the ancestral shrine by only a single bluish-black stone path. The terrace body was constructed of interlocking black and white ancient stones, though time had weathered its edges. Several old carvings left behind during the era of the 3 emperors remained clearly visible. It was there that the Gu family's coming-of-age ceremony would perform its final rite, where bone structure, heavenly meridians, and fate patterns could all leave their response upon the terrace. Lu Huaishu stepped to stand beside Lu Daochen. "Tomorrow is the day there." Not going to go ask first today?" Lu Daochen turned his head. "Ask whom?" The people of the Gu family. The youth smiled faintly. We've already waited 11 years. One more night won't hurt. With that he walked toward the guest courtyard. Before sunset, the Luo family's phoenix carriage entered the imperial city. There were no phoenix fires filling the skies, nor any deliberate display of might. The crimson gold phoenix carriage descended gently after crossing the cloud gate, its wheels rolling across the cloud bridge, leaving only a few streaks of rosy light in the dusk behind that swiftly dispersed. The carriage curtain was drawn aside. Luo Jinghuang stepped down from within. 11 years had passed since that little girl who once sat beneath the ancient phoenix tree copying those 3 sentences stroke by stroke, and she had now grown into the true divine maiden of the Luo family. Her figure was willowy and graceful, clad in a scarlet long dress that cinched neatly at the waist, its hem unfurling in layers of dark golden phoenix motifs as it fell. Her raven hair was mostly gathered with a crimson gold phoenix hairpin, the rest cascading down her shoulders. Her features had fully matured, radiating a striking beauty tempered with quiet pride, while the faint phoenix mark upon her forehead remained unobtrusive. As she walked past the phoenix carriage, several young cultivators near the cloud bridge who had been conversing involuntarily fell silent. The accompanying female elder approached her side. The withered branch has already been delivered inside. Do you still remember those 3 sentences? I do. You've come so far on your own since then. Luo Jinghuang gazed forward. That is precisely why I must remember all the more. Who it was that made me turn back and cast one more glance all those years ago. The female elder smiled. You wish to thank him in person? Luo Jinghuang continued forward. Passing by the cloud bridge, she caught sight from afar of several Gu clan members making final preparations beside the Asking Heaven terrace. Her steps did not falter. She would meet them tomorrow naturally. The Jiang family's ancient carriage arrived somewhat later. After alighting, Jiang Wukongel cast his gaze first toward the depths of the ancient city. Tomorrow is the day at the Asking Heaven terrace. The accompanying elder nodded. Correct. I see. The elder waited a moment, but heard no further words from him. Nothing else you wish to ask? Jiang Wukongel looked at him. Ask what? About Gu Changyuan. He'll be standing on the terrace tomorrow. He resumed his stride. What difference would it make to ask now versus seeing for myself tomorrow? The elder paused, then smiled and followed after him. When the Qin family's war chariot entered the city, Lei Qianjia had not yet strayed far. The 2 parties crossed paths at the long street intersection behind the cloud gate. Qin Lai stepped down from his war chariot and barely had his feet touch the ground before he spoke. After tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony, can we fight? The Qin family elder's expression darkened. Can't you wait to watch the ceremony first? I said after the ceremony. This is the Gu family's territory. I know. Then why ask as soon as you walk in? Qin Lai paused to think. Should I ask later then? A laugh came from nearby. Lei Qianjia, who had already been preparing to leave, stopped at these words. Does it really matter whether you ask early or late? Qin Lai turned around. There is. What difference? Asking later is more polite. Lei Qianjia fell quiet for a moment. That makes sense. Behind them, the Shenxiao Thunder Sect elder's eyelid twitched slightly. The Qin family elder, clearly not wanting these 2 to continue their conversation, stepped in. Let's go. Qin Lai didn't move. You haven't even said whether we can fight. How should I know? Then ask tomorrow. The Qin family elder took a deep breath and turned to leave. Only then did Qin Lai fall into step. Lei Qianjia watched 2 steps behind. You really came just to fight? Qin Lai didn't even turn his head. No. Oh, there's also the ceremony to attend. Lei Qianjia laughed. You're quite particular, aren't you? Only then did Qin Lai turn his head. Don't you want to test yourself? Lei Qianjia pondered for a moment. I haven't even seen the person yet. He casually glanced toward the side of the street. These past few days, discussions about Gu Changyuan had scarcely ceased. This city has already celebrated his victories and defeats over a dozen times each in recent days. Lei Qianjia turned his gaze back. Let's see the real person first before we discuss anything. Qin Lai nodded. Makes sense. He paused. Then we'll watch first and fight after. Lei Qianjia looked at him for a moment. This time he offered no reply. As night fell, lights began to flicker on across the 7 peaks visible through the sea of clouds. Yet what truly drew the attention of many young cultivators was the Asking Heaven terrace deep within the city. That ancient terrace, dormant for so many years, still hovered between the 3 peaks. Beneath the night sky, a ring of black and white patterns along its edges had begun to glow. Some people gazed at it from afar for a while, saying nothing more. Since everyone had already arrived at Cloud Ruins, the terrace tomorrow would naturally provide the answer. The Emperor's Sun Palace, however, was far quieter than the outer city. On the final night before the coming-of-age ceremony truly began, Gu Changyuan slept much as he always did. Before dawn broke the next day, Yun Jiwei pushed open the palace doors. Beyond the window, the sea of clouds still wore a deep indigo hue, and the silhouettes of the 7 peaks had just begun to emerge from the morning mist. Several ancient lanterns left burning all night still hung beneath the eaves. Gu Changyuan was already awake. Today was different from any other day. His black hair was not casually half-bound as usual. Instead, Yunjue personally combed and arranged it for him strand by strand, while an ancient jade crown prepared long in advance rested beside the table. In the bronze mirror, the 18-year-old youth's features had fully matured. Black hair cascaded down his shoulders, his white robes embroidered with golden patterns still not yet fastened. The first light of dawn slanted in through the window, resting gently upon his refined profile. Yunjue watched for a moment before bowing her head again to continue arranging his hair. Does it hurt? Gu Changyuan let out a soft laugh. Mother, I'm 18. Being 18 means you won't feel pain. That's not what I meant. Yunjue smiled faintly, as well though her movements grew even gentler. The ancient jade crown was finally placed upon his head. For today's coming-of-age ceremony, his long robe remained primarily white with dark golden patterns extending downward from the collar along the cuffs, an understated elegance that revealed itself only when morning light brushed across it. Gu Changyuan rose from before the mirror. Yunjue stepped back and gazed at him for a long while. The child who used to sit beneath the corridor watching the rain a small plate of cloud cakes always within reach had truly grown up. Yet those eyes seemed little changed. Still pure, still earnest when looking at others. Yunjue stepped forward and adjusted the final fold of his collar. Changyuan. Yes. Everyone outside has arrived. I know. Some wish to see you. Gu Changyuan nodded. And others wish to test you. Yunjue raised her eyes. Are you afraid? No. Why not? Gu Changyuan gazed at his reflection in the mirror, quiet for a moment. I have watched for 18 years. Yunjue paused slightly. The youth lifted his eyes. Beyond the window, the first ray of morning light had already crossed over the sea of clouds. Today it is their turn to be seen by me. Yunjue looked at him for a long time, the faint moisture rising in her eyes eventually giving way to a smile. Good. She stepped back half a pace. This time she did not reach out to adjust anything for him. It was no longer necessary. Outside the Emperor's Sun Palace, Gu Jiuxiao, Gu Xuanwei, and several others had already arrived. Gu Jiuxiao paced back and forth twice outside the palace doors. Gu Xianwei finally looked up. Can't you just stand still for a moment? I am standing. You just walked from here to over there. Stretching my legs. Gu Xianwei had no desire to call him out on it. After a while, Gu Jiuxiao could still not contain himself. If any junior behaves inappropriately today, matters involving juniors are for Changyuan to handle himself. I know. Then why say it? Gu Jiuxiao frowned. I'll just say it once. Gu Xianwei gazed at the closed bronze palace doors. We have protected him for 18 years. Gu Jiuxiao fell silent. And oi. And so today, Gu Xianwei said, we no longer protect him. Gu Jiuxiao turned his head to look at him. Before he could speak, Gu Xianlai happened to pass by. You wouldn't. Gu Jiuxiao's expression darkened. Get lost. Gu Xianlai laughed and walked away. Just then the first ceremonial bell rang out from the direction of the ancestral shrine. Clang. The bell sound swept across the mountain peaks. The morning mist that had settled between the 7 peaks slowly parted to either side. Within the imperial city, all arriving guests raised their heads in unison. At the junction of the 3 peaks, those ancient black and white patterns along the edge of the asking heaven terrace, dormant for many years, began to illuminate one segment after another. At the same time, an ancient cloud staircase extending from the ancestral shrine gradually took shape through the morning mist. Before the second ceremonial bell could sound. Before the Emperor's Sun Palace, the bronze doors that had remained shut for years slowly swung open on both sides. Morning light crossed the threshold. A youth in white robes embroidered with golden patterns stood behind the doors. Morning light fell upon his shoulders, the white robes and golden patterns draping naturally along his tall, slender frame. The youth's shoulders had fully broadened, his black hair bound beneath the ancient jade crown, a few stray strands at his temples gently stirred by the morning breeze. At 18, his features had fully matured. Refined yet heroic, though what captivated most were those calm, clear eyes. White robes caught the wind, his bearing ethereally pure. Let's go. By the time the second ceremonial bell reverberated across the 7 peaks, Gu Changyuan had already stepped onto the cloud stairs. The sky had not yet fully brightened. Beneath the imperial city of Yunshu lay 9 ancestral dragons' spiritual veins. The morning mist exhaled by these veins rose slowly along the mountain slopes, drifting gracefully through jade steps, ancient bridges, and tiered cloud terraces. The eternal lamps still burning from the night before hung beneath the high eaves, yet the morning light had already crested the surrounding peaks, gradually illuminating the entire sea of clouds. The cloud stairs stretched horizontally between 2 summits from outside the Crown Prince Palace, leading all the way to the ancestral shrine. Gu Changyuan walked upon them alone. The mountain wind gently swept past his white robes embroidered with golden threads, and his dark hair was bound beneath an ancient jade crown. Below his feet churned the sea of clouds. In the distance, the ancient halls of the 7 peaks revealed their staggered eaves through the mist, while spiritual birds occasionally darted through the valleys before quickly vanishing back into the deeper clouds. Over the past 18 years, this path from the Crown Prince Palace to the outside world had hardly been a novelty to him. But today was different. At the far end of the cloud stairs lay the heaven-questioning terrace. This ancient terrace, a relic from the era of the three sovereigns, hung at the junction of three peaks. It faced the seven peaks with the ancestral shrine at its back, its platform paved with interwoven black and white ancient jades. Though time had weathered its edges, the ancient inscriptions carved during the three sovereigns era remained deeply etched into the jade surface. Ordinarily, the heaven-questioning terrace lay utterly silent. Today, however, all four celestial bridges were open. Viewing platforms were spread along the mountain's contours, and guests from imperial clans, ancient bloodlines, and sacred sects, rushing in from the central heaven, had already taken their seats. Yunqiu made no deliberate display of dominance. Yet with 9 ancestral dragons' spiritual veins stirring beneath them, the portraits of the three sovereigns hanging high behind, and the silhouettes of the Gu clan elders seated before the heaven-questioning terrace, the scattered conversations from all directions naturally subsided. Gu Changyuan crossed the final step of the cloud stairs. A multitude of gazes followed him. Lu Daochen sat at the forefront of the Taishan sacred sect's seating area, watching in quiet silence. Jiang Wuzong remained equally taciturn. Luo Jinghuang's gaze lingered for a moment on that figure in white. She had kept the jade paper she had personally copied 11 years ago, all this way to today. Now she had finally come face to face with the man who had penned those 3 lines. Qin Lai's reaction, however, was far simpler. He stared at Gu Changyuan for a few breaths before speaking abruptly. He doesn't look like he can fight. The Qin clan elder beside him flinched violently. Observe the ceremony today. I know. Qin Lai watched a moment longer. But he doesn't look easy to beat either. The Qin elder closed his eyes. Across a few rows lay Qianjie, caught every word, a faint smile tugging at his lips, though he said nothing. For Gu Changyuan had already arrived before the ancestral shrine. The first rite of the coming-of-age ceremony. Ancestor worship. The twin bronze doors of the shrine had long since been thrown open. The interior was far darker than the outside, with 3 towering portraits of the great emperors hanging at the deepest recess. The figures of Emperor Taishuan, Emperor Chongqing, and Emperor Wuzhong seemed to descend across centuries of history into the Great Hall. Beneath their portraits rested row upon row of ancestral spirit tablets arranged along the stone steps. Outsiders were forbidden entry. Yet when Gu Changyuan stepped across the threshold, many elders in the viewing seats instinctively fell silent. The 3 sovereigns of the Gu lineage. Those 4 characters alone were proof enough of why Yunqiu had stood firm in the central heaven throughout the ages. Inside the shrine doors, Gu Xianwei stood waiting. Dressed today in black gold sacrificial robes, his white hair bound by an ancient crown, the elder held only 3 incense sticks in his hand. Gu Changyuan walked to stand before him. Grandfather. Gu Xianwei handed him the incense. Go. No further words were needed. Gu Changyuan took the 3 sticks and walked alone toward the innermost depths of the hall. The scent of burning incense was faint. 18 years ago, when he first came to this shrine, he had been held in Gu Jiuxiao's arms. Now standing once more before the portraits of the 3 sovereigns, he had finally reached the day of his adulthood. Gu Changyuan placed the incense in the censer and stepped back 3 paces. He bent his knees. 3 bows. The first bow to the generations of Gu ancestors. The second bow to the 3 sovereigns of the Gu clan. As he completed the third bow, a morning breeze swept through the corridor outside the shrine. The 3 wisps of green smoke from the censer swayed gently, only to rise straight again moments later. There was no simultaneous ignition of imperial lamps. Nor were there any manifestations of the great Dao. The entire ancestral shrine remained profoundly quiet. Gu Changyuan rose to his feet. His gaze lingered for a fleeting instant on the 3 sovereign portraits at the very top. Behind the portrait of Emperor Wuzhong, the black gold lock scar that had occasionally appeared in recent years remained absent today. He cast only a single glance before turning and exiting the shrine. The third ceremonial bell toll echoed across the 7 peaks at this very moment. The second rite of the coming-of-age ceremony, bestowing the name. Gu Tianlin was already standing upon the heaven-questioning terrace. As the current patriarch of the Gu clan, he would personally preside over this rite. An attendant presented a scroll of black gold genealogical records. Unrolled, the pages bore no elaborate patterns, only rows of names that had truly been inscribed into the main clan ledger since the Gu lineage was founded. The ink was deeply saturated, occasionally flashing with faint gold luster from within the paper fibers. Gu Changyuan approached the platform. Gu Tianlin took up the brush. Gu Changyuan. 4 characters fell onto the page. 18 years of age. Coming of age today. Enrolled in the main clan ledger. Inheriting the position of eldest legitimate son of Yunqiu. As the final stroke settled, a thread of almost imperceptible gold trace slowly glided along the ink before swiftly fading back into the paper. The genealogical scroll was closed. What followed was the heaven questioning. Gu Xianwei stepped to the terrace's edge and pressed his palm against an ancient inscription left from the era of the 3 sovereigns. The black and white jade platform, dormant for countless years, began to glow from its outermost rings. 1 ancient mark. 10 marks. 100 marks. Pale golden spiritual light swept across the entire terrace toward its center, and the ancient patterns buried deep within the jade surface awakened layer by layer. Beneath the sea of clouds, the 9 ancestral dragons' spiritual veins seemed to sense it as well. The previously calm-flowing mist began to converge between the 3 peaks. At the center of the heaven-questioning terrace, 4 phantom steels slowly rose from the depths of the jade surface. At first they were mere silhouettes. Moments later the steel bodies solidified completely. The first steely bone illuminating. The second steely pulse measuring. The third steely fate questioning. The fourth steely heart contemplating. The 4 steels stood at the 4 cardinal directions, spreading an ancient aura. Among the guest seats, many young cultivators sat up straighter. Gu Changyuan looked toward Gu Changyuan. The first steel. Gu Changyuan gave a slight nod and walked toward the bone-illuminating steel. It stood 30 feet tall, entirely grayish-white. Its surface bore no text, only countless ancient bone markings of varying forms. Since the era of the 3 sovereigns, countless members of the Gu clan and external prodigies had left their marks upon this terrace. Mortal bones, spiritual bones, ancient bones, even rare bone structures whose lineages had long perished. As long as this steel had ever truly recorded them, corresponding old patterns remained etched within. The higher the bone constitution, the more complete the ancient pattern. For extraordinarily rare bone structures famed since antiquity, the steel could even manifest their true names directly. This was precisely why, despite his constitution never having been truly categorized since birth, all parties had been willing to wait until today. Whatever essence resided in a living person might remain beyond mortal comprehension. But this steely preserved since the 3 sovereigns' age might just recognize it. Gu Changyuan stopped before the monument. The gray-white stone face reflected the dawn sky. He raised his right hand and pressed his palm against it. A faint coolness met his skin. 1 breath passed. No bone light appeared. 2 breaths passed. Not a single ancient pattern on those dormant steel lit up. At last a barely audible voice drifted from the guest section. No response. It belonged to a young man. The moment the words left his lips, the elder beside him turned his head sharply. Watch. Only 2 characters. The young man immediately sealed his lips. Yet such doubt was clearly not confined to him alone. For ordinary clan members undergoing the bone illumination, even those with mundane constitutions would at least trigger a single pattern. Yet Gu Changyuan's hand had rested upon the steel for 2 full breaths, and the entire monument remained a uniform ashen white. Qin Lai sat up slightly straighter. Lei Qianjia ceased his conversation with the person beside him. Lu Daochen never once shifted his gaze. This was because the elders of the Gu family were far too quiet. Gu Xianwei did not move. Gu Jiuxiao didn't even furrow his brow. The third breath. The bone-illuminating steel finally changed. Hum. The sound was low, yet it did not originate solely from the stone. The deep resonance traveled along the ancient patterns of the entire terrace, sinking down to the audience below, causing the black and white jade beneath their feet to tremble faintly. The young man who had just muttered about the steel's lack of response jerked his head up sharply. The next moment, upon the gray-white surface, the first ancient bone pattern ignited. It was not Gu Changyuan's pattern. It was an old mark already preserved within the steel. That pattern shone for only a few breaths before extinguishing once more. A second followed immediately, then a third, a fourth, growing increasingly rapid. In mere moments, dozens of distinctly different ancient bone patterns had successively manifested across the entire steel. Some resembled dragon spines, others looked like jade bones threading through meridians. Some were but fragmented traces, clearly indicating bone constitutions that had been extinct for far too long. Yet no matter which form appeared, it would dim again almost as soon as it surfaced. One pattern failed to align. It shifted to another, still misaligned. From all 4 directions of the heaven-questioning terrace, the faint murmurs that had existed moments before had vanished completely. An elder from an ancient bloodline seated in the front row of the outer circle was the first to perceive the anomaly, his body leaning forward involuntarily. It is searching for a name. The young man beside him froze. What? The elder did not turn around, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the bone-illuminating steel. Within the heaven-questioning steels, every bone constitution ever recorded has a corresponding old pattern to trace. It is not failing to measure him now. It is taking out every record it has ever kept, comparing them one by one. The young man looked back at the stone monument. Then, until when will it keep comparing? The elder offered no reply. Because in the span of those few words, more than a dozen additional ancient bone patterns had successively flared to life upon the steel surface. Yet still none remained. Just then, from the direction of the ancestral shrine, a remarkably faint bone resonance suddenly sounded. At first only a single tone. Quickly a second and third followed in succession. Many turned their heads toward the sound. Deep within the side halls of the ancestral shrine, the battle bones and ancient bones of Gu ancestors, left behind after their passing and enshrined by descendants to this day, began to vibrate one after another. There was no heavenly light shooting skyward. No sovereign might crushing the world. Only successive layers of deep lingering bone resonances traveling from the depths of the ancient halls through the corridors and pouring into the heaven-questioning terrace. The ancient patterns on the bone-illuminating steel continued to shift endlessly. One old mark blazed to life only for another to fade out. The heaven-questioning steel was sifting through every ancient record it had ever kept. The dormant ancient bones in the shrine responded in turn, yet it found nothing. Not a single bone constitution could truly match Gu Changyuan. Gradually the bone echoes from the shrine began to dwindle. The final ancient bone pattern also faded completely from the steel's surface. All sounds ceased simultaneously. The heaven-questioning terrace fell suddenly still. Gu Changyuan's hand remained pressed against the stone. The entire bone-illuminating steel reverted to its original ashen white, utterly empty, as if it had measured nothing at all. Yet this time no one dared to claim it was unresponsive. After a brief silence, a remarkably thin carved scratch suddenly appeared at the center of the steel's face. It was as though an invisible ancient blade had struck the stone. The first stroke. The second stroke. Around the heaven-questioning terrace some individuals had already slowly risen from their seats. No one spoke. All eyes were fixed on those continuously extending carved lines. The first character. Gu. The second character. Kukut. By the time the third character settled, the expressions of the senior figures seated at the forefront of each clan had completely transformed. They waited until the final stroke was drawn. For ancient characters remained complete at the center of the gray-white steel. Impossible to inscribe a name. A mountain wind swept through the gap between the three peaks. The sea of clouds below churned slowly. Yet no sound came from any direction. It was not until a long while later that a young man finally spoke in a hushed tone. Impossible to. 9 ancient meridians on the steel lay dormant and silent. Gu Changyuan's palm descended upon it. Hum. A low resonant hum spread from the steel. At the lowest point of the pulse-measuring steely, an ancient rune that had lain dormant for years suddenly ignited. Pale gold light traced upward along the steel's surface, and in the blink of an eye it swept through the first meridian pattern. Immediately after the second, the third. In merely a few breaths, the entire ancient 9-meridian diagram awakened one after another. The golden radiance flowed through those ancient meridians that had existed for countless years, their light interconnecting until they converged into a complete human meridian map upon the steel's surface. Gu Changyuan stood before the monument in white robes, the mountain wind gently stirring his cuffs. 9 golden ancient meridians illuminated before him, enveloping his figure in a soft golden glow that did not blind. At the 4 corners of the questioning terrace, someone soon exhaled softly. 9 meridians, and all 9 have fully formed. A young man stared at the steel surface and murmured, 9 meridians perfection. This time no one found it surprising. In the present 5 continents, whether imperial clans, ancient bloodlines, or holy sects, every meridian technique fully passed down never exceeded 9 channels. 9 meridians perfection. It was already considered by all to be the upper limit of heavenly meridians. Someone nodded gently. The Gu family hid this for 18 years. It would truly be strange if they did not possess at least 9 meridians. Another beside him chuckled. At least on this matter there is nothing to dispute. The voice was not loud, yet it echoed the thoughts of many present. The inability to carve one's name had been unexpected. But 9 meridians perfection, they understood that. To understand meant they still existed within the cultivation system of the present era. Qin Lai stood with arms crossed watching for a moment. 9 meridians. An elder from the Qin clan glanced at him. Well, very strong. The elder rarely heard him speak so seriously. Just as he was about to nod, Qin Lai added casually, but still beatable. The Qin elder. On the other side, Lei Qianjie could not help but let out a chuckle. Upon the questioning terrace, Gu Changyuan had not withdrawn his hand. 9 ancient meridians had all been ignited. Yet at the moment his palm pressed against the steely, what he could sense went far beyond 9. The first 9 were crystal clear. In that reign 6 years ago they had already truly stabilized. But deeper within the 9 heavenly meridians, 3 additional tethers, once faint and elusive like shadows hidden in mist, had finally taken complete form. 1, 2, 3. They were all there. Gu Changyuan remained still, absorbing the sensation, his fingertips never leaving the steel's surface. On the pulse-measuring steely, the 9 ancient runes had reached their brightest. By all rights this test should have ended. Yet Gu Xianlai slowly sat upright. Gu Jiuzhou's hand, which had been resting on the edge of his chair, also stilled. Gu Xianwei said nothing. All their gazes fell upon the blank expanse of the steel beyond the 9-meridian ancient diagram. 6 years ago, what they had waited for was never just those 9. The next instant, a remarkably faint sound suddenly came from the steel. Click. Extremely soft. Were the terrace not so hushed it might have gone unnoticed. The youngest cultivators nearest the front furrowed their brows first. What was that sound? Has the steel cracked? The words had barely left his mouth when someone beside him noticed something amiss. At the outermost edge of the 9-meridian ancient diagram, upon the gray-white steel surface where no meridian had ever been inscribed, a strand thinner than a hair appeared. at first resembling a fissure. Yet soon that trace extended upward along an unmistakably clear path beginning beyond the 9 meridians, crossing the previously blank expanse, curving near the top, and rejoining the complete human meridian map. Pale gold light gradually ignited from within that newly formed line. In the outer ring of the questioning terrace, someone rose abruptly. Wait, what is that? The person beside him had already seen it too. Another meridian. As the words fell, silence descended. The speaker himself seemed hardly to believe what he had just said. Someone instinctively began counting the lines upon the steel. Once. Again. 9 ancient meridians. Plus the one that had just appeared. 10. A young man's lips moved. 10 meridians? The moment those words left his mouth, a ripple of hushed disbelief spread through the crowd. Where did 10 meridians come from? Doesn't the measuring steel only have a 9 meridian diagram? 9 meridians is the utmost limit. What is the 10th? Could it merely be a crack in the steel? Have you ever seen a fissure connect through the body like the first 9? The final question hung unanswered, because that 10th meridian had now fully illuminated. It was identical to the original 9, equally complete, equally connected, equally real upon the pulse-measuring steel. This was no crack. It was a meridian, the 10th never before seen in any present-day diagram. Qin Lai finally lowered his crossed arms. There's a 10th. Lei Qianjia stared at the steel for a moment. Seems the 9 meridian chart wasn't finished. The Qin elder frowned. Do not speak foolishly. Lei Qianjia tilted his head. Then care to explain? The elder opened his mouth. Nothing came out, for he too had no explanation. The murmurs upon the questioning terrace had not yet settled. The pulse-measuring steel stirred again. As the 10th ancient meridian fully ignited, an exceedingly faint golden light began seeping from the blank expanse on its opposite side. This time no one needed prompting. Countless gazes converged simultaneously upon that spot. Golden light traced upward along the steel. A new meridian line began forming before all their eyes. Slower than the 10th. And precisely because of that slowness it became easier to watch. The murmurs that had risen around the terrace gradually fell silent. No one spoke of cracks anymore, nor of coincidence. All watched that newly born meridian extend inch by inch upward. Finally, a voice hoarse with emotion broke through. The 11th. This time the words were soft, yet heard clearly by all 4 directions. 11. Not 9, nor an accidental extra. 11. The expressions of several young cultivators had completely shifted. If the 10th could be dismissed as a flawed steely, then, when the 11th appeared in the exact same manner before everyone's eyes, that excuse crumbled utterly. Lu Daochen, who had been leaning against his chair, slowly sat upright. After a few breaths, he turned sharply. Are there records of this in Taishan? Lu Huaishu did not answer immediately. The Taishan elder stared at those 11 meridians for a long time, his brow deepening with each passing second. Not in the present world's meridian canon. Lu Daochen did not look away. Then it exists, eh? Lu Huaishu fell silent for a moment. In my youth, I once saw a fragmentary diagram in the deepest vault of the scripture pavilion. Only the image, no complete text. How many meridians? Lu Huaishu did not answer, because after the 11th the measuring steel had not stopped. This time it was no longer just the young ones whose expressions shifted. The ancient clan elder, who had recognized the seeking name upon the bone-revealing steel, had without anyone noticing risen from his seat. He stood slowly. His eyes never left the steel surface. 11 meridians. He counted them twice. His expression grew increasingly troubled. A junior beside him noticed the disturbance and whispered, "Ancestor." The elder did not respond, only murmuring softly, "Something is wrong. It is not 11. Those nearby froze. What do you mean not 11? The elder stared at the last blank space upon the steely, his breathing the first to show any visible change. This diagram. I have seen it before. Several elders around him turned sharply. You have seen it. The elder did not answer. The measuring steel answered for him. Beyond the 11 meridian lines upon the final blank expanse of the steely, a single point of golden light ignited. The questioning terrace fell completely silent. This time, even the eldest figures seated at the forefront of each clan slowly rose to their feet. No murmurs. No speculation. Everyone simply watched. Watching that point of golden light trace upward along the gray-white stone, lengthening, bending, until it became the 12th complete meridian. When the final segment connected with the ancient diagram, dong, a profoundly heavy sound erupted from the deepest core of the pulse-measuring steel, as though some ancient artifact long slumbering had at last stirred once more. The entire questioning terrace trembled. Upon the edges of the black and white ancient jade, those patterns left from the 3 emperors' era ignited simultaneously. The clouds below, previously rolling calmly, pushed outward in a widening circle, revealing the mountain ridges and ancient bridges hidden deeper within. Before the steel, the original 9 ancient meridians, the 3 newly inscribed, 12 golden ancient runes interconnected, blazing completely before Gu Changyuan. None brighter than another, none weaker, as though from the beginning they had always been meant to join together. All around the questioning terrace, silence reigned. After a long while the ancient clan elder's lips moved. 12 heavenly meridians. His voice was barely audible. The young man beside him had not caught it. What? The elder still gazed at the steel. 12 heavenly meridians. This time the four characters carried clearly. Not far away, an elderly patriarch from a holy sect snapped his head around. What did you say? The ancient clan elder raised his hand toward the 12 meridians upon the steel. Our clan possesses a fragmentary imperial record passed down from the most ancient era. The meridian diagram upon it, 12 channels. The expressions of several elders nearby shifted completely. One of them seemed to recall something. 12 heavenly meridians. I have heard that name too. But isn't that merely a legend from the ancients? The elder fell silent for a moment, then looked again at the white-clad youth before the steel. It was before 3 words, and many young cultivators felt their hearts stumble. Someone could not help but ask, if 12 heavenly meridians truly exist, why do all present meridian cannons stop at 9? Another elder gazing at those 3 newly formed meridians upon the steely spoke slowly. Because the lineage was severed too long ago. Long enough that no one in later generations truly walked those 3 paths. 9 meridians became the limit in people's eyes. No one asked further, for the answer was already upon the steel. Zhang Wuchen had not spoken throughout. Only now did he softly exhale. So 9 meridians were never the end. Qin Lai no longer asked whether they could be fought. He simply leaned slightly forward, watching those 12 meridians from beginning to end once more. Upon the Yunshu ancestral seating, Gu Changyuan had stared at the steel for a long time. Since the 10th appeared, he had not moved. When the 11th emerged, his tightly curled fingers had already clenched. Only when the 12th fully connected did his shoulders finally ease. After a moment, the old man chuckled softly. Quietly. It has emerged. Gu Jojo turned his face to look at him. Neither spoke further. 6 years prior in that reign, 12-year-old Gu Changyuan had stabilized his 9 meridians, yet insisted against opening his Qi. They had asked then how much longer he would wait. The youth had simply said, wait for them to emerge. 6 years have passed. Today, they have truly emerged. Gu Xianwei had not spoken from beginning to end. The elder merely watched those 3 meridians carved anew from blank space upon the Wentian steely, his eyes' emotions gradually settling into stillness. It was not his first knowledge of their existence. Only now with his own eyes had he witnessed those 3 paths always hidden in mist finally traversed to completion. At the center of the questioning terrace, Gu Changyuan remained standing before the steel. With all 12 heavenly meridians fully manifested, he understood more clearly than anyone what had occurred within his own body. Those 3 faint tethers from 6 years ago were now completely clear. No incompleteness. No breaks. Nothing still shrouded in mist. The 12 heavenly meridians interconnected from beginning to end, not a single passage vague. Gu Changyuan remained still, absorbing the sensation. 6 years. At last traversed. He slowly withdrew his hand. 12 golden meridian patterns remained etched upon the pulse-measuring steely, reflecting the sea of clouds, and 7 peaks behind him lingering long, without fading. Mountain wind swept across the questioning terrace. Ancient imperial records, fragments, and histories whose meridian diagrams had long been beyond verification. Today, they took true form once more. Above 9 meridians, 3 more lay complete. 12 heavenly meridians reappeared among mortals. 12 golden vein markings continued to shine upon the pulse-quality steel. Mountain wind swept through the 3 peaks, brushing against Gu Changyuan's sleeves and parting the sea of clouds that had only just gathered below into several long gaps. Around the heaven-questioning terrace remained a profound silence. 12 heavenly veins. This name existing only in ancient imperial records, fragmented scrolls, and forgotten histories clearly was not something anyone could easily digest in an instant. But Gu Changyuan had already withdrawn his gaze. The 3 paths that had remained shrouded in mist for 6 years were now completely walked. To him this was enough. He turned and walked toward the 3rd steel. His white robe swept past the 12 golden vein markings behind him as morning light, having finally crested all 7 peaks, flooded across the entire heaven-questioning terrace. The 3rd steel. Asking fate. Unlike the first 2, the fate-questioning steel was entirely dark cyan black, its surface devoid of bone patterns or any existing ancient diagrams. Only extremely fine, faint lines hid deep within the stone, interweaving with one another, sometimes vanishing and sometimes reappearing. These were fate lines. The heaven-questioning terrace could never truly glimpse a person's entire life, but it could reflect a fragment along the trajectory of fate. Gu Changyuan stepped before the steel and placed his hand upon it. The moment his fingertips touched the surface, the fate lines that had been dormant within the stone simultaneously ignited. 1 line, then 10, then 100. In but a few breaths, the entire dark steel was covered in a dense tapestry of luminous lines. Those fate lines swam from every corner of the steel toward its center, intersecting with one another before ultimately converging beneath Gu Changyuan's palm. Several of the elders sat up straighter. The bone-illuminating steel had searched through all previous records and could only inscribe nameless cannot be etched. The pulse-quality steel had even recarved the 12 heavenly veins that had long been lost to time. Now at the third stele, no one rushed to draw conclusions. The fate lines grew denser. And just as they were about to truly converge into one, click, a soft sound echoed. At the center of the dark cyan steel's surface, an exceedingly fine crack split open. All the fate lines converging toward Gu Changyuan froze at once. The next instant, they retreated along their original paths. Hundreds of luminous lines dimmed rapidly. In mere breaths, the fate lines that had moments before filled the entire steel withdrew completely, leaving only that slender crack at its center. Silence fell over the surrounding area for a moment. From the depths of the crack, a dim luminescence slowly seeped forth. 5 ancient characters manifested alongside it. This fate cannot be measured. Someone murmured, cannot measure it again. The elder of the ancient clan who had previously recognized Seeking Name at the bone-illuminating stele shook his head. Different. The young man beside him looked at him. The elder fixed his gaze on that crack. The bone-illuminating stele, it is because it searched all previous records and found no name that could match. But the fate-questioning stele has already delved inside. He paused, and then retreated. The young man's expression shifted slightly, and he asked no further questions. Gu Changyuan too was looking at that crack. The moment those fate lines had probed along his own trajectory of destiny, he had indeed felt something. Very faint. It bore a resemblance to those black gold lock marks that had occasionally appeared behind the portraits of the 3 sovereigns over the years or deep within that ancient wheel shadow. Gu Changyuan's brow furrowed slightly, but he did not press further. He merely recorded this feeling, turned, and walked toward the final ancient stele. The 4th stele, observing the heart. Compared to the preceding 3 ancient stele, it appeared rather mundane. Its body was pale cyan white, its front face smooth. Beyond a single shallow groove running from top to bottom at the center, no ancient markings could be seen. Yet when Gu Changyuan stood before the stele, the surroundings grew even quieter than before. Root and bone possess their degrees. Heavenly veins have their variations. Destiny numbers are difficult to pierce. Only the Dao heart, the question posed, is oneself. Gu Changyuan raised his hand. His palm rested at the center of the steel's surface. After several breaths, a voice of ancient age slowly emerged from deep within the stele, as if crossing tens of thousands of years, falling anew upon this lifetime. What path do you seek to strive for? The voice carried across the heaven-questioning terrace. The eyes of many young cultivators shifted subtly. Cultivation itself is a striving. Striving for opportunity, striving for the great Tao, and striving for that position which allows one to ultimately reach higher. Yet Gu Changyuan remained silent for a moment. Mountain wind swept through the stray hairs before his forehead. He gazed at the pale cyan-white steel before him. I do not strive. 2 characters fell. Indeed, a faint stir arose among the guest seating area. Some frowned, others instinctively opened their mouths as if to speak. But the voice from within the stele spoke again. You do not strive for the Tao. Then what do you desire? Gu Changyuan did not hesitate this time. I shall wield the Tao. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly across the 3 peaks. The next moment, the shallow groove at the center of the 4th stele suddenly flared with light. A thread of pale golden radiance fell from the steel's summit straight to its base, then sped northward along the black and white ancient patterns beneath Gu Changyuan's feet, sweeping across the long staircase, straight into the ancestral shrine. Eyes from all directions turned to follow. Deep within the ancestral shrine, beneath the portraits of the 3 sovereigns, that ancient wall worn by ages to the point where its original color was nearly lost suddenly ignited with the first stroke of dark gold, immediately followed by a second stroke, a third. A line of ancient characters slumbering for countless years unknown slowly emerged from deep within the stone wall. Gu Xuanwei's gaze changed for the first time in earnest. Gu Jiuxiao also looked toward the ancestral shrine. Those were not characters carved anew today. They were the Gu family's ancestral teachings. They had simply not manifested in far too long. Finally, 2 lines of characters lit up in full. Do not let him contend with fate. Let him wield fate. The guest cultivators watched in confusion. Gu Changyuan had answered that he would wield the Tao. What the ancient wall of the ancestral shrine revealed was instead to wield fate. Gu Changyuan himself gazed at those 2 lines of ancient characters. Fate. He murmured it softly. A moment of confusion flickered in his eyes. It was not affected profundity. An 18-year-old youth seeing an answer he could not yet fathom ought to be bewildered. But only for a moment. Matters ununderstood would be examined later. Gu Changyuan withdrew his gaze. At the same time, a new line of ancient characters slowly inscribed itself upon the 4th stele. Not striving for the Tao, yet desiring to wield the Tao. With this, the 4 stele's questioning concluded. Morning light had completely flooded across the heaven-questioning terrace. The wind threading through the 7 peaks was stronger than at dawn. Gu Changyuan turned away from the 4th stele. The 18-year-old stood at the center of the 4 stele, his figure fully developed now. His shoulders and back were broad, and upright, his waist trim. A robe of white embroidered with golden patterns hung naturally along his lean frame, while black boots trod between the black and white ancient jade. The mountain wind lifted the hem at his sides, then let it drift gently downward. His raven-black hair was bound within an ancient jade crown. A few loose strands at his temples were not fully secured, gently brushing against his brow in the morning wind. His brows and eyes were clear and handsome, his nose straight. The line of his jaw had acquired the sharpness of an adult man, yet the youth of 18 still showed through. Especially those eyes. Still clear and bright. He bore no feigned indifference because his name could not be carved, nor did he adopt any aloof demeanor because the 12 heavenly veins had manifest. Indeed, he had come of age today, yet he remained a youth. Upon the bone-illuminating stele the 4 characters cannot be etched had not yet faded. Upon the pulse-quality stele the 12 golden meridians were mutually connected. At the center of the fate-questioning stele a slender crack remained with the 5 characters this fate cannot be measured floating faintly within. The 4th stele quietly bore his earlier answer. Not striving for the Tao, yet desiring to wield the Tao. The coming-of-age ceremony should by now have concluded. But Gu Changyuan did not descend from the heaven-questioning terrace. He stood where he was quietly feeling for a time the 12 heavenly veins within his body, now completely integrated. Then he raised his eyes. Grandfather. Gu Xianwei looked over. Gu Changyuan glanced back at the pulse-quality stele upon which the 12 golden patterns still shone. A barely perceptible smile touched his lips. It is time. Gu Xianwei paused. Then he understood. Open the Qi. Yes. Among the clan members' seating area Gu Xianlai also lifted his head at once. 6 years ago within that reign, they had asked this youth. Why had he not yet opened the Qi? How much longer would he wait? His answer had never changed. Waiting for them to emerge. Now, the 12 heavenly veins were complete. Gu Xianwei looked at him and asked once more, have you decided? Gu Changyuan smiled somewhat helplessly. Grandfather, I have waited 6 years. Hearing these words Gu Xianwei smiled as well. Then open it. It was only now that someone in the guest seating area belatedly reacted. Wait, he has not opened the Qi yet. Many young cultivators froze simultaneously. The revelations from the preceding stele had been so overwhelming that many had forgotten the most basic thing. Gu Changyuan, 18 years old. Up to this point he still had not formally opened his Qi. An elder of the sacred sect frowned. The 12 heavenly veins have only just fully connected, opening the Qi now. Is there a problem? The young man beside him asked quietly. The stronger the spiritual veins the harder it is to return them to the Qi. The elder stared at the platform. For an ordinary person whose 9 veins have reached perfection, opening the Qi requires stabilizing the Qi's eye and securing the vein momentum. How much more so for one with 12 veins? Since the age of extremes no one has truly walked this path. Who knows what will occur when all 12 veins return as one? At the center of the heaven-questioning terrace, Gu Changyuan had already closed his eyes. He did not sit cross-legged. No spiritual pills were consumed. And no one stepped forward to guide the Qi and protect his veins. He simply stood there. His hands hung naturally at his sides. Morning wind stirred his white robes. First breath. The 12 heavenly veins ignited simultaneously. As if resonating with the heavenly veins within his body, the pulse-quality steel behind him caused its 12 golden ancient patterns to blaze bright at once. The next instant, deep beneath Yunshu the 9 ancestral dragon's spiritual veins trembled lightly. Vast expanses of spiritual mist rose from the valley floor's mountain bellies, and between seas of clouds, like countless white rivers converging toward the heaven-questioning terrace along the 3 peaks. No one was guiding it, nor did Gu Changyuan actively plunder the spiritual energy from the 4 directions. It was simply that after the 12 heavenly veins truly opened, the Qi of heaven and earth found its entry point naturally. Second breath. The gathered spiritual energy began to descend. Within Gu Changyuan's body, that dark region, which had never truly been opened for the first time, ignited with a pinpoint of faint light. It was small. Then it rippled outward slowly in all directions. One ring. Another ring. Like the first raindrop falling into a deep pool that had been still for far too long. The embryonic form of the Qi appeared. Third breath. The 12 heavenly veins, like great rivers cascading from heights, fell into the newly formed Qi simultaneously. Boom. The first tidal wave rang out from within his body. The newborn Qi expanded outward abruptly. Spiritual energy churned into waves, layer after layer, crashing toward greater distances. At the same time, the great expanses of spiritual mist that had just gathered around the heaven-questioning terrace were moved by an invisible force rolling outward from Gu Changyuan as the center. His white robes snapped in the wind. A few strands of black hair fell loose from the edge of his ancient jade crown. Yet the youth remained standing where he was, not retreating a single step. Fourth breath. The Qi did not halt after its initial formation. The 12 heavenly veins continued to pour down vast momentum. For every inch the newly opened Qi expanded outward, the descending vein momentum simultaneously stabilized that inch anew. There was none of the common floatiness when the Qi first opens. Nor was there any chaos following a sudden surge of spiritual energy. The chi sea grew larger and larger. The tidal waves grew more and more steady. Some among the audience had already noticed something was amiss. It's still expanding. The sea has opened, why hasn't it stopped? No one answered. Fifth breath. The 12 heavenly veins, and the chi sea became completely interconnected. Above the sea of clouds the spiritual mist suddenly curled inward. The entire heaven-questioning terrace seemed enveloped by a white tide continuously contracting inward. The four ancient steles stood amid the mist, their characters and golden patterns alternately vanishing and reappearing. At the very center, only that figure in white remained constantly clear. Spiritual energy continued to fall. The chi sea continued to expand. Yet that aura throughout never wavered the slightest. An elder who had merely been observing with concentrated attention now slowly furrowed his brow. Something is wrong. The young man beside him turned his head. What? The elder did not answer. Because the sixth breath had arrived. The chi sea which had been continuously expanding suddenly stilled. There was no warning. Nor was there one final violent surge. All the surging spiritual energy seemed to have found its proper place simultaneously. The 12 heavenly veins penetrated into the chi sea from above. The tidal sounds upon the sea's surface gradually smoothed. The concentric layers of spiritual mist curling around the heaven-questioning terrace also slowly dispersed. Morning light fell anew. Gu Changyuan opened his eyes. Those eyes remained clear and bright. Only his aura was entirely different now. The elder who had been frowning took a sudden step forward. Not just entered the chi sea. Several nearby individuals looked at him simultaneously. The elder stared at Gu Changyuan, as if confirming once more. Then he slowly finished the rest. The chi sea's second stage. He paused. Perfection. The surroundings fell instantly silent. Someone instinctively turned their head. Are you certain? The elder offered no reply. Nor did he need to. The aura was right there. 6 breaths prior. This youth had not even yet opened his chi sea. 6 breaths later. The chi sea had reached the second stage's perfection. Upon the seat of the Taishan sacred sect, Lu Daochen gazed at the center of the heaven-questioning terrace and spoke only after a long while. He did not cultivate here in 6 breaths. Lu Huaishu glanced at him. The youth continued to watch Gu Changyuan. Before the 12 veins returned to the sea, he had already prepared for far too long. Lu Huaishu did not respond. Because that statement was true. Upon the heaven-questioning terrace, after the spiritual tide dissipated, the 4 ancient stelae once again revealed themselves in their entirety. At the center of the bone-illuminating stele, cannot be etched. Upon the pulse-quality stele, the 12 heavenly veins flowed with golden brilliance. Between the cracks of the fate-questioning stele, this fate cannot be measured. The final stele, not striving for the Dao, yet desiring to wield the Dao. And Gu Changyuan stood at the center of the 4 stelae. The recently dissipated spiritual tide had ruffled his robes and hair slightly. He raised his hand and casually brushed aside a stray lock of hair that had fallen before his forehead. The motion was entirely natural, even carrying a trace of the casual ease befitting his age. White robes with golden patterns hung along his shoulders, his lean figure once again revealed in the morning light. Mountain wind swept past his hem, and his black hair stirred gently. Gu Changyuan glanced down at his own hand. His 5 fingers slowly closed. The chi momentum sank along the 12 heavenly veins into the chi sea, smooth and unobstructed all the way. Not a trace of obstruction. A very faint smile finally touched his lips. He had waited 6 years. It was still cause for happiness. The 4 directions remained quiet. Gu Changyuan, of course, had also heard that earlier remark about 6 breaths. He thought for a moment. 6 breaths, huh? Someone raised their eyes and looked at him. Gu Changyuan raised his head as well. Morning light streamed between the 7 peaks, falling upon the youth's handsome features and his white robes embroidered with golden patterns. What you saw was 6 breaths. Mountain wind swept across the heaven-questioning terrace. His robes rustled softly. The faint smile at the corner of Gu Changyuan's lips did not fade. What I walked was 6 years. The path I walked spans 6 years. After those words fell, the asking heaven terrace remained silent for a long while. Mountain wind swept between the 7 peaks, and the sea of clouds parted by the spiritual surge was slowly closing back together below. The light on the 4 ancient steles faded inch by inch until only the 12 golden pulse lines on the pulse-measuring stele remained lingering for a moment in the morning glow. Gu Changyuan stepped down from the asking heaven terrace. A few strands of black hair that had been scattered across his forehead when the spiritual surge rose were still there, and he made no move to brush them aside. His white robes settled back into place as his spiritual presence fully retreated within him. Were it not for the 12 pulse lines still fading behind him, one would hardly detect the disturbance left by that sea-opening 6-breath display from moments before. Gu Changyuan had grown restless long ago. As he drew near, the young girl stepped forward 2 paces. Brother, my. Gu Changyuan stared at him for a long while. What does the chi sea feel like? Gu Changyuan thought for a moment. Quite spacious. Gu Changyuan. Gu Yanni couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. You ask only that. Gu Changyuan turned and glared at him. Then you ask. Gu Yanni actually looked toward Gu Changyuan. How did you reach the second stage of Qi perfection in 6 breaths? Gu Changyuan glanced at him. 6 years. Gu Yanni paused. Fair enough. Gu Chinga blinked then caught on, and the corner of her mouth stole a small curve. Yun Jue sat not far away making no move to approach. She simply watched the siblings talk, a faint smile always lingering in her eyes. The one who had stood on the Asking Heaven terrace earlier was him. And now standing among his younger brother and sister was also him. With the heaven asking concluded, the separate cloud platforms between the 3 peaks slowly began to draw together. An ancient black and white jade-long bridge rose from the sea of clouds, one end connecting to the Asking Heaven terrace, the other extending outward toward the hanging peak. Ancient pines clung to the cliff edge, clear springs flowed past the banquet seats. The Gu clan's steward brought forth spiritual fruits and wine vessels one by one, and the solemn stillness that had gripped the entire morning finally loosened into the ease a feast ought to carry. Occasionally the 12 heavenly veins were still brought up here and there. After we return, I need to dig through the clan's old texts. A person beside him glanced over. Your family has records of the 12 heavenly veins. I don't know. Then what are you digging through them for? The young man lifted his wine cup. Precisely because I don't know, that's why I'll look. Laughter erupted from nearby tables. On the other side, Qin Lai's spiritual wine sat untouched since it had been served. He was still looking at Gu Changyuan. Elder Qin could no longer restrain himself. What are you thinking about again? Qin Lai frowned. After opening the sea with 12 pulses, how much stronger can the physical body become? The old man fell silent for a moment. You still want to fight? Qin Lai looked at him strangely. What else would I want? Across several tables, Lei Qianjia had just bitten into a spiritual fruit and turned his head at these words. Didn't you say yesterday you'd fight after watching the ceremony? Yes. Then why aren't you going up? He just opened the sea. Lei Qianjia raised his eyebrows. So, Qin Lai said, fighting now would be inappropriate. Lei Qianjia glanced him up and down twice. You're quite particular, aren't you? Qin Lai nodded. I've always been particular. Elder Qin lifted his wine cup and took a silent sip. Just then, beyond the eastern cloud bridge, someone was approaching. At first few paid much attention, until a young person spotted the bronze plaque at the newcomer's waist and froze mid-motion. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The voice was not loud, yet several nearby tables fell silent simultaneously. The newcomer was in his early 20s, clad in a gray-white long robe with extremely fine star patterns embroidered on the cuffs. He carried no weapon at his waist, only an aged bronze plaque of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. What truly drew every gaze was the black ledger he carefully held in both hands. Not stored in any container artifact. Simply cradled in his palms, he stepped steadily across the cloud bridge. Gu Changyuan also raised his eyes. In a single glance he recognized it. The talent record. The ledger that 18 years ago had left its first row blank for a newborn child. Yesterday, when Yunshu City opened its gates, the top spot remained unnamed. Today, the ledger had arrived. The gray-robed youth stepped into the banquet platform and halted before the principal seat. Chen Zhao of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Greetings, clan leader, Gu. Distinguished elders. Gu Tianlin nodded. You've come at just the right time. The feast has not yet begun. Take a seat first. But Chen Zhao made no move to sit. Thank you, clan leader Gu. However, the task my lord entrusted me with remains unfinished. As he spoke, he glanced at the black ledger in his hands. Gu Tianlin said, then attend to it first. Chen Zhao bowed once more, then turned and lifted the ledger upward with both hands. The scroll detached from his grasp of its own accord, rustling, a sound like wind through dry leaves. The pitch-black surface slowly unfolded to both sides. The bright morning light above the cloud terrace seemed to dim slightly beneath that layer of ink. Rows of dark gold names emerged from the scroll, hovering before the sea of clouds. Many at the banquet could find familiar names among them. Some even found themselves listed. Yet everyone's first glance fell to the very top. It remained empty. No ranking. No name. Only a blank space preserved for 18 years. Chen Zhao stood beneath the ledger. My lord's words are clear. The Asking Heaven terrace reflects one's foundations, while the talent record chronicles the struggles of the outstanding. The banquet hall gradually fell quiet. Those of the same generation never simply share the same age. Some have cultivated for years ahead, their realms surging forward. Others may lag in attainment, yet their records of achievement shine brighter. If the talent record judged solely by cultivation realm, it would not bear that name. Many young people nodded gently. Chen Zhao looked up toward that empty space. 18 years ago, the pavilion left a single sentence. The person is still too young. Wait until they grow up before reviewing. He paused for a breath. This wait has lasted 18 years. Today the time has come to look. Chen Zhao turned his head. For the first time his gaze truly fell upon Gu Changyuan. Speaking solely of what the Asking Heaven terrace revealed. This position, that young master Gu can bear it. A noticeable stir rippled through the banquet hall. Gu Chinga's eyes lit up at once. Qin Lai also looked up at the top of the list. Farther away, Lu Daochen and Jiang Wuchen kept their gaze fixed without wavering. No one disputed the three characters, worthy of bearing it. But Chun Zhao did not immediately inscribe a name. However, my lord also said one more thing. His voice carried once more. 18 years we have waited. Not lacking this one day either. Silence settled around them once more. If today we were to inscribe a name based solely on the asking heaven results, then in the future this ledger need not record the struggles of this generation at all. Chen Zhao looked toward Gu Changyuan. Therefore my lord sent me to ask one question. This name, will it be inscribed today? A mountain wind blew in from beyond the cloud terrace. Gu Changyuan's sleeve stirred slightly. Before he could speak, Qin Lai furrowed his brow first. The heavenly mechanism pavilion ranks people, and still asks the individual themselves, eh? Chen Zhao tilted his head. Normally we do not ask. Then why ask today? Because normally no one leaves the top spot empty for 18 years. Qin Lai thought about it. True. Someone nearby couldn't help but let out a laugh. Gu Changyuan's lips moved slightly. He turned his gaze back to the talent record. Ever since he was very young, he had seen this ledger in books. Some rose through a single battle. Others fell after one defeat. If today's soul asking heaven result were enough to write the first name directly, it would indeed lack something. Since the talent record chronicles struggles, Gu Changyuan spoke. Then let it follow its own rules. Chen Zhao asked, what does young Master Gu mean? Gu Changyuan looked toward that empty space at the very top. Leave it blank for now. The banquet hall fell suddenly still. Chen Zhao clearly paused. Qin Lai slowly straightened his posture. Lei Qianjia set the spiritual fruit he had just picked back onto the plate. Lu Daochen raised his eyes. Zhang Wuchen's gaze turned toward them as well. Chen Zhao studied these people. Then until when should it remain empty? Gu Changyuan did not answer immediately. His gaze swept slowly across the banquet terrace. Some were older than him. Some had already surpassed him in cultivation realm. Some had already carved out considerable renown in the central heaven. And some had not yet truly revealed their stance. That was right. These were his peers as they should be. Gu Changyuan withdrew his gaze. Wait until they submit. For characters fell into silence. No spiritual surge. No extraordinary phenomena. Yet the atmosphere on the banquet terrace shifted instantly. Qin Lai was the first to smile. He rose from his seat, but did not ascend the platform, merely offering a fist-palm salute across several tables to Gu Changyuan. Talent feast. Let's fight one match. Gu Changyuan nodded. Agreed. Qin Lai sat back down. Lei Qianjia leaned against the side and clicked his tongue softly. You've beaten me to it again. Qin Lai looked at him. You could make the challenge too. Lei Qianjia took a bite of his spiritual fruit. No rush. I'm worried you'll lose first and ruin my mood. Qin Lai stared at him for 2 breaths. He said nothing. The nearby tables, however, erupted in laughter. Lu Daochen never opened his mouth to issue a challenge. After a moment, his gaze simply returned to the talent record. Zhang Wuchen also remained silent. They had seen enough today. As for whether one submits or not, that could only be answered through actual confrontation. Chen Zhao observed all these reactions. After a pause, he smiled as well. I understand. He raised his hand. The talent record suspended in midair slowly closed. One by one, the dark gold names vanished back into the black scroll. The last to disappear remained the blank space at the top. Chen Zhao caught the ledger with both hands. Young Master Gu's words I will report exactly as spoken back to the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Gu Changyuan nodded. Thank you for the trouble. Chen Zhao then withdrew to take his place among the guests. Not far away, the Gu clan steward approached, once more refilling each seat's spiritual wine. Clear spring water continued flowing between the stone troughs. Mountain winds swept through the ancient pines. The conversations that had paused due to the talent record gradually resumed. The black ledger was now closed. The top spot remained empty. The coming-of-age feast too formally began at this moment. The coming-of-age ceremony stretched until dusk. Once the records of heavenly prodigies had been closed, the banquet fell unusually calm. All that was worth seeing had already been witnessed today. 12 heavenly meridians. 6 breaths to open the spiritual sea. The second stage of the spiritual sea was complete. As for the empty top position, Gu Changyuan had already provided the answer. Wait for them to submit. So by the latter half, whenever someone cast their gaze toward the seats of the younger generation, the look in their eyes had already shifted from the mornings. Some recalibrated their assessment, while others simply recorded it in silence. What truly needed to be compared would only be understood through future encounters. Instead, the conversations among the elders from each family grew more animated. Some came forward to offer drinks, while others spoke of the newly discovered ancient sites in Zhongtian. A few teased Gu Xuanhe with smiles, asking whether the Gu family intended to keep this person hidden now that the world had finally seen them after 18 years. Gu Xuanhe held his wine cup, maintaining that same good-natured smile. The child has grown, and their legs belong to them. How could we old things possibly keep control? The elder opposite looked at him. That doesn't sound convincing. Gu Xuanhe's smile deepened. Then don't believe it. They clinked cups without pressing further. Meanwhile, Gu Xianlai was in an uncharacteristically good mood that day. He never cared for these gathering scenes, usually growing restless within moments. Yet today he accepted every toast. Only after each cup did his eyes drift back to the younger generation's seats. Elder Jianfeng could bear it no longer. Pull yourself together. Gu Xianlai turned. What's wrong? Keep smiling like that, and your teeth will show. The elder's smile vanished instantly. I'm in a good mood today. I know. Then why do you care? Elder Jianfeng dismissed him with a snort. Gu Xianlai took another drink, then soon enough glanced over again. Among the younger generation seats, Gu Changyuan listened as Gu Chinga spoke. Gu Zhaoye sat separately on the other side, not joining their conversation, only pushing a dish of light spirit fruits toward Gu Changyuan. Gu Changyuan noticed. Thank you, brother Zhaoye. Gu Zhaoye withdrew his hand and returned to his tea. The setting sun sank slowly into the sea of clouds. Between the three peaks, the golden light faded to crimson, then dimmed. As the final round of spiritual wine was cleared, guests from each family rose one by one, their figures gradually disappearing along the ancient jade cloud bridges. The noisy cloud ruins finally fell silent after a full day. By the time night settled, the Emperor's Sun Palace had already lit its lamps. Gu Changyuan returned not too late. Yun Jiwei waited in the hall. She didn't ask about the records of heavenly prodigies or mention the 12 heavenly meridians again. Only when he approached did she reach out to help him remove the outer robe he'd worn all day. The white robe's shoulders had been dampened by spiritual tide and wrinkled from the long banquet. Yun Jiwei smoothed them with gentle hands. Tired? Gu Changyuan considered. Not really. Yun Jiwei looked up at him. You always say not really. He smiled slightly. Yun Jiwei didn't press further. Rest early. She handed the outer robe to her maid and turned to leave. A moment later, someone brought a lamp and set it on the side table in the rear hall. The lamplight was dimmed just enough to illuminate the hall. Gu Changyuan wasn't sleeping. Behind the Emperor's Sun Palace lay an ancient spring. Water seeped slowly from cracks in the mountainside, winding past mossy stones before disappearing into the dark channels beneath the palace. Gu Changyuan changed into loose white robes and sat by the spring. The 7 peaks were quiet at night. Occasionally a breeze drifted through the half-open wooden window, making the lamp flame tremble and disturbing the reflections on the water's surface. Gu Changyuan looked down at the water for a while. During the day, everyone had been watching him. The bone-inscribing steel examined his bones, the pulse-measuring steel studied his meridians, the fate-asking steel tried to trace deeper into his destiny, and the heart-observing steel questioned what path he intended to walk. But now in the quiet of evening, he wanted to see himself. Closing his eyes, he let his consciousness sink slowly inward. The 12 heavenly meridians were now fully connected. The nascent spiritual sea lay deep within his body, its surface far calmer than during the day. Heavenly and earthly chi flowed along the 12 meridians, descending repeatedly with each breath. This was Gu Changyuan's first true inward vision since opening his spiritual sea. And it was only now in this moment that he gradually realized he hadn't been unaware of certain differences all these years. He had simply never treated those sensations as something separate. As a child reading scriptures where others might struggle to perceive flaws, he would sometimes sense dissonance with just a single glance. He had taken it as careful observation. But the more he saw, the more those scattered principles of cultivation, mountain formations, sword techniques, and ancient histories would slowly settle into clearer positions over time. He thought it was simply understanding emerging. As for his body itself, from the 9 heavenly meridians taking shape to the gradual unveiling of the 3 hidden meridians, he had never truly felt overwhelmed by any of it. His body had always been this way since he could remember. Nothing had changed abruptly, so there was never reason to question it. Like someone born able to see mountains and rivers rarely ponders why they can see. But today was different. The 12 heavenly meridians were now truly complete. The spiritual sea had opened for the first time. The meridians and sea had finally formed a complete foundation for cultivation. What had always been perceived through a mist now began to reveal its true contours under his first complete inner vision. They had not appeared today, nor awakened today. It was only this night that Gu Changyuan truly saw them for the first time. His consciousness continued sinking deeper. The sound of the spiritual sea's tide receded and darkness crept in around him. Until at the deepest layer of awareness an enormous outline appeared, vast beyond the edge of perception. Gu Changyuan stopped. It was an ancient wheel. Most of its body lay shrouded in darkness with only layers of interlocking rings visible stretching from the center outward into infinity. Ancient and still. Even within Gu Changyuan's current range of perception, he could barely discern a fraction of it. The ancient wheel turned ever so slightly. The stabilized spiritual sea within him rippled in response, and the chi within the 12 heavenly meridians shifted imperceptibly in that instant. No increase occurred. Rather, the subtle fluctuations from just opening the sea were gradually smooth, channeling toward greater equilibrium. Gu Changyuan observed quietly for a moment. This sensation was not unfamiliar. Over the years, he had studied many scriptures, visited the 7 peaks, watched swordplay, and examined formation patterns, ancient histories, and the countless cultivation traces left by those before him. He alone had truly understood them. He alone had taken every single step. Yet what he had seen, pondered, and walked through settled more firmly over time. He had never questioned why before. Now seeing it clearly, this ancient wheel in his spirit sea seemed never to have truly paused in 18 years. It had never opened any heavenly meridian for him, nor walked the 3 hidden paths shrouded in mist. At 12, 9 heavenly meridians had already taken form. He could have opened the sea then, yet he had perceived 3 deeper draws instead. So he waited 6 years. In each of those years, every exploration and each forward step remained his own alone. The wheel simply reorganized what he had already traversed, layering it again and again until the once blurred traces grew increasingly sharp. Until today, the 10th, the 11th, the 12th. All 3 hidden meridians were now fully complete. Every one of the 12 stood whole, without a single gap. Gu Changyuan gazed at the ancient wheel. It had never walked for him. It only deepened the imprints of every path he had already traveled. The wheel continued its slow rotation. Deeper still, dark golden marks lay across the surface, resembling the chain traces that had occasionally appeared behind the 3 emperors' portraits over the years. Gu Changyuan attempted to extend his awareness toward them, but halted quickly. Beyond lay only impenetrable mist. He did not force his way forward, simply recording those dark golden marks. In that moment, a name surfaced without warning from the depths of his consciousness. The Wheel of Heaven's Mandate. Gu Changyuan fell quiet. He had never encountered this name in any Gu family archives. Yet as it emerged, it felt entirely familiar, as though he had heard it spoken long before today. Only now had he truly heard it clearly. Rather than withdraw from his inner vision, Gu Changyuan sought to perceive everything before him in greater detail. The moment the thought arose, the 12 heavenly meridians, which he had only ever sensed as broad outlines, suddenly revealed countless intricate details. Where the chi flowed, where it turned, even the barely perceptible ripples at the junction of the meridians and the spiritual sea, all became remarkably clear. Gu Changyuan paused. This feeling was even more familiar. At 3 years old, when he first read the classic of Returning to the Origin, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with that passage, only that the chi felt incorrect. Later at the 7 Peaks, watching swordplay, when someone practiced a form from beginning to end, others saw only smooth execution, yet he could always spot where one strike lagged or where breath circled an extra layer. And then formation patterns, medicinal properties, terrain formations, ancient histories. Many things others had grown accustomed to, or didn't bother examining twice, stood out with unusual clarity to his eyes. He had always assumed it was merely careful observation. But only now, looking inward for the first time, did he discover the faintest light hidden at the deepest core of his vision. It had accompanied him for 18 years, never fully illuminating, yet revealing countless details others overlooked. Gu Changyuan's spirit gently reached toward it. A pale golden light spread outward gradually. Where things had been unclear grew sharper, and places where connections faltered or flows disrupted suddenly became visible. A second name surfaced. The 9 Tribulations Imperial Pupil. Gu Changyuan fell silent, then suddenly recalled those 2 words he had uttered countless times as a child. Incorrect. His lips curved slightly. So that was it. But soon his attention returned to what lay before him. The 9 Tribulations Imperial Pupil. The title was grand. Yet Gu Changyuan understood better than anyone that perceiving something did not mean comprehending it. At 3, recognizing the missing cycle in the classic of Returning to the Origin meant nothing to his understanding of why the Great Way functioned as it did. At 7, noticing inconsistencies within clan history didn't grant him knowledge of where the 3 emperors had gone. Today was no different. When the Fate Steel withdrew, he had glimpsed traces of dark golden chains, and now, with his inner vision of the life, well, he saw even more. Yet he still did not know what lay behind those traces. Gu Changyuan felt no rush. Whatever remained unclear would reveal itself in time. His consciousness traveled further down through the 12 heavenly meridians, passing through his chest cavity before settling at the center of his sternum. There a single bone rested, small in size. Nestled against the heart meridian, it subtly connected where the spine and the 12 heavenly meridians converged. Compared to the vast ancient wheel in his spirit, this bone appeared almost unervingly, still resting in quiet permanence, as though unchanged since birth. But when the pale golden light in his vision finally settled upon it, Gu Changyuan perceived something for the first time. It had changed. Only the alterations had been imperceptibly slow. Slow enough that years served as the measure. Slow enough that someone nurtured by it since birth could never discern any difference between yesterday and today. Patterns etched across the bone's surface. The outermost 2 rings had already formed complete, unbroken circles. Moving inward, the 3rd ring displayed only fragments, some sections clear, others lost to deeper recesses. Beyond the 4th ring, light faded rapidly, layer after layer, until everything sank completely into the bone's core. 9 rings in total. Gu Changyuan made no attempt to trace the yet unrevealed rings. Instead, he recalled the bone illuminating steel from daylight, wave after wave of ancient skeletal patterns flaring to life, then fading. The war bones and ancient bones in the ancestral shrine responded in kind. Ultimately, the entire steel bore only 4 characters, nameless and uncarved. Gu Changyuan gazed at the bone before him. For 18 years it had not been idle. From birth this bone had been nurturing his bone and blood flesh and meridians with imperceptible slowness. No single day brought sudden surges or miraculous transformations. Only the steady accumulation across years. With each of the 12 heavenly meridians that took shape, the body bore a greater burden. The bones silently absorbed it all. 6 years nurturing the meridians. 6 years cultivating the body. Even earlier, this nurturing had begun before he knew the 3 hidden meridians existed. So from the 9 meridian formation through the gradual emergence of the 3 hidden ones culminating in today, when all 12 converged into the spiritual sea, when immense chi pressure collapsed into his body within mere 6 breaths, his meridians had not torn his bone and blood had not fractured. Never once had his body shown signs of inability to endure. Gu Changyuan had never found this strange before. This was his body as it had always been. But now looking back with fresh eyes, it was not that the 12 heavenly meridians lacked sufficient weight, nor that opening the spiritual sea in 6 breaths was easy. It was simply that this body had been nurtured for 18 years as well. A third name surfaced. The primordial sovereign bone. Primordial. Gu Changyuan murmured softly in his thoughts. Why 9 rings of bone pattern existed, why the outermost 2 had already sealed completely what the third required to finish its cycle. He knew none of it. Yet Gu Changyuan did not press further into speculation. Knowing the name was sufficient. His consciousness retreated slowly from the sternum, passed through the 12 meridians and the spiritual sea, and returned to the depths of his spirit sea. The wheel of heaven's mandate continued its slow turning. The pale gold at the edges of his vision gradually faded. The 9 rings of his sternum returned to stillness. One wheel, one pair of eyes, one bone. Only now in this moment did Gu Changyuan truly understand. They had not only always been present, they had never once ceased their work throughout these 18 years. The fate wheel did not walk for him, it only organized and refined what he had already traversed. The imperial pupil did not solve anything for him, it simply made visible the gaps he would otherwise have overlooked. As for the sovereign bone, it worked in the quietest manner. For 18 years it had been gradually nurturing this body until it could bear today's burden. Gu Changyuan suddenly recalled what Lu Daochen had said day. This was not achieved through 6 breaths of cultivation. At that time he had been referring to the spiritual sea. Now it became clear, it extended far beyond the spiritual sea. Long before those 6 breaths arrived, certain foundations had been accumulating for far too long. In the past, Gu Changyuan had never considered these matters worth mentioning, because since birth they had always been an inherent part of himself. When he had felt something was incorrect, as a child he never considered it a gift. When his body never faltered, he never questioned daily why his bones and blood could achieve such things. Everything had been so natural, natural as breathing itself. Not until today, with the 12 heavenly meridians complete and the spiritual sea truly opened. Only now could he trace backward from the results to their origins. For the first time he understood these gifts that had accompanied him for 18 years. They all had names. By the ancient spring, Gu Changyuan slowly opened his eyes. The wick on the desk lamp had shortened. Thin streams circled the bluestones, and the reflection on the spring's surface scattered and reformed. Gu Changyuan did not rise immediately, only gazing down at his reflection in the water. During the day others had witnessed the uncarvable inscription, the 12 heavenly meridians, the unfathomable fate, and his 6th breath opening of the spiritual sea. But at night, no ancient steely, no observing stands, no one beside him to explain. For the first time he had truly looked inward. The wheel of heaven's mandate. The 9 tribulations imperial pupil. The primordial sovereign bone. 3 names known. Yet where they came from, why they resided within him, and where they might ultimately lead, all remained blank. Gu Changyuan looked at the spring water, then after a moment smiled faintly. Not disappointed. He was only 18. Today was merely his first day of formal cultivation. What remained unknown would reveal itself in time. Gu Changyuan extended his hand, fingertips brushing the spring's surface. Ripples spread outward, and the pale-robed youth's reflection dissolved. The wheel of heaven's mandate sank back into his spirit sea. The pale gold faded from his vision. The 9 rings of his sternum returned to silence. Beyond the window the 7 peaks stood still, with eternal lamps scattered through distant clouds and mist. Gu Changyuan remained seated by the ancient spring for a long while, neither rising nor departing. The second day after the coming-of-age ceremony, the mist beyond Yunshu Emperor City had yet to disperse. 9 ancestral dragon spirit veins lay dormant beneath the mountain ranges, and as morning light crested over the 7 peaks, carriages and palanquins had already begun to roll along the white jade thoroughfare outside the city. Before the guest welcome terrace, an ancient clan flying vessel rose slowly into the sky. Layer upon layer of formation patterns ignited beneath its hull, pushing back great clouds of spiritual mist. Immediately following, imperial clan cloud carriages and holy sect spiritual palanquins emerged one by one from the Thousand-John Cloud Gate. Wheels ground over the white jade pathway, their thunderous rumble echoing far through the morning mist. Occasionally spiritual birds cried out into the heavens. Streaks of luminous light rose from the outer city of Yunshu, piercing higher cloud layers before scattering across the mid-heavens. They had come in bustle and clamor, but departed in relative silence. When these same people had first set foot in Yunshu yesterday, nearly every conversation revolved around the youth the Gu family had concealed for 18 years. Now as they left, no one continued to question how genuine Gu Changyuan truly was. The steel atop the heavenly inquiry terrace remained in place, and the blank space at the very top of the heavenly prodigy register stayed untouched. Yet everyone knew in their hearts what that blank space was waiting for. An ancient vessel departed from the guest welcome terrace, and at its prow an old man gripped the railing, turning back for one final glance before leaving. The 7 peaks floated above the sea of clouds, with the mountain of the Emperor's Son shrouded in morning mist, only a few upturned eaves visible through the haze. The old man watched for a moment. "Let us go." The formation patterns beneath the vessel flared to life with a deep resonance. The massive ancient ship plunged into the cloud layer, leaving nothing behind but a dark silhouette fading into the distance. Along with these carriages and flying vessels departed everything that had transpired in Yunshu the previous day. The 12 heavenly veins restored to the mortal realm, and the top position on the heavenly prodigy register left deliberately empty. And with them went the name that had been the subject of speculation for 18 years since birth, Gu Changyuan. This time he finally stepped beyond Yunshu's borders. Within the ancestral shrine, incense smoke still lingered. Portraits of the 3 emperors hung high at the hall's deepest chamber, with rows of eternal imperial lamps stretching along the ancient walls. Gu Xianwei sat at the head, while Gu Tianlin, Gu Jiushao, Gu Xuanhe, and Gu Xianlai remained seated nearby. Outside, the guests had mostly dispersed, yet there was little of the relaxed ease that should follow such a gathering. Gu Jiuxiao's fingers tapped lightly against the armrest. Now that the person has revealed themselves, there will be many more keeping watch. Gu Xuanhe lifted his teacup. It was only a matter of time. Gu Jiushao raised his gaze sharply. "If anyone dares to reach out, cut off their hand." Gu Xuanhe paused mid-sip. "You can't chop off everyone's hands in the world. Then chop off the longest-reaching one first." Gu Xuanhe fell silent for a moment, swallowed his tea, and muttered, "Very well." Gu Xuanli's lips twitched faintly, but above them Gu Tianlin remained expressionless. He gazed at the morning mist slowly creeping up the stone steps outside the ancestral shrine. Changyuan cannot remain in Yunshu forever. The hall fell silent. No one was surprised by the words, but the elders still fell quiet for a moment. 18 years ago, the Emperor's Son Hall had been sealed shut. That had been protection. After he turned 12, Gu Changyuan had not yet opened his qi, and the Gu family had never pressured him. That too was protection. But now, the 12 heavenly veins were complete, the qi had opened, and the coming-of-age ceremony was finished. Even the blank position on the heavenly prodigy register, that empty space for 18 years, had remained so, because Gu Changyuan himself chose to leave it empty. At this point, keeping him confined among the 7 peaks was no longer protection. Gu Xianlai frowned. Out there no one will show leniency, just because he's only recently opened his qi. Gu Tianlin looked at him. That's precisely why he must go out. His cultivation can continue within Yunshu. He paused. But his path cannot be forged here. Gu Xianlai said nothing more. Gu Jiushao asked, "The heavenly prodigy banquet?" Gu Xianwei nodded. "It should be soon. With the top spot still vacant, the Immortal Life Academy won't miss this opportunity, and neither will the Heaven's Secret Tower." Gu Xuanhe chuckled. That young master of the Qin family already sent out the invitation yesterday. As for the remaining ones, even if they haven't spoken it aloud, their hearts are hardly at peace. Gu Xianlai asked, "When Dao Mountain?" "Most likely." Gu Xianwei gazed beyond the ancestral shrine. "The Golden Age has just begun. Those of this generation must eventually cross paths with one another." Gu Tianlin fell silent for a moment. "Should we let Changyuan go?" Gu Xianwei didn't answer directly. Deep within the ancestral shrine, an imperial lamp flickered gently. "Ask him. He has already come of age. The Gu family will guard his door for him." Gu Xianwei looked up toward the hall's exterior. But which path he takes once he steps outside, that he must choose for himself. After sunset, the 7 peaks gradually sank into the sea of clouds. Inside the Emperor's Son Hall, there was less fervor than the day before. Most of the gift albums and jade boxes from the coming-of-age ceremony had already been collected away, leaving only a few ancient texts and a mid-heaven map spread across the long table. Gu Changyuan sat before the table with the chronicles of mountains and rivers in the mid-heavens beside him, and a well-worn copy of the old records of Wendao Mountain. The map unfolded outward from Yunshu, White Deer City, then the Immortal Life Academy, and further east, Wendao Mountain. On the map, the mountain appeared as nothing more than an inconspicuous stroke of ink. Gu Changyuan studied it for a while. Footsteps approached from outside the hall. Without announcement, he already knew who had come. "Grandfather." Gu Xianwei entered from the corridor and glanced first at the map on the table. "You found Wendao Mountain?" "Yes." "Haven't you seen it many times before?" Gu Changyuan looked down slightly. "Before it was only in books." Gu Xianwei smiled and took a seat on the opposite side of the table. The heavenly prodigy banquet approaches soon. Gu Changyuan raised his eyes. One Dao mountain. Most likely. Gu Xianwei explained, the heavenly prodigy register has remained empty for 18 years. And yesterday you personally left that position open. A faint smile touched Gu Changyuan's lips. Grandfather isn't here to dissuade me from going. Gu Xianwei studied him. So certain. If grandfather truly didn't want me to go, Gu Changyuan glanced toward the doorway. Then tonight more than just you would have come. Gu Xianwei paused and laughed aloud. That's not entirely wrong, admittedly. Clouds and mist drifted through the corridor outside the hall. A jade bell beneath the eaves chimed softly as the wind brushed past it. Gu Xianwei gazed at the map spread across the table. Beyond Yunshu, people are far more complicated than they appear in books. Some will revere you, others will seek to surpass you. He paused. And some will only wish for you to never reach the end. Gu Changyuan listened in silence, then rose from his seat behind the table. At 18 his frame had fully matured. His tall, lean figure was sharply defined in white robed shoulders, squared dark hair, half-tucked beneath an ancient jade crown. The hall's torchlight traced across his refined brow, casting the palest shadows along his profile. Compared to the dazzling radiance that had drawn all eyes yesterday atop the heavenly inquiry terrace, the youth now carried a quieter presence. Yet his eyes remained unchanged, clear and bright. Gu Changyuan walked to the hall's entrance. The 7 peaks of Yunshu stood before him, and beyond them only darkness remained. I understand. The night wind swept through the corridor, lifting the hem of his white robes. The youth gazed beyond the 7 peaks. A path chosen only for its emptiness would not be called the Emperor's Road. Silence settled over the hall. Gu Xianwei remained quiet for a moment. 18 years ago all paths had bowed before him. The portraits of the 3 emperors had opened their eyes, and at that moment everyone understood. This child was destined for greatness. Yesterday the 4 steels had queried the heavens, and the 12 heavenly veins had reappeared in the mortal realm. They now finally comprehended the depth of Gu Changyuan's foundation built over these 18 years. Yet talent alone was talent. The path was the path. How far one could travel ultimately depended on the one walking it. After a moment, Gu Xianwei spoke only a single word. Good. There was no praise, no further lecture on grand principles. The elder rose to his feet, walked to the edge of the corridor, and stopped. Changyuan. Gu Changyuan turned his head. Gu Xianwei did not face him. You need not compete for that ranking. But the moment you step beyond Yunshu, some will make you their prize. With that, the elder turned and walked away. His aging figure gradually disappeared down the corridor. Gu Changyuan stood at the hall's entrance watching for a while. He then returned to the long table where the map still lay open and extended his hand to press his fingertip lightly against the 3 characters marking One Dao Mountain. On the morning of the 3rd day, the sky was just beginning to lighten. From beyond the Thousand-Zhang Cloud Gate, a long cry suddenly echoed, and a pair of snow-white wings split through the morning mist. The Gu clan guard stationed at the guest welcome terrace looked up simultaneously as a pure white spiritual crane dove from the heights, its wings spanning several zhang, with moisture still clinging to its feathers. The crane circled the cloud gate once before descending gracefully, a cyan jade tube tied to its leg. On the day Gu Changyuan departed Yunshu, a light rain fell beyond the imperial city walls. Fine raindrops fell across the Thousand-Zhang Cloud Gate, dampening the white jade steps and the ancient trees on either side. Beneath the rolling mountains lay 9 ancestral dragons, spiritual veins exhaling mist that rose slowly along the slopes to mingle with the morning rain, shrouding all of Yunshu in a veil of hazy moisture. There was no golden chariot nor any imperial procession. Only an ordinary green canopied carriage made its way out through the outer city along the damp mountain road. The wheels creaked. As it passed through the final imperial barrier guarding the city, a faint golden light brushed past the carriage canopy. The imperial rune flickered and vanished. Gu Changyuan sat within the carriage, a smooth white jade token now resting at his waist. This was what Gu Xianwei had handed him before departing. Capable of concealing the pale golden Dao mark between his eyebrows and suppressing the natural aura that would otherwise reveal itself after the 12 heavenly veins opened to the sea. Now, if judged solely by his cultivation, he bore little difference from ordinary young cultivators who had just entered the Qi realm. The mountain path receded. Initially, through the carriage curtain, he could still see the 7 peaks of Yunshu floating above the morning mist. Further ahead, as the terrain shifted and ancient trees closed in on both sides, the imperial city, where he had lived for 18 years, gradually disappeared into the shadows among the branches. Gu Changyuan watched for a while, then drew the curtain closed. He did not look back. Once beyond Yunshu's territory, travelers on the road began to multiply. A young rogue cultivator trudged through the mud with an aged sword strapped to his back, his boot soles split from where yet too stingy to waste spiritual energy on flight. 2 boys crowded onto a wooden sword no wider than 2 feet, wobbling precariously above the treetops, as the one in front strained to maintain balance, while the one behind clung desperately to his waist, shouting left. Just moments before they skimmed past an ancient tree and sent a flock of birds scattering from the branches. Further on, a merchant tugged futilely at a short-horned spirit beast that refused to budge, and after several unsuccessful pulls he slapped its hindquarters in frustration, drawing laughter from nearby travelers. The carriage driver chuckled along with the crowd as the green canopied cart passed by. Gu Changyuan lifted his gaze and looked outside for a moment. The wind lifted a corner of the carriage curtain. A young cultivator walking by happened to turn his head, his eyes falling into the carriage, and his steps slowed involuntarily. Gu Changyuan pressed down on the wind-fluttered pages with one hand, offering only a single glance outward. The man had already walked several paces, but couldn't resist looking back once more before his companion tugged him away. Gu Changyuan paid it no mind. Too many people were making their way to Bailu City along this road. Some were heading to a banquet. Others sought to witness the ceremony. More importantly, most couldn't even enter Winda Mountain. They simply wanted to reach Bailu City and catch a glimpse of those names on the blue jade wall, which ordinarily existed only in hearsay. What they discussed differed from what Gu Changyuan had grown accustomed to hearing. There was no mention of the imperial path, no ancient histories, nor did anyone speak of the ultimate destination of the great Dao. Their conversation centered instead on how much in prices in Bailu City had risen, which routes might spare them the entrance fee, and where along Winda Mountain's outskirts they could find closer vantage points. I heard the East District has already quintupled its rates. 5 times. Then sleep outside the city. It's gone up there too. A burly man nearby muttered a curse, drawing laughter from those around him. Someone asked him, "You can't enter Winda Mountain anyway. Why spend those spirit stones just to go?" The burly man glared. "If I can't go, and can I at least watch others enter? This generation's prodigy banquet only comes around once every few years, and with the top spot vacant for 18 years, that makes it all the rarer. When I return to my sect and take my usual seat at the tea house, just saying I witnessed Jiang Wuzong and Lei Xinjia entering the mountain in person, do you think folks wouldn't buy me half a month's worth of wine?" This time, even the questioner laughed. The green canopied carriage drifted past them slowly. Gu Changyuan listened to those voices, occasionally turning a page of his book, but more often than not just gazing out the window. These people wouldn't be recorded in the Gu family annals. Stone steels wouldn't document how many li a wandering cultivator traveled today, still less note that a Bailu City and collected a few extra spirit stones because of the prodigy banquet. But only after truly stepping out did he realize the world wasn't entirely inscribed on stone monuments. By evening, the green canopied carriage came to a halt at Qinghai Ferry. This was a major ferry crossing on the route to Bailu City. A wide river cut between 2 green hills, with towering verdant locust trees lining both banks, their branches drooping low enough to nearly brush the water's surface. When the evening wind swept through, fragments of leaves drifted down into the river, carried southward along with the fading dusk. The ferry was already packed with travelers. Boatmen called out spirit beasts load, and the tea stalls beneath the ancient locust trees were filled to capacity. Gu Changyuan stepped out of the carriage and found a table at the outer edge. A pot of clear tea. Right away, the waiter brought over the teapot. Clink. Hot tea poured into cups, white steam rising slowly. The tea stall was filled with cultivators who had traveled all day, their belongings. Travel bags, bamboo baskets, and weapons piled at their feet, tea stains still clinging to the table edges where there'd been no time to clean them. Gu Changyuan sat at the edge, tucking his sleeves inward to avoid blocking passersby. He hadn't even taken a sip before. Smack. The storytroker's block hit the table. An instant silence fell. The storytroker stroked his beard and lowered his voice deliberately. "Might I ask, esteemed listeners, what exactly transpired upon the heaven-questioning terrace on the day of Yunxiu's coming-of-age ceremony?" Someone laughed and cursed on the spot. "Didn't you just tell this story yesterday?" Yesterday was yesterday. The storytroker's beard twitched. "This version I'm sharing today just came fresh from Bailu City." Those nearby leaned in eagerly. "There's a newer version." Naturally. The storytroker slapped the table, his voice rising with enthusiasm. "Rumor has it that on that day Gu Changyuan, heir to the Gu clan, ascended the heaven-questioning terrace alone. None of the 4 ancient steels dared to activate according to their normal patterns when they sensed his presence." Gu Changyuan raised his teacup. Someone beside him asked, how did they defy the norm? The bone-reflecting steel didn't dare inscribe his name, and the pulse-measuring steel detected 3 extra heavenly veins against all expectation. The most extraordinary thing was the fate-questioning steel. It began its reading, then, smack. The storytelling block struck the table once more. It cracked. Gu Changyuan's hand paused slightly as he drank. The tea hall erupted in astonishment. "Cracked. That's a Gu family ancient steel. Is this true?" The storytroker remained composed as though he'd witnessed it all himself. "That's precisely why he's called the Gu clan's heir." Someone pressed further, "What about the prodigy record?" "Now that's the most fascinating part." The storytroker leaned forward eagerly. "There was a young prodigy from outside who refused to accept it, claiming Gu Changyuan hadn't even opened his qi, so why should the prodigy record remain empty for 18 years? Guess what the young master said? The crowd fell silent. Gu Changyuan held his teacup. The storytroker slowly raised 2 fingers. 2 words. What were they, oi? Hold on. After a brief silence, someone inexplicably sprayed tea. The story troker, thoroughly animated, continued. Then young Master Gu opened his sea right there. Spiritual energy rolled backward, 3,000 zhang, nearly flooding the entire heaven-questioning terrace. The provoking genius turned pale, his hand frozen on his sword hilt, utterly afraid to draw it. This time skepticism grew louder. Some claimed the version they'd heard the day before mentioned no provocative genius at all, while others argued that 3,000 zhang of spiritual energy seemed far too exaggerated. The story troker showed no hesitation, simply pressing his block firmly onto the table. Yesterday was yesterday. Can rumors about someone like this possibly stay the same from one day to the next? The crowd actually found some merit in his words. Gu Changyuan glanced down at his tea, took another sip, and found it quite pleasant. From beneath an old wooden pillar nearby came a soft snort. Those who've never seen him speak bolder than those who have. The voice was quiet. Gu Changyuan turned his head to look. Crouched beside the pillar was a thin, small girl. Not yet grown, her once gray clothes had faded to whitish with a small tear at one cuff, and her black hair was loosely tied with a gray cloth strip. Dust smudged her face, making her appear like a young servant girl trailing behind a merchant caravan. She still gripped half a cold pancake in her hand, yet her eyes stood out as remarkably bright and alert. Noticing Gu Changyuan's gaze, the girl immediately pulled the pancake closer to her chest. Why are you looking at me? I wasn't referring to you. Gu Changyuan asked. Have you seen Gu Changyuan? The girl paused, her eyes shifting. If I had seen Gu Changyuan, do you think I'd still be crouching here gnawing on a cold pancake? Gu Changyuan glanced at the pancake in her hand. That makes sense. The girl was taken aback, clearly surprised he would actually agree with her. But Gu Changyuan didn't press further, only letting his gaze linger a moment longer on her. A barely perceptible golden hue flickered in his eyes. Beneath the girl's sternum, an ancient mark that had been hidden deep became somewhat clearer. It had been broken, completely severed. It seemed later that some force had forcibly reconnected it, but the mark still remained slightly misaligned to this day, never truly healing back to its original position. Gu Changyuan quickly withdrew his gaze. The girl, however, seemed to sense something and instinctively touched her chest. You? She shot him a wary look. Your gaze is strange. You have old injuries. The girl's expression faltered for an imperceptible moment, then she quickly looked down and took another bite of her cold pancake. Anyone who travels these roads carries old wounds. Gu Changyuan nodded, not pressing further. The girl risked another covert glance at him, finding him even more enigmatic than before. At that moment, an urgent call rang out from the other side of the ferry. Zhao Shui. A snow-white shape darted through the crowd's legs at incredible speed, leaping over the wooden fence outside the tea stall in moments, and burrowing beneath Gu Changyuan's table. Gu Changyuan looked down. A snow-white spiritual beast no larger than a palm was circling around his robe hem. A faint silver mark adorned its forehead, and after fixing its dark eyes on him for a moment, it suddenly reached out with its paws to clutch at his clothing. Gu Changyuan leaned down and gently touched the silver mark on its forehead with his fingertips. The little beast immediately narrowed its eyes and swayed its tail contentedly. A trace of pale gold flashed in Gu Changyuan's eyes as understanding dawned. It wasn't detecting scent, it was sensing spiritual energy. The white jade talisman at his waist could deceive ordinary cultivators, but such a creature born with the innate ability to perceive spirit and trace chi might see through it. Footsteps approached rapidly. A woman in green robes pushed through the crowd, and seeing the snow-white beast clutching at Gu Changyuan's hem, visibly relaxed. Sir, I apologize. Zhao Shui never runs off like this normally. I'm not sure what's wrong with it today. She bent down to pick up the little beast. But Zhao Shui kept twisting its head to look back at Gu Changyuan. The woman could only sigh helplessly. It wasn't until then that she truly got a good look at Gu Changyuan. Her gaze lingered on his face for a moment before she casually looked away. Gu Changyuan said, "It's nothing." The woman held Zhao Shui securely and offered a polite bow. "I'm Lin Shuyue, a disciple of Qingwu sect. This is my senior brother Lu Qingheng, and that one over there is Qian Xiaolu." The round-faced youth at the back immediately smiled at Gu Changyuan. Gu Changyuan nodded. "Gu Yuan," Lin Shuyue asked, "are you also heading to Bailu City, Master Gu?" "Yes." "Then it's quite convenient." She glanced at the ferry preparing to dock, then at Zhao Shui in her arms, still craning its neck toward Gu Changyuan. "We're going too. If you don't mind, we can share the crossing." Lu Qingheng beside her frowned slightly. Junior sister, too many miscellaneous types have been heading to Bailu City lately. He left the thought unfinished. When traveling, a disciple of a minor sect being extra cautious was only natural. Yet Lin Shuyue seemed unconcerned. Before she could respond, a laugh came from nearby. "Weren't you just about to ask the ferryman to split a boat with us?" Everyone turned around. The girl who had been crouching by the wooden pillar eating her pancake had somehow joined them. Lu Qingheng regarded her. "And who are you?" She stuffed the last bite into her mouth and brushed the crumbs from her hands. "Ning Xiaoman. A guide. I know Bailu City well." Qian Xiaolu surveyed her from head to toe, then glanced at her faded, washed-out old clothes. "You really know Bailu City?" "Yes." "Then how did you end up like this?" Ning Xiaoman looked down at her cuffs, then at the oil paper in her hand with only a few crumbs left. What does knowing the roads have to do with having money? Qian Xiaolu thought about it seriously for a moment. Guess it doesn't. Ning Xiaoman nodded satisfied. Quick learner. Lin Shuya couldn't help but laugh. Lu Qingheng's mouth twitched. Gu Changyuan sitting nearby also had a faint smile touching his lips. Before long the ferry docked. Creak. The wooden plank was laid against the shore. Everyone boarded with the crowd. The twilight deepened. The ferry sailed slowly across the wide river toward the opposite bank. The verdant locust trees on both sides receded continuously. Several spirit lamps at the bow swayed gently in the evening breeze, their reflections stretching into fragmented lines across the water's surface. Lin Shuya sat at the side of the boat, holding Zhao Shui. But the little beast couldn't stay still, repeatedly turning its head to glance back at Gu Changyuan. Ning Xiaoman squatted at the bow, somehow producing another small piece of flatbread. It doesn't like you. Gu Changyuan looked over. Ning Xiaoman chewed her bread and said with feigned seriousness, it just smelled something valuable on you. Lin Shuya sighed helplessly. Xiaoman, I never said I was going to steal it. Ning Xiaoman retorted confidently. Zhao Shui seemed to understand and let out a soft chirp at her. Ning Xiaoman immediately pointed at it. See, it's even guarding its food. Qian Xiaolu couldn't stop laughing. Gu Changyuan also glanced at Zhao Shui but didn't refute anything. The river wind blew past the bow. Many people were still traveling along both banks. Some carried swords alone on their backs, others crowded into old carts with their families, and young cultivators at the early stages of the Qi realm debated endlessly about whether Zhang Wuzong or Lei Qinjia was stronger, neither able to convince the other. No one knew them. Their names would likely never appear in the prodigy records. Yet each person was on their own journey. Gu Changyuan watched for a long time. The lists recorded prodigies, but the roads carried the world. The boat gave a slight vibration. They had arrived. When night fully descended, Bailu City emerged among the mountains. The city walls followed the mountain contours with several tall towers rising against the night sky. Rows of spirit lamps stretched from the city walls into the distance, connecting with star-like lights in the remote mountains. The further they advanced, the more cultivators appeared on the road. As the group rejoined the main road, urgent hooves echoed behind them. Clop, clop, clop. A team of cyan-scaled horses galloped toward them from the darkness. The youth at the forefront wore brocade robes with a jade belt, a dark mountain-patterned jade token hanging from his waist, followed by 7 or 8 young cultivators. The procession kicked up dust as it passed, coming to a halt at the pavilion ahead. Lu Qingheng recognized the jade token, his expression shifting noticeably. Xianzhao Mountain. Lin Shuya also glanced over. You know them? Had encountered their disciples. Lu Qingheng hesitated briefly before walking over. Xianzhao Mountain couldn't be considered a top-tier power in the central regions, but compared to Qinggu's sect it boasted far greater heritage and connections. Moreover, he had also heard of the youth leading the group, Han Zhao, the young master of Xianzhao Mountain. Lu Qingheng seemed to have crossed paths with one of the disciples before. After a few words, that person turned back and said something to Han Zhao. Only then did Han Zhao turn toward them. Qinggu's sect. Lu Qingheng cupped his fists. Just a minor sect. We were also heading to Bailu City. Didn't expect to encounter the young master here. Han Zhao dismounted his cyan-scaled horse and asked casually, going to see the prodigy banquet. Qian Xiaolu hearing this from the side, his eyes immediately brightened. Can the young master enter Wyndham Mountain? The core area naturally is off limits. Han Zhao smiled. However, Xianzhao Mountain has certain connections in Bailu City, so getting close to the Azure Jade Wall isn't difficult. Qian Xiaolu felt a twinge of envy. Lu Qingheng's demeanor grew considerably warmer than before. Han Zhao was clearly accustomed to such gazes and adjusted his cuffs. Besides, on the day of the Gu family's coming-of-age ceremony, I also visited Yunxiu. Lin Shuya was slightly startled. You've seen Gu Changyuan? Han Zhao spoke casually. Not far away, Ning Xiaoman had just taken a bite of her bread and slowly stopped chewing. She first glanced at Han Zhao, then turned to look at Gu Changyuan. Gu Changyuan stood beside the green canopied carriage, listening quietly, his expression unchanged, as though they were discussing someone completely unrelated to him. Han Zhao continued. So don't believe all the rumors outside. Someone like Gu Changyuan. He looked up at Bailu City, its lights now connected like a continuous stream, his tone carrying a self-assured certainty born of familiarity. If he truly wishes to enter Wyndham Mountain, naturally the Imperial clan's cloud boat will clear the way. Ning Xiaoman remained silent. She looked down at the green canopied carriage that had ridden bumpy roads to reach them. Then she looked up at Gu Changyuan. The night wind blew along the official road, lifting the corner of his sleeve. The young master of the Gu family that Han Zhao spoke of seemed to exist still in distant clouds. Yet the person before her eyes had traveled an entire day's journey alongside them. Ning Xiaoman said nothing. She glanced down at the green canopied carriage beside them, worn from the rough road. When the group finally entered White Deer City, night had already fallen. Yet the city shone brighter than it had during the day. Spirit lamps stretched along the long streets, several pavilions suspended across the cliff faces, and higher above, spiritual birds occasionally swept through the night sky, trailing luminous light. At the city's center, a massive bluish jade wall hung in midair, radiating a gentle warm glow that remained clearly visible even across several long streets. Names already adorned the wall. The Jiang family Jiang Wucong, the Shinxiao lightning sect Lei Qianjia, the Qin family Qin Lai, the heavenly sword divine sect Yiguhong, the Luo family Luo Jingwang. Each time a new name illuminated from within the jade wall, murmurs rippled through those nearby. Only the bottommost line remained unchanged since the previous night. The Gu family Gu Changyuan had not yet entered. Ning Xiaoman held the freshly purchased spirit rice cake, craning her neck to stare at the wall for a while. He really hasn't come. Her words had barely left her lips when she suddenly recalled Han Zhao's words from the previous night, that the Imperial clan's cloud vessel would clear the way. She stole another glance at Gu Changyuan. He too was watching the bluish jade wall. 3 words fell. The western viewing area fell suddenly silent. Gu Changyuan. The next instant, whoosh. The sound wave exploded along the long steps like thunder. His expression remained unchanged. Ning Xiaoman leaned closer to him and lowered her voice. Gu Yuan, once we enter the viewing area, keep your eyes and mouth shut. Gu Changyuan withdrew his gaze. Why, those people on the mountain, we rarely get to see them in our daily lives. Some have rather volatile tempers. What happens if you stare too long and offend them? Gu Changyuan considered for a moment. All right. Ning Xiaoman stared at him for 2 breaths. You're such a bore. Gu Changyuan smiled faintly, making no reply. Mount Wentao lay to the east of White Deer City. Only when standing before it could one truly grasp how towering this ancient mountain truly was. Its peak rose 10,000 zhang from the earth, its lower half swallowed by night, while its upper reaches disappeared into the sea of clouds. Countless ancient cloud platforms hung at the mountainside, tribal banners rippling in the wind. Occasionally mythic beasts pulling chariots swept through the skies above their wheels, parting the clouds, and leaving vast trails of lingering spiritual mist. Higher still, a crimson gold beast silhouette crossed the night sky. Boom. Firelight instantly illuminated half the mountainside before falling upon the cloud platforms where the demon and spirit clans resided. Qian Xiaolu tilted his head upward, stumbled, and nearly collided with the person ahead. Lu Qingheng grabbed him and pulled him back. Watch where you're going. Was that a swanee just now? Focus on keeping yourself upright first. Qian Xiaolu obediently kept his head down. After a few steps, he secretly glanced upward again. Lin Shuyue carried Zhao Xue among the crowd. The closer they drew to Mount Wentao, the quieter the little beast grew. It simply rested its head against her arm, occasionally turning to look toward the rear of the procession. Mount Xianzhao had already secured positions in the western viewing area for their disciples. Though far inferior to the high cloud platforms of the imperial clans and great ancient sects, they were still considerably better positioned than where ordinary cultivators could enter. Han Zhao appeared quite pleased with this arrangement. Stay close. The group continued up the mountain path. After crossing the final stretch of steps, the view suddenly opened before them. Thousands of spectators sat in terraced rows along the mountainside, and above them floated the true viewing platforms suspended among the clouds. The Jiang family, the Qin family, the Luo family, the great ancient sects, the demon and spirit clans. Those once known only from rumors and records of prodigies were now upon the mountain itself. Lu Qingheng instinctively slowed his breathing. Han Zhao, however, was far more composed. He had mentioned the previous night that he had once attended the Gu family's coming-of-age ceremony, and along the way the others from Qingwu sect had regarded him with noticeably different eyes. He adjusted his sleeves, preparing to lead the group toward Mount Xuanzhao's position. But on an upper cloud platform, Jiang Wucong suddenly ceased his conversation. There was no shift in his aura nor any extraordinary phenomenon. He merely turned his head, gazing through layers of cloud mist down toward the western viewing area. On the other side, Lei Qianjia had been lounging lazily among the seats, idly spinning a purple lightning jade in his hand. Once he caught sight of what lay below, he smiled. Finally arrived. A bit further away, Qin Lai followed his gaze and slowly sat upright from his previous slouch. The corners of his mouth lifted. 3 gazes descending from above converged upon the same direction within mere moments. Yet too many eyes in the mountains remained fixed upon them. News traveled quickly. Jiang Wucong is looking down at the mountain. Lei Qianjia turned as well. And Qin Lai too. The whispers soon reached the western viewing area. Lu Qingheng paused, then followed the line of sight. Those gazes seemed to be moving toward them. He lowered his voice. Young master of the mountain, are they looking at us? Han Zhao's chest tightened. Thump. He looked up. Jiang Wucong, Lei Qianjia, Qin Lai. Their eyes were indeed all directed this way. Thump thump. He had only just mentioned attending the Gu family ceremony yesterday. Could it be they actually remembered him? The thought seemed absurd, even to Han Zhao himself. Yet Qian Xiaolo, Lu Qingheng, and even several Mount Xianzhao disciples had unconsciously fixed their attention upon him. Han Zhao suppressed his inner alarm, keeping his expression as calm as possible. Perhaps we exchanged glances at cloud ruins yesterday. Lu Qingheng's expression shifted dramatically, but Han Zhao's heart raced ever faster. Was it really him? He instinctively stepped forward half a pace. Just then a laugh echoed from the mountain. If you don't come soon. Lei Qianjie rested his chin on one hand, his voice drifting down through the clouds. My thunder is nearly bored to death. Han Zhao's foot froze mid-step. Because Lei Qianjie was not looking at him at all. That gaze swept past the Mount Xianzhao group and landed squarely on whoever stood at the rear of the procession. Those around him instinctively turned to follow. The night wind swept up from below, and there stood Gu Changyuan, the hem of his robes stirred gently by the breeze. He looked up at Lei Qianjie, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The next moment Jiang Wuzong's voice descended from even higher above, calm clear. Gu Changyuan, you've finally arrived. Gu Changyuan, wait. That youth in white, is that really Gu Changyuan? Every pair of eyes slashed through the crowd, locking onto him. Cultivators who had already settled back into their seats nearby rose again. Those below still wondered who he was, while those above had been waiting for him for far too long. Han Zhao stood rooted in place. Last night's words, that Gu Changyuan would naturally be escorted by the Imperial clan's cloud vessel if he truly came to Mount Wentao, suddenly rang with crystal clarity in his mind. He glanced down at the exterior of the viewing area. That ordinary green canopied carriage which had bounced all the way from Qinghai Ferry still sat where it was. After a long while he said nothing. Those gazes had never been meant for Mount Xianzhao. He had simply happened to stand before that white robe. Lu Qingheng opened his mouth. Gu. But the title that followed suddenly escaped him. In the end he simply did not call out. Lin Shiyue meanwhile glanced down at Zhao Xue in her arms. The little beast had already lifted its head, its two dark eyes gleaming with unmistakable recognition. Only now did she understand. At Qinghai Ferry Zhao Xue had never mistaken its master. Gu Changyuan happened to glance in their direction. Zhao Xue had already pressed both front paws onto Lin Shiyue's arm, straining to go to him. Gu Changyuan reached out and gently touched the silver pattern upon its forehead. Go back. Zhao Xue closed its eyes in contentment before settling down once more. Beside him Ning Xiaoman still clutched that half piece of spirit rice cake. Her eyes were wide open. Ever since Jiang Wuzong had spoken the three characters, Gu Changyuan, her fingers had tightened around it. Now the neatly square cake had already cracked down the middle. Gu Changyuan cast a glance. It's about to break. Ning Xiaoman looked down. Huh, it really was nearly shattered. She hastily released her grip. Oh, the next moment she looked up sharply. Yue. But then she remembered how seriously she had instructed him along the way. To watch less, speak less, and not provoke any geniuses. The latter half of her sentence simply would not come. Her ears gradually reddened. Ning Xiaoman finally lowered her head and bit viciously into the rice cake. Gu Changyuan saw this and merely smiled. He then turned to Lin Shiyue. Miss Lin, thank you for the companionship. Lin Shiyue paused briefly but quickly offered the same courteous bow as before. You are too kind, Master Gu. Gu Changyuan gave a slight nod. He made no correction. He had offered no explanation all along as to who he was. But here, it no longer needed explaining. Gu Changyuan raised his hand and unfastened the white jade talisman at his waist. The talisman left his body. No overwhelming pressure radiated forth, nor any startling celestial phenomenon. Only the thin aura he had concealed throughout the journey slowly dispersed. His white robes remained the same. His ancient jade crown was unchanged. Only the pale golden Dao seal between his brows, long suppressed, reappeared, and the dark gold patterns woven into his garment and cuffs gradually became visible beneath the spirit light among the clouds. The refined nobility he had deliberately hidden returned to the young man's features. White robes like falling snow, brows and eyes sharp as cut jade. Those around him who had been whispering quietly fell suddenly and unknowingly silent. Gu Changyuan paid no mind to their gazes and simply stored the white jade talisman away. At that exact same moment Ning Xiaoman's body gave a slight stiff. Just below her sternum, the ancient fractured seal that had lain dormant for years seemed to brush against something through flesh and blood. A sharp sting flashed and vanished. She instinctively pressed a hand to her chest. When she looked up again the pain was already gone. Ning Xiaoman said nothing. Yet the look she gave Gu Changyuan was for the first time stripped of its usual playfulness. Gu Changyuan had already turned. One step toward Mount Wentao. Along both sides of the mountain path countless ancient seals ignited in sequence. The cloud mist before the steps slowly parted on either side. Pale cyan steplight emanated from beneath his feet, layer upon layer stretching all the way up the mountainside. At the center of White Deer City the suspended bluish jade wall also trembled slightly at that same moment. At the very bottom the line of text that had hung there all night began to change. Gu family Gu Changyuan had not yet entered. The final four characters gradually dimmed. After a brief blankness, new ancient script re-emerged from deep within the jade wall. Gu family Gu Changyuan has arrived at Mount Wentao. As the final stroke settled, a deep boom. The ancient bell atop the mountain suddenly tolled. The heavy resonance rolled down from 10,000 zhang above, passing through tiered cloud platforms and echoing all the way into White Deer City. Before the questing wall the presiding elder gazed downward. His aged voice spread across the mountain alongside the bell. Gu Changyuan of the Gu family enters the mountain. Gu Changyuan stepped onto the long staircase, walking steadily upward toward the clouds. Lei Qianjie remained reclined, his smile untouched. Jiang Wuzong gave him a gentle nod. On the other side, Qin Lai had already risen to his feet. Their gazes met through the cloud mist. Gu Changyuan smiled. I'm late. Not at all, Qin Lai replied with a smile of his own. The match you promised me still stands. I remember. Hardly had the words fallen when another bell toll echoed from deep within the mountain peak. Boom. This one was even deeper than before. The resonance passed through every tiered cloud platform, and the chatter across all of Mount Wintao gradually fell silent. Deep within the 10,000 zhang sea of clouds, that gray-green ancient wall, dormant since the gathering began, lit up for the first time truly. An ancient seal emerged from the base of the stone wall. Then came a second, a third. Ever more ancient patterns long buried in the passage of time crept upward along the entire face of the wall. In merely a few breaths, the questing wall was entirely covered in countless dark cyan Dao seals. The mountain's cloud mist simultaneously parted on both sides. The presiding elder turned around. Since the one has arrived, then the questioning begins. His words fell. Within the center of the questing wall, countless ancient patterns slowly converged. No name, no cultivation realm, nor any person's lineage. In the end, only 5 ancient characters remained. What do you seek? What do you seek? The 5 ancient characters hung in the center of the questioning wall. The previously bustling Mount Windy, excited by Gu Changyuan's arrival, had fallen utterly silent. Night wind swept through the tiered cloud platforms, and the banners of the various clans slowly unfurled. The spiritual lanterns of the mountain cast their glow upon the bluish-gray ancient wall, where countless pale, teal, Dao patterns drifted lazily within. It was as though those 5 characters were not carved into stone, but rather emerging bit by bit from the very mountain itself. Gu Changyuan ascended the final steps of the cloud stairs, and took his seat in the Gu family section. No one spoke of his entry into the mountain anymore, for the 5 characters upon the questioning wall now faced all the young people gathered there. Before the questioning wall, the presiding elder waited a moment before speaking slowly. The first question is one of the heart. It disregards cultivation and background alike. All that you seek, all that you fear, all that you cling to. These are born from your own heart. The elder raised his hand, pointing toward the bluish stone platform below the ancient wall. Step onto it, and place your palm upon the surface. Whatever it asks, you shall answer. If you lack the courage to face your own heart, how can your Tao ever begin? As the words fell silent, none moved forward. Those who had reached Mount Windy had of course all contemplated why they cultivated. Immortality, becoming an emperor, achieving renown across the world, reaching the supreme pinnacle. These answers sounded correct, yet when those 5 characters hung before their eyes, many found their certainty faltering. After a moment, someone rose from an unassuming seat in the western section. He was a young cultivator in his early 20s, dressed plainly with a long sword at his waist whose scabbard edge had been patched several times. On this day at Mount Windy, neither his cultivation nor his background was particularly remarkable. The presiding elder glanced down at the register. Changyuan. The young man appeared visibly nervous, but still offered a respectful fist and palm salute. Yes. He took a deep breath, walked up the stone steps to the questioning wall, and slowly pressed his palm against the ancient surface. The pale teal Dao patterns flickered to life. The towering Mount Windy before his eyes vanished. When it reappeared, Changyuan stood before a dilapidated mountain gate. Moss covered the stone steps, and an old plaque missing a corner hung crookedly on the lintel. Spring rain trickled continuously from the weathered eaves, and in the courtyard several young children held wooden swords, practicing the most basic foundational sword forms. At the entrance to the ancestral hall, an old man in a tattered robe sat quietly. Changyuan stared at that familiar figure, his breath catching. Master. The man had been dead for 2 years. After senior brother descended the mountain, he never returned. Even disciples with modest talent had gradually gone to better places. Now all that remained on that mountain were a few children whose spiritual seas had not yet stabilized. When departing for White Deer City, the youngest had chased him to the foot of the mountain and asked, "Senior brother, will you not come back either?" At that time, Changyuan had laughed and scolded it as nonsense. But he himself did not truly know. The spring rain continued to fall. The 5 ancient characters on the questioning wall appeared once more above the dilapidated gate. What do you seek? Changyuan remained silent for a long while. Before coming to Mount Windy, he had prepared many answers that sounded more like the great Tao. To grow stronger, to achieve renown, to climb ever higher, even to one day tread the emperor's path. But standing here, in truth, none of those words could be spoken. He simply gazed at the children in the courtyard, still practicing their sword forms. I want. His voice was somewhat hoarse. To keep this sect from falling apart. Among the crowd at Mount Windy, many who had worn calm expressions paused faintly. Changyuan himself seemed somewhat embarrassed. Those seated here today included heirs of imperial clans, divine sons of ancient sects, And those whose gaze had been fixed upon the emperor's path of this world from the very first step, they took upon the cultivation journey dreaming of one day achieving the Dao and ascending to the throne. And he thought only of a small sect that couldn't even afford roof repairs. After a moment's hesitation, Changyuan still asked, "Is it too small?" The questioning wall did not answer. But the presiding elder looked at him. "You ask about your own Dao." The elder's tone was calm. "Not someone else's." Changyuan stood stunned. After a moment, he performed a sincere bow. "Thank you, senior." He turned and walked down the bluish stone platform. No one announced what rank he had achieved, nor did any ranking appear. The pale teal ancient patterns on the questioning wall simply grew still behind him. Gu Changyuan's gaze fell upon the worn sword at Changyuan's waist. The scabbard had been patched 3 times, just as old as the mountain gate from the heart vision moments before. A young member of the Gu clan nearby whispered, "To seek only that a small sect not fall apart. Does that count as a Dao?" Gu Changyuan did not answer immediately. Only after Changyuan returned to his seat did he withdraw his gaze. "That is his path." Just those words. The young Gu clan member hesitated, then asked no more. Soon a second person stepped onto the bluish stone platform, followed by a third, a fourth. The light upon the questioning wall began to ignite again and again. One saw only a sword he could never catch and finally whispered that he wished his own blade to be just 1 inch faster. Another stood before the gates of his homeland, seeing his mother, whom he had not seen for many years, with nearly white hair, and after long silence expressed only his wish to one day hear her call his name again. Yet another looked up and saw an emperor's path with no visible end. None ahead, none behind. He spoke only a single sentence. Forward. No one judged whose answer was grander. The questioning wall merely reflected. Each person answered for themselves. Even a youth of 17 or 18 stood before the ancient wall for a long while. The pale teal Dao patterns did not change. Sweat formed on the youth's forehead, but in the end he slowly lowered his head. "I don't know." Those nearby instinctively turned to look at him. The youth's face flushed red, his hands clenched tightly. The presiding elder asked only, "Truly do not know?" "Yes." "Then go find it first." The youth raised his head. The elder had already looked down and turned to the next page of his register. No scolding. No punishment from the questioning wall either. The youth stood in place for 2 breaths, then bowed and stepped down. Gu Changyuan watched him return to the crowd. Since emerging from Yunxiu, he had encountered many who had once existed only beyond the pages of books. Rogue cultivators who had trekked for mere spirit stones. Those who knew they could not enter Mount Wendy but still traveled 1,000 li wanting only to witness the prodigies of this generation with their own eyes. And the young people at Qinghuai Ferry, each shouldering swords and carrying provisions heading in different directions. Until today he had truly heard for the first time why they walked. Some were far, some were near, some still had not found their direction. Gu Changyuan did not judge their heights. He simply recorded each answer. The questioning of hearts continued. The heart visions upon the ancient wall grew increasingly varied. Mountains and rivers, old cities, long swords, and solitary graves appeared in succession. Some saw rivals who had defeated them, some saw those they most dreaded facing, and some saw nothing but a dark, endless road from beginning to end. Until the presiding elder lowered his gaze once more, his fingers stopping at a certain line in the register. Heavenly Sword Divine Sect. Some in the mountain who had not paid much attention finally lifted their eyes. Yi Guhong. Nearby, a young man who had been sitting with his arms wrapped around his sword opened his eyes. Yi Guhong rose, gripped his sword, and walked straight to the questioning wall. Ignoring all gazes around him, he raised his hand and placed his palm upon the ancient wall. The pale teal Dao patterns blazed to life. Before Yi Guhong's eyes appeared an extraordinarily long road. No mountains, no rivers, not even the sky was visible. Only a straight stone path stretching forward, flanked on both sides by countless swords. At first those swords were packed densely, extending all the way to the edge of vision. Yi Guhong walked forward. After 10 li, the swords along the road had already diminished by half. Continuing forward, only a dozen remained. He pressed on. 3, 2, the final one. After Yi Guhong passed beside that last sword, both sides of the long road became completely empty. Between heaven and earth only he remained, and the sword at his waist. Yet the road ahead still had no end. It grew narrower and narrower, fainter and fainter. The 5 ancient characters on the questioning wall slowly dispersed, eventually reforming characters. "Do you fear solitude?" Yi Guhong stopped, gazing at the path ahead, now only wide enough for one. After a long while he spoke. "Solitude. No denial. No false bravado. The further the road went, the fewer companions there might be." He knew this. The 3 characters on the questioning wall did not change. As if waiting, Yi Guhong's hand slowly settled upon the sword hilt, and he took another step forward. "But I will not retreat." Behind him the swords he had left along the way all trembled softly in unison. There was no cry of 10,000 swords, nor sword intent piercing the heavens. Only the faintest tremors passing along the now empty road toward the distance. Beneath Yi Guhong's feet, the stone path that had grown increasingly narrow extended forward once more. The next moment, the heart vision dissipated. Yi Guhong opened his eyes, withdrew his palm from the questioning wall, said nothing more, and simply turned with his sword to return to his seat. The pale teal patterns on the ancient wall slowly settled. The presiding elder had already turned a page in his register. The night wind of the mountain swept past. The rustle of paper. The elder glanced downward. Then he spoke. Next, House Jiang, Jiang Wuchen. The Jiang family. Jiang Wuchun. As the presiding elder's voice fell silent, Jiang Wuchun rose from his seat and made his way up the cloud steps toward the Dao inquiry wall, one measured step at a time. A mountain breeze swept across the cloud terrace, stirring the hem of his plain robe. Upon reaching the bluestone platform, Jiang Wuchen glanced up at the dark ancient wall that had long reflected the inner states of countless souls, then extended his hand and pressed his palm against its surface. Pale green Dao markings flickered to life beneath his palm. Before him, the Dao inquiry mountain faded from sight. When Jiang Wuchen opened his eyes again, a long white stone path had appeared beneath his feet. The road was broad and flat, stretching forward into the distance, with not a single boulder to disrupt its surface. On either side stood row after row of ancient steles. The nearest one bore only 4 characters: celestial destiny, divine physique. Stepping further ahead, the legitimate line of the Jiang family. This generation's chosen vessel. To walk the imperial path. Stele after stele stretched before him. As Jiang Wuchen walked forward along the path, a chorus of voices began to fill his ears. This child was born with celestial destiny markings encircling his body. When he was young, he entered the ancestral grounds and caused the celestial destiny stele, silent for 10,000 years, to glow on its own. The Jiang family of this generation shall find its heir in him. You are unlike others. Since destiny has already chosen you, it is only natural that you walk the imperial path first. Some voices belonged to elders of the clan, others were merely fragments of discussion he had overheard as a child in the ancestral shrine, the long corridors, and at banquet gatherings. Most carried no malice, only expectation. Yet the further he walked, the more the voices multiplied. The steles on either side grew taller and taller until at last they nearly blotted out most of the distant sky. Jiang Wuchen paused. Ahead still lay a perfectly level road. Every inscription upon every stele pointed in the same direction. Far in the distance, the ancient path vanished into clouds and sky, its end a mere blurred silhouette. As though from the day of his birth someone had already paved this road for him. Simply follow it forward, and one day he would inevitably arrive at the destination everyone expected him to reach. Above in the vault of heaven, dark ancient characters slowly coalesced. Believest thou in fate? Jiang Wuchun regarded them in silence for a moment. Then he raised his hand and pressed his palm against the destiny stele nearest to him. I revere fate. The 4 characters of celestial destiny, divine physique, upon the stele glowed faintly. He had never denied destiny. The celestial destiny, divine physique he was born with was real. The resources and heritage bestowed upon him by the Jiang family were real. And the expectations that had always rested upon his shoulders since childhood were equally real. Jiang Wuchun withdrew his hand and gazed at the ancient white stone road ahead, which disappeared into the depths of cloud and sky. But I do not believe in it entirely. The white stone beneath his foot trembled softly. Between the stele, which had been arranged with scarcely a gap between them, a clearing slowly emerged. Jiang Wuchun turned his body sideways. Rather than continuing along the direction the ancient steles pointed, he stepped to the side. His foot descended. A new white stone appeared in the clearing. He took another step. A second stone. The 2 stones were uneven, far less smooth than the ancient road beside them. Yet upon them not a single character was inscribed. Jiang Wuchen glanced down. The faintest smile touched his lips. In the next moment, the inner vision dispersed. The Dao inquiry mountain returned to his sight. Jiang Wuchen slowly withdrew his hand, and the pale green markings upon the ancient wall gradually fell silent. He did not linger at the platform's edge, but turned and followed the stone steps back to the Jiang clan's gathering area. The presiding elder offered no evaluation either. The path had barely taken 2 steps. Where it would lead in the future was not something today's Dao inquiry wall should have decreed for him. Paper rustled gently in the mountain wind. The presiding elder had already turned to the next line. Next, the Gu family. Gu Changyuan. The scattered whispers that had filled the air gradually fell still. Gu Changyuan rose from his seat. He moved with unhurried composure, walking along the cloud steps all the way to the bluestone platform. Many had stood upon this ground before him. Chen Yuan, Yi Guhong, Jiang Wuchun, and many more young cultivators whose names the majority upon the mountain would never remember. No footprints remained upon the bluestone. Gu Changyuan stood before the wall and observed it for a moment. Then he raised his hand and pressed his palm against the dark ancient surface. Pale green radiance spread outward along the stone's grain. The next instant, a drop of ink fell at Gu Changyuan's feet. The dark color bloomed silently upon the surface. A thin line extended from it into the distance, followed by a second, then a third. Mountain ranges rose from within the ink. Rivers carved their courses across the expanse. Ancient paths wound through the peaks, and town after town emerged gradually along the contours of the land. Within moments, a magnificent landscape map had unfolded beneath Gu Changyuan's feet. He looked down and saw a name he recognized instantly. Yunqiu. Further outward, Bailu City. The Dao Inquiry Mountain. These were places he had already walked in truth. Gu Changyuan followed the ink lines beneath his feet forward, and the mountains and rivers continued to unfold in the distance with each of his steps. East Xian, West Huang, North Han, South Li. One after another, the names he had seen countless times in books lay quietly within the dark landscape. Gu Changyuan paused beside the characters, East Xian. He bent forward and gently touched the two characters with his fingertip. The surface was cold. Only ink remained. The text described sword mountains, furnaces whose flames never died, and countless cultivators who had forged their way onto the Dao through the blade. Yet the East Xian beneath his feet now bore neither the cry of swords nor the glow of fire. It was merely a region outlined in ink. Gu Changyuan withdrew his hand and continued forward. Beneath his feet lay ancient kingdoms, forbidden territories, and forgotten Dao lineages scattered through the depths of mountains and rivers. For many of these places, he even knew which figures had emerged, what events had unfolded, and along which ancient road a particular Dao tradition had faltered in a given era. He had read of these things. He remembered them all. Yet the further he walked, the quieter the surroundings became. Until at last, the ink line beneath his feet broke. Gu Changyuan stopped. Behind him stretched an entire panorama of inked mountains, rivers, and cities reaching to the edge of vision. Before him, however, there was only emptiness. The map ended here. But the world ahead clearly did not. Gu Changyuan stood at the final ink line, his white robes stirred by a wind that seemed to come from nowhere. He suddenly recalled the vast celestial map spread across the long table in the Imperial Sun Palace before he had left Yunqiu. At that time, he had spoken a single sentence. Previously, he had known these places only through books. Now that he had truly walked them, he understood to recognize a name and to arrive at that place in person were never the same thing. A book could chart the location of Bailu City, but it could not convey how noisy the city grew once night fell. A map could mark the position of the Dao Inquiry Mountain, yet it could never tell him what that mountain meant to Chen Yuan, a young man whose minor sect was on the verge of dissolution. Gu Changyuan lifted his gaze beyond the edges of the map. There was still no ink. But emptiness did not mean nothingness. It simply meant he had not yet witnessed it with his own eyes. Behind him, the entire landscape map suddenly shimmered with a faint pale green radiance. One by one, ink characters rose from between the mountains, rivers, and cities, converging in the blank space before him. What is it that thou seekest? Gu Changyuan gazed at those 5 characters. He did not remain silent for long. To see this world with clear eyes. See this world. The voice fell. Beneath Gu Changyuan's feet, the ink-dark mountains and rivers that had spread to its extremity remained still for a moment. Then the final stroke of ink at the map's edge began to bleed again, slowly extending toward the blank space ahead. 1 inch. 2 inches. After barely a foot, it halted once more. The space ahead remained blank, with no new mountains and rivers, nor any city arising from the ink. Gu Changyuan stood at the end of the chart, gazing at that small fragment of newly emerged ink line, and quickly understood the meaning of the asking Dao wall. The remainder was his to walk on his own. The book could record how many sword mountains dotted the eastern Xian, how many ancient lands lay in the western wasteland, how many days the heavy snows of the northern cold fell each year, and could also depict upon the chart every ancient kingdom and forbidden realm. But before truly standing there, those were merely words. Gu Changyuan glanced down at the 10,000 li expanse of ink-washed mountains and rivers behind him. The book could record rivers and mountains, yet it could not walk them for a person. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the wheel of heavenly mandates hung in silence. Upon the first ring of destiny, a texture that had been barely visible grew subtly clearer at that moment, then returned to stillness. The ink beneath his feet also began to slowly fade. Yunqiu vanished first. Then came White Deer City and Askdao Mountain, and farther still the eastern Xian, western wastelands, southern Li, and northern cold, all gradually disappeared into blankness. Only when the entire chart had completely dispersed did Gu Changyuan open his eyes again. The faint cyan Dao marks before his palms slowly retreated into the ancient wall. Night wind swept across the bluestone platform in the mountains, and a wisp of cloud rose precisely along its edge. Gu Changyuan withdrew his hand and turned to descend the stone steps. The presiding elder offered no judgment. For questioning the heart was never about measuring superiority or inferiority. Before long, the next voice already rang out. Shenshao Thunder Sect. Lei Chenjia. The purple-robed youth who had been lounging lazily in his seat lifted an eyebrow. He tossed the thunder jade in his palm to a fellow disciple beside him, rose, and descended the platform, and within a few strides reached the asking Dao wall. His palm descended. The world before his eyes darkened instantly. Vast black clouds pressed down from the high sky, and streak after streak of purple lightning danced within them, finally converging toward the front. Lei Qinjia halted. A wall of thunder spanned between heaven and earth, reaching up to the cloud vault above, pressing down upon the earth below. Countless bolts of lightning crisscrossed within it, sealing off the entire path ahead. Faint cyan ancient characters slowly emerged from among the flashes of lightning. The path ahead is sealed. What then? Lei Qinjia tilted his head up and gazed for a moment. At first he was stunned. Then he laughed. Then cleave it. No sooner had the words left his lips than he stepped forward. Boom. Purple lightning erupted across the entire sky simultaneously. Lei Qinjia raised his hand forward, and the entire thunder wall spanning heaven and earth split apart from its center. Fierce lightning rolled outward along the fissures, and the path that had disappeared reappeared at the far end. The mental image also dispersed at this moment. Lei Qinjia opened his eyes, withdrew his hand, and prepared to walk back. The presiding elder glanced at him. Finished answering. Lei Qinjia's footsteps paused. Isn't it already open? The old man fell silent for a moment. Return. Oh, Lei Qinjia then continued toward his seat. Gu Changyuan watched him return, a faint smile touching the corners of his lips. Lei Qinjia happened to catch sight of it. What are you smiling at? Nothing. Lei Qinjia eyed him suspiciously. In the end he sat back down. A fellow disciple beside him handed the thunder jade back, which he caught, and continued to spin between his fingers, as though what he had cleaved just now was no heart-testing barrier, but merely a wall that happened to block the path. Qin family Qin Lai. When Qin Lai rose, he was not as casual as Lei Qinjia. He stepped onto the bluestone platform in one stride, placed his palm upon the asking Dao wall, and the scene before his eyes quickly turned to dark crimson. Wind blew from the distance. Tattered battle banners flapped in the dim sky light. The earth was riddled with cracks, shattered weapons planted between mud and blood. Farther still, a great battle whose boundaries had long vanished was collapsing. The tide of people retreated backward. The foremost battle formation had already been breached. Some retreated wounded, others supported comrades as they pulled backward, and still others turned to shout for those behind to fall back. Qin Lai stood in the center of the tide. Everyone was moving backward. Only his face was turned forward. Ancient characters appeared overhead. All retreat. Where do you go? Qin Lai watched the people constantly streaming past him. He did not think for long. Forward. He took a step. The surrounding tide of people continued to retreat backward. Yet he went against all of them step by step toward the already shattered battlefield. The second question appeared accordingly. What do you seek? This time Qin Lai did not even pause his steps. War. Only a single character. The tattered battle banner ahead, already bowed backward by the wind pressure, suddenly rose once more. Qin Lai continued forward. The mental image dissipated here. In reality, he withdrew his hand from the ancient wall and flexed his 5 fingers. Then he smiled. He turned and returned to his seat. The heart questioning continued. One name after another sounded from the presiding elder's mouth, and that bluish-gray ancient wall was illuminated time and again by different mental images. When Xin Yu ascended the platform, a black ancient mountain that seemed to press down and bend the sky and earth appeared before him. The mountain's pressure sank inch by inch. His back bent along with it. The asking Dao wall asked only one question: can you bear it? Xin Yu braced both hands on his knees and gasped several times. Then he slowly straightened himself again. I can carry it. The ancient mountain did not disappear, yet he had already stood firm. When it was by Yanxio's turn, an ancient mirror hung before his eyes. Every shift of light and shadow within the mirror would prematurely reveal dangers that might appear on the path ahead. A sheer cliff, an ambush, defeat, and ruin. Before a single step was taken, every worst outcome was already laid out before him. Bai Yanxio watched quietly for a moment. To see does not mean to hide. He stepped forward, crossing over the ancient mirror. The mirror's surface then sank into darkness. After Luo Jingwang ascended the platform, the entire asking Dao wall reflected a field of fiery gold red. Phoenix Fate fire rose from the depths of darkness, gradually igniting the horizon. She lingered within it for no long time. Before the firelight dissipated, she had already turned and returned to her seat. And onward, as the ancient mountain sank, a great river rose. As a sword shadow vanished from the bluish wall, a beast's roar from the other side already echoed from the depths of the mental image. Throughout the entire night, the asking Dao wall had scarcely truly darkened. Some answered quickly. Others stood before the wall for a long time. Some until the very end still could not give an answer to their own question. Yet Ask Dao Mountain did not rush them. The presiding elder had never driven anyone off the stone platform for it. Gu Changyuan sat among the disciples, watching more than speaking. Lei Qinjia had long returned to his earlier languid demeanor, slouching in his seat and spinning that thunder jade. Qin Lai was considerably quieter, his fingers occasionally curling and then slowly releasing. Yi Guhong remained seated, arms embracing his sword. Ujiang Wu Chun had picked up his teacup on the table once more. Night deepened. The final young cultivator finally descended from the bluestone platform. The presiding elder closed the register. The faint cyan glow upon the asking Dao wall also retreated little by little. The old man did not immediately announce the next item. He first cast a glance at the mountain. Here some were born to imperial clans, some hailed from ancient sects, and some came only from a small sect whose name few had even heard. Some knew at 14 or 15 what path they wished to walk. Others had already traveled far, yet still could not articulate what they truly desired. The presiding elder fell silent for a moment. Some know today why they walk. Others will know only after many years. The mountainside was very quiet. The old man's aged voice carried along the night wind to each cloud terrace. To move slowly is not wrong. He paused. What one fears is spending an entire lifetime walking others' paths. Many young cultivators who had previously worn careless expressions fell still. The presiding elder did not continue explaining. For at that moment, an extremely faint tremor rose from the Ask Dao mountain beneath their feet. On the edge of the cloud terrace, a loose stone grain slowly rolled out half an inch. Then, the sea of clouds behind the Asking Dao wall, which had never dispersed throughout the year, began to part on both sides. At first, only a narrow slit was revealed. As the cloud vapor continued to recede, a stretch of bluish, ancient steps gradually emerged from within. The stone steps were very old. Faint traces left by years of erosion could still be seen on the surface. 1 step, 2 steps, until the 9th step. Then nothing. Beyond the 9th step, there was still an endless sea of clouds. There was no 10th step, nor could one see any so-called destination. Many young cultivators in the mountains had already risen to their feet. Some tried to peer beyond the mist and clouds for a greater distance. Yet no matter which direction they gazed, that path extended only to 9 steps. The presiding elder walked before the ancient steps. He raised his head and glanced at the emptiness beyond the 9 steps. The heart may inquire. The old man extended his hand, pointing toward that unfinished path. Yet no one can walk it for you. The night wind swept open the cloud mist. 9 steps of bluestone ancient stairs hung, suspended amidst the myriad mountains. The presiding elder turned around. The second inquiry, ask of the path. The second question, a question about the path. The presiding elder's voice fell. 9 levels of ancient bluestone steps hung between the sea of clouds, rising from the wall of inquiry step by step until the 9th step disappeared into the surging white mist. Beyond this point no path remained. Many of the young people in the mountains were gazing at that place. Some extended their divine sense toward beyond the 9th step, but as soon as their thoughts entered the sea of clouds, it was as if falling into true emptiness. Nothing could be touched. The presiding elder waited a moment before speaking. These 9 steps are given to you by Mount Wen Dao. Beyond the 9th step, the mountain no longer guides the way. The old man raised his gaze into the depths of the cloud sea. The 10th step. Walk it yourself. Someone couldn't help but ask, there's nowhere to set foot ahead. How can one walk? The presiding elder turned to look at him. That's why I'm asking you. The person fell silent. The old man gave no further explanation, saying only this inquiry is not about who climbs higher or walks farther. Beyond the 9th step, wherever you place your foot, Mount Wen Dao will reveal what you see. Finishing those words, he stepped aside. In the sea of clouds, only the 9 bluestone steps remained. After a brief silence, a figure rose from the west seat. It was Gu Changyuan once more. He seemed somewhat embarrassed himself, touching his nose. The first question belongs to me. This question, I'll go first. Several low laughs echoed nearby. Gu Changyuan smiled faintly, as well carrying his weathered sword, one that had been repaired several times, to the ancient steps. The 9 steps themselves were not difficult. What truly made him pause was the final step. Standing on the 9th level, Gu Changyuan gazed at the empty sea of clouds before him, his smile gradually fading. When questioning his heart, he had already known what he wanted, to keep the sect from scattering. Yet knowing where one wishes to go and knowing how to get there were clearly 2 different things. Mountain wind blew against him, pressing his faded robes against his body. Gu Changyuan stood for a long while. In the end, he lifted his foot and stepped into the sea of clouds. The moment his soul sank into the white mist, an uneven stone slowly emerged from the clouds, holding him steady. Then a second stone appeared, followed by a third. The stones varied in size, their edges still bearing moss and damp earth, winding downward along the mountain slope. Not upward. Rather, it led down the mountain. At the roads, in the dilapidated mountain gate, leaking rain appeared once more. Several children clutching wooden swords still stood in the courtyard. Gu Changyuan stared for a moment, then slowly smiled. Yet someone in the mountains couldn't help but whisper, why walk back? The presiding elder heard it. It asks about the path. The old man gazed at that unremarkable trail in the sea of clouds. It's not a ladder to the heavens. His voice was not heavy. The young cultivator fell silent at once. Gu Changyuan also turned back and offered the elder a formal fist and palm salute. The next instant, the mountain path and the old gate dissolved back into the clouds, and he descended the 9 bluestone steps. This time no one asked whether he had gone high enough. With the first person, the rest moved much quicker. A young cultivator hesitated long before the 9th step, finally daring to advance only half a pace. In the sea of clouds, only half a stone appeared. Beyond that, nothing could be seen clearly. The young man's face grew warm. The presiding elder simply said, if you can see half a step, take half a step first. The person looked down at his feet. After a moment, he nodded seriously. More and more people afterwards climbed the ancient steps. When some took their 10th step, a river encircling the mountain appeared in the sea of clouds. For others, the first stone beneath their feet was already cracked, each step threatening to shatter. Still others faced multiple forked paths ahead, standing at the center for a long time, but even as the mental vision ended, they had not truly chosen where to place their next step. Mount Wendao did not decide directions for anyone. It simply illuminated the path each person could see at that moment. Gu Changyuan sat among the cloud platforms. Mountain wind swept down from above the hem of his white robe, gently settling beside his seat. Compared to his earlier heart questioning this time, he watched longer. Before long, Yi Guhong rose. He still held his sword. The 9 ancient steps flashed beneath his feet, and upon reaching the top, he did not linger at the edge of the cloud sea before taking his 10th step directly. An extremely narrow black stone road pierced from beneath his feet into the clouds. Rather than calling it a path, it resembled more a sword lying across heaven and earth. Straight. Keen-edged. No branches. Yi Guhong stood upon it, as distant mist continuously slid away from both sides of the path. He only glanced ahead before turning and descending the steps. Jiang Wuchen then ascended the ancient steps. As his 9th step fell, a smooth white stone path soon emerged beyond the sea of clouds, remarkably similar to the ancient trail surrounded by life steals he had seen during his heart questioning. Jiang Wuchen studied it for a while, yet did not step onto it. Instead, he stepped aside. In the empty space, a white stone without any inscriptions appeared. Moving forward, a second and third wordless white stone gradually emerged from the clouds. The new stone path ran parallel to the original smooth avenue for a time, then gradually drifted toward another part of the cloud sea. Jiang Wuchen walked several steps along the path he had revealed, and only when the white stones vanished again did he turn and descend the steps. When it was Lei Qianjia's turn, he moved the fastest. Beyond the 9th step, purple lightning struck into the cloud sea first. The clouds parted and a long path wrapped in thunder patterns shot straight from beneath his feet. When mountain rocks blocked the way, the lightning pierced straight through. When the sea of clouds lay ahead, the next bolt of purple thunder tore it apart. Lei Qianjia stood on the path and glanced around twice. Not bad. Finishing those words, he turned and descended. The presiding elder watched his retreating figure, but said nothing. Qinlai's path was a completely different matter. As the 10th step fell, dark red earth emerged from the sea of clouds. Ahead at regular intervals lay trenches, broken walls, and scattered weapons left by battlefields. Qinlai marched forward along the path. He leaped over the trenches, scaled the ruined walls, and trod directly over the broken weapons lying in his way. The path was neither smooth nor clearly defined, yet his direction never wavered. Forward. Soon more and more paths belonging to this generation appeared on Mount Wendao. Heavy mountain rocks rose from beneath the clouds, each step heavier than the last. An ancient mirror hung before the forked paths, reflecting multiple different outcomes simultaneously. On the other side, crimson gold life fire spread along the long steps deep into the cloud sea. As Luo Jinghuang passed through the flames, vast stretches of mountainside glowed warm gold. A phoenix phantom swept past the distant clouds before quickly vanishing again. Further still, a great river spanned the sky and beast shadows trod upon the clouds. A bluestone path etched with sword marks clung to the cliff face, climbing ever upward. Mount Wendao, which had once held only 9 bluestone steps, now revealed one extraordinary path after another throughout this night. Some ascended, some descended, some pierced straight through the cloud sea. Others wandered far only to circle back to where they began. Within White Deer City, many halted on the long street, gazing upward toward the eastern Mount Wendao. Sword light flashed across the night sky, followed by purple thunder illuminating a corner of the clouds, and farther still crimson gold firelight slowly rose along the ridge. Some stood rooted for a long while. Only after their companions urged them twice did they finally resume their steps. The names on the mountain dwindled one by one. Finally, the presiding elder glanced down at his roster. The thunder jade spinning between Lei Qianjia's fingers came to a sudden halt. The old man spoke. The Gu family. Gu Changyuan. Gradually the mountains grew quiet. Gu Changyuan rose from his seat. Clad in white, he emerged from the Gu family's cloud platform and descended slowly along the stone steps suspended above the sea of clouds. Night had settled beyond the mountain ranges. Far away, the cloud platforms of various clans still flickered with spiritual lamps. The youth's ink-black hair was half-tied, and his ancient jade crown caught a line of warm luster from the spiritual light above. Mountain wind met him head-on, lifting his sleeves and several strands of long hair behind him. Layered clouds in the mountains churned slowly. The white-robed figure walking through them remained distinctly visible. The sword paths, thunder flashes, firelight, and ancient peaks that had earlier filled the mountains had already sunk into the cloud sea one after another. Heaven and earth grew quiet once more. Only the youth remained, and the 9 unfinished steps before him. Gu Changyuan raised his gaze and looked. Then he stepped forward. The 9 ancient bluestone steps were quickly traversed. He stood on the final step. Before him lay empty space. Wind swept from deep within the layered clouds, and white mist continuously washed over the youth's feet. Those who had stood here before him had to some degree already seen their own paths before taking that 10th step. There was sword. There was thunder. There was mountain. There was fire. Yet before Gu Changyuan, there was nothing at all. Someone quickly noticed the anomaly. Why isn't it showing? Where is his path? A few murmurs rose from the observation pavilion. More people said nothing, only fixing their eyes on the unchanging sea of clouds beyond the 9th ancient step. The presiding elder's calm gaze also paused at that moment. But Gu Changyuan did not look down the mountain. He stood before that emptiness for a moment. Then he lifted his foot. Forward. Many eyes in the mountains fell upon his steps at once. One step forward. The sea of clouds did not part, nor did any path materialize ahead. That foot remained suspended above the white mist. The whispers from the observation pavilion increased noticeably. Is it truly absent? Can't Mount Wen Dao reveal his path? Someone furrowed their brow. And at that very moment, Gu Changyuan's foot continued downward. It did not withdraw. The soul gradually sank into the white mist. The instant it truly touched the cloud vapor, a blue stone suddenly condensed from the empty air. It was utterly ordinary. Without intricate Dao patterns, its edges still bore the rough traces of unpolished stone. Yet it appeared precisely beneath the youth's feet, steadily supporting him. The sounds in the mountains diminished significantly. Someone stared at that suddenly appearing blue stone, their expression slowly shifting. Wait. It's not that there isn't one. Those nearby seemed to realize something as well. Their gazes shifted from the blue stone beneath Gu Changyuan's feet back toward what lay before him. That space remained utterly empty. Gu Changyuan glanced downward, but did not stop. His second step continued forward. Still nothing. Only when his foot truly landed did the second blue stone slowly condense from the layered clouds. The mountains grew considerably quieter. The third step. Still no path ahead. The third blue stone likewise appeared only after the youth's foot settled. The same for the fourth step. By now no one believed the first blue stone had simply been delayed by a moment from Mount Wen Dao. From the observation pavilion, a young cultivator fixed his eyes on the white-robed figure in the clouds, his voice barely above a whisper. Yi Guhong's sword path appeared first. Jiang Wuchen was the same. Before Lei Qianjie stepped out, his thunder had already split the clouds. He paused here, saying no more. Those beside him had already understood. All eyes turned back to the clouds. Before Gu Changyuan, always empty, yet behind him, for blue stones had already formed. The thunder jade in Lei Qianjie's hand, which had begun spinning again, suddenly stopped without warning. This time he did not move quickly. The youth in purple sat up slightly straighter, watching the blue stones appear one by one beneath Gu Changyuan's feet. After a moment, he murmured softly, fascinating. On the other side, Jiang Wuchen's gaze remained fixed on the clouds. His earlier path had branched off beside an existing ancient white stone trail. He had forged his own way. But before Gu Changyuan, there had never been a second path for him to choose from. Jiang Wuchen watched for a while. He said nothing, yet his expression grew more serious than before. Yi Guhong also raised his eyes. The long sword cradled against his chest remained unsheathed. Yet that gaze lingered in the clouds longer than ever before. The blue stones continued to appear. The fifth, the sixth. Gu Changyuan did not turn back despite the sudden quiet in the mountains. The youth simply moved forward. Each step, still nothing ahead. Only when his foot descended did a new blue stone condense from the white mist. The scattered discussions from earlier had ceased entirely at some point. More and more people had come to understand. Some saw the path first, then walked upon it. Some could only see half a step, and took that half step first. But for the white-robed youth in the clouds, his path had never been ahead. The presiding elder's fingers, normally hanging at his sides, moved slightly. The old man had watched too many ascend these 9 ancient steps. Some had straight paths ahead. Others faced countless forked roads. Some could only see half a stone beneath their feet with a single step. But like this before his eyes, always blank ahead. Only after walking did the path remain behind him. It was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. Gu Changyuan had already taken more than 10 steps. Blue stones gradually linked together behind him in a line. No divine light surged toward heaven. No grand Dao's thunderous roar. Nor any colossal anomaly overwhelming the entire Mount Wen Dao. Only a white-robed figure, moving quietly forward through the layered clouds. Mountain wind continuously blew from ahead, lifting the youth's sleeves and several strands of long hair behind him. Each newly formed blue stone beneath his feet still bore its original roughness. Always no path ahead. Gu Changyuan never stopped. One step, another step. No one in the mountains spoke anymore. Gaze after gaze crossed the layered clouds, settling on the youth's figure, growing ever more distant. Deep within the layered clouds, Gu Changyuan halted his steps. As he turned back, the bluestone path that had just materialized from nothing still hovered in the mountain air. The youth retraced his steps along the same route. With each bluestone crossed, the stones behind him dissolved back into the clouds. When he finally returned to the 9th step of the ancient stairs, the path that had never truly existed vanished completely into the layered mist. The mountain remained tranquil. Only now did many gazes withdraw from the clouds. The thunder jade between Lei Qianjia's fingers, which had been still for so long, began turning once more, though more slowly than before. The presiding elder waited until Gu Changyuan had returned to his seat before raising his hand. From the topmost tier, the 9-tiered bluestone staircase descended step by step into the clouds. The second inquiry concludes here. The final bluestone step disappeared. Before the asking questions wall, only the ancient stone platform remained once more. Some were still reflecting on the path they had just traversed, while others gazed into the depths of the layered clouds, their eyes lingering long. The presiding elder offered no commentary on who walked better, nor any ranking of merit. The heart asks why one walks. The path asks how. The elder raised his hand and pointed toward the bluestone platform. The final inquiry. See what you have left behind by the time you reach this day. As his words fell, the dormant, ancient patterns along the edges of the bluestone platform gradually awakened, converging inward across the ground. The dark cyan lines intertwined with one another, ultimately forming a nearly transparent circle at the platform's center. It resembled an ancient mirror embedded within the stone. Someone whispered, reflecting the past. Reflecting you. The presiding elder replied with only 2 characters. He then withdrew beyond the stone platform. The third question, the question of forms. The first person called by name brought some surprise to those present. It was still that 17 or 18-year-old youth. During the first inquiry, he had stood before the asking questions wall for a long, while only managing to say, "I do not know," at last. For the second question, he had only dared to step half a pace forward from the 9th tier. Now emerging for the third time, those nearby had already recognized him. It's him again. The youth's ears grew warm. The presiding elder seemed not to have heard. Enter. The youth drew a deep breath and stepped into the center of the ancient patterns. After a few breaths, a mountain breeze swept past him, and the firm bluestone beneath his feet gradually blurred. A sword practice courtyard barely over Tianzhong Square appeared before everyone's eyes. In the corner stood several cracked wooden stakes with ordinary wooden swords scattered beside them. In the center, a few bluestones had been worn white by years of footsteps, and the sword marks on the stakes were layered upon one another. New marks. Old ones. Some so worn they were nearly illegible. The youth stood frozen. This is... He slowly approached one of the wooden stakes and reached out to touch the sword marks upon it. My family's sword practice courtyard. The surroundings gradually fell silent. The youth gazed at those layered sword marks before looking down at the bluestones beneath his feet, worn white by time. Somewhere he had grown accustomed to seeing every day, he realized he had left so many traces of his own without knowing when. He looked for a long time, then suddenly smiled. So, it wasn't all for nothing. The presiding elder stood outside the stone platform and merely responded, The last trace of awkwardness on the youth's face slowly faded. The sword practice courtyard then faded away. As he descended the platform, he still did not know where he would end up, yet his steps were steadier than before. In the Gu family seating area, Gu Changyuan's gaze lingered a moment longer on those gradually dissipating wooden stakes. A mountain breeze swept across the cloud terrace. The youth in white robes sat with one arm resting casually on his knee. Only when the final sword mark vanished did he withdraw his gaze. After that, more and more people ascended the platform. A young woman from a minor sect in the south stepped into the ancient patterns, and behind her grew a green tree. It was not tall, but dozens of medicinal pouches of varying sizes hung among its branches and leaves. The wind stirred the branches, and a faint medicinal fragrance drifted across the bluestone platform. The woman herself was surprised. Though she clearly cultivated a different path, someone quickly recognized that those medicinal pouches were all styles she had used over the years to heal fellow disciples. Behind another young cultivator appeared only an old lantern. Its wick was thin and the flame unremarkable. Several times the mountain wind swept through the platform, yet that small light never flickered out. A disciple of the artifact refining sect manifested an old furnace riddled with cracks. Its walls had been repaired 7 times, and the 8th crack still lay across it. Yet there was always fire within the furnace. At first some still instinctively compared whose form was grander. Gradually such remarks grew fewer. Some forms were not magnificent, yet a single glance made them hard to forget. Xianyu. A tall figure rose from the northern seating area. Soon after Xianyu stepped into the center of the bluestone platform, the clouds at its edge suddenly sank an inch. Someone instinctively looked up. A dark mountain silhouette was slowly rising behind him. The cliff faces were rugged to the point of desolation, with vast fractures cutting horizontally across the mountainside, their cracks extending upward. No waterfalls could be seen, nor any palaces suspended in the air. Only the mountain stood solemn and immovable. As the ancient peak fully emerged in silhouette, the young cultivators nearest the bluestone platform found their breaths growing heavier almost simultaneously. Some even instinctively activated their spiritual energy, only to realize moments later that Xianyu had exerted no pressure whatsoever. The ancient mountain bore down on no one, yet its mere presence pressed heavily on the chest. Just a form. Someone murmured in the viewing seats. It already carries such weight. No one replied. Xianyu stood before the ancient mountain. The mountain wind passed through the fractured cliffs, stirring his robes slightly. He did not retreat, nor did the mountain shift. After a few breaths, Xianyu glanced back at the ancient peak behind him, then turned and walked from the platform. The mountain shadow sank back into the night. The mountain's conversation did not immediately resume. As soon as Xianyu returned to his seat, the ancient patterns on the bluestone platform ignited once more, this time behind Bai Yinxiu. The first ancient mirror quietly materialized. Then the second, the third. Within moments, mirrors of varying sizes layered upon one another, surrounding him at the center. Each mirror reflected a different path ahead. Clear skies, sheer cliffs, an ancient city already sprawling wide, a road that collapsed entirely halfway through. In some mirrors, Bai Yinxiu had already fallen upon the road. Someone frowned. With so many paths, which one will he choose? Before the words had finished, the first ancient mirror had already cracked. Fine fractures spread outward from its center, and the entire mirror shattered without a sound. Then came the second, the third. One path after another, once reflected in mirrors, shattered in succession. Bai Yinxiu remained standing at the center throughout. He neither dodged nor blocked. Until at last, dozens of ancient mirrors were reduced to one. Within that mirror there was no path, no sun or rain, and no outcome of any kind. It reflected only Bai Yinxiu himself. The person who had asked earlier paused in astonishment. So, it was not for him to choose. Beside him, someone stared fixedly at the final mirror. These paths, he has seen them all before. The mirror's light dissipated, and Bai Yinxiu turned to descend. This time those in the higher seats, who had only occasionally glanced at the bluestone platform, kept their eyes fixed, there unwilling to look away. The Luo family. Luo Jingwang. A young woman in crimson robes rose from her seat. Her hem brushed past the cloud steps, and a small red-gold ornament in her hair caught the light from distant spirit lamps gleaming softly. She stepped into the center of the stone platform, and a tendril of crimson gold flame rose from beneath her feet. Initially but a single point, it spread outward along the ancient patterns, then gradually gathered behind her. Tree roots appeared first, followed by a crimson trunk shooting upward from the earth. Branches unfolded to either side, and before long a crimson gold parasol tree stood before the asking questions wall. Its trunk glowed like heated ancient jade, while its leaves and branches were formed entirely of flame. The mountain breeze swept through, setting the fire leaves swaying. Layers of crimson gold light reflected against the gray-green ancient wall, tinging the nearby clouds with warmth. This time people farther away rose to their feet. What is that? Before the words had left his mouth, a phoenix cry echoed from deep within the fire tree. The note rang clear and lingering, as if traveling across distant ages from the clouds down to the mountain. Gu Changyuan's fingers resting on his knee paused slightly. He raised his eyes. The crimson gold flames reflected across the Gu family cloud terrace, casting a faint gleam in the youth's bright gaze. The next moment, beyond the parasol tree's canopy, a phantom phoenix rose with wings unfurled. Its crimson gold wings swept through the layered clouds, fire color spreading across nearby cliff faces and cloud mist. It lasted only a fleeting instant, yet the asking questions wall sunk and night brightened considerably. In the viewing seats, someone who had been recording the previous contestants' manifestations in jade slips paused. After the phoenix shadow passed, her brush tip lingered over the jade slip for a long while before resuming. Luo Jinghuang herself held her gaze upward, only lowering her eyes once the phantom had vanished entirely into the deep clouds. As though she had not seen enough, a faint smile remained on her lips as she stepped from the platform. The crimson gold parasol tree began to dissipate. Fire leaf by fire leaf, they transformed into streams of light, sinking back into the night. The phoenix shadow had long vanished, yet Gu Changyuan's gaze lingered a moment longer on the fading flame tree. Only when the final crimson gold hue disappeared did he look away. The mountain fell silent for several breaths, and someone finally exhaled. What we just saw. The person paused. That would count as exceptionally strong, wouldn't it? No one answered, for many who had yet to ascend the platform still sat in the high seats. Names were called increasingly faster, yet the scenes on Asking Questions Mountain grew no less extraordinary. A long spear slanted toward the heavens from the wasteland's edge, its tip parting the clouds on either side. A crescent moon hung behind a solitary peak, its cold light falling upon the bluestone platform like a veil of shallow frost. Another beast phantom strode across from beneath the clouds. As its paws struck the ground, dark patterns rippled faintly across the nearby cliff face. Still further, a ruined city scarred by blade marks rose into view. The city gate was missing a corner, and only half a banner remained. Just as the sword shadows dissipated, a great river swept across from the night. By that point, spectators who had been making quiet remarks no longer knew where to look next. As a new ancient city phantom faded, a young cultivator in the western seating area finally couldn't help but asked the elder beside him, "Senior, were the earlier heavenly prodigy feasts like this too?" The elder gazed at the vanished ruined city, then looked up at the young people yet to ascend the platform and fell silent for a moment. "No." 2 words only. The youth paused in surprise, and those nearby who had been whispering gradually fell quiet as well. The elder offered no further explanation. The next manifestation had already risen from the bluestone platform. Gu Changyuan sat in the high seats, and the mountain wind carried a few stray hairs across his forehead. He raised his hand to brush them aside casually, his gaze still following the light and shadow that rose and fell upon the platform. Past texts had recorded little more than their constitutions, backgrounds, and achievements. Mere lines upon lines. Only now, seeing them in truth, did those names take tangible form. The corner of the youth's mouth curved ever so slightly. Indeed, more fascinating than the books described. The presiding elder turned another page in his register, his fingertip coming to rest. The Jiang family. The scattered conversations among the mountain quickly faded. Jiang Wuchen set down his teacup. Clad in plain robes, he rose from his seat aloft and descended the cloud steps one pace at a time. Some had already lowered their voices. The destiny divine physique. What will his manifestation be? The destiny steel, or the Jiang family's ancient chart of mandate? Jiang Wuchen stepped onto the platform. The dark cyan ancient patterns beneath his feet ignited. One breath, two breaths. The surroundings remained still, just as some began to frown. A white stone emerged beneath his feet and spread outward continuously. Before long, it no longer resembled a path, but rather a flat expanse of white stone. Clean, vast. Not a single footprint marred it. The discussions among the mountain gradually subsided. Immediately after, an ancient stele rose slowly from behind Jiang Wuchen. Someone recognized its form at a glance. The destiny ancient stele. The moment the voice arose, an elder in the Jiang family seating area, whose expression had been calm, sat upright. It was too similar. When Jiang Wuchen was young, the destiny ancient stele in the Jiang ancestral grounds, dormant for 10,000 years, had illuminated itself because of him. From that time onward, destiny divine physique. The bearer of this generation's mandate. He shall enter the imperial path. Such words had always accompanied Jiang Wuchen's name. Yet upon this stele before them, there was nothing. Someone quickly perceived something amiss. Where are the destiny divine patterns? Why haven't they activated? Another breath passed, and still nothing appeared. From top to bottom, the steel surface was blank. No destiny divine physique. No bearer of this generation's mandate. No phrase that the world had long grown accustomed to seeing beside Jiang Wuchen's name. How can it be empty? Someone blurted instinctively. In the Jiang family seating, that elder offered no reply, merely gazing at the barren stele. In his childhood, they had all hoped that ancestral stele would glow with more, ideally inscribing how far this child would go in the future. Now, asking questions, mountain had truly presented Jiang Wuchen with a stele, yet all the characters upon it had vanished. At that very moment, the first ink stroke appeared at the stele's blank summit. One stroke descended, and the mountain fell utterly silent. A second, a third. The ancient characters took shape bit by bit. Jiang, then Wu, finally Chun. 3 characters settled into place. Below the stele's summit, the surface remained blank. Someone stared at the stele for a long while. Only a name. This time no one felt it lacked. Jiang Wuchen stood upon the white stone expanse, gazing upward at those 3 characters. The mountain breeze brushed his plain-sleeved sleeves. He looked for a long time, and a faint smile gradually appeared upon his lips. In the Gu family seating, Gu Changyuan was watching the same stele. During the first inquiry, Jiang Wuchen had said he revered destiny, yet did not wholly believe it. For the second, he had stepped away from that pre-laid white stone path. Now at last, only his name remained upon the stele. Gu Changyuan observed for a while, his eyes gaining a touch of amusement as well. Across the way, the thunder jade between Lei Qianji's fingers had stilled. Yi Guhong raised his gaze in turn. Many young people in the high seats watched that white stele bearing merely 3 characters, yet Jiang Wuchen did not look back. He extended his hand, and his palm rested gently upon the stele's surface. He did not carve another character, nor did he wait for asking questions mountain to write anything for him. After a moment, Jiang Wuchen withdrew his hand and turned. The white stone earth faded bit by bit, and the ancient stele sank into the night alongside it. The last to vanish were the 3 characters upon the stele, Jiang Wuchen. The presiding elder offered no judgment from beginning to end, nor did the Jiang elder speak. It was only after Jiang Wuchen returned to his seat that the elder lifted his tea long gone cold and took a slow sip before setting the cup down. He did not look again at the vanished destiny stele, only casting a single glance at Jiang Wuchen. Jiang Wuchen took his seat again. The white stele bearing only a name had long since vanished, yet the mountain remained still for a long, while many eyes fixed upon the bluestone platform, as though those 3 characters still lingered there. Only when the presiding elder turned the pages of the register did voices break. The paper rustled lightly. Tianjian Shenzong. Those lingering glances shifted to the other side. Yi Guhong, the young man with a sword across his lap, opened his eyes. He rose without flourish, carrying his blade as he descended the cloud steps. After the first 2 trials, no one on Wandao Mountain would overlook that name now. In the first trial, he had walked a path of sword intent that grew ever lonelier until the very end. Fearing solitude. He said solitude, yet never retreated. In the second trial beyond the 9th level ancient steps, he had carved a black sword path with no forks or detours. Thus once Yi Guhong truly stepped into the ancient inscription, whispers arose among the observers. A sword mountain, perhaps the cliff of 10,000 swords. Or perhaps a sword tomb. Before the words had fully fallen, a change had already taken place upon the bluestone platform. No sword mountain, no 10,000 swords. Before Yi Guhong's feet appeared only a single exceedingly fine white mark, as though a blade had casually been drawn across stone. Someone froze. Just one stroke. The next moment that sword mark stretched forward. It did not widen, nor did it blaze with piercing sword light. It simply extended from before Yi Guhong's feet across the bluestone platform through the gradually materializing phantom mountains and drove straight into the distance. Mountain wind passed through it. The cloud mist on either side of the sword mark parted silently. Much of the confusion on people's faces gradually faded. That mark was simply too straight, not deviating, not winding, and there was not a second stroke. It was as though every one of the countless times Yi Guhong had held his sword had been pressed by Wandao Mountain into the simplest possible line. Forward. Among the observers, someone gazed at the sword mark that refused to dissipate for a long time and spoke in a much softer voice. Why only one sword strike? Lei Qianjia, who had been leaning back in his seat, chuckled at this. Efficient. Yi Guhong lifted his gaze toward him. Lei Qianjia raised an eyebrow. I didn't say it was bad. After a brief silence, Yi Guhong replied with only 4 characters. One sword is enough. The mountain went quiet for a moment. Even Lei Qianjia paused. Then he laughed. True enough. Yi Guhong said no more. He turned and left the ancient inscription. The sword mark stretching into the distance gradually faded with his footsteps, yet even after the last trace of white disappeared, the parted cloud mist along the way only then began to close again. No one felt that one sword was too few anymore. Shenxiao Leizong. The presiding elder did not grant the mountain much time to linger. Lei Qianjia. The purple-clad youth's thunder jade stopped spinning between his fingers. My turn. He casually tossed the jade to a fellow disciple beside him and rose to descend the platform. By the last few cloud steps, finding it too slow, Lei Qianjia simply leapt down. His robes billowed in the air, and he landed precisely beyond the boundary of the ancient inscription. The presiding elder glanced at him. There's a path. I know. Then why jump? Lei Qianjia pondered for a moment. Shorter. Someone nearby could not help but laugh aloud. The presiding elder said nothing more to him. Enter. Lei Qianjia smiled and stepped into the ancient inscription. The laughter quickly died away, because the sky before the Wandao wall was darkening rapidly. Massive black clouds converged from above, yet there was no thunder nor a single bolt of lightning visible. The cloud layer pressed lower and lower, as though the entire bluestone platform were shrouded in a heavy shadow. At first some still waited for heavenly thunder to strike. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Still nothing. Until a wisp of purple radiance suddenly ignited at Lei Qianjia's feet. A slender arc of thunder traced outward across the bluestone. Then a second, a third appearing in succession. More and more purple thunder marks spread from the youth's feet. Someone quickly sensed something was wrong. Why is the thunder rising from below? As soon as the words left his mouth, a bolt of purple lightning erupted from the ground. Boom. The thunder light shot upward through the clouds. The long silent roar of thunder finally detonated at that moment. Immediately after, another streak of purple light surged skyward from behind Lei Qianjia. A third bolt. A fourth. One after another, purple thunder bolts rose from beneath the youth, piercing through the black clouds, pressing down overhead, carving bright fissures through the dense darkness. Thunderlight flashed across the cloud platform again and again. His purple robes were whipped backward by the fierce wind. Lei Qianjia stood at the center of all the thunder, looking up at the cloud layer he was endlessly blasting apart. On that youthful face, usually marked by a languid smile, the purple light flickering around him revealed for the first time the sharp edge of the strongest disciple of Shenxiao Leizong this generation. An older cultivator high in the stands slowly sat upright. Reversed thunder. Another beside him stared fixedly at Lei Qianjia. Not heaven received thunder. The thunder originates from him. Only 2 short sentences. But the expressions of many young people nearby had already changed. It was not uncommon for practitioners of thunder to borrow heavenly lightning. But in what unfolded before them, there was no thunder in the sky. The source remained entirely beneath that youth's feet. Within the Gu family seating area, Gu Changyuan's eyes reflected the purple radiance ascending endlessly into the heavens. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Indeed, like Lei Qianjia, if the path ahead is blocked, then cleave through it. The final bolt of thunder pierced through the black clouds. The long-suppressed night sky finally emerged once more. Lei Qianjia looked up for a moment, seeming fairly satisfied. Better than that wall at least. Someone nearby immediately recalled those words from the first trial when he faced the thunder wall, then just cleave it. The tense atmosphere on the mountain loosened somewhat. Even the presiding elder glanced at him. But Lei Qianjia had already turned and headed back. Passing by Jiang Wuzong's seat, his steps slowed slightly. Well, Jiang Wuzong didn't even open his eyes. Noisy. Lei Qianjia looked at him for 2 breaths. Finally he laughed and walked on. No more words were exchanged. But as he returned to his seat, and the earlier casual laughter faded, many eyes still followed him. First, the ancient mountain of Xianyu, by Yinqiu's mirror. Luo Zhenghuang's phoenix among flames. Jiang Wuzong's blank ancient steel. Yi Guhong's single sword mark. And now thunder rising from below. Once these individuals had each manifested their visions, it had become nearly impossible on Wandao Mountain to find 2 that were alike. Qin family. The presiding elder's voice sounded once more. Qin Lai had already risen. Qin Lai. Unlike Lei Qianjia, he did not leap down the cloud steps. Instead, he descended 1 step at a time. His dark training garb was fitted sharply, his shoulders back and spine straight. As he reached the bluestone platform, he instinctively flexed his fingers. His knuckles cracked softly. Lei Qianjia noticed. You're not planning to fight your own vision, are you? Qin Lai did not even look back. Having a fight would be best. Lei Qianjia burst out laughing. The presiding elder, however, seemed to have heard nothing at all. Qin Lai walked into the ancient inscription. Wandao Mountain fell quiet. There was no shattered battlefield as in the first trial, nor the ravines, broken walls, and scattered soldiers from the second. What appeared first was simply a wasteland. Dark red earth stretched toward the horizon. The sky hung low. Wind blew from the far end of the plain. And otherwise, no one at all. This time quite a few people furrowed their brows. Qin Lai's impression in the first 3 trials had been inseparable from battle, but in his vision, no enemies, no weapons, not even a battle currently raging. Just then, a rustling sound came from the far end of the wasteland. A tattered battle banner slowly rose from the horizon. It bore no Qin family crest, nor any ancient totem, only an old flag battered and worn. The surface bore cuts from blade after blade, holes pierced by spear points, and several patches unmistakably scorched by fire. One corner had been completely torn away and later reattached. The wind grew stronger. The flagpole began to tilt slightly. Among the observers someone murmured, "Just a banner." The words had scarcely left his mouth. A footprint appeared before Qin Lai's feet. A second. A third. A trail of footprints extended from the youth's feet straight toward the tattered banner at the wasteland's end. Qin Lai glanced down. He stepped forward. With his first footfall, the old banner bowed by the fierce wind steadied itself somewhat. With his second step, the flag's surface unfolded again. With his third, the flagpole rose inch by inch until straight. The wasteland remained otherwise empty. Only Qin Lai walked forward step by step along that trail of footprints. With every step he took, the tattered banner stood a little firmer. Gradually, even the murmurs from the observers' benches fell silent. First trial. Everyone retreated. He advanced. Second trial. Ravines and broken walls blocked the way. He still advanced. And in this trial, not even a battlefield remained. Only a banner that had endured countless blades and spears, yet never truly fell. Someone finally spoke in a low voice. So his vision. He stopped mid-sentence. At the Qin family's elevated seat, an old man watched the young man in the wasteland and smiled. Battle. 1 character. Sufficient. Qin Lai had now reached the tattered banner. He looked up at it for a while, then reached out and grasped the flagpole. Mountain winds swept across the entire wasteland. The tattered banner flared open completely. Every scar, every spear hole, every burn mark was laid bare in the wind. None had been repaired. None had vanished. Yet the banner still stood. Qin Lai looked at it for a long time. Then he smiled. Not bad. No grand declaration. No further words. The next moment the wasteland gradually faded. The tattered banner dispersed back into the ancient inscription. Qin Lai's palm was empty. He turned and descended the bluestone platform. Lei Qianjia was waiting above. Really no fight. Qin Lai looked up at him. Disappointed. A little. Qin Lai smiled too. We'll talk when we're down. Lei Qianjia's eyes lit up immediately. The presiding elder could hardly contain himself and spoke. The vision trial has not yet concluded. Both fell silent at once. A ripple of laughter spread nearby. Gu Changyuan, seated not far away, also curved his lips slightly. When those names once appeared in books, each seemed impossibly distant from the others. But seeing them in person now, they were all still so young. The laughter gradually faded. Yet Wandao Mountain did not return to its original ease. Because as Qin Lai took his seat, more and more people began to realize. The register was nearly finished. That night, from the trial of the heart to the trial of the path, and now the trial of visions, they had witnessed too much. Chunyuan sought to preserve a nearly scattered small sect. Jiang Wuzong walked out from a fate written by another. Yi Guhong was willing to carry his sword alone and press onward. Lei Qianjia, facing an impossible path, thought only of cleaving through it. Qin Lai, as others retreated, always walked toward the battlefield. And now at the trial of visions. An ancient mountain. Layer upon layer of ancient mirrors. Phoenix among flames. A blank steel of heaven's decree. A single sword mark. Thunder rising against the sky. And a tattered banner on the wasteland that never fell. One vision after another appeared. Having truly witnessed them all, Those who had been comparing who was stronger had noticeably quieted. Because what was most striking about this generation was no longer who surpassed whom. It was how many there were. How many worth remembering? Far too many. In the Western observers' seating area, the young cultivator who had earlier asked whether past gatherings of geniuses were like this, turned to the elder beside him. After a moment's hesitation, "Senior, has a golden age ever existed before?" The old man did not answer immediately. He gazed at the youthful faces still visible in the heights. Zhang Wuzong, Yi Guhong, Lei Qinjia, Qin Lai, Luo Jingwang, and many more who had left their marks this night. After a long while, the old man shook his head. "I have never seen one." The young man froze. But the old man smiled. "That is precisely why we came to watch." Mountain wind swept across the Wandao wall once more. Several traces yet to fully dissipate remained upon the bluestone platform. A blade-like trace so faint it was almost invisible. A few strands of fading purple thunder arcs. A pinpoint of unextinguished scarlet gold flame between the stone cracks. The faint mountain shadow left after the ancient peak dispersed. And that blank ancient steel which had long vanished yet remained etched in the memories of many. The presiding elder lowered his head. Only the final page of the register remained. His finger rested on the last line. Just as the mountain had begun to relax again, because of Lei Qinjia and Qin Lai, it slowly grew quiet once more. This time, there was no need for the old man to call the name first. A flurry of gazes had already crossed the cloud platform, directing toward the Gu family seating area. Lei Qinjia had stopped spinning his thunder jade. Qin Lai, having just sat down, lifted his head once more. Yi Guhong opened his eyes. Zhang Wuzong, teacup in hand, let his gaze fall in the same direction. Almost every young man who had manifested his vision tonight was looking toward the same place. Gu Changyuan naturally sensed it. A youth sat among the seats, and the mountain held its breath. Gu Changyuan. The presiding elder's voice faded, and the mountains gradually fell silent. Gu Changyuan rose from his seat and descended the cloud steps one pace at a time. The night was waning. Far across the sky the last layer of darkness still pressed down, yet the spirit lamps among the peaks had dimmed considerably. Wind threaded through the layered clouds as the youth in white moved. His garments stirred with each step, and a few strands of his half-tied ink-black hair lifted in the breeze before settling back behind his shoulders. Before the questioning wall, the sword mark left by Yeguang had grown faint. Only a hairline trace nearly invisible remained between the bluestone stones. Several wisps of purple lightning coiled deep within the fissures, occasionally leaping to cast a faint glow. Farther away, a strand of crimson gold firelight flickered unsteadily in the wind. Gu Changyuan walked past these traces and only paused when he reached the center of the bluestone platform. From the first question onward, he had already given the questioning mountain two answers. To see this world clearly, and that path, forever featureless ahead, only revealing stones behind him as he walked. By the final question, fewer and fewer dared to guess. The presiding elder stepped aside. "Begin." Gu Changyuan lowered his eyes. The ancient runes beneath his feet slowly illuminated. One breath passed. Two. Yet no divine light emerged upon the bluestone platform, nor rose any grand phenomenon behind the youth. Just as some gazes began to show doubt, a bluestone suddenly appeared before Gu Changyuan's feet, rough-edged, nearly indistinguishable from the stone of the second question. "Still a path." A murmured voice drifted from the west side ceremonial seating. No sooner had the words fallen than a second and third bluestone extended forward in succession. In but a moment, a narrow path no wider than a few feet stretched from the youth's feet toward the distance. No sword intent. No thunder. Only a path. After a brief silence, someone on the other side lowered their voice. The first question was a map of mountains and rivers. The second was a road. And this question? Still the same. Beside the bluestone path, an ancient tree slowly rose from the earthen slope. Its trunk was unremarkable, its foliage neither lush nor sprawling. When the mountain wind swept past, the canopy swayed gently. Then the vegetation, the hillside, and the scattered bluestones along the road gradually took shape. A thread of clear water trickled from between cracks in the stone, bypassed the bluestone path, and flowed downward. Splash! An exceptionally faint sound of water came from the platform. A young cultivator on the west side paused mid-sip, his teacup hovering at his lips. "Wait! The water is flowing." No one answered. The stream had already merged into a river. The wind stirred delicate ripples across the surface, and the shadows of trees on both banks swayed gently with the shimmering reflections. A withered leaf drifted from the branch and fell into the water carried downstream. And then, a lamp ignited on the opposite bank. A second lamp. A third. More and more lights rose in sequence along the gradually appearing long street. Distantly, houses emerged, alleys formed, and figures walked around street corners. An old cart rolled over the flagstone road, its wheels clicking softly. Among the mountain paths, cultivators bearing worn swords tread the soil toward the distance. The world upon the bluestone platform seemed to slowly awaken from an originally motionless painting. From above, a senior cultivator who had maintained a consistently calm expression finally sat upright. "Something is amiss." The person beside him turned to look. The elder offered no explanation, for the river continued to flow forward. The green hills on either side gradually revealed their contours, and tall green locust trees took root along the banks, their drooping branches nearly brushing the water. Farther still, a wooden boat drifted toward the shore. Beside the bank stood those familiar tea sheds built beneath the ancient locust trees. The tables and chairs were worn. Some drank tea, others leaned their swords casually against the table legs. The boatman stood at the shore calling to guests approaching from afar. Within the ceremonial seating, a young rogue cultivator suddenly rose to his feet. Qinghai Ferry. He had passed through there the previous year. At the sight of the ancient locust growing close to the water, his voice dropped further. It truly is Qinghai Ferry. Meanwhile, the lamplight continued to spread ever farther. City walls rose incrementally along the mountain ridges. No pillars of immortal light pierced the sky, nor imperial seals obscured the heavens. It was simply Bailu City after dusk. The long street remained bustling. Tall buildings hung lanterns, some vendors were packing their stalls while others carried goods homeward. A young cultivator hurried past the city gate, the weapon at his waist, swaying gently with each stride. Bailu City. This time far more recognized it. Yet the mountain grew quieter than before. During the first question, the mountains, rivers, and cities were merely ink marks and names upon a map. Places never visited could still be drawn. But this time, not a single word had been written. Yet those who had truly walked those roads needed only one glance to recognize them. The elder above finally exhaled slowly. The first question was the world he had seen in books. The elder gazed at the river, the ferry crossing, and then toward the city already lit with lamplight. This question is the mortal realm he has walked through. The mountain held its breath for a moment. When the first question came, Gu Changyuan had declared, to see this world clearly. Yet what the third question now revealed was neither Dongshuan, Shihuang, Nanli, nor Beihan, nor those forbidden lands and ancient kingdoms he had only read of in old texts. Only to Bailu City. Only to the questioning mountain. Wherever he walked, there it manifested. Gu Changyuan himself was watching. He saw Qinghai Ferry, Bailu City, and the people passing to and fro along the mountain paths. These people would never appear upon the Sword Hero Registry. Indeed, none knew their names. Yet they existed within this very world. The presiding elder regarded the spectacle upon the bluestone platform, and after a long while spoke. Gu Changyuan, is this your vision? Gu Changyuan lifted his gaze. The mortal lamplight in the distance reflected within the youth's clear, bright eyes. He looked for a while. No. The questioning mountain fell silent once more. Gu Changyuan gazed ahead. This is but the world I have seen. Mountain wind threaded through the river valley, and the locust branches swayed gently. No one immediately responded. Yet upon looking again at that landscape, the feeling was altogether transformed. At that moment, an exceptionally faint sword hum rang from the edge of the bluestone platform. Zheng. Yeguang lowered his eyes. That sword mark, already so faded it was nearly invisible, suddenly flared bright for an instant. Briefly, in the next moment it sank back into silence. Yeguang said nothing, but when he raised his gaze to look upon Gu Changyuan once more, his eyes had grown far more earnest. Deep within the stone fissures, several nearly extinguished purple lightning arcs also leapt. The thunder jade in Lei Qianjia's fingers came to a halt. Without his usual teasing remark, he simply straightened his posture. Qin Lai, however, leaned precisely the opposite direction. His body inclined forward little by little, his gaze fixed upon Gu Changyuan upon the bluestone platform. The battle lust in his eyes grew ever brighter, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. Zhang Wukong did not look at the sword, nor at the thunder. His gaze swept past the entire landscape and settled upon the furthest distance. There the mist had not dispersed. The mountain shadows were reduced to vague outlines, a road, faintly stretching deeper still, yet it was impossible to discern where it truly led. The questioning mountain did not fill in those places for Gu Changyuan. Unvisited, and thus remained blank. Zhang Wukong gazed for a long while. A very faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of his lips. The landscape ultimately halted before the thin mist. Forward again, the mountain shadows left only hazy outlines, and the road's destination could not be made out. It was not that the heavens and earth had reached their end. It was merely that the place Gu Changyuan had walked had for now arrived at this point. Lei Qianjia followed his gaze for a while. Why does it end ahead? He has not been there. Lei Qianjia paused. He glanced down once more at the already unfolded mountains, rivers, ferry crossings, and Bailu City. And you call this insufficient? The last remnant of night still pressed upon the mountain ranges before dawn. The distant lamplight and fragmented reflections upon the river shimmered in the youth's eyes. Gu Changyuan smiled slightly. I have only just reached the questioning mountain. Lei Qianjia fell silent. All who had heard those words among the mountains stilled for an instant. Gu Changyuan turned his gaze once more toward the mist beyond. To say one has seen this world clearly, it is far too early. His tone was calm. Yet that very phrase, too early, was clearer than any words could convey. The mountain range which had just rendered the entire questioning mountain speechless lay spread behind the youth. So this single remark of too early needed no embellishment. Above, the elder who had previously answered regarding the age of golden prosperity gazed upon Gu Changyuan, his eyes unwavering for a long span. The wind gradually strengthened. The landscape began to dissipate. The lamplight of Bailu City extinguished one by one, followed by the ferry, the green locusts, and the river. Distant mountain ranges also slowly sank back into illusion. Those figures walking upon the road similarly vanished one after another. Until the end, only that original bluestone path remained. The road stretched forward. Its terminus disappeared into the mist. The presiding elder observed for a long while. Until today. These are what you leave behind. Gu Changyuan glanced down at his feet. I have left nothing behind. The presiding elder paused slightly. Was this landscape before him not enough? Gu Changyuan had already lifted his gaze again. At the end of that bluestone path, a final wisp of thin mist had yet to disperse. The youth gazed at it. His white garments stirred gently in the mountain wind. I am still upon the road. The final bluestone scattered away. The landscape vanished completely. Before the questioning wall, only the 18-year-old youth remained. No mountains and rivers encircled him. No divine radiance graced his body. White robes, dark hair, standing within the sky, yet to fully brighten. Yet one still watched him. The thunder jade in Lei Qianji's hand did not resume its rotation. Qin Lai slowly clenched his fist, his knuckles clicking softly. Only Zhang Wukong lifted the tea that had long grown cold, took a sip, and set it down. No one spoke further, and it was already more than enough. Eastward at the horizon, the first strand of morning light finally crested the mountain ranges. The ancient deep green runes upon the questioning wall, bright throughout the night, slowly retreated into the stone. The presiding elder stood where he was for a long while before lowering his gaze to the roster in his hands, now turned to its final page. Snap! The roster closed. The sound was faint. Every gaze in the mountain shifted back toward the elder. 3 questions. Concluded here. No commentary. No ranking. Nor did he summarize any young person's Tao for them again. The presiding elder cast one look upon the mountain, then turned away. Rest for 1 hour. Some already raised their heads. The elder did not pause. Morning wind threaded past the questioning wall. The final words spread through the mountain. At the hour of Chun. Battle platform. The hour of Chun. Morning light had already crested the Wendao mountain. The Wendao wall that had burned bright throughout the night fell silent once more, and the layered clouds were edged with pale gold by the sun. A muffled tremor echoed from deep within the mountain belly. The bluestone slabs on either side retreated outward, and an ancient dark green arena slowly rose from below. The arena was not magnificent. Instead, time had left upon it too many scars. White gashes from sword blades, concave craters from hammering fist strikes, and the blackened scorch marks from flames that had never faded. How many years ago someone had stood here as well, having sought their own path, then turning to test those of the same generation. The presiding elder stood beyond the arena. Upon this arena you may issue a challenge, transcend your realm, or yield. Strike and stop. No more was said. Everything that needed explaining the night before had already been covered. Today those who wished to know how far they had come would ascend. The first few matches did not last long. Some cultivators of the same realm clashed with swords and spears, and victory was decided within a dozen exchanges. Others deliberately breached a minor realm only to be blasted out of the arena. The dark bluestone surface quickly bore new weapon marks, and the lingering echoes of the day before's inquiries in the mountains scattered entirely with the first clash of steel, until a towering figure dropped from above. Thud! Both feet struck the ground. Dense spiritual power surged through his legs into the stone platform, and a ring of dark black energy rippled outward across the surface, shoving away all nearby dust that had yet to settle. The scattered murmurs around the arena immediately dimmed. The young man's shoulders and back were extremely broad, his arms bare, and a black bear pattern was branded upon his bronze-colored skin. Merely standing there, he gave one the feeling of a mountain pressing down before them. Iron Mountain Sect. Xiongyu. At the name, many young people turned to look. Xiongyu ignored them. His gaze skipped over the arena and landed directly on the Qin family's seating area. Dao Palace Realm. Initial stage of the palace foundation. He announced his cultivation first. Then he raised his hand and pressed it against his chest. The faint spiritual pressure that had been rising from within him sank swiftly, as though an ancient palace, not yet fully formed, were being locked away inside his body once more. Several elder cultivators in the mountain nodded slightly. His palace power was sealed. He would not use his palace foundation. But a person who had already stepped into the Dao Palace realm, his flesh, meridians, and qi had all truly crossed that threshold. He could never return to what he was before. Xiongyu looked at Qin Lai. I am one realm above you. I will not use my palace power. I will fight you using only my qi physique and bloodline. Will you accept? At the Qin family seating, Qin Lai was already on his feet. Lei Qianjie glanced at him. Even with his Dao Palace sealed, his body is still that of a Dao Palace cultivator. Exactly why it is worth fighting. Qin Lai rotated his wrists. One step forward. His figure leaped from the viewing platform and landed steadily before Xiongyu. He still carried no weapon today. His dark combat attire was fitted neatly, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, yet a smile was slowly brightening in his eyes. Xiongyu looked at him. Let us be clear. I will not press my flesh and blood back into my chi. Qinlai laughed. If you really did, I wouldn't want to fight anymore. Xiongyu paused. Then he grinned. Fair enough. Around the arena, the ancient patterns lit up. The next instant, the dark blue stone beneath Xiongyu's feet suddenly dropped. Dark black's spiritual power surged from his chi into his limbs and bones. His towering frame was not clumsy at all, but rather like a massive boulder plummeting from a mountain peak, covering more than 10 zhang in a flash. Before his fist even landed, the oppressive pressure hit Qinlai's face. Qinlai's smile dimmed slightly. Inside, his chi also trembled. Blood golden spiritual power surged rapidly along his meridians toward his right arm, and an extremely faint dragon pattern surfaced upon his knuckles. Their fists collided head-on. Bang! Dark black and blood golden spiritual power exploded simultaneously. The shockwave swept across the arena, pressing ring after ring of transparent ripples into the surrounding formation patterns. Qinlai's body shuddered. His soul scraped across the blue stone. 1 step. 2 steps. Only when his 3rd step landed did he finally steady himself. Xiongyu merely shook his shoulders. The difference was clear at a glance. A Dao Palace Realm cultivator was a Dao Palace Realm cultivator. Even with his palace foundation and palace power deliberately sealed, the step he had already taken remained imprinted in his body. Someone on the periphery murmured, "There really is a gap." But Qinlai only glanced down at his right hand. His knuckles were slightly red. A tingling sensation still lingered in his palm. He looked up again and smiled. Again, Xionyu's eyes also brightened. No courtesy this time. Another step. This time the dark black spiritual power was no longer confined to his fists. His entire arm seemed shrouded in a heavy mountain shadow. When the strike descended, even the air was pushed apart to both sides. Qinlai did not retreat. Blood golden spiritual power rose along both his arms as well. The two figures collided rapidly. Xionyu's fighting style was overwhelmingly heavy. Every step seemed to press his entire body downward. His fists, shoulders, and elbows rarely varied, yet every direct collision forced Qinlai's blood and chi to tremble. But when they separated the second time, Qinlai only retreated 2 steps. Xionyu's gaze shifted slightly. The third assault pressed down again. Dark black spiritual tides surged continuously from his chi, and the black bear pattern on his back gradually brightened alongside his surging blood and chi. The moment his fist struck and parted the air, Qinlai retreated 1 step. Only 1 step. The mountain grew quiet. Once more, the two figures collided head-on in the center of the arena. Spirit waves rippled sharply along the stone surface. Beneath Qinlai's feet, nothing moved. Xiongyu froze for the first time. He looked at the young man before him. First punch, 3 steps. Second punch, 2 steps. Then 1 step. Now, no retreat at all. What was even more striking was the change in Qinlai. Blood golden spiritual power was rising continuously from deep within his chi, traveling up along his spine, as though something long dormant within his flesh and blood was being gradually awakened by each heavy impact. A blurred dragon shadow coiled above his shoulders. It was incomplete. Even its scales were indistinct. But when it slowly lifted its head, those ever-closed dragon eyes had already parted a sliver. Gu Changyuan sat high above. His gaze rested upon that blood-golden dragon shadow. The ancient battle blood technique. The classics recorded only a single phrase. Grow fiercer with every exchange. So this was what that fiercer meant. It was not becoming stronger out of nowhere after injury, but rather the heavier the pressure, the more it forced what lay deep within his bloodline to surface. On the arena, Xiongyu had clearly understood as well. Rather than retreating, he simply smiled. Now this is right. Dark black spiritual power surged from his chi, once more. This time he did not throw his fist immediately. Xiongyu drew a deep breath. The black bear pattern on his back, which had only been branded upon his skin, actually rose from his body alongside his blood and chi. A heavy shadow slowly towered behind him. 2 zhang, 3 zhang, finally taking the form of a colossal blurred bear with its arms hanging low, its feet planted upon the dark bluestone platform, like a ferocious beast truly risen from the mountain itself. No Dao Palace. No Palace Phantom. Only the manifestation of Qi flesh and bloodline pushed to their absolute limit. Across from him, the Qi within Qinlai also churned violently. Blood golden spiritual power continuously gathered toward his limbs, and the faint battle dragon behind him finally raised its head entirely. Xionyu's bear shadow pressed down like a mountain. Qinlai's dragon shadow sharpened and awoke. 2 utterly different auras collided head-on across the arena. This time, not even Lei Qinjie spoke. Xiongyu stomped his foot. The black bear phantom surged forward alongside his body. Qinlai moved as well. No retreat. 1 step forward to meet him. Boom. Dark black spiritual tides and blood golden battle aura detonated completely in the center of the arena. The colossal bear's arms pressed down. The battle dragon rose along the youth's shoulders. After a moment of stalemate, both bloodline phantoms were swept apart by the surging spiritual waves. Xiongyu stepped back one pace, then a second. He only stabilized himself on the third step. Qinlai similarly slid backward 2 steps. Cracks had formed on the knuckles of his right hand. Blood trickled slowly between his fingers. The mountain did not immediately erupt with sound. Xiongyu looked down at the 3 faint marks left beneath his feet. Then he looked up at Qinlai. Qinlai shook the blood from his hand. Again, Xiongyu stared at him for a moment. Then he casually lowered his guard. No need. Qinlai frowned. You can still fight. I can. Xiongyu nodded. But if we continue, I either keep suppressing my Dao Palace, or I must begin borrowing its power. He did not feel defeated because he had retreated 3 steps. He simply spoke calmly. This match ends here. Qinlai fell silent for a moment. Xiongyu looked at him again. You are still in the Qi Si stage. I have already entered the Dao Palace. Taking advantage of my body advancing a step ahead, I could only reach this far. He grinned. Same realm. I may not even defeat you. Only then did the mountain erupt with murmurs. Not loud, but noticeably more than for the previous matches. No one thought Xiongyu was being modest. When the first punch landed, Qinlai had retreated 3 steps. Everyone had seen it clearly. But with the final collision, the one retreating 3 steps was now Xiongyu. Qinlai glanced at his bleeding fist. He did not press further. Fine. We will fight again at equal realm. Xiongyu smiled. Agreed. The arena's formation patterns gradually dimmed. The two walked off one after the other. As Qinlai returned beside his seat, Lei Qianjia let out a short laugh. Not knocked flying. Not bad. Qinlai turned his head. Your turn, Oi. Lei Qianjia leaned back into his chair. Later, Qinlai glanced at him, and did not pursue the question. But as he sat back down, the blood-golden aura in his chest had not yet fully settled. Gu Changyuan withdrew his gaze from the slowly dispersing dragon shadow behind him. Yesterday's image inquiry. In Qinlai's wasteland, there had only been a tattered banner torn by swords and spears, yet never falling. Now it truly resembled him, not necessarily dominant in every encounter. But as long as he could still continue, he would keep advancing forward. The presiding elder was about to turn his gaze toward the other seating areas in the mountain. A very soft sound of a sword sheath scraping suddenly rang out. Shing. The sound was faint. Yet many sword-bearers nearby instinctively lowered their eyes. Yi Guhong had already risen to his feet. His palm rested upon his sword hilt. He did not look at Xiongyu on the arena, nor at Qinlai. His always tranquil gaze swept over the mountain, and landed upon Gu Changyuan. Gu Changyuan. Gu Changyuan raised his eyes. Morning wind passed between them. Yi Guhong gripped his sword hilt. I wish to ask you a single strike. I wish to test my sword against yours. Yi Guhong's voice was not loud. Yet as the words fell, Daozhong Mountain, which had still been echoing with the aftermath of Qinlai and Xionyu's clash, quickly fell silent. The young man in black stood among the gathered, one hand already resting on his sword hilt. After the 3 inquiries of the previous night, his path had become clear. When questioning the heart, the path grows ever more solitary. When questioning the way, only a single straight sword path forward remains. And at the stage of questioning forms, there is nothing left but a sword trace piercing toward the distance. A single strike is enough. Thus at this moment no one would regard Yi Guhong's one sword as an ordinary challenge. Gu Changyuan sat across from him. Morning wind swept through the gathering, gently parting a strand of ink-black hair from the youth's brow. He raised his eyes and looked at Yi Guhong for a moment, the faint smile on his lips not fading, but rather deepening, as though he had long anticipated this confrontation would come. Then he rose. White robes fell naturally around him. Very well. The two stepped onto the battle platform, one following the other. The cracks left by Qinlai and Xiongyu still crossed the dark bluestone surface, while morning light slanted down from behind the mountains, stretching the 2 young figures long before them. One dressed in black with sword drawn, the other in white barehanded, separated by dozens of paces. Yi Guhong glanced at Gu Changyuan's hands hanging at his sides. No weapon. Gu Changyuan looked down briefly. Didn't bring one. Spoken casually. Those nearby exchanged subtle glances, yet Yi Guhong fell silent only briefly. He knew Gu Changyuan was not underestimating him. I will use only one strike. Gu Changyuan lifted his gaze. I know. Shing. The long sword left its scabbard. There was no lightning of sword energy shooting skyward, no storm of sword shadows filling the air. Yi Guhong's spiritual energy, which had been flowing through his limbs and bones, instead withdrew strand by strand, gathering into his Qi Si before surging back out and sinking entirely into the sword in his palm. Upon the blade, only a slender white gleam remained, like the first ray of morning sun resting precisely on the edge. Nearby young sword cultivators all lowered their eyes instinctively. The sword within its scabbard was trembling, faintly, yet impossible to suppress. From above, an elderly sword cultivator who had been half closing his eyes finally opened them. The person beside him whispered, "How is this sword strike?" The elder fixed his gaze on Yi Guhong. He has left himself no second strike. The surroundings grew quieter. All the spiritual energy, sword intent, and sharpness he could gather today for his blade was concentrated in this single strike. This was not a probing attack. It was everything he had. On the other side of the platform, Gu Changyuan watched quietly. As Yi Guhong's aura grew progressively calmer, the relaxed expression on the youth's lips gradually faded. His sword-like brows furrowed slightly. His gaze settled completely on the sword's edge. A trace of a smile remained, yet his entire demeanor shifted to seriousness. The sword had not yet arrived, but Yi Guhong's path had come first. Straight, without deviation. Yi Guhong lifted his gaze. It comes. One step. The figure vanished. A white line pierced through the entire platform simultaneously. No thunderous roar. Where the blade passed, morning mist parted silently from the center, and the dark stone surface cracked with a straight, thin scar. Many young observers on the periphery only caught the fading silhouette at Yi Guhong's original position. In the next instant, the sword had already traveled 10 zhang ahead, still not evading. The question rose instinctively. Gu Changyuan did not retreat. 10 zhang. His purple chi sea erupted into waves. 5 zhang. All 12 heavenly meridians surged open at once. 3 zhang. The incoming sword wind whipped the youth's white robes backward and sent his dark hair streaming behind him. Everyone expected him to shift sideways at least a half step. But Gu Changyuan stepped forward. He's advancing? The voice had barely formed. The remaining distance between them vanished as the sword strike, and that single step converged. Gu Changyuan raised his eyes. The blade's edge was within arm's reach. In those clear, smiling eyes, only the white point of the sword tip remained reflected. The smile faded, yet his features grew sharper. Only when the blade had closed to within a few feet did the corner of his mouth lift slightly again. Since you offer only one strike. He raised his right hand. Purple spiritual energy flared between his fingers. Then do not hold back. The sword struck. Gu Changyuan's palm edge met the flat of the blade. Clang. The sword's ring rose sharply. White sword light and purple spiritual force collided head-on, sending a shockwave rippling across the dark stone platform outward in both directions. White robes billowed in the wind. Ink-black hair streamed behind him. Yet Gu Changyuan's feet did not move backward. The sword's edge halted 3 inches before his brow. Yi Guhong's expression finally shifted. After a brief standoff, Gu Changyuan's right hand suddenly turned outward. Spiritual energy from all 12 heavenly meridians converged into his palm. The blade was deflected by half an inch. The concentrated sword force swept past Gu Changyuan's side instead. Dozens of zhang away. The dark bluestone wall absorbed the residual force and cracked open with a yard-long sword scar. Yi Guhong followed the momentum past Gu Changyuan, landing several zhang away. No second strike followed, nor did he turn for a follow-up. The platform fell silent. The young cultivator who had instinctively asked, still not evading, opened his mouth. But this time he stayed silent. Gu Changyuan had not merely refused to retreat. He had actually advanced forward. The elderly sword cultivator observed from above for a moment. He did not break the sword. The person beside him was startled. The elder gazed at the sword scar that cut straight through the platform. He simply intercepted the strike head-on. On the platform, Yi Guhong had already turned away. His eyes first fell upon Gu Changyuan's right hand. Several wisps of lingering white sword intent still hovered between his fingers before being gradually suppressed by purple spiritual energy. Then his gaze dropped to Gu Changyuan's feet. The mark left by that forward step remained. You could have evaded. I could have. Then why didn't you? Gu Changyuan glanced down at his right hand, closed his fingers gently, and let the last traces of sword intent dissolve. When he looked up again, the sharp intensity from intercepting the sword had softened his brows and features, returning to ease. Your sword moves only forward. He smiled. Perfect. So do I. Yi Guhong studied him for a long moment. Then, the long sword returned to its scabbard. Click. I have my answer. There was no winner or loser. Nor did either need a second strike. Yi Guhong turned and descended from the platform, taking a few steps before pausing briefly. I will ask again another day. Gu Changyuan stood in the morning light, his white robes unbroken, the mountain wind only stirring his sleeves slightly. Very well. Yi Guhong stepped off the platform. The murmurs among the mountain had not yet fully risen. On the opposite side, a figure in white robes embroidered with golden patterns had already risen from his seat. Zhang Wucong. He carried no weapon. Nor did he, like Yi Guhong, press the platform first with sword intent. Instead, he descended the cloud steps at a measured pace, and the rising murmurs fell silent on their own. Zhang Wucong stepped onto the platform. He came to a halt. Gu Changyuan watched him, his expression relaxed once more. Also one strike. Zhang Wucong shook his head. 3 moves. Gu Changyuan's eyebrow lifted slightly. 3 moves? Yes. Interest sparked in the youth's eyes. Come then. The first move required no unnecessary preparation. Zhang Wucong raised his hand, and a pure white divine pattern glowed from his wrist, spreading along his forearm to his palm. The ambient spiritual energy around the platform shifted direction, converging rapidly into a white palm print no more than several feet tall. The moment the palm print took shape, several young cultivators at the Qi Si realm felt their own Qi Sis pressed downward slightly. Jiang Wuzong stepped forward and thrust. Gu Changyuan's purple Qi Si erupted, his 12 heavenly meridians aligned as he met the strike with his own palm. White and purple spiritual forces collided at the center of the platform, sending spiritual waves rippling outward to both sides. Both their robes billowed simultaneously. Neither retreated. The first move dissipated. Jiang Wuzong gave him a single glance. Second move. The divine pattern on his palms sank downward. Streams of white spiritual lines spread rapidly across the dark bluestone surface, and within moments Gu Changyuan was encircled by an intricate lattice of intersecting patterns. Pressure mounted from ahead. Spiritual energy on both sides was steadily sealed away. Only behind him remained an opening. Light. The easiest path. An escape route. Gu Changyuan glanced over his shoulder. When he turned back, a faint smile had appeared in his eyes. An escape route. Jiang Wuzong said nothing. Gu Changyuan chuckled. Save it for someone else. He stepped forward immediately. Purple spiritual energy surged through his 12 heavenly meridians into his feet, shattering the nearest white pattern, then the second, then the third, in rapid succession. The spiritual surge pushed forward from beneath the youth's feet. The front that had been sealed was forcibly broken through. Gu Changyuan simply walked out through the gap. White robes trailed behind him in the spiritual current. He did not look back at the escape route. Jiang Wuzong watched him. After a moment, he smiled as well. Good. From the Jiang family seating area above, an elder slowly set down his teacup. The first two moves were inquiry. The person beside him turned to look at him. The elder's gaze never left the platform. This move is contention. Jiang Wuzong lowered both hands. This time, no reserves remained in his Qi Si. Pure white spiritual energy rose layer by layer from his feet. The destiny divine pattern, which had previously stayed only on his arms, now climbed over his shoulders and sank into his brow. The smile had vanished from his face. His expression was calm and deeply serious. As the last white line disappeared, the air behind Jiang Wuzong grew heavy. A phantom image of an ancient steel slowly materialized. The steel shadow was not entirely solid. Its material could not be discerned, nor bore any inscription. Yet the moment it appeared, the dormant formation patterns surrounding the dark bluestone platform began illuminating themselves in concentric rings. Several young cultivators at the Qi Si realm nearby felt their expressions shift, forcing them to actively circulate their spiritual energy. Yi Guhong, who had returned to his seat, also raised his gaze at this moment. Jiang Wuzong stood before the steel's phantom. Third move. He looked at Gu Changyuan. Only height and depth shall be measured. At the other end of the platform, Gu Changyuan looked up. The white steel shadow filled most of his vision. A faint smile still lingered on the youth's lips. But as the morning wind passed through those clear eyes, gradually grew still. His sword brows furrowed slightly. His gaze fixed. The smile did not fully vanish. Yet his entire presence sharpened noticeably. Gu Changyuan looked at Jiang Wuzong. He replied with a single sentence. Then stand firm. The ancient steel descended. No deafening crash echoed. White spiritual radiance fell upon the platform like successive layers of a celestial curtain. The dark bluestone surface began to sink slightly. All surrounding patterns ignited. Gu Changyuan stood at the very center. His purple Qi Si surged violently. All 12 heavenly meridians opened simultaneously. Spiritual energy rose from his Qi Si, traveled through the 12 meridians, and converged entirely into his right palm. The youth raised his hand and pressed directly against the steel's phantom. The entire platform shuddered violently. White and purple spiritual forces rolled outward in every direction. The destiny divine pattern between Jiang Wuzong's brows grew brighter, and the ancient steel continued its descent. Gu Changyuan's sleeves were pulled backward by the spiritual current. Yet he did not retreat. One breath. Two breaths. Gradually, no one watched the steel anymore. Nor did anyone watch their faces. All gazes fell to the ground beneath them. Jiang Wuzong did not move. Gu Changyuan did not move. Then, Gu Changyuan stepped forward. The step was level, without any dramatic display. Yet the purple spiritual energy flowing through his 12 heavenly meridians pressed forward with that single footfall. The white light on the steel's surface trembled violently. Jiang Wuzong's pupils contracted slightly. The sole of his shoe scraped against the dark blue stone. Backward. The old sword scar that had lain behind his feet was slowly crossed by his toe. Half a step. The mountain fell completely silent. The steel remained. The destiny divine pattern had not dispersed. Jiang Wuzong still stood firmly, yet that half step had been left there. No one spoke. Jiang Wuzong himself lowered his head, gazing at the old sword scar he had just crossed. After a long moment, he deliberately dispersed the ancient steel behind him. Pure white spiritual light retreated into his body bit by bit. Gu Changyuan also withdrew his right hand. Morning wind settled upon the platform once more. The two young men stood facing each other across the fading white and purple spiritual light. Jiang Wuzong raised his gaze. His expression had returned to calm. Today, I am half a step below you. Gu Changyuan looked at him. The sharp intensity from earlier faded gradually with the dissipating spiritual energy, and his features softened once more. Only for today. Jiang Wuzong paused slightly. Then he smiled. Then we shall contend again next time. A smile returned to Gu Changyuan's eyes as well. Agreed. Jiang Wuzong turned and descended from the platform. On the dark bluestone surface, the old sword scar he had stepped past remained. Half a step. On the other side, Gu Changyuan stood in the morning light. Mountain wind swept through the youth's white robes. His ink-black hair stirred lightly. Beneath his feet, no traces of retreat. After Jiang Wuchen stepped down from the combat platform, a profound silence settled over Wintao Mountain for a considerable time. On the dark, bluish-black stone surface, the old sword scar he had casually stepped over with his toes remained etched there. Half a step. On the opposite side, Gu Changyuan still stood beneath the morning light. The thin gash on his cuff carved by Yi Guhong's blade had yet to be tended to, and a faint line of crimson lingered along the edge of his right palm. A mountain breeze swept past, ruffling his white robes. The sharp edge that had hardened around his eyes before the ancient steel of heavenly fate had already softened. The youth's expression relaxed once more, a faint natural smile still lingering at the corners of his lips. Yet the gazes turned toward him from all around were utterly different from those that had met him upon his ascent. Yi Guhong had poured every ounce of his brilliance into a single strike, while Jiang Wuchen had manifested the ancient steel through the divine patterns of heavenly fate. Gu Changyuan had finished receiving it. He had taken a step forward in return. The presiding elder did not hurry to call forth the next contender. After all, there had been no fixed order for the combat platform today. If one wished to fight, one was free to step onto the platform. After a brief hush, a soft sound echoed suddenly from the direction where the tribes of the Western Waste sat. Qi Li had been reclining against a throne of vermilion spirit stone, one leg drawn up, an arm draped idly across his knee. Ever since Gu Changyuan had entered Wintao Mountain, the flame mark upon his forehead had flickered with an unceasing rhythm of waxing and waning light. In those slightly narrowed, beast-like pupils, battle intent had never truly been concealed. Now he finally rose. He did not adjust his robes, nor did he glance first toward the presiding elder. He merely tilted his neck. Click! His joints cracked with a crisp sound. Qi Li licked his slightly parched lips. The flame mark between his brows flared to life, and the ambient temperature imperceptibly rose. Watching through an illusory projection last night left me unsatisfied. He looked past the crowd, his gaze fixing directly upon Gu Changyuan. The corners of his mouth slowly peeled back into a grin. It held little warmth, resembling more a ferocious beast that had finally spotted something worth raising its claws against. I'll come out today. I'll test him myself. Not a single word of invitation. Not a trace of courtesy. Yet many among the mountain-dwelling spectators were not surprised at all. This was simply how the demon spirit tribes of the Western Wastes were. Bloodline superiority was forged through strife. The height of a mountain sect was settled through combat. If you were strong, I would test you with my own hands. The moment Qi Li's words faded, the stone chair behind him scraped backward. Xianyu rose. He towered a full head above Qi Li, his shoulders and back extraordinarily broad. Clad in a tight-fitting dark brown short robe that hugged his formidable physique, his mere rising seemed to dim the morning light behind him. Where Qi Li's ferocity was outward and blazing, Xianyu carried a profound, immovable stillness. Standing there, he resembled a monolith of black bedrock hewn straight from the mountain itself. I'll go first. Qi Li had already taken a step. Xianyu lifted his eyelids slightly. Not that fast. Qi Li's foot halted. His beast-like pupils narrowed to a sliver. Then he let out a sharp, scoffing laugh. Very well. Let's see who moves faster then. TCH. A languid female voice drifted in from the sidelines. The target is still upon the platform, and yet you two are already jostling for position. Tushan, one had already risen from her seat. Today she wore a close-fitting pale cyan gown, its waist cinched exceedingly narrow, flowing downward into supple, graceful curves. Her legs were long and straight, the hem of her skirt swaying gently with each step. Without the slightest deliberate coquettishness, that very silhouette and the effortless ease of her movements naturally carried a captivating charm unique to her Fox clan. Her brows arched delicately, her eye corners bearing a naturally upturned curve. Even when she glanced sideways at someone, it appeared as though she held 3 parts of a fleeting, ethereal smile. She hooked a slender finger around the white jade bell at her waist and gave it a light spin. It made no sound. Qi Li is already standing. If I do not come, I fear I shall be subjected to his boasts for half a year upon our return. Qi Li scoffed. Do not flatter yourself so liberally. Tushan Wan's eyes curved into a smile. Then I must come all the more. She had barely taken 2 steps when further off a tall cyan banner was already billowing in the mountain wind. Qing Xiao had opened his eyes at some unseen point. The young man was tall and slender, his cyan robes rippling backward in the gale, yet the hair bound at his back remained almost unruffled, as though the surrounding winds themselves were deliberately parting around him. He did not engage in the other's verbal sparring. He merely spoke a single line. Count me in. On the other side, Qi Yuan bowed his head and drained the last dregs of tea from his cup. Before the cup could be set down, a wisp of residual moisture defied gravity, spiraling up along the inner rim and curling once around his fingers. The youth lifted his gaze. Water, let us test it as well. 5 individuals. None were merely following the crowd. Furthermore, no one assumed they ought to lend him aid simply because Qi Li had spoken first. Rather, the sentiment seemed to echo. You wish to test him? How fortunate. I wish to test him as well. As for who strikes first, that is a separate matter. Qi Li's gaze swept across the gathering, finally settling upon Bai Yinxiu, who had remained entirely still. Hey, Bai Yinxiu. The motion of flipping the black and white jade tiles between his fingers ceased. Bai Yinxiu raised his head. My, you are not coming. Bai Yinxiu glanced at him first, then looked past the others to the Gu Changyuan upon the combat platform. Since the day Gu Changyuan had first entered Wentao Mountain, he had been watching the 12 heavenly meridians, watching the trial of the heart, watching the path of inquiry. Since the emergence of the inner landscape last night, he had watched even longer. And yet until this very moment, he still had not truly fathomed him. Bai Yinxiu gave the jade tile a soft click against his palm and gathered it in his hand. Originally, I only wished to observe. Qi Li raised an eyebrow. And now, Bai Yinxiu rose. I wish to observe from closer. Qi Li bared his teeth in a grin. Then it is settled. 6 individuals. All stood in unison. This time the previously hushed murmurs around them finally rose to prominence. Some instinctively cast another glance toward the seating area of the Western Waste tribes. Qi Li, Xinyu, Tushanwan, Qingxiao, Qi Yuan, Bai Yinxiu. As they counted them off, expressions began to shift incrementally. These were not merely 6 young cultivators thrown together at random. They were the true vanguard of this generation across the demon spirit tribes of the Western Wastes. Should any one of them be singled out alone, no one would imagine he required the backing of the other 5. The presiding elder had clearly grasped this as well. You all wish to fight. Qi Li had already reached the precipice of the cloud platform. One by one then. He stated it, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Then as though a sudden thought struck him, his brows knitted slightly. 6 surrounding 1. Qi Li tugged at the corner of his mouth. The Western Waste has not yet lost so much face as to permit such a spectacle. Xinyu offered no rebuttal. Qing Zhao's expression grew even flatter. Tushanwan merely twirled her jade bell between her fingertips. Clearly no one found anything amiss in his words. Each of the 6 clans possessed its own brand of pride. To wish to test Gu Changyuan was one matter. To surround a single opponent with 6 fighters was entirely another. The presiding elder nodded. He was about to arrange the sequence when, at the center of the combat platform, Gu Changyuan suddenly spoke. One by one, Qi Li's steps halted. What else would you suggest? Gu Changyuan cast his gaze upon the 6. He smiled faintly. Too slow. The entire cloud platform fell silent for half a breath. The grin on Qi Li's face faltered momentarily. Xianyu's foot poised to step forward froze in place. The jade bell spinning on Tushanwan's fingertips stilled. On the periphery, some failed to grasp the implication immediately. Too slow. But the next words were already upon them. Gu Changyuan stood at the center of the combat platform, his white robes fluttering softly in the wind, that natural youthful smile still gracing his features. Do it all at once then. This time, everyone understood instantly. The mountainside fell quiet first. Then a wave of suppressed murmurs rapidly spread. All 6 together. Some instinctively looked toward the platform. The sword scar carved into the rear stone wall by Yi Guhong's strike remained visible. The half-step retreat Jiang Wuchen had made still lingered upon the dark bluish-black stones. Gu Changyuan had not even descended from the platform. And now, he was inviting 6 strikes in one go again. Yi Guhong, who had just closed his eyes, once more opened them again. He did not look at the 6 tribes. His gaze fixed solely on Gu Changyuan. His fingers gripping the sword scabbard tightened fractionally. After a moment, he is in earnest. On the opposite flank, Jiang Wuchen raised his teacup to his lips and paused. He did not drink. His gaze fell upon the ground, near Gu Changyuan's feet. There an exceptionally faint trace of mountain shadow had just flickered past. Jiang Wuchen watched for several breaths before setting the cup down again. What he seeks to test is not 6 individuals. The person beside him stiffened in surprise. Jiang Wuchen continued to gaze at the combat platform. It is his own inner landscape he wishes to test. Those nearby who had heard grew quiet. Upon the platform, Qi Li too finally snapped back to awareness. He stared at Gu Changyuan for a long span of time. The fiery hue within his beast pupils did not darken because he had been asked to fight alongside 5 others. Rather, it burned brighter and brighter. 6 then, Qi Li raised his hand and gave a casual flick toward those beside him. You saw clearly. Gu Changyuan's eyes still held a trace of amusement. I saw it. And you still propose we act in concert. Precisely because I saw it. Qi Li fell silent for a breath. Then he threw his head back and laughed aloud. Huh. Very well. He leaped from the edge of the cloud platform. Upon landing, crimson sparks splashed outward from the soles of his boots. You said it yourself. Gu Changyuan watched him. I issued the invitation. Qi Li's beast pupils flared with sudden brilliance. Excellent. Xianyu descended as well. He did not leap. He merely stepped down the cloud stairs one deliberate pace after another. Upon reaching the platform's edge, he raised a hand, tore open the broad dark brown outer robe from his shoulders, and tossed it aside, leaving his solid expansive back entirely exposed. He worked his shoulders once. If I strike too heavily, do not hold it against me. Gu Changyuan's smile remained unchanged. Come. A single word. Xianyu nodded. That was enough. Tu Shanwan finally walked between them. Her pale cyan gown clung lightly to her hips, with each step tracing supple, graceful curves. She was tall and leggy, moving unhurriedly, yet every footfall was so light it produced hardly a whisper of sound. As she passed beside Qi Li, the jade bell gave a faint spin on her fingertip. Did you hear that? Hold nothing back. Qi Li shot her a sidelong glance. Tu Shanwan's eyes curved mirthfully, and she deigned no longer to reply. Behind her, several slender, ethereal fox silhouettes shimmered into existence for a breathless moment. A flicker, then gone. As for Qing Shao Qi Yuan, and by Yinxiu no further words were exchanged. Wind swept down from the cloud platform. Threads of water trailed along the stone steps. By the time the onlookers looked again, 6 youthful figures were already standing at the 6 cardinal points of the combat platform. None sought to encircle him completely. In fact, considerable space was left between them. Yet once these 6 utterly distinct bloodline auras converged upon a single platform, the oppressive pressure they generated far exceeded what any one of them could muster alone. The heat radiating around Qi Li had not yet fully ignited, while the winds encircling Qing Shao had already grown turbulent. The moisture gathering at Qi Yuan's feet spread slowly, only to be compressed downward by the increasingly heavy aura pressing from Xianyu's direction. The 6 clans had never shared the same path. Between them existed an innate rivalry. And yet now, all these auras converged upon the center. The dormant ancient runes circling the platform began to illuminate ring by ring. Not a single strike had been thrown. Yet the disturbance already surpassed many of the previous skirmishes. Those on the periphery who had initially trembled at Gu Changyuan's words, "Do it all at once," now gradually fell silent. It was only now, as 6 individuals truly stood upon the same platform, that they truly comprehended just how weighty those words were. At the center, Gu Changyuan had been watching all along. From the moment Qi Li leaped down until the 6 took their positions. The smile upon the youth's face had never fully vanished. But as the 6 bloodline auras fully manifested, those originally bright and clear eyes gradually grew solemn. His sword-like brows drew together slightly. His half-bound ink-black hair was constantly ruffled by spiritual currents swirling from every direction. The hem of his white robes snapped in the gale. That faint smile remained. Yet the razor's edge in his brows and eyes rose incrementally. The presiding elder glanced at the 6, then turned his gaze to the center. Since it has been decided. Begin. Qi Li had long since grown impatient. The moment the words left his lips, he tilted his head. Click. The flame mark between his eyebrows blazed to life. A low sanguine howl resonated from the depths of his chest. Vermilion gold beast fire coiled upward from his feet, surging along his legs and across his shoulders. Within the flames, a vague phantom of a swan slowly raised its head. Its beast pupils opened. Fangs gleamed like bone. Standing within the inferno, Qi Li's lips peeled back inch by inch. It is too late to regret. Gu Changyuan watched him. The smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Proceed. Qi Li's beast pupils flared with sudden intensity. In the next instant, the vermilion gold flames surged forward violently. Almost simultaneously, Xianyue, who had remained uncharacteristically silent, moved. He merely stepped forward once. No beastly roar. No spectacular phenomena filling the sky. Yet the moment his foot touched ground, the entire bluish-black platform trembled and sank downward. Even the wave of fire unleashed by Qi Li seemed to be compressed lower by nearly half a foot by that sheer weight. One fierce, one crushing. 2 utterly different forces pressing from the front and the flanks simultaneously toward the center. The remaining 4 had not yet moved. Gu Changyuan stood amidst the rolling crimson light and the ever-creasing spiritual pressure. His white robes billowed backward. The faint smile upon his lips diminished slightly. The youth lifted his gaze. His brows and eyes turned razor-sharp. At last he grew truly serious. As the crimson gold beast fire surged forward, Xian Yu's foot also descended. These 2 forces were fundamentally incompatible. Qi Li's fierce flame burned forward, while Xian Yu's overwhelming pressure pressed down from above. The flames that had just erupted into towering waves were forcibly suppressed by half a foot by that suddenly descending weight sweeping forward along the dark battle platform, causing several old blade marks along the way to quickly glow burning red. Gu Changyuan stood at the very convergence of these 2 forces. The youth's tall, lean figure was wrapped in white robes that billowed violently in the rushing heat wave. Strands of his dark hair not fully bound scattered across his forehead. One lock swept over his brow bone, then was carried sideways by the incoming flow of spiritual energy. Then came the moment when Xian Yu's crushing weight truly descended. Gu Changyuan's shoulders dipped slightly, and the bluish-black stone beneath his feet cracked with fine lines. He raised his gaze. His previously tranquil eyes sharpened instantly under the flickering firelight. First take mine. Qi Li had already arrived, treading upon the flames. A phantom of the Swanee creature materialized behind him and launched downward. Layers of crimson gold beast fire coiled around his forearms and wrapped tightly around his knuckles. There was no hesitation, no probing. Just a single punch aimed straight at the center. Gu Changyuan's right hand rose in response. A violet sea of qi churned within, and all 12 celestial meridians trembled in unison as spiritual energy surged through his right arm. Fists and palms collided. Boom. Crimson gold beast fire and purple spiritual energy detonated simultaneously. Both fighters' sleeves snapped backward as a rolling wave of force swept horizontally across the battle platform. Only after this strike fully landed did Gu Changyuan truly comprehend the depth of Xian Yu's power. That oppressive weight was not momentary. It deepened progressively as Xian Yu's aura sank lower, pressing down upon his shoulders, his back, his arms, even slowing the circulation of his internal spiritual energy. Qi Li clearly perceived the shift that came from these two forces combining. The fire in his astral pupils burned even brighter. This is only two. His arm flexed again. Gu Changyuan's gaze hardened, and the purple spiritual energy before his palm vibrated intensely. Boom. Qi Li was driven backward several zhang, his soles carving twin trails of scorched marks into the stone surface. Yet almost as he was pushed back, Xian Yu had already raised his second step. Thud. His foot descended. The space within several zhang around Gu Changyuan suddenly grew heavy. Fragments of stone dust and lingering embers that had been swirling in the aftermath of their clash all collapsed back to the ground at once. Behind Xian Yu's broad shoulders, the ancient dark mountain that had appeared during the previous night's trial of imagery began to manifest bit by bit. He was watching Gu Changyuan. Don't only look ahead. Gu Changyuan turned his head slightly. Their gazes met. There was no trace of impatience in the youth's eyes, only a deepening clarity of purpose. In the next instant, purple spiritual energy spread outward from beneath his feet. Mountains rose and fell in shadow. Streams wound their way along the slopes. Forests gradually emerged from both sides of the hills. The entire landscape settled once more upon the battle platform, fainter than the previous night, yet for the first time truly engaged in conflict. Qi Li had already regained his footing. Upon beholding this landscape, the battle fervor in those beast-like pupils intensified noticeably. It's finally here. The Swanee phantom raised its head, and crimson gold beast fire spread forward along the cracks in the battle platform. This time it did not charge at Gu Changyuan. Instead, it truly breached that landscape. The fire was not repelled or kept at bay. The vegetation at the mountain's base curled and blackened first. The crimson hue spread rapidly up the slopes. Vast stretches of forest glowed crimson, and even the stream flowing at the foot rose white mist under the intense heat. The scattered sounds from the mountainside gradually fell silent. Last night's landscape had been vivid and complete. But now, with genuine demonic fire actually engulfing it, only then did everyone see what they had never witnessed before. It could burn. A low voice murmured, "It really entered." But no one responded, for Xian Yu had already acted. Rather than charging forward like Qi Li, he merely lowered his shoulders slightly, and the ancient dark mountain behind him began to descend with grinding slowness. An increasingly heavy aura pressed down into the landscape. Forests bowed low. Streams slowed. Even the base of the mountain itself began to sink incrementally under that oppressive weight. Until at last, a nearly inaudible crack echoed from deep within the mountain. Click. A fissure split the mountainside. Everything fell utterly silent. Gu Changyuan saw it too. He did not attempt to extinguish Qi Li's flames, nor did he push back against Xian Yu's crushing pressure. He merely lowered his gaze and watched that crack propagate steadily toward the mountain's base. A stray lock of hair disheveled by the heat waves fell across his brow. He paid it no mind. His eyes shifted to the charred foothills scorched by the beast fire. Composure. Absolute focus. Up high, an elderly man suddenly sat upright. Wait. The person beside him paused in confusion. What is it? The old man's gaze locked onto the battle platform, his expression shifting incrementally. He's not defending the landscape. What? The old man's voice dropped to a whisper. He's letting them fight each other. Several people nearby simultaneously changed expression. Within the landscape, the flames continued to burn, and the cracks kept spreading. Finally, Gu Changyuan moved. Rather than seeking out Qi Li or confronting Xian Yu directly, he stepped forward into his own manifested landscape and halted beside the stream that had already been slowed by the crushing pressure. His white robes carried him from the bluish-black battle platform into the realm of mountains and waters. Fire on one side, mountains on the other. Both forces swept through the youth's form simultaneously. His voluminous sleeves billowed outward, half-tied long hair streaming backward with the spiritual currents, while his dark hair crown remained firmly in place. Gu Changyuan raised his hand, palm open and hovering. All 12 celestial meridians trembled in unison as purple spiritual energy slowly descended into the landscape. He neither attempted to quell the flames nor force the mountain fissure to close. He simply observed the scorched base, the sluggish waters, and the endlessly extending cracks. Last night, he had merely beheld this landscape. Today he sought to understand its limits, how far it could endure. The stream quivered faintly. Water that had nearly stagnated began to flow forward once more. The fissure winding down the mountainside also came to a gradual halt near its base. It did not heal. It simply stopped. Xianyu perceived this most clearly. His overwhelming power remained intact, yet the cracks had ceased their advance. He stepped forward. The stone platform beneath his feet sank once more. It can still sink further, Gu Changyuan said, slowly raising his gaze. Tranquility held for only a moment before sharp intensity surged forth. Make it heavier. 3 words. Xianyu's expression turned completely earnest. Very well. The pupils of Qi Li's beast form contracted sharply. In the next instant, crimson gold beast fire surged dramatically once more. The Swanee phantom raised its head and strode into the landscape, unleashing beast fire toward the mountainside. Simultaneously, the ancient dark mountain behind Xianyu descended with full weight. This time, neither held back any longer. Thunderous boom. The entire landscape shuddered violently. Crimson gold beast fire spread along the ridgeline, turning half the mountains crimson in an instant. On the opposite flank, the dark ancient mountain blotted out the sky, while forests bowed low and streams flattened against the earth. At the convergence of both forces, Gu Changyuan stood resolute in white robes at the heart of the landscape. His tall, lean frame bore the weight of opposing powers. One sleeve billowing upward from the heat, the other pressed tight against his shoulder and back by Xianyu's crushing force. His half-tied black hair streamed backward in the opposing currents of spiritual energy. The dark crown held firm save for stray strands occasionally brushing past his brow. He remained unmoved by the tempest of wind and fire swirling around him. One hand remained at his side. The other slowly descended toward the landscape beneath his feet. Purple spiritual energy coursed down through his fingers. The mountains shuddered once more. The streams surged against both banks. The fissure began extending downward once more. Yet Gu Changyuan stood motionless. His sword-like brows lowered gradually. His gaze cut sharp and piercing. His young, refined face illuminated equally by the crimson gold and dark purple spiritual energies on either side. The youthful calmness in his eyes shattered as a fierce determination finally broke free. Qi Li advanced upon flames, his beast blood boiling fiercely within. Gu Changyuan, behind me stand 4 more. And right now there are only 2. Gu Changyuan did not answer immediately. His gaze dropped first to the ground beneath him. The mountain still stood. The water still flowed. The fire still burned. The cracks remained unhealed, yet the landscape held together. The youth lifted his head again, and the fierce intensity that had flared in his eyes gradually subsided, leaving only serenity. The landscape has not fallen. His voice was soft, yet it carried clearly across the battle platform. A breath of silence passed. I will not yield an inch. No one spoke in the mountainside. The landscape endured, and the figure in white at its center truly stood unwavering. On the opposite side of the platform, Tushan finally released the white jade bell she had been twirling around her fingers. She raised her eyes. The carefree dismissiveness that had lingered at their corners had vanished. Her slender fingers gave a gentle flick. Ting! The crisp chime of the bell pierced through the flames and over the mountains, falling into the landscape. A crisp bell rang, its sound falling into the mountains and rivers. Tushan stepped forward at that very moment. Still standing at the edge of the battle platform, the white jade bell in her fingertips swayed once more. As the second bell tone spread, a pale cyan figure suddenly appeared at the end of the mountain ridge. In the blink of an eye, several identical Tushanwans emerged from beyond the forest and through the water mist. The pale cyan skirt clung to her slender waist, and the mountain wind, the hem swaying gently with her long legs. Though she remained where she stood, her indistinguishable duplicates scattered into Gu Changyuan's mountains and rivers, blurring all sense of distance and direction. The bell tones had not yet faded when the wind and water within the realm shifted simultaneously. Whoosh! The gale reversed course in an instant. The beast fire left by Qi Li at the foothills was swept up the ridge, while the waters summoned by Qi Yuan surged rapidly along the riverbed. Wind pushed the fire, water pressed against it, and the overwhelming force of Xianyu bore down from above. The converging forces collided, and a vast expanse of white mist devoured the forest within moments. Qi Li turned his head toward Qingxiao. Helping me. Qingxiao didn't even shift his gaze. You're overthinking. The wind shifted. A tendril of crimson gold beast fire grazed Qi Li's shoulder. Several strands of hair were instantly singed and curled. Qi Lin narrowed his beastly pupils, but said nothing further. 5 forces descended upon the realm all at once. There was no coordination. They were still clashing against one another. Yet the very realm that had barely withstood Qi Li and Xian Yu's power was already losing stability rapidly within this chaotic maelstrom. Fire crept along the mountain slopes, water continued to rise, crushing pressure drove down the peaks, and fierce winds tore the mist and flames deeper into the wilderness. The fox shadows left by Gu Changyuan flickered in and out of sight, making the already chaotic realm even harder to orient. At the center of the turmoil, Gu Changyuan stood resolute in white robes. Half-tied dark hair was thoroughly ruffled by wind and fire, with stray locks pressing against his brow. One sleeve was painted crimson gold by the flames, while the other clung tightly to his arm under the weight of Xian Yu's crushing force. The young man did not rush to act. He simply lowered his gaze, watching how this realm transformed under 5 completely different forces. On the other side of the platform, Bai Yinxiu had not moved. The black and white jade tile in his palm had been still for some time. Gu Changyuan turned her head. Still watching. Can't make sense of it. Then what? Bai Yinxiu stowed the jade tile. Let's go in and look. One step forward. The black and white jade tiles rose once more, humming. A beam of black and a beam of white spiritual light descended from above. They did not suppress any single force. They simply shone straight through the already chaotic realm. Bai Yinxiu observed for several breaths, then his gaze suddenly settled on one spot. There, a nearly imperceptible crack in the mountain was widening rapidly under the intersection of 6 forces. No one needed reminding. Qi Li's beast fire, Xian Yu's crushing weight, wild wind, and surging water, all naturally squeezed toward that point in the chaotic currents. Even Gu Changyuan's layered phantom images kept misaligning nearby. Bai Yinxiu raised his eyes. Found it. The next instant, for the first time, all 6 forces truly pressed down upon the realm at once. Boom. Fire exploded along the mountain waste. The swollen floodwaters crashed over the foothills. Crushing pressure descended from above, and violent winds swept great swathes of white mist across both peaks. Fox shadows and black-white spiritual light intertwined within. The realm, already wounded, trembled violently. The forest bent. The foothills sank. River water burst beyond its original bounds. A crack raced downward from the mountain waste. Crack. It tore straight across the foothills. It finally stopped before Gu Changyuan's white boots. Less than half a foot away. The entire Mount Wen Dao fell silent. The presiding elder, whose right hand had been hanging limply at his side, slowly lifted it and inched at that very moment. Bai Yinxiu did not look away. Through the churning wind and fire, he gazed at Gu Changyuan. Your realm could hold 1 force. He paused for a breath, but not 6. Gu Changyuan looked down at the crack before his feet. He did not answer. The realm continued to tremble, and none of the 6 forces withdrew. A few stray strands of hair were blown across his brow by the fierce wind, obstructing a sliver of vision. After a moment, the young man slowly raised his eyes. The gaze that had remained ever calm sharpened to a razor's edge. Is that already the limit? Bai Yinxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Gu Changyuan had already raised his right hand. All 12 heavenly pulses vibrated in unison as purple spiritual energy sank once more into the realm beneath him. He did not repel any of them, nor did he push the 6 forces away. The crack remained. The fire still burned. The water did not recede. But as purple spiritual energy continued to sink, the crack that had pressed so close to his white boots began to slow, bit by bit. At last, it stopped. It did not heal. It certainly did not vanish. It simply held there. The realm was still in chaos, but it did not collapse. At this sight, those who had already turned to watch the presiding elder refocused their attention on the platform. Bai Yinxiu spoke no more. That crack had been regarded by nearly everyone as the absolute limit of Gu Changyuan's realm. But now, it stopped. Gu Changyuan glanced at the crack before his feet, then stepped forward. 1 step. His white boot crossed right over it. The silence in the mountains grew even deeper. The young man stood at the convergence of all 6 forces, white robes, disheveled, dark hair flying. Gu Changyuan raised his eyes and swept his gaze across Qi Li, Xian Yu, Gu Changyuan, Xingxiao Qi Yuan, and Bai Yinxiu, one by one. His sword-like brows pressed slightly. His expression fierce and commanding. You wish to shake my realm? His voice was calm, yet every word landed clearly in the ears of all present. All 6 clans may give your full strength. Qi Li's beast pupils flared brilliantly. Good. Roar. Crimson gold beast fire surged skyward first. And in the other 5 directions, the aura that had previously been somewhat restrained rose to its true peak in that same instant. With a thunderous rumble, the crimson gold beast fire surged skyward first. In the instant the flames climbed higher, the Swanee phantom behind Qi Li also raised its head. Its previously indistinct form rapidly coalesced, mane blazing like fire, 4 hooves treading on flames, as a pair of crimson gold beast pupils slowly opened from above. A deep, beastly roar shook across the arena. Qi Li stood amidst the flames, the fire sigil on his brow having spread all the way to the corner of his eye, while crimson gold spiritual energy churned upward along his arms. He said nothing further, only stamping his foot forward with sudden force. The beast fire followed, crashing down. It was at that exact moment that 5 other breaths previously held in restraint simultaneously surged upward. Thud! A crushing weight descended. The entire cyan-black arena shuddered and sank. Immediately after, long winds swept and water currents churned, and black and white spiritual light descended upon the landscape of mountains and rivers. Several utterly distinct forces pressed into the landscape manifested by Gu Changyuan almost simultaneously, without regard for order. There was no formation array, no deliberate coordination. They were even colliding with one another. Yet when the 6 individuals of the Western Wilderness generation who truly stood at the forefront simultaneously dropped their restraints, that chaotic momentum shifted in an instant. The crimson gold beast fire swept across the mountain ridges, scorching vast stretches of forest to charcoal. The long wind leaped over 2 peaks, tearing the flames deeper into the wilderness. The swollen river burst through its original channel, yet under the crushing mountain pressure it surged downward toward the lowlands. The several forces intertwined and clashed. The wind fed the fire. The water suppressed the fire. The crushing weight forced the river to alter its course. The entire landscape seemed in a single instant seized by 6 different hands and torn apart violently from every direction. Gu Changyuan stood just outside that swirling chaos. The long wind brushed past, pressing her pale cyan skirt against her slender waist, the hem gently parting between her long legs. The young woman did not charge forward on foot like Qi Li. She merely raised one hand, her fingertips gently resting upon the white jade bell at her waist. Ting! A soft chime rang out. Within the white mist of the mountains and rivers, several pale cyan figures suddenly appeared. Some stood upon the ridges. Some floated behind the water vapor. One only turned half her profile in the wind, those inherently slightly upturned fox eyes gazing through layers of turbulent currents toward the center. With true and false figures mingling in chaos, the landscape, already teetering on the brink from being torn by 6 distinct forces, began to lose its sense of distance and orientation. Among the spectators, previously some had frowned slightly at the notion of 6 versus 1. Yet now gradually no one spoke. An elder watched the arena for a long while before murmuring, the 6 meridian blood manifestation. Fully unlocked. His voice was not loud, yet the surroundings felt considerably quiet, for everyone could see it clearly. None of these 6 were mere fillers. And the changes upon the arena soon proved it as well. A tremendous boom shook the mountains and rivers. A section of ridge collapsed and shifted under the overlapping assault of beast fire and crushing weight, crimson gold flames burning inward along the fracture. The river that had once spanned the mountains was shaken from its old course, carrying boulders and debris into newly fractured valleys. The violent wind swept through again. The entire forest bowed in the same direction. A distant peak even slowly sank and shifted under the immense pressure. Black and white spiritual light poured down from above, illuminating every crack that could no longer bear the strain. At this moment, the landscape was no longer merely wounded. It was truly beginning to lose its original form. Gu Changyuan stood at the very center of the chaos. His white robes were long disheveled by wind and flame, one sleeve reflecting the crimson gold firelight, the other pressed tightly against his arm by heavy spiritual pressure. Half-tied ink-black hair had loosened considerably, stray strands lying before his brow bone, constantly lifted by the long wind before falling back. The youth's posture remained upright. Yet when the 6 forces truly pressed to their utmost simultaneously, his shoulders and back swayed noticeably for the first time. Qi Li saw it. His beast pupils flared with light. Again, the Swanee stepped forward upon the flames. The already overwhelming momentum of the 6 clans surged onward once more. Crack! A fissure tore open fiercely from the mountainside. Not the thin line from before. This one truly split halfway through the mountain mass, cracking downward past the foothills, until finally even the earth before Gu Changyuan shifted and split. In that instant, the presiding elder stepped forward half a pace. No one spoke. Yet those high above who truly understood this battle had all let their gazes grow heavy. If the pressure continued, this entire landscape would truly shatter. Gu Changyuan did not look at anyone. He merely kept his gaze lowered, watching the mountains and rivers before him, which had completely changed their form. One ridge had been scorched to charcoal. The once connected peaks had shifted out of alignment. The river had been forced from its old channel, rolling down through newly fractured valleys. The long wind still swept horizontally through the mountains. The fire still burned. The water still flowed. Nothing had returned to its original place. Stray hairs brushed past his eyes once more. Gu Changyuan raised his hand and brushed them aside. Yet his gaze settled upon the river that had already altered its course. The water did not look back. The old channel had shattered, so it continued forward along the new valley. Looking higher, that ridge scorched black by beast fire had not healed. Yet on both sides of the fracture the mountains remained connected. Gu Changyuan watched for a long while. The purple spiritual energy which had been steadily sinking into the landscape suddenly slowed. He stopped refining it. The black and white jade slipped between by Yanxio's fingers paused slightly. It has changed. Gu Changyuan turned her face. She still stood in the wind, the hem of her pale cyan skirt caught by the chaotic currents, her slender waist tracing an exceedingly graceful arc as she turned. Those fox-like eyes, which usually carried a hint of languor, were now genuinely serious. Where? Yanxiu did not answer, because he was still watching. Within the mountains and rivers, the altered river continued to rush forward. It carved through newly split gorges, striking against rocks, and gathered momentum as it flowed farther. The ridge, scorched black by beast fire, had not turned green again. The char remained. The cracks remained. Yet that mountain mass had stopped collapsing. The long wind passed between the once separated peaks, naturally forming a new mountain pass. Not a single force from the 6 clans had vanished. Yet the landscape that should have continued to crumble slowly came to a halt. That half-step the presiding elder had taken also stopped where it was. It did not move forward again. The mountains grew ever quieter. The excitement on Qi Li's face paused for a brief instant. Can he still endure it? Gu Changyuan did not answer. He stood at the center of the mountains and rivers. His white robes were disheveled. Ink-black hair swept backward in the long wind, stray strands still resting against his brow bone and the sides of his eyes. The youth first looked down at that newly born river. Then, he slowly raised his eyes. The calm gaze that had remained constant grew gradually sharper. His sword-like brows lowered. A true edge broke through his eyes and brows. The myriad phenomena of mountains and rivers. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly cut through the wind and fire of the mountains. He paused for a breath. Why must it have but one appearance? A thunderous boom erupted. The landscape beneath his feet suddenly spread outward. It was not a restoration. The ridge, scorched black by beast fire, remained charred, and the shifted peaks did not return to their original positions. The river rushed down through the newly split gorges. The long wind swept through the fresh gap between the 2 peaks. The crimson gold beast fires still burned in the distant forests. The mountains had changed. The waters had changed too. Yet the mountains and rivers remained. And they stretched farther than before. The mountain ranges continuously expanded toward the periphery of the arena, the river flowing through its midst. Wind, fire, and water forces were all drawn into it, yet not a single power was forcibly erased. Gu Changyuan stood at the very center. His white robes fluttered backward in the mountain wind. Stray hair swept past his sharp features. Yet his entire demeanor remained tranquil, free of any superfluous movement. Qi Li no longer charged. Tushanwan's fingers resting on the white jade bell also stilled. Those slightly upturned fox eyes crossed over wind, fire, and water mist, lingering for the first time for a long while upon the white-robed figure in the center. On the other side, the black and white jade slip between by Yanxiu's fingers hung, suspended, neither falling nor moving. The entire Mount Wendao fell silent for a moment. After the mountains and rivers unfurled, the battlefield fell into an unusual silence. The beast fire-blackened mountain ridges still lay scattered where they had fallen, the jagged peaks unrecovered, and the long river surged forward along the newly torn canyon, rushing toward the distance. Wind swept through the gap between 2 peaks, while the crimson gold flames still flickered deep within the forest. All 6 clans had struck with their full strength, yet in the end, they had only reshaped this landscape into something entirely different. Qi Li stood behind the flames, watching for a long moment. The brief shock in his beast-like pupils faded, quickly replaced by an ever-burning war intent. Can't be scattered. By Yanxiu's black and white jade disc slowly turned half a circle in his palm. Qi Li twitched the corner of his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the mountains before settling once more on the white-robed figure at the center. Then strike the man. As soon as the words left his lips, the crimson gold beast fire that had been scattered across the mountains and rivers suddenly curled inward. At almost the exact same moment, the heavy pressure resting among the peaks and the wind and water power coursing through the valleys also began to converge simultaneously. 6 traces of aura that had previously rested across the entire landscape now surged past the mountain ranges for the first time, all converging on Gu Changyuan. In the next instant, Qi Li was already upon him. Crimson gold beast fire exploded at his feet as the spectral image of a swan nearly merged with the young man's frame, his fist driving straight toward Gu Changyuan's front. Before the fist had even arrived, the pressure from the other 5 descended simultaneously. Heavy spiritual aura weighed down upon his shoulders and back, while wind and water closed in from both sides. White mist surged forth along the mountain slopes, pale, cyan fox shadows flickering in and out of visibility within it. The 2 black and white spiritual glows at the outermost perimeter consistently pressed against the positions where Gu Changyuan might find an opening. The 6 did not form an array together, each maintaining their own rhythm. Yet when 6 of the era's foremost prodigies brought all their sharpness down upon a single person at once, the pressure that formed was utterly transformed from before. Gu Changyuan raised his gaze and met the strike with his right palm. Bang! As fist and palm collided, crimson gold beast fire erupted before them. 12 heavenly meridians opened simultaneously, purple spiritual energy bursting forth from the edge of his palm. Qi Li's entire arm shuddered violently, yet he was not pushed back as before, for Gu Changyuan's shoulder had suddenly dropped with weight. Xian Yu's crushing pressure arrived. The blue-black stone beneath their feet cracked under the force. Just as Gu Changyuan shifted his body to one side, a pale cyan figure darted forth from within the white mist. Too close, almost pressing against his side. Tu Shanwan's slender waist rotated lightly amidst the wind, and mist, her pale, cyan long skirt tightened by the turbulent currents, tracing a supple curve along her long legs. Gu Changyuan raised his palm to block horizontally, but that graceful figure dissolved into nothingness just before his strike landed. A false one. The real Tu Shanwan had already brushed past him from another direction, her white jade bell slipping along his sleeve, its crisp ringing nearly at his ear. Gu Changyuan's sleeve hem was caught by the chaotic current and whipped upward, yet not the slightest trace was left upon it. The woman touched and immediately retreated, her waist bending backward with the wind's momentum, her pale cyan skirt billowing open within the white mist. When they looked again, several identical figures had already dispersed back into the surroundings. Gu Changyuan did not pursue, nor did he have time to. Qi Li's second fist had already arrived, followed closely by Xian Yu's overwhelming pressure descending from above, the wind and water forces crashing in from both sides, the indistinguishable true and false figures within the white mist, and the black and white spiritual glows that always lingered at the outermost edge, continuously compressing the space. Bang! Boom! The center of the entire battle platform was soon completely swallowed by 6 figures and surging spiritual currents. 2 figures had just separated from the firelight when mountain wind sliced diagonally from the other side. Gu Changyuan stepped aside, but the hem of his white robe had barely settled before being whipped upward by the oncoming water current. The moment Qi Li retreated, Xian Yu advanced. Just as the power ahead was dispersed, someone approached from the flank and rear. Over 10 breaths passed, and for the first time Gu Changyuan had scarcely paused at all. Half of his ink-black hair was perpetually swept backward by the strong wind, secured firmly by a dark golden hair crown, with occasional strands brushing past his eyebrows. His white robes rose and fell continuously among 6 entirely different spiritual currents, yet remained undamaged. The spectator stands grew progressively quieter. When the mountains and rivers had unfolded, many had already felt this battle might be reaching its end. But after truly crossing that landscape, the 6 clans of the Western Wasteland remained terrifyingly powerful. They were not merely 6 people standing at the periphery testing Gu Changyuan's techniques, but 6 individuals who could genuinely suffocate the vast majority of this generation's young prodigies. And at this moment 6 were surrounding one. Qi Li stepped over the churning flames, pressing close once more, his beast pupils shining with alarming intensity. Continue. The fist descended straight down. Gu Changyuan raised his palm. Just as the two were about to collide once more, a faint sound of water suddenly echoed from somewhere between the distant mountains and rivers. Splash, a sound so faint. Yet Gu Changyuan's gaze paused for an instant. That long river, which had been forcibly carved into a new channel during the previous exchange, was still flowing. No one guided it, and no power sustained it anymore. It simply flowed forward along the newly split canyon, its waters passing over charred black mountain rocks, rushing onward toward the distance. The fist had arrived before his eyes. Gu Changyuan withdrew his gaze and met it with his right palm. Bang! This time Qi Li's expression changed dramatically. The purple spiritual energy in Gu Changyuan's palm was no greater than before, but at the moment of impact a force far more profound and crushing than the palm strike itself pressed down simultaneously. Like a mountain, Qi Li's shoulders and arms shook violently, the crimson gold beast fire beneath his feet exploding outward on both sides. He was thrust backward more than 10 zhang by the frontal impact, his soul scraping across the battle platform and leaving 2 long scorched trails. The sparks dissipated. Qi Li steadied himself and looked up immediately. On the other side, Gu Changyuan lowered his head to glance at his right hand. With that palm strike, just now he had not summoned the mountain. Yet the mountain's momentum came on its own. Xian Yu was already advancing, his burly frame bearing down with a single step. Thud! The dark ancient mountains descended simultaneously. As the crushing pressure bore down upon him, Gu Changyuan did not raise his hands, only stepping forward. His footfall fell upon the land of mountains and rivers. Boom! The distant peaks all sank in unison. No mountain actually moved, yet the heavy momentum that had been pressing toward Gu Changyuan suddenly collided head-on with another range of even more continuous peaks. Xian Yue, the ancient mountain behind him, shook violently, his broad shoulders and back sliding half a step backward. After regaining his footing, he glanced down at his feet, but did not immediately advance again. Within the Windao mountain, silence also gradually settled at this moment. One palm strike and the mountain's momentum followed. One step and the peaks all sank together. Gu Changyuan stood at the center of the mountains and rivers. He no longer spiritual energy to sustain any particular peak or to guide that long river, yet the very landscape had begun to move according to his will. The black and white jade disc spinning between Bai Yanxio's fingers came to a stop. At that same instant the white mist approached once more from behind Gu Changyuan, and a pale cyan figure glided silently toward him. Gu Changyuan did not turn his head, only taking half a step to the left. The mountain wind happened to sweep through the gap between two peaks, parting the mist in a thin line, causing several overlapping fox shadows to tremble simultaneously. Gu Changyuan turned with the momentum, bringing his right palm down upon one of the pale cyan figures. Tu Shanwan's fox-like eyes narrowed sharply. Her slender waist bent backward almost at the moment the palm edge reached her, the pale, cyan long skirt clinging to her figure. Her toes lightly touched the ground, and she had already retreated several zhang away. Upon landing, she did not move again. The white jade bell remained poised between her fingers, but it made no sound. Through the white mist that had not yet fully dispersed, Tu Shanwan gazed at the white-robed figure standing among the mountains. The last trace of nonchalance in her naturally upturned fox eyes finally vanished. From the heights, several elder cultivators unconsciously sat up straight, and Yi Guhong's fingers gripping the sword scabbard also tightened slightly. Gu Changyuan raised his hand once more. The mountain momentum rose accordingly. He stepped forward half a pace, and the long river surged beneath his feet. There were no new extraordinary phenomena, nor did any larger mountain range manifest out of nothing. Yet the landscape that had originally only been spread across the battle platform seemed to have truly acquired its own breath at this moment. Wherever Gu Changyuan stood, there lay the momentum of the mountains and rivers. The presiding elder stared at this sight for a long, while finally slowly uttering four characters. True essence, extreme realm. The voice was low, yet the entire Windao mountain fell silent at once. Upon the battle platform, Gu Changyuan had already raised his head. Qi Li stood within the flames, Xian Yu had regained his balance, Tu Shanwan stood behind the white mist with her pale cyan skirt gently moving in the wind, and the remaining three parties' auras showed no sign of retreat either. No one yielded. Gu Changyuan's gaze swept over the six. His white robes remained intact, his ink-black hair still bound beneath the crown with only the hem and a few strands of hair rippling gently in the lingering wind. Those clear bright eyes had also returned to calm. Since you have given your all, the youth raised his right hand, his 5 fingers slowly lowering. Then receive my mountains and rivers. Rumble. The entire landscape shuddered as one. In this instant it seemed as though only two sides remained within the frame. On one side 6 young figures all raised their heads simultaneously. On the other, Gu Changyuan in white stood at the heart of the mountains and rivers. The mountain ranges had not moved and the long river still flowed along the canyon, yet all the mountain and river momentum that had previously been scattered throughout the forest's earth and valley beds surged forward simultaneously at the moment Gu Changyuan raised his hand. The mountain wind grew heavy, the earth trembled slightly, and the entire landscape seemed to genuinely press forward. Qi Li and Xian Yu stood at the forefront, the two hesitating not at all, one treading upon flames, the other sinking his shoulders, charging directly to meet it. The remaining 4 auras followed closely behind. At this point no one contested who was faster or should strike first. For the first time all 6 stood together as one. Boom. 2 great momentum forces collided head-on at the center of the battle platform. The blue-black stone platform suddenly sank downward, and ancient patterns around them lit up in clusters. Crimson gold beast fire churned for dozens of zhang, the dark ancient mountains behind Xian Yu shaking until their silhouettes blurred. The white mist was rolled backward by the oncoming mountain wind, with pale cyan fox shadows flickering continuously within. The remaining several forces also pressed all the way to the forefront. The 6 did not retreat. The mountains and rivers also halted. For merely a single breath. They had truly stopped. Among the spectator stands countless people unconsciously held their breath. The 6 clans of the Western Wasteland. They had blocked the true essence extreme realm. Qi Li's feet had already sunk into the battle platform, the fire marks on his brow shining to their utmost limit. Yet when he raised his head, a grin still spread across his fiercely countenance. Is that all? Gu Changyuan did not respond. The youth simply took one step forward. Thud. The footfall was light. In the next moment, the entire Windao mountain seemed to suddenly lose all sound. The mountains and rivers advanced again. Boom. The smile on Qi Li's face froze abruptly, and the beast fire beneath his feet was the first to slide backward. 1 step, 2 steps. The dark ancient mountains behind Xian Yu trembled violently, and his burly figure dragged an increasingly deep trail across the stone surface. The 6 were still holding on. None of their power had collapsed. Yet they could no longer stop that landscape, which continued its advance. Long winds rolled backward, water surges resonated, and layer upon layer of fox shadows drifted backward beneath the onrushing momentum of mountains and rivers. Tu Shanwan's pale cyan skirt hem was lifted high by the wind, her slender waist leaning slightly backward, her long legs retreating step after step, until her soles finally found firm ground once more. On the other side, the black and white jade disc between Bai Yanqiu's fingers suddenly broke loose. He raised his hand to catch it and retreated 2 steps backward himself. Upon the battle platform, all 6 young figures withdrew in unison, step by step, until the circle of ancient patterns behind them, dormant for a long time, lit up successively. The mountains and rivers stopped. The wind and fire also gradually eased. Upon the Windao Mountain, no one spoke anymore. Qi Li's chest rose and fell slowly, and Xianyu lowered his head to glance at the deep scar he had dragged across the ground. Tu Shanwan's hand remained resting on the jade bell, her pale, cyan long skirt gently clinging to her waist in the lingering wind. Those slightly upturned fox eyes swept across the entire battle platform, lingering without shifting for a long time. Bai Yanxiu glanced down at the black and white jade disc in his palm. A moment later he raised his eyes again. I saw it. No one asked him what he had seen. At the center of the battle platform, Gu Changyuan simply stood there. His white robes remained as before. Half of his ink-black hair was bound. Behind him mountains stretched endlessly and the long river surged forward. Just now he had only taken one step forward. The presiding elder's voice finally fell. It ends here. Enough. The presiding elder's voice fell and long moments passed before anyone on the combat platform moved again. The overwhelming mountain and river force that had pressed forward was now still. The crimson gold beast fire gradually subsided, and the fierce winds threading through the peaks settled back into the depths of Wendation. Gu Changyuan stood at the center of the platform, the violet spiritual energy surging through his 12 heavenly meridians, slowly calming to stillness, while the transformed mountains and rivers behind him faded piece by piece. First the distant peaks vanished, then the great river racing along the newly split canyon, and finally even the charred ridge scorched black by beast fire dissolved back into the dark stone surface. Only when the mountain and river illusion completely dispersed did the entire combat platform reappear before their eyes. Wendation seemed somehow quieter than before. The platform was already far from how it had been at the start. Beast fire left by Qi Li had scorched broad swathes of the bluish-black stone to ashen gray, while heavy pressure traces from Xianyu's advance had carved deep fissures radiating outward. Lingering spiritual markings from the collision of wind, water, and other forces intertwined across the surface, and the ancient runes surrounding the platform continued to flicker. Yet what truly held every gaze was none of these. Rather, it was the 6 retreat marks fanning out from the platform's center. Beneath Qi Li's feet, a scorched black trail dragged more than 10 zhang backward. Where Xianyu stood, the marks were even more pronounced, the dark stone cleaved into deep furrows by his weighty steps. The remaining 4 positions bore equally clear traces of retreat, though less dramatic than the 6 paths, all leading backward. And at the center where these marks converged, Gu Changyuan still stood. The youth's white robes remained unmarred, his hem lifting gently in the lingering mountain breeze, his dark hair still half secured beneath his crown as stray strands brushed past his brow before falling back over his shoulders. Without the devastation beneath his feet, it would have been nearly impossible to reconcile the serene youth before them with the 6-against-1 battle that had just unfolded. A fresh mark lay beneath his own feet, pointed in the exact opposite direction of the other 6. Forward. 1 step. Only after a long silence did someone near the platform finally speak in a low voice. They actually retreated. Someone murmured, their gaze fixed on the 6 marks for a long moment, throat bobbing slightly. All 6 of them retreated. At first, only this section spoke, but soon more and more eyes began shifting between the 6 retreat traces and that single forward step beneath Gu Changyuan's feet. It wasn't until someone suddenly recalled that first moment that voices dropped once more. When he told the 6 clans to attack together. The words barely left his mouth before those beside him understood. Gu Changyuan had stood at the platform's center, declared too slow, and commanded the 6 clans of Shihuang to press their full strength against him. How many in the mountains had thought those words too bold no one could recall anymore. Even after all 6 had descended onto the platform simultaneously, many still felt Gu Changyuan was being reckless in his arrogance. Yet now no one dared utter those words again. Because all 6 had truly attacked together. And in the end, no longer fighting as individuals, they had stood as one, pooling their strength to hold back that mountain and river force. They had held it for a single breath. Then Gu Changyuan had simply taken 1 step forward. The 6 had retreated together to the platform's edge. The suppressed murmurs that had filled Wendation finally began to dissipate. Some kept replaying that final coordinated strike of the 6 clans, others fixed their eyes on the forward footprint on the platform, and only when the words, "True Form Ultimate Realm," rang out again from the crowd did nearby voices noticeably drop. Ultimate Realm. The young people gathered here today could hardly be without vision. They had likely heard of it, but hearing was one thing. Witnessing someone break through it in combat was entirely another. Besides, it was only during yesterday's questioning of the image that the mountain and river manifestation had first truly appeared. An elder watched the platform intently for a long while before speaking slowly, questioning the image last night entering the ultimate realm today. Yet even as he said it, his own brow furrowed. No, he added. Several nearby gazes turned toward him. This time the elder did not look at Gu Changyuan, but instead regarded the 6 clans of Shihuang still standing at the platform's edge. If he had merely sat in meditation, he might not have reached this point today. Some were slightly startled. Another elder immediately grasped his meaning. Throughout the entire confrontation, From Qi Li and Xian Yu first entering the mountain and river domain, to wind water fox shadow, and the black-white spiritual lights pressing in together, and finally, to the six crossing over the terrain itself, to besiege Gu Changyuan directly. The original intact mountains and rivers had been utterly reshaped by six completely different forces. Fire had scorched through it. Crushing weight had fractured it. Even the great river had been forced to change its course. It was precisely through these endless cycles of transformation that Gu Changyuan's mountain and river domain had advanced step by step to its final form. Nearby someone finally understood an odd expression crossing their face. They came here to test Gu Changyuan's mountain and river domain. The elder who had spoken first gazed at the platform, then after a pause added, and in doing so they pushed his mountain and river realm into the ultimate. With those words a true silence fell nearby. The looks directed at the six clans of Shihuang shifted accordingly. No one considered them weak simply because they had retreated in the end. On the contrary, it was precisely because the six were strong enough that they had the right to press Gu Changyuan all the way to that position, and it was only because they had truly driven him that far that Gu Changyuan's final step carried such weight. On the other side, Yi Guhong had never joined the discussion from beginning to end. The young man in black still sat with his sword held close. He had been the first to truly step onto the platform and challenge Gu Changyuan today. With a single strike he had left no second move for himself, yet Gu Changyuan had not evaded. It was met head-on before taking that forward step. In that moment Yi Guhong had known he would seek him again. Yet now, gazing at that fresh forward trace at the platform's center, his fingers resting on the scabbard tightened ever so slightly. It was not disappointment nor the sense that this battle had closed all future doors, rather in those ever-quiet eyes a sharper edge had emerged. How to pose the next challenge? He would need to reconsider. Zhang Wuchou also sat in silence. Since the presiding elder had named the true form ultimate realm, the teacup before him had gone untouched. He had witnessed that mountain and river vision during last night's questioning of the image, yet when the three exchanges ended today that domain had not yet fully manifested upon the platform. But now with a single palm stroke the mountain momentum, followed with one step the peaks, all sank together. In merely half a day, everything had changed entirely. Zhang Wuchou lowered his gaze to study the now perfectly still tea in his cup, then raised his head once more, his eyes settling on Gu Changyuan with even greater intensity than after the morning's three exchanges. On the other side, Qin Li's gaze remained fixed on the platform the entire time. Lei Qianjia watched him for some moments before finally breaking the silence. What, still want to fight? Yes. Qin Li didn't even turn his head. Lei Qianjia arched a brow. Only then did Qin Li flash a grin. Even more so now. Lei Qianjia smiled, as well saying nothing more. At the platform's edge, Qi Li finally tore his gaze away from the scorched black retreat mark at his own feet. The qi and blood within him had not yet fully settled, and a faint glow still lingered upon the flame mark between his brows. Yet having truly completed this battle, something in those beast-like pupils had shifted from the beginning. The fighting spirit remained, but now carried a seriousness born only from real combat. He looked toward Gu Changyuan, once more silent for a moment. This round you win. Gu Changyuan met his gaze. I thank you for the lesson. Xian Yu followed somewhat behind. He offered no judgment on victory or defeat, spoke nothing further, and only paused briefly beside the deep furrows he had carved, glancing down before raising his eyes again. His gaze crossed the platform, lingering for a moment at the place where Gu Changyuan had manifested the mountain and river domain, then he continued forward. Today they had lost, and that was that. Yet the outcome of a single contest was far from enough to make them believe their paths had reached their end. With that, the six clans of Shihuang had all stepped down from the platform. Gu Changyuan likewise made no effort to remain. After the youth turned away, his purple sea of qi still churned faintly, and the spiritual energy within his 12 heavenly meridians was far calmer than it appeared on the surface, yet none of this showed in his bearing. His white robes remained pristine. His dark hair stayed bound. His frame tall and upright. He simply walked along the space between the six retreat marks, making his way off the platform. Though some of the younger attendees still harbored fighting spirit in their eyes, not a single one rose until Gu Changyuan had fully stepped away from the platform. It was not fear. Those gathered here today would not let seeing a peer of such caliber extinguish their resolve to draw their swords or throw their punches. It was simply that today there was no need to ask again. Yi Guhong had already posed his challenge with a single sword strike. Zhang Wuchou had contested with 3 exchanges. The 6 clans of Shihuang had pushed further, still testing the mountain and river domain all the way to their combined full strength. What needed to be seen had been made clear enough. Gu Changyuan returned to his seat. Lei Qianjia had watched him closely from the moment he sat down, his eyes finally settling on the pristine white robes. 6 people surrounded you for so long. How come you look exactly the same as when you went up? Gu Changyuan lifted his teacup. What difference should there be? Lei Qianjia was momentarily speechless. Qin Lai had already burst out laughing beside them. Gu Changyuan paid them no mind, simply lowering his head to take a sip of tea. Others soon returned to the platform. One testing a blade, another trying a sword, and some taking advantage of this rare gathering to challenge peers they had only heard of before. Yet throughout the rest of the morning, no matter how many faces appeared and disappeared on the bluish-black platform, the reverberations of that 6 versus 1 confrontation never truly faded. Occasionally someone would glance up, their gaze drifting past the platform to land upon the same spot. That white-robed figure had returned to his seat, quietly sipping tea. As if the confrontation that had shaken Wendaishan mere moments before was but one among many encounters of the day. Afternoon. The final contest concluded. The bluish-black platform slowly sank with a deep rumble from within the mountain, and the ancient runes that had gleamed all day extinguished one by one. The window banquet resumed with spirit fruits and fine wine all replenished, while sunlight slanted down from beyond the sea of clouds, casting a pale golden glow across the entire terrace. After everyone took their seats once more, many eyes did not rest on the tables before them, but naturally drifted toward the very front, where one seat still remained empty. It bore no ornate canopy, nor any deliberate jade and gold adornments to proclaim status. Even the style of its table differed little from those on either side. The sole distinction was that it sat half a step ahead of all the younger guests' positions. Yesterday this seat had remained vacant throughout. No one had claimed it. No one had sat there. Yet today, as the banquet reconvened, many glanced at the empty seat before almost simultaneously turning their gaze toward the same direction. The presiding elder descended slowly from his elevated position, coming to a halt only beside that vacant seat. Turning, the elder surveyed the entire cloud terrace. Through the heart-questioning, path-questioning, and image-questioning of last night, coupled with the genuine confrontations among peers today, merely a day and a night had passed. Yet many here had already formed new understandings of their own paths, and truly comprehended how far those names once heard only in rumor had actually advanced. He did not speak at length. Yesterday 3 questionings, today a contest of arms. The scattered whispers in the mountains gradually fell silent. This seat upon Wendaishan recognizes neither one's origins nor one's province. The victors and vanquished of today will likewise not determine the heights each of you shall reach in life. None present showed any surprise at these words. Those privileged enough to sit here ought to possess such conviction. The presiding elder offered no further sermon, merely turning slightly to cast a glance at the seat that had remained empty throughout the entire Wendao banquet. A banquet always has its order of precedence. Whoever leads today shall take the foremost seat. With those words, the entire cloud terrace fell still. But unlike yesterday, no one hesitated to guess this time. Gaze after gaze naturally drifted toward the same direction. The presiding elder looked in that direction as well. Gu Changyuan. A breath of pause. Take the first seat. No deliberation followed, nor any recounting of today's deeds. For the answer was already written upon the platform. Gu Changyuan set down his wine cup and rose. His white robes fell naturally with his movement. The youth stepped from his seat and walked toward the very front. The distance of dozens of paces was not great, yet as that white-robed figure advanced, the sounds of the entire cloud terrace gradually dimmed. Seated on both sides were those who had questioned heart, path, and image alongside him the night before, and who had truly stepped upon that platform today to contend with peers. Yi Guhong rested his sword across his knees, his gaze following Gu Changyuan's passage. Zhang Wuqiu set down his teacup with gentle care. On the other side, Qi Li Xianyuetushan Wan by Yinxiu and the remaining prodigies of Shihuang offered no word. Qin Lai's eyes still burned with unquenched fighting spirit, while Lei Qianjia idly rotated his wine cup between his fingers. No one needed to say it's your turn. Nor did anyone rise at this moment to contest supremacy once more. For everything that needed to be asked today had already been settled upon the platform. Gu Changyuan walked thus through row after row of young figures. He did not pause. He did not look back. On the first day of the Wendao banquet, when he had ascended from the mountain's base, many had for the first time truly etched Gu Changyuan's name into their memories. And today, amidst all the prodigies of the mountain, that white-robed figure advanced past every seat until reaching the very front. After dozens of paces, Gu Changyuan came to a halt. Behind him stood all the guests who had attended this day's feast. Before him sat the chair that had remained empty since the banquet began. The youth turned, took his seat. His white robes draping naturally from before the chair, the mountain wind, threading through the sea of clouds, stirred only a few strands of dark hair at his temples. The entire cloud terrace remained still. In this moment no one objected. No one needed to step forward to acknowledge it. The presiding elder glanced at the youth in the first seat, then after a moment raised his hand. Begin the feast. The fragrance of wine drifted once more into the mountain breeze. At first, from some unnamed seat, someone raised their cup. Soon the gesture spread from one seat to the next. Yi Guhong, Zhang Wuqiu, the 6 clans of Shihuang, and all who had truly graced the platform today raised their cups in turn. In mere moments, every seat had risen. At the foremost position, Gu Changyuan regarded each lifted cup before lifting his own. He said nothing, merely offered a toast to all assembled from afar, then tilted his head and drank deeply. Every prodigy upon the mountain turned to watch. Today he took his seat. Before him no other place remained. Gu Changyuan set the wine cup back on the table. The lingering resonance of toasts across the banquet had not yet dissipated when from the other side the elder of Tianji, Lu, rose slowly. The elder did not speak, only raising his hand to lift the black scroll that had rested beside him all along. Rustling, the scroll unfurled to both sides. Mount Wendao, which had gradually relaxed as the banquet began, fell silent in an instant. Gazes swept across the seating area, converging on the blank space at the scroll's summit. That position remained empty. On the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, Tianji Lu had brought this very scroll to Yunshu themselves. After the 12 heavenly veins of Wentian Terrace manifested in the world, Tianji Lu had been willing to inscribe his name upon it, but Gu Changyuan himself had chosen to leave the top position vacant. Subsequently, word of this matter spread throughout the realm alongside news of the coming-of-age ceremony, reaching even Mount Wendao. Discussion continued. Now that the Young Genius Banquet had finally concluded, the title that had remained empty for 18 years was once again placed before everyone's eyes. The elder held aloft the scroll and let his gaze sweep slowly across the mountain's seating arrangements. Wentian Terrace reflects one's foundations. The Young Genius record chronicles rivalry. Many present had heard these words before. The elder offered no further explanation of how the rankings were determined, nor did he recount each contest from today. Instead, he cast a single glance toward the cyan-black arena that had sunk into the mountain's interior. 3 inquiries last night. Today's contests. The entire mountain bears witness. It was enough. The black scroll rose accordingly, suspended above Mount Wendao. Across the dark scroll, rows of names in deep gold began to glow faintly. Many young people present could spot their own names among them. As had happened whenever such scrolls appeared before, some would check for themselves first while others examined who had recently been added ahead or behind them. But this time was different. Nearly every gaze bypassed those familiar names, entirely fixed instead on the very top. Mountain winds swept past, causing the scroll to ripple gently. The elder of Tianji, Lu, raised his hand. A jade brush flew forth from his sleeve, hovering before the scroll's surface. Mount Wendao gradually fell silent. At last the jade brush descended. No anomalies manifested. The golden brush tip traced across the black scroll inch by inch beneath the weight of the mountain's gaze. One stroke after another until the final stroke was drawn back. In that space empty for 18 years, 3 characters finally appeared. Gu Changyuan. The black scroll shuddered faintly. The golden script solidified completely. No one spoke immediately. On the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, Chun Zhao had asked, "Until when will this position remain vacant?" At that time, Gu Changyuan had replied with only 4 words. "Until they yield." Now no one asked again. Yi Guhong had personally challenged him with a single sword strike today. Jiang Wuchen had retreated half a step on the arena. The 6 clans of the Western Wasteland had only just descended from that same arena. As for those who had witnessed everything from last night until now, they could only raise their eyes to gaze at those 3 golden characters. Whether the top position could be claimed no longer required Tianji Lu to offer any justification. The elder withdrew his jade brush. His aged voice then spread across Mount Wendao. The Qihai Realm Young Genius Record. Top rank, Gu Changyuan. Only after these words fell did the suppressed discussions begin to rise once more from every corner of the seating area. Some still gazed upward at those 3 characters. Others had already drawn out communication jade talismans to send the newly finalized ranking beyond the mountain. Few could claim a seat on Mount Wendao today. Yet from the moment this scroll circulated to all corners, whoever looked upon the Young Genius record would no longer find it empty. Gu Changyuan sat in the foremost seat. He raised his gaze for a moment, then let it fall. Whether it be the highest seat or the top of the Young Genius record, all it did was formally seal what had already transpired that day. Behind him, Gu Tianlin also glanced at the top rank. Only after those 3 characters had fully solidified did he turn his head. "You've done well." Gu Changyuan looked toward his father. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Gu Tianlim said no more. With just those words it was sufficient. The elder of Tianji, Lu, raised his hand. The black scroll suspended midair slowly folded inward. A faint tremor suddenly rose from below. At first few noticed. Some in the seating area still whispered about the new ranking, while others were transmitting messages outward via jade talismans. Only when the wine and cups on the tables rippled simultaneously did more people lower their heads. Gu Changyuan too glanced at the wine vessel before him. The ripples had not yet settled when the Wendao wall illuminated. The wall surface, quiet since the conclusion of last night's 3 inquiries, suddenly showed old traces glowing faintly on their own. Those lights ignited sequentially from deep within the stone wall. No one touched them, yet they seemed drawn by some unseen force, all converging in one direction. Southeast of the central province. At that moment all sound on Mount Wendao ceased entirely. The elder of Tianji, Lu, paused, his hand still suspended as he prepared to close the scroll. He glanced down at his waist. A bronze medallion was emitting a faint glow. The needle upon it rotated half a circle on its own, shuddered briefly, then locked steadily toward the southeast. Nearly simultaneously, Gu Tianlin, the white-browed elder of Chongqing Academy, and the senior figures from every faction lifted their eyes. The younger cultivators, still confused about what was occurring, soon followed their gaze toward the distance. "What's happening?" someone whispered. No one answered, for the distant horizon was already brightening. It was not sunlight. A stream of spiritual light rose from the southeast of the central province. It began as a mere thread, but intensified rapidly. Massive cloud formations lit from below by that spiritual radiance parted slowly to either side. Even the wind that had swept over Mount Windao shifted direction within mere breaths. Whoosh! Banners across the mountain flared toward the southeast in unison. The young genius record, moments ago the center of everyone's attention, was now largely ignored. Every gaze drifted past the scroll, fixed instead upon the heavens. The spiritual light continued rising. Within the illuminated clouds, a colossal silhouette began to take shape. At first, only a corner emerged. Then beams and faint ancient patterns on either side gradually materialized from the light, ultimately outlining an ancient gate that had not yet fully manifested. Though distant from Mount Windao, the moment that silhouette truly appeared on the horizon, the atmosphere across the entire mountain shifted. The younger cultivators, who had just been discussing the new rankings, slowly rose to their feet. More still did not understand what the gate signified, yet they recognized something extraordinary in the reactions of those around them. The elder of Tianji Lu gazed fixedly toward the southeast for a long while. The bronze medallion at his waist continued to glow. Beside him, the white-browed elder of Chongqing Academy had already reached the edge of the cloud platform. Only when the gate between the clouds grew another degree clearer did the elder of Tianji Lu finally utter 4 words. "The ancient realm of myriad DAOs." His voice was low, yet silence descended suddenly around them. Some, clearly familiar with the name, showed visible shifts in expression as those words fell. Most offered no questions, merely raising their eyes once more toward the distance. For that gate continued manifesting. Spiritual light spread onward across the southeast of the central province. Ancient patterns multiplied above the portal, emerging from the clouds. Even the peak of Mount Windao was bathed in a faint luminescence from the distant radiance. The young genius record just settled moments before still hovered in the air. The 3 golden characters at its summit remained clearly visible. Yet at this moment few still bothered to look. Gu Changyuan, too, raised his gaze. Mountain wind swept in from the southeast, lifting the corner of his white robes. He watched the gate between the clouds and mist grow ever more distinct. He did not speak. On Mount Windao, an increasing number had risen to their feet. And in the distance, that ancient gate continued manifesting. After that name fell, the rising clamor upon Mount Windao, barely a moment old, was suddenly severed, as though by an invisible blade. Every gaze shifted once more toward the southeast of Zhongzhou. The ancient radiance in the distance had not yet dispersed. Amidst surging clouds and rosy mists, only a corner of the ethereal gateway took shape. Yet it was enough to make the spiritual energy within countless young cultivators tremble, as though brushed by some dormant resonance of the Tao long buried in oblivion. Someone asked in a low voice, "What is the 10,000 Paths ancient realm?" An elder cultivator beside him did not answer immediately, for many had merely heard the name whispered in passing. Those who had truly witnessed its opening were long buried in the annals of ancient years. The white-browed elder of the Chongqing Academy stood at the cliff's edge, gazing toward the distant radiance, and after a long silence spoke slowly. "It has not yet truly opened. The ancient realm is merely stirring its gates, projecting an ethereal shadow." The elder of Tianji Tower folded his jade register, his voice deepening. "Were all to proceed without mishap, the ancient gates will achieve full stability within perhaps some months' time." This revelation spread through Mount Windao, and the mountain could no longer remain at ease. For ordinary cultivators, a month's span still held much to accomplish. But for imperial bloodlines, ancient sects, established clans, and the myriad demon spirit races, that brief interval sufficed only to dispatch messages, muster forces, and prepare supplies, or even merely to settle matters of life and death within a secret realm. Waves of transmission light soon soared from every seat of prominence. Some streaked toward the ancestral grounds of imperial clans, others toward the mountain gates of ancient sects, and several transformed into crimson blood talismans of the demon spirit races, piercing through the western wastelands toward the clouds. From the sword sect's seating area, a blade light also surged skyward, sweeping far toward the eastern Xian realm. The Mount Windao that had just erupted with fervor over the youthful talents record was drawn once more into a deeper, more consuming tide. The young talents ban was but a contest among the newest generation. Yet once the 10,000 Paths ancient realm truly opened, the stakes would reach far beyond the rankings of contemporaries. Gu Changyuan stood before the Gu clan's seating, gazing toward the ancient ethereal gateway looming in the distance. His robes stirred gently in the spiritual tide, his expression remaining composed and calm. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the reverberations of the heavenly destiny wheels had long since fallen silent. Yet the fresh tracery of patterns newly emerged along the outer rim of the Zhongzhou destiny ring still shimmered faintly within his perception. This was no ordinary pull of fortune and providence. It felt more like something buried deep within the oldest epochs, reaching across boundless mountains and rivers to tap gently upon his destiny wheel. He observed the sight quietly for a moment, then lowered his gaze. The young talent's ban upon Mount Wendao had concluded, yet no one present harbored any interest in continuing polite exchanges. The Gu clan's cloud-patterned carriage rested beyond the cloud terrace, while attendant elders and younger clansmen gradually drew together. As Gu Changyuan followed Gu Tianlin outward, their path led them past the very edge of the western viewing district. His steps faltered slightly. Several familiar figures remained there. Lin Shuiyue stood at the periphery of the crowd, holding Zhao Xue close. Qian Shaolu bore upon his face a struggle between uncontainable excitement and palpable nervousness. Ning Xiaoman still gripped half a pastry in her hand, gazing upward toward the distant spiritual radiance, as though emerging from a daze of astonishment. Not far from them, Han Zhao and Lu Qingheng also stood watching. Neither wore a favorable countenance. Gu Changyuan passed before them without pause, without so much as a glance. No cold disdain. No mockery either. He had truly let those old grievances slip from his mind entirely, and that indifference only made their discomfort sharper still. Gu Changyuan walked directly toward Lin Shuiyue, Ning Xiaoman, and Qian Shaolu. Upon seeing him approach, Lin Shuiyue tightened her grip around Zhao Xue. She had already prepared to offer her respects, but Gu Changyuan spoke first. Miss Lin. That form of address remained the one he had used during their passage through Qinghai Ferry. A trace of reserve lifted from Lin Shuyue's eyes as she replied softly, "Young Master Gu." Gu Changyuan said, "We traveled the same road together at Qinghai Ferry. There is no need for such formal distance." Lin Shuyue cast a downward glance at Zhao Xue, resting in her embrace. Zhao Xue poked his fluffy little head out, cast a glance at Gu Changyuan, and quickly withdrew it once more. "That journey, our inviting you to travel alongside us, was presumptuous on our part." Lin Shuyue's voice was gentle. "Considering it now, it feels somewhat like a dream." Gu Changyuan replied, "We shared the road, and that is enough. Do not overthink it." Qian Shaolu could contain himself no longer, and stepped forward eagerly, his face brimming with excitement as he desperately tried to appear dignified. "Young Master Gu, might I? Well, if anyone asks in the future, may I say that I once traveled alongside you?" Lin Shuyue gave him a glance. Qian Shaolu hurried to explain, "I won't exaggerate wildly nor boast without cause. Only mention it occasionally." Gu Changyuan regarded him and said, "Granted." Qian Shaolu's eyes lit up instantly. "Truly, you grant this?" Gu Changyuan nodded. Qian Shaolu appeared as though he had stumbled upon the greatest providence imaginable, barely able to restrain the joy spreading across his face. Ning Xiaoman hastily pressed a step forward as well. "May I say it too?" Gu Changyuan turned his gaze toward her. Ning Xiaoman held up her half-eaten pastry and said earnestly, "I won't exaggerate either. I'll simply tell anyone who asks whether I've ever met someone extraordinary. I can say yes." A faint smile surfaced in Gu Changyuan's eyes. "Granted." Ning Xiaoman's face broke into a bright smile. Her laughter was genuine and light, as though the weight of today's revelations, top talents, the 6 demon spirit races, the 10,000 paths ancient realm, had not yet settled upon her shoulders. When the aura of the ancient realm had swept across Mount Wendao earlier, a trace of subtle fluctuation seemed to have touched Ning Xiaoman as well. But it was swift, faint, almost like an illusion. Gu Changyuan had noticed, yet chose not to mention it. This was hardly the place or time for such matters. Ning Xiaoman took a bite of her pastry and suddenly asked, "Young Master Gu, will you be going into that 10,000 paths ancient realm as well?" Qian Shaolu immediately shot her a look. "Why do you ask everything?" Ning Xiaoman murmured, "I'm just curious." Gu Changyuan looked toward the distance. "I may go." Ning Xiaoman nodded as though understanding, then paused thoughtfully before saying earnestly, "Then I look forward to meeting you again under better circumstances." She spoke casually, almost childishly. Yet for some reason those words fell upon Gu Changyuan's ears like a slender thread, gently tugged at some hidden point in the distance where nothing had yet revealed itself. Gu Changyuan offered a quiet nod. "I look forward to it as well." Qian Shaolu, standing nearby, couldn't help but remark, "That line sounded surprisingly dignified." Ning Xiaoman mumbled through her pastry, "I always am dignified." Lin Shuiyue couldn't help but smile. Gu Changyuan lingered no longer, simply saying to them all, "Take care, everyone." Lin Shuiyue replied softly, "You as well, young Master Gu." Gu Changyuan turned and departed. It was only after his figure had grown distant that Qian Shaolu exhaled a long breath. "Did I just speak with the number 1 young talent of the banquet?" Ning Xiaoman, chewing her pastry, nodded. "Yes." Qian Shaolu asked again, "And he said I could claim I traveled with him?" Ning Xiaoman continued nodding. Qian Shaolu pressed a hand to his chest. "I feel I could boast about this for the rest of my life." The Gu clan's cloud-patterned carriage rose gently, clouds unfolding beneath it as it carried its occupants away from Mount Wendao. Inside the carriage, Gu Qingge sat beside Gu Changyuan, still carrying a trace of unease. Brother. Gu Changyuan glanced at her. Yes. Gu Chinga asked quietly. Will you truly enter that ancient realm? Gu Changyuan did not answer immediately. She already knew his response. Gu Chinga pressed her lips together. Then come back safely. Gu Changyuan reached out and ruffled her hair. I will. Yun Jiwei watched the siblings, her eyes soft with tenderness, and yet a faint trace of worry lingered beneath. Gu Tianlin sat across from them, gazing out at the ancient radiance that still had not fully faded beyond the carriage walls. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Yuan, the 10,000 Paths ancient realm has remained closed for countless ages. Its reappearance now suggests that this generation indeed carries something different. Gu Changyuan nodded. I understand. Gu Tianlin studied him steadily. Upon returning to the clan, several ancestral elders will speak with you in detail. Gu Changyuan replied. I will await their guidance. The carriage pierced through the clouds and departed. Mount Wendao gradually faded into the distance behind them. By the time the Gu clan carriage entered Yunshu Imperial City, a faint residual glow of the ancient realm still lingered above the heavens. That light poured forth from the southeast of Zhongzhou, crossing countless mountains and rivers until it settled above the Gu clan ancestral temple, casting a thin ethereal glow upon each ancient palace, as though draped in a whisper of the Tao itself. As Gu Changyuan stepped from the carriage, he raised his gaze toward the ancestral temple. There a row of ancient lamps burned in tranquil silence. Gu Jiuxiao, Gu Xuanwei, and several clan elders waited within the hall. The young talent's ban upon Mount Wendao had ended, but the true golden age was only now pushing open its door. Gu Changyuan stood amidst the winds of Yunshu Imperial City, his white robes still and serene. His path need not be rushed, but he would walk it. As Gu Changyuan entered the ancestral hall, a row of ancient lamps burned quietly within. Their flames were dim, yet seemed as though they had been burning for many years. The bluestone floor was bathed in a warm, aged glow. On the hall walls, ancestral portraits half hidden in mist obscured their faces, revealing only those figures. Some with hands clasped behind their backs, others wielding weapons, still others standing before mountains and rivers. The ancestral hall differed from the Divine Prince Pavilion. The Divine Prince Pavilion was tranquil, a place for cultivating the Tao. The ancestral hall was heavy with weight. All the old years of this clan pressed upon it. Gu Jiuxiao stood before the hall, his black gold battle halberd leaning beside him. The halberd's edge was silent, yet it radiated an ominous presence that deterred all who approached. Gu Xianwei sat behind the ancient lamps, a jade scroll placed before him. Gu Xianlai and several clan elders were also present. Gu Xuanlia, who in days past loved nothing more than to trade barbs with ancestor Jiuxiao, was curiously silent this time. After entering the hall, Changyuan bowed to the senior elders. Grandfather, great-grandfather. Ancestor Jiuxiao glanced back at him, his expression devoid of any obvious warmth, his tone still harsh. First place at the heavenly prodigy banquet. You haven't disgraced the family at least. Chinga, standing beside Yun Jiwei, smiled faintly. She understood her grandfather. His harsh words masked his pride. Coming from him, that amounted to praise. Changyuan merely smiled and said nothing. Elder Xianwei raised his hand, and the jade scroll before him unfolded on its own. Ancient luminescence rose from the pages, first revealing a hazy landscape of mountains and rivers, then deep within it, an ancient gateway emerged. The gate opened only a sliver. Beyond it, countless ruins of the Tao swirled, but they were quickly shrouded in mist, leaving only an aura of profound ancient depth. This is a record from our clan's ancient scrolls concerning the Myriad Paths ancient realm. The Myriad Paths ancient realm has not opened in long ages. It is no ordinary secret realm, not merely a matter of entering to seize a few spirit herbs or magical artifacts, and claiming it as one's fortune. He looked toward Changyuan. What truly draws all parties to contend is the foundation of the Tao Palace realm. Chinga asked softly, Great-grandfather, is that palace origin meant for opening the heavenly palace? Elder Xianwei glanced at her without reproach. It is not merely for opening the heavenly palace. It affects the very foundation of the entire Tao Palace realm. Even ancestor Jiuxiao showed rare patience. At the heavenly meridian realm, one opens the heavenly meridians. At the Qi Si realm, one nourishes the Qi Si. At the Tao Palace realm, one establishes the Tao Palace. Many believe the earlier realms are but a beginning. But only those who walk far enough will understand. The early stages are the foundation. If one heavenly meridian is missing, if the Qi Si is shallower by a fraction, if the Tao Palace foundation is weaker by even a thread, then the Dharma idol and Tao domain that follow will each lack a measure of certainty. The words were blunt yet weighty. Elder Xianwei continued. One cannot open the heavenly palace merely upon entering the Tao Palace realm. Upon first entering the Tao Palace realm, one must first build the palace foundation. Only when that foundation is solid can the palace shadow gestate. And only then in due time can one truly open the heavenly palace. The greatest treasure of the Myriad Paths ancient realm lies within. It contains palace origins, Tao marks, and the hidden essence of the heavenly palace. To obtain even one of these may influence the thickness of one's palace foundation, the strength of one's palace shadow, and even the ultimate ceiling of one's heavenly palace opening. Speaking thus, the scene upon the jade scroll suddenly shifted. The mist dispersed, revealing a figure standing before layered palace complexes. The figure's robes billowed in the wind, their face blurred by the passage of ages, yet behind them 9 layers of heavenly palace phantoms unfolded in succession. Even but a fragmentary echo within the jade scroll was enough to press upon the hearts of the younger generation in the hall. Elder Xianwei spoke, the 7th ancestor of our clan, Gu Changyuan. Changyuan gazed at that figure. He had heard this name in the clan's ancient histories. Among so many ancestral predecessors, not every name was worthy of being recalled through the ages. Only one who had truly stood firm in their era could leave such an echo within the ancestral hall's jade scroll. In the generation of the 7th ancestor, the myriad paths ancient realm had once opened. That era boasted no shortage of heavenly prodigies. Among the imperial clan's ancient sects and demon spirit lineages, there were those of astonishing brilliance. Yet when the 7th ancestor entered the ancient realm, they did not single-handedly overshadow all beneath the heavens. Elder Xianwei paused deliberately. An age of great flourishing was never a one-man performance. To portray the 7th ancestor as crushing all others alone would be to diminish their true stature. He continued, yet from the myriad paths ancient realm, they secured a pivotal palace origin. When they later opened their heavenly palaces, they achieved 9 heavenly palaces. Upon hearing this, Qing's eyes widened slightly. Elder Xuanlia's voice grew grave. In that era, 8 palaces was already supreme. 9 was exceedingly rare. After the 7th ancestor completed their 9 palaces in full, their name shook the central plains. From that day forward, none could speak of that generation's prodigies without mentioning their name. A moment of silence fell upon the hall. A truly great age would of course not shine through a single person alone. Yet 9 complete palaces was enough to make one name weigh upon the hearts of an entire generation. Ancestor Jiuxiao turned to Changyuan. Now you understand why all parties grow anxious, do you not? Changyuan nodded. The Dao Palace determines the Heavenly Palace, and the Heavenly Palace determines one's path ahead. Satisfaction flickered in Elder Xuanwei's eyes. Precisely so. This is why the clan wishes for you to enter the myriad paths ancient realm. With such an opportunity now manifesting in the world, the young master of this clan cannot possibly turn away. But bear in mind, the greater the opportunity, the more carefully one must maintain one's composure and pace. Ancestor Jiuxiao stepped forward and laid a hand upon Changyuan's shoulder, his tone lowering. Those upstarts out there will likely throw themselves into desperation once they return. The Qing clan's War Blood Pool, the Shunshao Thunder Sect's 9 Heavens Thunder Pool, the Jiang clan's Destiny Ancient Steely, the Luo clan's Phoenix Nest, all will awaken. They are rushed because they have reason to be. Many of them already stand at the threshold of the Qi-Si realm, separated from breakthrough by but a single step. Pausing here, he looked at Changyuan. You are different. Changyuan listened in silence. You opened 12 heavenly meridians at the heavenly meridian realm, achieved perfection in the 2nd stage of the Qi-Si realm, and your landscape true form already took shape. Your path is wider than others, but so too is the burden upon your shoulders. That your true form has begun to manifest does not mean your Qi-Si is full. Your Qi-Si must still deepen, your landscape must still stabilize. To forcibly break through merely to catch the myriad paths ancient realm, that might be worthwhile for others, but for you it is not. I understand, Changyuan replied. Elder Xianwei closed the jade scroll and shifted his gaze from Changyuan to the other young clansmen in the hall. Among the younger generation, Gu Changyuan was present along with Qinzhou Yanizhaya and Yunxi. Xian remained as composed as ever. Qinzhou wore a quiet expression, and Yani, usually quick with a witty remark, was unusually subdued. Zhaoye stood at the edge of the lamplight like a wisp of shadow, nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Nearby, Yunxi had also arrived. Today she wore a pale cloud-colored gown, its cuffs embroidered with the faintest traces of dawn clouds, giving her an air of gentle radiance. Noticing Changyuan's gaze fall upon her, she offered him a soft smile. Changyuan, I heard about the battle at Wentao Mountain. My cousin keeps well informed, Changyuan said. Yunxi's smile deepened. At present, I dare say few in the entire Central Plains move slowly when it comes to news. She offered no flattering words as others might have. Instead, she simply looked at him, her tone growing gentler. It is good that you have returned. Those words were soft, yet carried the warmth of long familiarity. Changyuan recalled those small tokens she had sent him in his youth. They were hardly world-shaking treasures, but they carried the genuine warmth of distant kin. The ancestral realm of mountains and rivers was profoundly still. After Gu Changyuan stepped into it, what he heard first was not the wind nor the water, but the slow surging sound from the depths of his Qi-Si. The mountains and rivers ahead stood silent, as if they had long awaited his arrival. They revealed no majesty, emitted no light, yet draped the world with an aura so ancient it bordered on stillness. After the battle at Wandao Mountain, that purple chi sea had grown denser and deeper than before. Within its depths, the true image of mountains and rivers concealed itself. Mountain ranges, great rivers, and scattered lights that had once been mere illusions now possessed substance. Yet it had not fully stabilized, resembling a mountain range just emerging from mist, taking shape, but still lacking roots that could anchor it to the earth. Gu Changyuan did not rush forward. Footsteps followed behind him as the younger generation of the Gu clan entered one by one. Once within the ancestral realm, each person beheld something different. Some saw fragmented formation patterns drifting across the river's surface, others glimpsed ancient beast shadows gliding through the deep forest. Still others, barely having crossed the threshold, found their forms swallowed by tree shadows, absorbed as though the realm itself had claimed them. The ancestral realm of mountains and rivers does not offer everyone the same path. It is like an ancient mirror. Each who enters sees their own Dao reflected back. Gu Xian halted before a cliff face. At its midpoint ran a single blade scar. Though shallow, it carried the sense of someone having cleaved a thread of heaven and earth from the ancient stone. Gu Xian did not draw his blade immediately. He stood there for a long while, his palm gradually pressing against the hilt. The old scar held no radiance, yet it carried an aura of overwhelming ferocity. As though the blade had been buried in the stone for countless years, its momentum still not fully dissipated. On the other side, Gu Yunshi stood before a gentle slope. Before her lay neither blade scars nor formation patterns, only a stretch of clouds rippling softly. The clouds were pale, yet seemed to rise from the depths of mountains and rivers, drifting faintly around the hem of her skirt. When she reached out to touch them, the wisps scattered through her fingers, only to reform once more in the distance. She made no haste to claim it. Instead, she slowed her breathing, allowing the cloud formation to draw near and drift away again and again. Meanwhile, Gu Changyuan withdrew his gaze and continued slowly along the riverbank. His steps were unhurried, yet with each one the mountains and rivers within his chi sea stirred faintly. Upon Wandao Mountain, he had once manifested the true image of mountains and rivers, 3 zhang before him, suppressing the 6 clans of demon spirits. In those days, the mountains and rivers were edged in sharp nests projecting outward, a nascent form forged from the power of those 6 clans. But now within the ancestral realm, the mountains and rivers made no claim against him, pressed no weight upon him. It simply rested in stillness, as though waiting for him to understand on his own. The mountains and rivers should not merely display themselves outwardly. A mountain must have roots. A river must find its way to the sea. He came to a low hill beside which a small river wound past, its waters clear and shallow enough to reveal the sandy bottom. Gu Changyuan sat by the bank and gently placed his hand upon the ground. In that instant, the true image of mountains and rivers surfaced from his chi sea. This time it did not spread forth 3 zhang before him. Instead, it rose slowly from behind him and gradually sank back into the depths of his chi sea. The purple chi sea churned. As the mountain shadow descended, the entire sea seemed weighed down by an ancient peak, and the waves that had once rolled outward began gathering toward greater depths. The great river descended in turn. Its waters did not collide with the purple sea, but instead flowed along the tide, as though at last finding their destination. Gu Changyuan closed his eyes. Within the depths of his chi sea, he saw the mountains and rivers no longer drifting, but taking root slowly. Beneath the ranges, countless intricate patterns descended into the purple sea. At the rivers, in the waters connected with the tidal currents. Lights from the mortal realm scattered among the mountains and rivers. Initially few and faint, but as the landscape settled into place, they grew brighter against the night. This was not a breakthrough in cultivation realm. Yet it mattered more than ordinary breakthroughs, for from this moment onward, the true image of mountains and rivers was no longer merely an external phenomenon. It was truly becoming part of his chi sea. Within the ancestral realm, the river flowed gently. In the distance, a low mountain hum arose suddenly. Gu Xian finally drew his blade. The flash of steel struck the cliff face without sending up a single splinter of stone, yet the ancient scar absorbed it silently. His face paled, and he stepped back half a pace, but he did not cease. The second strike came swiftly after, steadier than the first. The cliff remained silent, and the blade scar unchanged, yet Gu Xian's grip on his sword had grown firmer. On another gentle slope, Gu Yunshi sat alone amid the clouds, her sleeves lifted by a light breeze. The mists of the ancestral realm scattered at her touch, yet gathered again beside her. She slowed her breath further, and at last the cloud formation lingered in her palm for an instant, a wisp of energy still taking shape. Her gaze softened as she watched that glow. She made no effort to refine or claim it, simply letting it circle her body in gentle currents. The ancestral realm offers no direct blessings. It reveals only the paths within each heart, leaving you to walk them alone. Gu Changyuan remained undisturbed by all the activity around him. Seated by the river, his consciousness drifted into his chi sea, where the true image of mountains and rivers settled ever more firmly. At first, the landscape still trembled slightly with the tidal currents. As moments passed, the peaks stilled, and the great rivers fell into rhythm with the sea. He felt his 12 celestial veins glowing faintly within. Like ancient pathways connecting heaven and earth, the 12 celestial veins no longer merely emptied into his chi sea. They resonated with the mountains and rivers stirring within its depths. Within the ancestral hall, patriarch Xianwei had spoken of each early step as laying foundation. Only now, gazing inward at his own body, did Gu Changyuan truly understand the weight of those words. The celestial veins, the chi sea, and the mountains and rivers were never separate paths meant to stand apart. They belonged woven together. If the first realm of celestial veins had been incomplete, the integration of mountains and rivers today would lack essential support. Without a sufficiently profound chi sea, these mountains and rivers would have nowhere to settle. Yet the 12 celestial veins, the purple chi sea, and the true image of the landscape were all too powerful. They were so formidable that they did not entirely yield to one another. This was no conflict. It was more like several great rivers converging toward the same destination, still awaiting a central axis to bind them. At that very moment, deep within Gu Changyuan's consciousness, the wheel of all destinies, long dormant, began to turn with the faintest trace. Not a whisper of spiritual pressure escaped. The ancestral realm sensed nothing. Neither Patriarch Xianwei nor Patriarch Jiuxiao beyond its boundaries could detect it. That subtle movement existed solely within Gu Changyuan's own inner world. Yet that single thread seemed to gather every scattered current into alignment. Celestial veins returned to the sea, mountains and rivers returned to the sea, all phenomena converged into unity. Gu Changyuan's spirit shuddered ever so slightly. The wheel of all destinies had always lain hidden in the deepest recesses of his consciousness. It rarely elevated his cultivation directly, yet it stirred whenever he reached a turning point. So it had been when he first opened the celestial veins. So it had been on Wandao Mountain when his true image first took form. Now, as mountains and rivers returned to the sea, the pattern held once more, as though it were organizing the vast foundations within him. Where the celestial veins grew too vigorous, they surrendered to the chi sea. Where the chi sea grew too profound, it bore the weight of mountains and rivers. Where the landscape grew too heavy, it settled into the sea floor. All paths converged into one. All phenomena returned to unity. The thought crossed Gu Changyuan's mind, and in the next instant the tangled currents of his purple chi sea were drawn apart by some invisible force, only to reunite as one. A wisp of the faintest light emerged. It was neither pure purple nor any single Dao resonance, but 7 slender rays interwoven, as though chaos itself had been pierced by a moment of clarity before the heavens and earth were born. That 7-colored thread shone for but a single breath before sinking back into the chi sea's depths. Gu Changyuan opened his eyes. The riverside remained as tranquil as ever. It was as if that 7-colored light had never appeared at all. Yet he knew it was no illusion. The purple chi sea was moving toward a deeper, more profound state. But it was not enough. Far from enough. The ancestral realm had allowed his true image of mountains and rivers to settle within his chi sea, and the wheel of all destinies had drawn the celestial veins, purple sea, and landscape into their first convergence. Yet the force that would truly shatter that 7-colored light through the purple sea and complete its transformation likely lay elsewhere. Gu Changyuan raised his head, gazing into the depths of the ancestral realm. Mountains and rivers converged in the distance, their path obscured by mist. He could feel something waiting there, not a summons, but something quieter. More like a silent watchfulness. Gu Changyuan rose and continued along the river. Smooth stones worn round by water lay beneath his feet, making no sound as he walked. With each step, the true image of mountains and rivers within his chi sea grew steadier. No longer turbulent as it had been after Wandao Mountain, the purple sea was settling into something that could truly bear the weight of mountains and rivers. He passed through an ancient grove where the trees were not tall, but each seemed to have stood for countless years. Their trunks bore faint palm prints, sword marks, blade scars, and the vague outlines of sitting meditation. These were traces left by ancestors who had realized the Tao here. Incomplete, yet each carrying its own presence. Gu Changyuan did not pause. Such marks might hold great value to others, but they were not what he needed most. He pressed onward into the depths as the mist grew denser. The presence of the younger clan members behind him faded with each step. The sound of Gu Xian's blade fell silent, and even the wisps of cloud around Gu Yunxi dissolved from his awareness. The others had long dispersed into the landscape on their own paths. Between heaven and earth, only mountains, rivers, and Gu Changyuan remained. After an indeterminate span of time, the river before him suddenly widened. Countless tributaries converged from every direction, weaving into a deeper current at his feet. The waters lost their shallowness, taking on a faint purple hue that echoed the sea within his chi. Gu Changyuan halted. On the far shore there was no mountain path, only a pale veil of mist. Within it loomed the outline of a platform unadorned, and lo, its form barely distinguishable. Yet the moment he perceived it, the newly settled, true image within his chi sea trembled again. His 12 celestial veins flickered with faint light. Deep within his purple chi sea, that 7-colored thread, which had vanished once more, appeared again. Gu Changyuan gazed at the Dao platform veiled in mist. He did not know what it was, yet he could feel the entire ancestral realm, the mountains and rivers, drawing toward it in that moment. 10,000 rivers flow to the sea. Mountains and rivers become one. Gu Changyuan did not advance immediately. He stood at the river's edge in silence for a long while, then stepped into the water. When the water reached his ankles, an immense force surged upward along his legs. He pressed on. With each step his chi trembled in response. The true image of mountains and rivers was pressed upon again and again by the water's force. Deep within the purple sea, waves churned but did not lose order. For an ordinary cultivator of his realm, his chi would surely have been thrown into chaos. But Gu Changyuan's chi was too profound, and the true image of mountains and rivers was steadily settling into it. The greater the river's pressure, the more stable his landscape became. Step by step, he walked toward the platform in the mist. Behind him, the wind of the ancestral realm blew for the first time in earnest. Far away, Gu Xian's grip on his blade faltered. Gu Yunxi raised her head from the clouds, gazing down the river. The other young Gu clan members scattered throughout the realm sensed the shift as well. Some ceased their cultivation. Others emerged from the tree shadows. One cultivator, forced back by the phantom of an ancient beast, looked up and murmured, "Who disturbs the peace again?" No one answered. Beyond the ancestral realm, Patriarch Xianwei stood before the characterless cliff face, his half-closed eyes snapping open. The spectral river circling the cliff flared to life in unison. Patriarch Xianwei frowned. What is happening? After a long silence, Xuanwei's gaze fixed upon the cliff face. Someone has reached the deepest part of the ancestral realm. Xianwei paused, then turned sharply to the cliff. Changyuan. Xianwei offered no reply, but his expression spoke volumes. Within the depths of the ancestral realm, Gu Changyuan had at last arrived before the mist-wreathed platform. Ancient and unmarked, its four sides were encircled by water trails, as though 10,000 rivers had finally converged upon this place. He stood before the platform. No voice instructed him. No guidance came. Gu Changyuan simply raised his hand and pressed it gently against the stone. The next moment, the entire ancestral realm fell silent. Every sound of mountain, water, and wind collapsed into his chi in that single instant. The purple chi churned. The true image of mountains and rivers plunged completely into its depths. Within his consciousness, the wheel of all destinies turned once more without sound. The 12 celestial veins, the purple sea, and the landscape, all were drawn together by a single force in that instant. That 7-colored thread of light at the very bottom of his chi finally ignited once more. Though it lasted only a breath, it illuminated the entire purple ocean. Gu Changyuan's palm remained pressed against the wordless platform. For the first time, a clear thought truly took form in his heart. The wheel of all destinies. What exactly was it? Around the wordless Dao platform, the encircling water traces gradually darkened and faded. Gu Changyuan retracted his hand and sat cross-legged at the center of the platform. No new anomalies had appeared in the ancestral realm, yet deep within the purple chi, that wisp of 7-colored light thread remained. It was so faint it could barely be perceived. Yet every time the mandate of all heaven's wheel completed a rotation, the 7-colored light thread would briefly illuminate in response. Gu Changyuan closed his eyes and turned his awareness inward. The 12 heavenly channels remained open between heaven and earth. The purple chi remained profound, and the image of mountains and rivers that had recently settled within it showed no signs of further expansion. From the surface, his cultivation realm and strength appeared unchanged. What had truly shifted was the connection between the three. Previously, the 12 heavenly channels, the purple chi and the mountain river image, each maintained their own momentum, and their operations inevitably interfered with one another. Now, with each turn of the mandate of all heavens, the slightly rigid flow of energy between the three was gently reorganized. The heavenly channels drew chi into the sea, the purple sea bore the mountain river image, and the image once again returned the various energies into the heavenly wheel. For the first time, the three foundations formed a complete cycle. This was not a breakthrough nor a rise in cultivation. It was more like pressing each cornerstone firmly beneath an already massive palace of foundation. Gu Changyuan attempted to draw upon that wisp of 7-colored light. The thread flickered once deep within the purple sea, and then fell silent again, offering no response to his guidance. He did not force it. This power had not yet fully taken shape. To force its activation now would only disrupt the cycle he had just stabilized. That he could confirm its existence was enough. Gu Changyuan settled his mind once more, allowing the three foundations to cycle endlessly under the pull of the heavenly wheel. The more turbulent the world outside became, the less haste he felt within. What he needed to do now was not to chase after anyone, but to press this foundation to true perfection. 10,000 li from the Shanha ancestral realm, a light rain fell upon an unnamed small hill somewhere in Zhongzhou. At the foot of the hill, a few mortal villages smoked their cooking fumes, merging into the rain mist, revealing no trace of a cultivation sanctuary. Chu Zhaohan reined in his horse before the hill and drew a black and white jade chess piece from his sleeve, flicking it into the void. Click! The chess piece seemed to land upon an invisible board. The hill before him rippled like water disturbed by stone. The sound of rain was cut off beyond the barrier, and a bluestone path that should not have existed emerged from the mist. Gu Changyuan released the reins and began ascending the steps. This place was known as Four Symbols Lodge. It did not appear on any public map of the 5 regions, nor was it governed by imperial clans or ancient sects. To outsiders passing at the mountain's base, it appeared as nothing more than an ordinary hill. Only those who crossed the barrier would discover that spiritual energy ran thick within that rain mist lingered year-round, and that the flora lining the stone steps seemed washed by the very essence of the Tao. Within a halfway pavilion 3 figures already waited for him. A young man in green robes leaned against the pavilion pillar, a zither resting across his knees, his expression drowsy, as though just awakened. A lean man sat at the edge of the pavilion writing his brush strokes, so precise that raindrops paused mid-air each time ink touched paper. At the innermost seat a woman bent over her scroll, having painted half a mountain rain and leaving the other half blank. Zither calligraphy painting. And with Gu Changyuan's chest, the 4 disciples of the Four Symbols Lodge generation were now all assembled. The young man in green plucked a string. "You have returned." MHM. The lean man did not pause his brushwork. "How was the path-seeking mountain?" Gu Changyuan took his seat before the board and placed a black stone. "Rather interesting." The painter looked up. "What of that young master of the Gu family?" "Among those at the Chi-Si stage, extraordinarily so." The young man with the zither laughed. "You say only Chi-Si stage?" Gu Changyuan gazed toward the rain beyond the pavilion. "He has not yet truly stepped into the Tao Palace realm. When the Myriad Paths ancient realm opens, the contest for the Heavenly Palace among those at the Tao Palace stage will be the new board." A brief silence fell within the pavilion. The lean man set down his brush. "Master once said this era is different. If a path of 9 palaces exists, we must not let it pass. 8 palaces represent only the pinnacle of the current age." The painter added a stroke of distant mountains to her scroll. "Only 9 palaces earn the right to look further ahead." The young man parted the zither strings, and the rain curtain beyond the pavilion split asunder. "Then let us go see." Gu Changyuan did not answer, but behind him several palace silhouettes gradually materialized. The final one had not yet fully taken shape, revealing only a corner at the edge of the board like a piece held too long above the grid. The young man with the zither glanced at it. "You concealed your cultivation level for the prodigy banquet. You truly have composure." "I went to observe, not to compete." The painter asked, "Did you see clearly?" Gu Changyuan tapped his fingertip lightly on the board. Tack. The rain grew even finer. "I understood half. And the other half." Gu Changyuan lifted his gaze toward the mountains beyond. "When he truly enters the game, I will understand then." No one in the pavilion pressed further. Outside the Four Symbols Lodge, the luminous aura of the Myriad Paths ancient realm had already shone upon heaven and earth. This game was finally about to begin. That same day, all hidden lineages received word of the ancient realm's revival. Deep within the Xianluo ancient sect, Zhao Xiuwen closed his book. Behind him, black and white mist parted as the Xianluo Dao disc slowly rotated, 8 palace shadows flickering within the mist like ghosts. An elder of the ancient sect stood below the steps. "The Myriad Paths ancient realm will open soon. It is time for you to emerge as well." Zhao Xiuwen tucked his book into his sleeve and smiled gently. "Since the board has opened, someone must make the first move. I will go first." In the Qingmu secret realm of the eternal life ancient ground, Li Qinghe sat cross-legged beneath an ancient tree, green energy flowing through his body along with the branches and leaves. Upon hearing the news of the Myriad Paths ancient realm's awakening, he merely raised his head to glance at the canopy. A single green leaf drifted down and rested in his palm. His disciple beside him asked, "Will senior brother go?" Li Qinghe's voice was gentle. "If this tree is willing to let me leave." The entire Qingmu secret realm rustled with the sound of branches and leaves, yet the ancient tree offered no response. Li Qinghe closed his eyes again. "There is no need to rush. It has not yet nodded." On the edge of the Duanjia wasteland, Han Zhishan stood before a broken stele. In the distance, cracks webbed across the void, and a low rumbling echoed from the wasteland's depths as he gazed out at that desolate expanse. "Though the Myriad Paths ancient realm holds abundant opportunities," Han Zhishan murmured, "it is not my Tao. The Duanjia wasteland is far more perilous and desolate, yet far more suited to me. Once I walk out of here." Han Zhishan turned and walked deeper into the wasteland. "Then I will watch this generation and see who reaches the end." Deep within the misty sea at Taishu Divine Island, Lin Yuanbai stood before a water mirror. The reflection showed not the ocean but the ancient gate beyond Kanglan City, still in the process of taking shape. "While others compete to be the first to enter, you still wait?" asked an elder of the Divine Island. "Let them compete for their own ambitions." Lin Yuanbai pressed a finger to the mirror's surface and ripples spread outward. "I wait for my tide." From deep within the misty sea, the sound of waves suddenly grew louder. A hint of emotion finally stirred in his eyes. Though this time it should not come too late. In the ice prison palace at the northern polar region, black-blue cold ice covered the entire complex. Even the lights within the hall were frozen midair, like red amber, trapped within ice. A young man in white robes stood before the grand hall. His features were refined and noble, his expression gentle, yet between his brows branded a seal of black ice. 8 frozen palaces hovered behind him, their gates sealed, eaves dripping with frost, the faintest sound of chains echoing from within. An elder within the hall regarded those 8 palace phenomena. For you, the 9th palace is merely a matter of time. You need not necessarily enter the myriad paths ancient realm. The young man did not answer directly, only asking, what of the Tying Immortal Palace? Yu Qinghan will attend. Only then did he lift his gaze. The air within the hall grew colder still. The elder frowned. No one yields in the ancient realm for the Tying Immortal Palace. I know. Then why do you still go? The young man raised his hand and caught a snow crystal drifting in from outside. The crystal hovered at his fingertip, neither melting nor shattering. That is precisely why I must go. The elder fell silent. The young man turned and walked toward the hall entrance, the 8 frozen palaces gradually fading behind him. On this journey I will see how far she has come. Within the Shanha ancestral realm, Gu Changyuan was unaware of these movements. He remained seated cross-legged upon the wordless Dao platform, allowing the 12 heavenly channels, the purple Qi Sea and the mountain river image, to cycle endlessly under the pull of the heavenly wheel. The world outside had already begun to stir. Some sought the emergence of the 9 palaces, some awakened from secluded realms, some bearing wounds joined the unfolding game, while others still waited for the tide that belonged to them alone. And all Gu Changyuan needed to do was press the final inch of his foundation firmly into place. Upon the wordless Dao platform, the wind whispered faintly. Gu Changyuan slowly opened his eyes. Deep within the purple Qi Sea, that wisp of 7-colored light hung quietly. Faint it was, yet steadier than before. Within the Shanha ancestral realm, there was neither sun nor moon. Yet outside the wordless cliff wall, half a month had already passed. Ancestral venerable Xian Wei stood beside the spiritual river, his gaze fixed deep within the mountain wall. The phantom of the spiritual river circling the cliff wall flowed slowly, its water sound neither hurried nor sluggish, as if that enlightenment still stretched without end. Elder Xian Lai had sat on the bluestone for a long while before he could not help but speak. Half a month. I know. Throughout the ages few have ever reached the wordless Dao platform. To sit there for 3 or 5 days is already considered a stable Dao manifestation. Beyond that, the ancestral realm would reject them on its own. Xian Lai frowned, gazing at the mountain wall. Why hasn't Changyuan emerged yet? Ancestral venerable Xian Wei fell silent for a moment. Perhaps it is not that he refuses to come out. Xian Lai looked at him. The ancestral realm is still keeping him. This time Xian Lai did not respond. The wordless Dao platform was among the oldest sites for enlightenment in the Shanha ancestral realm, containing no scriptures nor any techniques left by predecessors. What one could attain while seated there depended entirely on their own Dao manifestation. Among the Gu clan's ancestors there were no shortage of those who had cultivated great divine abilities. Yet those who could be retained by the wordless for more than 10 days during their youth. Search through the clan records as one might, there would be few to find. Xian Lai stared at the mountain wall for a moment, then suddenly asked, could the ancestral realm's constant retention crush him under too much pressure? If the Shanha wished to crush him, there would have been signs by the 3rd day. Ancestral venerable Xian Wei shook his head. Yet the spiritual river is undisturbed and the Dao platform does not reject him. This proves he can bear it. That does not mean he should remain seated indefinitely. Naturally not. Ancestral venerable Xian Wei gazed toward the southeast of the central continent. Though separated by the ancestral realm and Yunshu imperial city, he could still sense the ancient Dao resonance growing clearer in heaven and earth. The 10,000 Dao ancient realm is about to open. If Changyuan does not awaken soon, I will summon him myself. Elder Xian Lai huffed at this, returning to his seat on the bluestone, yet his gaze never strayed from the wordless mountain wall again. In his youth he too had ventured into the depths of the ancestral realm, but after sitting for less than a day upon a stone platform, the weight of mountains and rivers had surged through his qi and blood. That weight was not merely physical. It was as though the entire landscape demanded one confront the foundations of their being. Those who could bear it would see the mountains and rivers align. Those who could not were forced to withdraw. Yet Gu Changyuan had endured for half a month now. Deep within the ancestral realm, the wordless Dao platform remained undisturbed. Seated cross-legged upon it, his white robes stirred gently by the mountain breeze. From afar no divine radiance surrounded him, nor did any spectacular phenomena manifest. Only the spiritual river beneath the platform occasionally rippled with subtle disturbance. Yet within him a transformation had been underway for a full half-month. The 12 heavenly meridians poured spiritual energy downward into the Qi Sea. Within the purple sea, mountains took root upon the ocean floor, rivers connected to the tides, and the scattered mortal lights throughout the peaks gradually stabilized. The once distinct heavenly meridians, Qi Sea and true image of mountains and rivers, finally began to show signs of unity from a single source. This integration brought no breakthrough in cultivation realm, yet demanded far more time than merely accumulating spiritual energy. When mountains descended too deeply, the purple sea's tides would be impeded. When rivers flowed too rapidly, they would scatter the mountain lights. Gu Changyuan could only employ his divine consciousness to make repeated adjustments, ensuring each mountain range and waterway found its proper place within the Qi Sea. For the first several days, every surge of the purple sea sent tremors through the mountain ranges. It was not until the 10th day that the mountain roots truly stabilized. Now when waves passed through the gorges, what arose was no longer resistance, but a natural resonance. When tides rose, the heavenly meridians glowed. When they fell, the mountains and rivers grew still. Spiritual energy cycled continuously through this system without any noticeable interruptions. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the wheels of fate rotated slowly. Each revolution sent a thread of ancient aura descending into the purple sea. Initially, this breath was merely deep purple, but gradually 7 colors began to spread across the mountains and rivers. The colors were all faint. Crimson like embers, golden like razor edges, green harboring the vitality of flora, while the remaining hues sank between tides and clouds, nearly indistinguishable. Rather than dispersing separately, these colors blended together within the deep purple aura, gradually merging into a single mass of primordial chaos. This primordial energy flowed along the mountain roots, crossed the great rivers, and was drawn back into the depths by the purple sea's tides. With each completed cycle, the mountains and rivers grew denser, and the friction between the 12 heavenly meridians and the Qi Sea diminished slightly. The mortal lights scattered among the peaks were similarly affected. Those lights had originally been gathered by Gu Changyuan's observation of the world, from the myriad lanterns of Yunshu Imperial City, and from the people and events he had witnessed over the years. Now, as the 7-colored primordial energy flowed through, the lights did not grow brighter. Instead, they withdrew their brilliance, sinking one by one into the depths of the mountains and rivers. The light no longer lingered on the surface, yet the mountains and rivers gained a measure of vitality. If the true image of mountains and rivers had once been merely a sufficiently heavy picture, it now possessed the outline of an entire world. Gu Changyuan's divine consciousness remained attuned to the circulation of that primordial energy. He could sense his Qi Sea was undergoing transformation, yet had not reached its conclusion. The 7 colors had taken form, the image of chaos had emerged, but the completeness belonging to this realm still lacked the catalyst to ignite them all. Continued meditation could only stabilize his foundation, further unable to complete that final step. The wheels of fate seemed to be waiting as well. At the edge of the fate wheel, the faint light ignited by the young genius banquet appeared clearer than before. Qin Lai's battle blood, Lei Qianjie's thunderous intent, Luo Jinghuang's fate fire, Yi Guhong's sword intent, and the distinct bloodline auras of the 6 demon spirit clans had all left traces, faint yet indelible, upon the fate wheel. Those powers had not been plundered, nor had Gu Changyuan ever wielded them. The fate wheel had merely reflected them, as if remembering that such divergent paths existed in the world. Gu Changyuan had already confirmed this during the Young Genius Banquet. The fate wheel would not replicate another's techniques on his behalf, nor would it absorb another's bloodline as its own. Qin Lai's battle blood remained Qin Lai's alone. Luo Jinghuang's fate fire still belonged to the Luo lineage. What remained upon the fate wheel were but fleeting Dao imprints left behind when they practiced their respective paths. Yet when these disparate Dao imprints gathered at the fate wheel's edge, its rotation grew noticeably clearer. The ancient aura descending into the purple sea had revealed its 7 colors for the first time following that battle. There must be a connection between them. But the Dao he had reflected upon thus far remained insufficient to fully reveal the answer. Gazing at that faint light, Gu Changyuan harbored a vague suspicion. Would the illuminated regions expand as the fate wheel reflected more Dao? And what would manifest should the entire fate wheel one day be fully illuminated? The Young Genius Banquet could not provide him answers. The soon-to-open 10,000 Dao ancient realm, however, would gather prodigies from all 5 continents, demon spirit bloodlines, successors of ancient sects, and Dao resonances lost to countless years. Perhaps it was precisely suited to test this hypothesis. The 5 continents were vast, and those he had encountered at the central continents, Young Genius Banquet represented only a fraction of the younger generation. Some had already entered the Dao Palace realm, holding back their cultivation in anticipation of the ancient realm's opening. Others hailed from forbidden territories and had never graced the Young Genius records. And there were the true elders of the demon spirit clans, those whose bloodlines and cultivation far surpassed Qi Li and the others. What paths would they walk? How would the fate will reflect them? For the first time, Gu Changyuan felt a clear anticipation arise within him. Gu Changyuan withdrew his consciousness, his gaze settling deep within his breastbone. The Taichu imperial bone lay quietly concealed within flesh and blood. The first 2 layers of bone markings had already illuminated completely, while the 3rd layer revealed most of its silhouette under the weight of mountains and rivers. 9 layers of bone markings, each more obscure than the last. The 9 tribulations imperial eye allowed Gu Changyuan to perceive every alteration in the bone markings, yet it could not substitute for his own comprehension of their true meaning. To see was one matter, to truly harmonize the bone markings with his own being was another entirely. It had taken him many years to gradually unravel the first 2 layers. At the Young Genius Banquet, when facing the 6 demon spirit clans, it was precisely these 2 layers of bone markings that had withstood the initial surge of bloodline and dharma manifestation forces, preventing chaos among the 12 heavenly meridians and allowing the true image of mountains and rivers to unfold completely. That was not a defensive technique one could actively activate. Rather, it resembled a foundation far surpassing his current realm, a protective structure the Taichu imperial bone had built over years of cultivation. That bone marking brought no new destructive divine abilities, yet it forged a tighter connection between his breastbone and the 12 heavenly meridians. Whenever the weight of mountains and rivers pressed into his body, the bone marking would glow, channeling that force through his limbs and bones before sinking it into the Qi Sea. Gu Changyuan had gradually come to understand a portion of it. The 3rd layer of bone marking pointed not toward destruction, but toward bearing, enabling flesh and blood to withstand greater force, allowing the heavenly meridians, Qi Sea, and mountains and rivers to maintain unity even under tremendous pressure. However, the current weight of mountains and rivers was insufficient to fully awaken this bone marking. It required stronger oppression, and it also demanded a confrontation that truly transcended his present limits. At the Young Genius Banquet, though the 6 demon spirit clans had united, it remained a contest overseen by elders. Neither Qi Li nor Xian Yu had truly risked their lives for victory. Gu Changyuan himself had only relied on the true image of mountains and rivers to suppress, never reaching the point of life and death struggle. Within the 10,000 Dao ancient realm, the circumstances would not be the same. The dangers would be far greater. The opportunity required to awaken the 3rd layer of the Taichu imperial bone might also lie hidden within. This outcome did not disappoint Gu Changyuan. Before the myriad paths ancient realm could open, the ancestral mountain of the Western Desolate had already stirred. Outside the Hall of 10,000 Beasts, ancient trees towered skyward, their roots coiling like dragons among the mountain rocks. Beast roars echoed from the distance, one after another, heavy and prolonged, as if ancient bloodlines were awakening deep within the mountains. Several beast-patterned banners before the hall snapped in the mountain wind. The demonic spirit ancient runes on the banners flickered intermittently. The news returned from the central region had already been placed upon the jade desk in the hall. The gateway to the myriad paths ancient realm would soon stabilize. The younger generation of each race was about to depart. Inside the hall, several elder demonic spirits sat divided on both sides, ancient beast oil lamps burning slowly, a faint trace of blood aura rising from the flames. Qi Li entered the hall first. After the battle at Winda Mountain, he had grown silent. 6 demon clans joining forces, yet still being suppressed by Gu Changyuan alone wielding that mountain river manifestation. It was no small matter for him. Especially when that mountain river descended upon him, he could feel his entire Threejong frame being pressed down inch by inch. That was not defeat from a single strike. Rather, it felt as though his entire spine were pinned beneath the weight of mountain and river. An elder of the Swanee clan watched him from the Hall of 10,000 Beasts. Still unconvinced, Qi Li looked up, his eyes still burning. Not at all. The elder nodded. That you still resist means your backbone remains unbroken. Qi Li gritted his teeth. I will fight back. Opportunities will come. The elder gazed outward, his voice growing grave. But the myriad paths ancient realm is not Winda Mountain. What is at stake there is not a single victory, but the foundation of the Dao Palace realm. Qi Li fell silent. At that moment, the beast-patterned banners outside suddenly trembled. A heavy, scorching pressure crept along the mountain path. The elder looked up. Qi Jingyang has emerged from seclusion. At those words, fire flared in Qi Li's eyes. At the end of the mountain path, a crimson-haired youth strode into the Hall of 10,000 Beasts. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his crimson gold hair loose and wild, the Swanee flame marking his forehead, pulsing with each breath. He did not look like a man who had merely stepped out of seclusion. He looked as though he had just walked back from a battlefield of blood and fire. Though his robes bore no blood, a fierce aura clung to him, uncontainable and sharp. When it entered the hall, the ancient beast oil lamps flickered. Qi Li instinctively straightened. Qi Jingyang made no mention of the outcome at Winda Mountain. He already knew. Word of the 6 clans falling to Gu Changyuan's mountain river suppression had spread across the ancestral grounds. There was no anger on Qi Jingyang's face, nor any urgency to see his kin redeemed. He merely glanced at Qi Li. Remember this defeat? Qi Li responded quietly, yes. As Qi Jingyang passed him, a wisp of fiery lightning danced along his fingertips. Victory in the Qi Sea realm is still only the Qi Sea. He came to rest in the hall's center, his tone casual, laced with undisguised scorn. Whether he is the Gu clan's young master or the top fighter of Winda Mountain, let him reach the Dao Palace realm and manifest a true heavenly palace. Then we'll see if he's worth my attention. The young demonic spirits in the hall showed little surprise. The Western Desolate Demon tribes revered bloodline and valued combat above all. The stronger the clan, the less likely they were to falter at the mere title of a young master from the Gu clan. The Swanee elder frowned. Jingyang Gu Changyuan is after all the Gu clan's young master. Qi Jingyang finally turned to look at him. Fire danced in those eyes, sharp and merciless. So, a brief silence fell. Qi Jingyang's smile lingered. In the myriad paths ancient realm, isn't everyone wagering their lives? If he survives to reach the third region, I'll gladly instruct him. Let him understand that the blood of the demonic tribes is not so easily crushed. He finished speaking and slowly rotated his wrists. His knuckles cracked softly, as though some fierce beast were stirring beneath his flesh. This era demands conflict. He fights for his ambitions, and we fight for ours. Should our paths cross, who yields to whom? The Swanee elder regarded him, but said nothing more. That was Qi Jingyang's nature. He feared neither backgrounds nor formidable foes, nor did he shrink from his words. To him, the myriad paths ancient realm was not a trial, but a broader hunting ground. Take what you can seize. Kill what you can overcome. Only those who survive have the right to speak of the heavenly palace. More figures entered beyond the hall. Bai Yinxiu Xianyu of the Black Tortoise clan, and several other young demonic spirits filed into the hall. Bai Yinxiu paused upon entering. Beyond the elders he spotted Bai Guanlan immediately. Clad in white robes, Bai Guanlan stood behind several elders of the Baizhe clan. The hall thrummed with heavy demonic energy, Qi Jingyang blazing like unconstrained fire, Qi Li concealing his edge. Yet Bai Guanlan stood there with the quiet stillness of an empty space. When their eyes met, Bai Guanlan smiled first. His smile was faint, but it steadied Bai Yinxiu instantly, just as his brother used to look at him when he was young, and his divinations went as stray jade slips scattered across the table in chaos. Never hasty, never angered, he would simply gather the scattered jade slips and place them back into Bai Yinxiu's palms. Bai Yinxiu quickened his pace and stepped forward. Brother. Bai Guanlan emerged from behind the elders, his gaze first checking his face for injuries before settling on the cracked black and white jade slip in his hand. Were you injured? Bai Yinxiu shook his head. No, only the jade slip cracked. Bai Guanlan took at his fingertip, tracing the fracture. For it to crack means what you faced was extraordinary, Bai Guanlan observed. Bai Yinxiu whispered, at that battle on Winda Mountain, I could not penetrate his abilities. Bai Guanlan showed no surprise, returning the slip to him. One who could suppress 6 clans' combined strength would naturally not be simple, he said calmly, as though stating an obvious truth. Bai Yinxiu looked up. Will you go directly to the third region this time? Yes. Bai Guanlan adjusted the slightly rumpled collar on his shoulder. You will head to the second region. The ancient realm is vast. You won't encounter everyone immediately upon entering. Divine herbs, precious medicines, ancient beast blood crystals, remnants of legendary weapons, secret formations, and spiritual springs. Seize whatever opportunities you can. He paused. But do not rush into reckless conflict. Bai Yinxiu nodded. Bai Guanlan studied him. The Baizhe clan's vision extends beyond merely spotting the next spiritual herb. The words carried weight, sharpening Bai Yinxiu's expression. I understand. Only then did Bai Guanlan smile. I will await you in the third region. Bai Yinxiu tightened his grip on the jade slip. In his eyes, his brother had always been this way. Sparse with words, yet always conveying precisely what needed to be said. With him standing nearby, everything felt grounded. Qi Jingyang handled combat. His brother handled strategy. This was how the demon tribes should operate in the early stages of the myriad paths ancient realm. Bai Guanlan then stepped closer to Qi Jingyang, stopping slightly to the side. Brother Qi possesses the strongest combat ability. In the early stages of the third region, I will accompany you ahead to assess which opportunities are most worthwhile for the demon clans. Qi Jingyang tilted his head to meet his gaze. Fire flickered within his beast-like pupils. You find the path, I handle the fighting. Perfect. Bai Guanlan nodded, his tone mild. Then I shall rely heavily on Brother Qi. Qi Jingyang laughed. As long as you can spot the target clearly, I can strike effectively. Brother Qi certainly can, Bai Guanlan agreed. Several young demonic spirits in the hall exchanged glances, but remained silent. This was the arrangement for the Western Desolate Demon clans this time. The third region would have Qi Jingyang blazing the trail, with Bai Guanlan selecting opportunities. The second region would be left to the Qi realm cultivators of each clan to fight their own way. Time was running short. Once the myriad paths ancient realm opened, everyone would be scattered into different regions. By then there would be no time for lengthy deliberation. Outside the hall of 10,000 beasts, heavy footsteps approached. Xianyu turned to see a young man carrying an ancient steel on his back lumbering slowly toward them. No one knew what material the steel was carved from, but each step it took caused the ground to sink slightly. The newcomer had a solid build and a straightforward face, pausing before Xianyu to adjust the burden on his shoulders. Xianyu regarded him. Yuchenbei, why are you here? My father sent me. And what did he send you for? He said the myriad paths ancient realm is about to open and told me to accompany you to observe. Xianyu considered this, then nodded. True enough. If we travel together, anyone attacking us would exhaust themselves. Yu Chenbei asked, is it dangerous out there? Xianyu hesitated. Somewhat. On Winda Mountain, there's someone called Gu Changyuan. He's remarkably powerful. More formidable than you. Xianyu shook his head. He doesn't just withstand pressure. He's the one crushing others. Yu Chenbei furrowed his brow. That is indeed formidable. Xianyu added, all 6 of us combined couldn't defeat him. Yu Chenbei glanced toward the interior of the hall. Then perhaps I should carry an extra steel. Xianyu. At that moment commotion erupted outside the hall. 2 elder Pishio clan members supported a youth between them as they entered. The boy had a round face and slight build, dressed in gold-patterned robes with numerous storage pouches hanging from his waist and a golden abacus clutched to his chest. He clearly had been dragged from somewhere, his hair disheveled, his expression thoroughly unwilling. I said not to bother me unless there's a great treasure. One elder face dark replied, the myriad paths ancient realm has opened. The boy blinked. Lots of treasures. Many. Jin Duobao perked up immediately. He wriggled free from the 2 elders, counted the pouches at his waist, patting the golden abacus in his arms, then flashed a grin, revealing a gleaming gold tooth. Then you should have said so earlier. How could I miss such an important occasion? Someone must ensure justice is served. Chi Li regarded him. What justice are you going to serve? Jin Duobao retorted confidently, treasures belong to those worthy. Xianyu asked slowly, are you worthy? Jin Duobao patted his chest. I have bags. Several young demonic spirits in the hall burst out laughing. The 2 Pishio elders did not share the amusement. One lowered his voice. Young master, the ancient realm is no ordinary marketplace. Opportunities abound, but so do those watching the Pishio clan. Jin Duobao waved dismissively. I understand. The elder frowned. Don't focus solely on finding treasures. Jin Duobao looked down and flicked his golden abacus. The beads clacked together in a crisp rhythm. His smile remained, but his eyes grew still in that instant. Old Zhang, rest assured. I may covet wealth, but I am not foolish. With those words spoken, the laughter in the hall softened somewhat. The Pishio clan was renowned for discovering treasures, yet people often forgot that a race capable of guarding treasures could never be merely treasure hunters. They loved wealth. They also protected it. The elder's expression softened as he looked at Jin Duobao. Stay out of trouble once inside the ancient realm. Jin Duobao immediately brightened. I never start conflicts. The other elder let out a cold snort. Jin Duobao seemed not to hear his attention already fixed on the ancient steel on Yu Chenbei's back. That steel is quite fine. It is. He circled him once, his eyes growing brighter with each step. Old Yu, I told you last time your steel had treasure aura, but you wouldn't let me touch it. You did touch it last time. Jin Duobao paused. Did I? You vomited blood afterward. Xianyu nodded beside him. A considerable amount. Jin Duobao's smile faltered momentarily before he puffed out his chest again. I wasn't prepared back then. Even as he spoke, he couldn't resist slapping the ancient steel. Hum. A dull resonance echoed. Jin Duobao's entire arm went numb and his golden abacus nearly slipped from his grasp. Yu Chenbei watched him carefully. You cannot strike this at will. Jin Duobao silently concealed his tingling hand inside his sleeve. It's nothing. He gritted his teeth, forcing composure. I'm just testing whether this steel is sturdy. Yu Chenbei nodded. Quite sturdy. Xianyu glanced at his hidden sleeve. Is your hand still shaking? Jin Duobao immediately hid his sleeve deeper. No. The abacus is ringing, Xianyu observed. Jin Duobao looked down. Inside his sleeve, the golden abacus continued trembling faintly from the shock. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Yu Chenbei. Will you sell this steel? Yu Chenbei shook his head. Not for sale. Jin Duobao sighed. What a pity. Then he patted his own golden abacus and resumed his smug expression. Enough. Both of you are coming with me this time. With you? For what? To find treasures. Yu Chenbei regarded him. Can you even find them? Jin Duobao wore an expression of complete confidence. I am a Pishio. Yu Chenbei considered this and nodded. That makes sense. Xianyu glanced between the 2 of them, then slowly nodded as well. Then I'll accompany you to observe. Jin Duobao looked thoroughly satisfied. He genuinely resembled a little miser obsessed with treasure when he smiled, but beneath that exterior a faint golden light flickered within the abacus beads as he deftly manipulated them. It was subtle, yet razor-sharp. Watching these 3, Chi Li's lips twitched slightly. He had a sudden feeling that the Western desolate demon tribes would not remain quiet during this myriad paths ancient realm event. Outside the Hall of 10,000 Beasts, beast roars echoed through the distant mountains. Several beast-patterned jade tokens flared to life simultaneously. The elders of each clan looked up toward the central region. The gateway to the myriad paths ancient realm was about to open. Demonic clouds churned slowly above the ancestral mountains of the Western Desolate as ancient bloodlines stirred from the peaks. After the battle at Winda Mountain, the central region remembered Gu Changyuan. Yet as the myriad paths ancient realm opened, those entering the game would never be limited to the central region's prodigies alone. The Western Desolate demon spirits had also stirred. Gu Changyuan opened his eyes upon the nameless Dao platform, yet made no move to depart the Shanha ancestral realm. For the days that followed, he remained seated upon the platform, sorting through the final delicate threads of connection between the purple sea, the Shanha true image, and the Taichu Emperor bone. When he finally emerged from the ancestral realm, over 20 days had already passed since his entry. The younger generation of the Gu clan had long since departed before him. Some had sat for days before the blade wall, their blade intent far steadier than when they had entered. Others had comprehended a thread of living formation, meaning beside the formation river. Still others emerged from the shadow valley, their presence so faint it seemed to dissolve into the night. As for Gu Yanni, he emerged with a face black and swollen. It was said that within the ancestral realm he had been chased for quite some time by the residual phantom of an ancient ape. Upon exiting, however, he seemed somehow more resilient than before. Within the rain and mist, the palace shadow behind her settled completely, its clear light flowing like clouds with an increasingly profound aura faintly emerging. Several elders of the clan who witnessed this remarked that her gains this time were truly substantial. Yet Gu Yunshi made no rush to return to seclusion. After her return, she visited only Cloud Radiance Peak personally, selecting several newly refined protective talismans, which she placed into her sleeve alongside a few tranquil mind jade beads. The gesture was utterly natural, as though she had performed it countless times over the years. Only Gu Changyuan had remained seated upon the nameless Dao platform at the deepest part of the Shanha ancestral realm. 20-some days. Not even the clan elders pressed him further. When Gu Changyuan emerged, no divine radiance shot into the heavens, nor did he stir the entirety of Yunshu Imperial City. Only beyond the ancestral realm did the spectral reflections of the spiritual river encircling the nameless mountain wall illuminate for a single moment, then slowly return to tranquility. Ancestor Xianwei gazed at him for a long while before asking but one question: how was it? Gu Changyuan replied, one step remains. Ancestor Xianwei did not press further. He could discern that the step Gu Changyuan spoke of was not the mere borderline breakthrough ordinary cultivators spoke of. When Gu Changyuan returned to the Imperial Sun Palace, the night was already deep. This hall was one he had inhabited for many years. The ancient tree outside still stretched its branches toward the window, moonlight filtering through the leaves and casting fragmented light and shadow across the floor. The writing desk remained in its original place, the old books neatly organized by someone's hand. The bronze lamp by the window remained unlit, yet a faint trace of sandalwood fragrance lingered within the hall. In the corner sat an old wooden chest. Within lay several jade beads Gu Chinga had given him in childhood, as well as a few Cloud Radiance Peak talismans Gu Yunshi had once pressed into his palm. Those talismans bore slightly faded edges, not top-tier treasures by any measure, yet he had kept them here all along. Gu Changyuan gazed for a while before making his way to the window. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the wheel of destiny continued its slow rotation. It had not paused simply because he had left the Shanha ancestral realm. The 12 heavenly meridians, the purple sea of Qi, and the Shanha true image still gradually converged under that intangible pull. At the depths of the purple sea, that sphere of 7-colored chaotic Qi had grown far more condensed than when he had entered the ancestral realm. No longer fleeting and glimpsed for an instant, it rested quietly at the sea's bottom, rippling with the faintest 7-colored halo as the wheel of destiny turned. Yet Gu Changyuan knew it was still insufficient. This was not a complete 7-colored chaotic Qi sea. Continued seclusion would only further consolidate his foundation, making it unlikely to drive the final transformation. What he lacked was not time. It was an opportunity, a chance in the true Qi pulse of the 10,000 DAOs within the ancient realm of 10,000 DAOs. Gazing at the slowly circulating 7-colored chaotic Qi deep within his purple sea, Gu Changyuan knew clearly that the Shanha ancestral realm had already accomplished all it could. The 12 heavenly meridians descended their spiritual energy, the purple sea bore the weight of mountains and rivers, and the final subtle gaps between Dao manifestations had been gradually gathered by the wheel of destiny. Remaining upon the nameless Dao platform might stabilize all this further, yet it could not truly unfurl the 7 colors. He needed to witness more diverse Daos. He also needed a confrontation capable of truly forcing forth the third layer of bone markings from the Taichu Emperor bone. The ancient realm of 10,000 Daos, where prodigies of the 5 continents, demon spirit bloodlines, and numerous ancient Dao rhymes converged, was precisely the most fitting place. Light footsteps suddenly sounded outside the hall. Gu Chinga was the first to peek her head around the doorframe. Brother. She held a plate of pastries, glancing cautiously into the hall, as though afraid to disturb him. Gu Changyuan turned his head. Come in. Only then did Gu Chinga step inside with the pastries. Behind her, Gu Yunshi followed into the Imperial Sun Palace. Gu Yunshi wore a pale cloud-colored dress, a clanmark life jade pendant at her waist. Moonlight fell upon her hem, as though draped in a thin veil of cloud radiance. She first scanned Gu Changyuan from head to toe, confirming his aura was steady before a hint of warmth appeared in her expression. It's been over 20 days. You truly do look as though you've turned to stone from sitting in the mountains. Gu Changyuan replied earnestly, brother doesn't look like stone at all. Gu Yunshi looked down at her. Then what does he look like? Gu Changyuan pondered for a moment. Like a mountain. Gu Yunshi paused then laughed. That does sound better than stone. Gu Changyuan also smiled and took a seat by the table. Gu Changyuan set the pastries before him. These are cloud cakes. Brother must be hungry after sitting for so long. Gu Yunshi said he's a cultivator. He wouldn't grow hungry that easily. Gu Changyuan murmured softly, but before when brother emerged from seclusion, he would eat a little. Gu Changyuan picked up a cloud cake and took a bite. It was sweet. Not a spiritual meal, nor did it contain much spiritual energy. It was simply the kind of pastry Gu Changyuan enjoyed in her daily life. Yet the flavor upon his tongue allowed the mind and spirit that had been submerged in mountains and rivers for over 20 days to slowly return to the mortal realm. Delicious. Gu Changyuan's eyes brightened instantly. Standing nearby, the smile in Gu Yunshi's eyes also softened. She suddenly recalled many years ago when Gu Changyuan was not yet so composed as he was now, sitting just like this in the Imperial Sun Palace. At that time he was still young, yet always quiet beyond his years, spending his days either reading or cultivating. Coming from Cloud Radiance Peak, she would often bring small, modest gifts. Sometimes a dish of cloud cakes. Sometimes a spiritual fruit. Sometimes protective talismans she had drawn herself, still not entirely practiced. Gu Changyuan would always say there was no need for such trouble, yet the next time, she would still bring something. She always felt that no matter how formidable her younger brother became, he should not truly sit alone and turn to stone in the mountains. Soon after, more footsteps sounded outside the hall. Gu Xian, Gu Chinzhou, Gu Zhaoye, and Gu Yanni entered one after another. Gu Yanni's eyes landed immediately on the cloud cakes on the table, and as he reached for one, Gu Changyuan shifted the plate toward Gu Changyuan. These are for brother. Gu Yanni's hand froze. Gu Chinzhou gave him a cold glance. You steal her pastries every time you come. She remembers very well. Laughter filled the hall. Gu Xian offered no pleasantries, his gaze falling directly upon Gu Changyuan. Still not at the Dao Palace realm. The hall fell somewhat quiet. Gu Changyuan set down his teacup. Not yet time. Gu Xian frowned. Gu Changyuan looked toward the moonlight beyond the window. The Shanhe ancestral realm can give me no more. What I lack next is Dao Rhyme, and also an opportunity. Gu Chinzhou considered this thoughtfully. The ancient realm of 10,000 DAOs. Gu Changyuan nodded. Perhaps there. Everyone understood quickly. Gu Xian, Gu Yunshi, and the others had already entered the Dao Palace realm and would proceed to the third zone upon entering the ancient realm. If Gu Changyuan remained at the Qi realm, he would enter the second zone first. In other words, after entering the ancient realm, they might not be able to travel together for some time. Gu Yanni scratched his head and grinned. Then we'll wait for young master in the third zone. Gu Xian cast him a sideways glance. I'd hate for you to end up needing young master to come rescue you. Gu Yanni, unwilling to yield, had not yet opened his mouth when Gu Yunshi spoke softly. The third zone is indeed dangerous. Her voice was low, yet it quieted the hall somewhat. Though we entered the Dao Palace realm before Changyuan, once there we may not necessarily be stronger than those hidden prodigies and senior-level demon spirits. She glanced down at the clan mark life jade at her waist. It was a life jade worn since childhood by the direct descendants of the Gu clan, capable of sensing the general location and well-being of clan members once inside the ancient realm. Inside the ancient realm, no one yields the path simply because you bear the Gu name. If you truly encounter something that cannot be forcefully claimed, preserve your life first. Gu Changyuan looked at them, his voice calm. Opportunities can be contested again. People must survive. With these words, the smile on Gu Yanni's face dimmed somewhat. They all understood. The ancient realm of 10,000 DAOs was not Wendao Mountain. There were opportunities there, but also killing traps. The younger generation of the Gu clan would be scattered, and they would encounter demon spirit clans and those truly ruthless individuals who feared not the Gu clan's reputation. Gu Yunshi looked up at Gu Changyuan. The lamplight fell into her eyes, reflecting a faint gleam. We will go to the third zone first. If there is something suited to you, I will keep it for you. She spoke so naturally, as though merely going out and saving something for her younger brother along the way. Gu Changyuan looked at her and smiled faintly. Good. Then when I reach the third zone, I'll go collect the things Sister Yunshi has saved for me. Gu Yunshi smiled as well. That sounds more reasonable. Gu Changyuan's gaze fell upon the corner of a talisman peeking from her sleeve, and he suddenly recalled those faded little talismans in the wooden chest. Sister Yunshi, you've always been like this since we were young. Gu Yunshi paused. Every time you find something good, you think to save a portion for me first. The warmth in Gu Yunshi's eyes softened further. You are my younger brother. She spoke so naturally. We're going to the third zone first. If there truly is something suited to you, of course I will keep an eye on it for you. Gu Changyuan listened attentively from the side and murmured, then sister must also be careful. Gu Yunshi looked down at her. I know. Gu Changyuan turned to Gu Changyuan. Brother must be careful too. Gu Changyuan reached out and ruffled her hair. I will be. That night there were few grand declarations in the Imperial Sun Palace. Only that before departing, the younger generation of the Gu clan sat beneath the same lamp, exchanging words of daily life and promises to watch over one another. Gu Xian, Gu Changyuan, and Gu Xiaoya had already stepped into the Dao Palace realm and would descend toward the same zone upon entering the ancient realm. Gu Yunqi's cultivation was comparable to theirs, and as long as they could reunite in the initial days, they would have each other's backing. Gu Changyuan was different. He would enter the second zone first, walking the final stretch of the Qi realm alone. When he would break through, when the ancient realm's rules would guide him to the third zone, no one could decide that for him. Gu Yunqi looked at him and spoke softly. Your path differs from ours. There's no need to rush to catch up. We will wait for you ahead. Gu Changyuan nodded. Good. As the night deepened, several of them rose one after another. Before leaving, Gu Xian left only one sentence: see you in the third zone. Gu Changyuan and Gu Xiaoya said nothing further, only collecting their life jades respectively. At the doorway, Gu Yanni turned back and said, Young master, if we happen to find a great opportunity, first I certainly won't wait for you. Gu Changyuan replied, claim it by your own merit. Gu Yanni grinned broadly. Then I'm relieved. After everyone departed, the hall fell quiet once more. Gu Changyuan stood by the window, watching moonlight fall upon the ground like scattered silver. The night breeze swept past the ancient tree outside the hall, and branch shadows swayed gently before the window. Just then an elder of the clan arrived outside the hall. He did not enter, but stopped at the doorstep and clasped his fists. Young master. Gu Changyuan raised his eyes. What is it? The elder said, the heavenly secrets tower together with several ancestral elders has divined that the gate to the ancient realm of 10,000 DAOs is nearing stability. Within a few days, at most 10, it will truly open. The clan asks that young master prepare, and we shall depart in the coming days. Gu Changyuan gazed toward the distant night sky. In the direction of southeastern central continent, a wisp of ancient spiritual light pierced through the clouds and fell into his eyes. After a moment, he nodded. The portal to the myriad paths ancient realm finally manifested in the southeast of central Zhou, deep within the ancient spiritual veins beyond Kanglan City. Kanglan City was once merely an ancient cultivation settlement near a trading route, where roaming cultivators, disciples of minor sects, herb merchants, or merchants and trade caravans, making a living along nearby spiritual veins, were the most common sights. The city walls were constructed from dark blue-gray mountain stone weathered by time until knife scars and beast claw marks scarred their surfaces. The main streets stretched wide but never grew prosperous. This was simply an ancient town where cultivators rested, traded, and passed through. Yet in recent days, Kanglan City had transformed entirely. Cloud skiffs darkened the sky while jeweled carriages cut across the heavens. Ancient teaching ships emerged from the depths of the cloud. Sea sword sect disciples descended upon their blades into the city, and demon spirit clans had erected crimson banners beyond its walls. Those roaming cultivators who once only dared gather herbs and hunt beasts among the nearby mountains had now flooded into the city with the tide. Some had come for the opportunities within the ancient realm. Others merely wished to witness this golden age with their own eyes. Still others, fully aware they might never enter the myriad paths ancient realm, set up stalls in the city anyway, selling pills, talismans, and rumors, hoping to profit from the storm's momentum. When the cloud-patterned carriage reached Kanglan City, dusk had just fallen. The spiritual radiance beyond the city had not yet dissipated, and in the distant clouds the faint outline of an ancient portal flickered in and out of view. Though the portal had not yet fully opened, merely revealing a sliver, it already stirred something deep within one's spirit. As if some ancient Dao resonance long hidden and forgotten eras seeped through the void itself. The Lord of Kanglan City personally came to greet them. A man in his middle years, clad in gray robes, his expression composed, his aura deeply concealed. In terms of status, he naturally could not compare to the imperial clans, yet with all factions now converging upon Kanglan, without someone of his caliber holding things together, the city would have plunged into chaos long ago. Your presence is a blessing for Kanglan City. The Lord of Kanglan stepped forward and clasped his fists in greeting. Gu Jiuxiao nodded indifferently. The appearance of the ancient realm here has caused you considerable trouble. You flatter me, honored one. The Lord of Kanglan replied with a wry smile as he stepped aside. Kanglan City is no match for Yunshu Imperial City. Recently, the imperial clan's ancient teachings and sect prodigies had arrived in succession, leaving very few tranquil places to accommodate them. There was a guest residence west of the city, adjacent to water and near a minor spiritual vein. It may not be exceptional, but at least it was peaceful. He clasped his fists once more. Forgive us if our hospitality falls short. His words carried courtesy, yet an unmistakable weariness lingered beneath them. Over these past days he had hardly rested at all. The imperial clans demanded reception, the ancient teachings required accommodation, the demon spirit tribes could not be slighted, and the roaming cultivators and minor sects could not be allowed to cause disturbances within the city. The opening of the myriad paths ancient realm beyond Kanglan City's walls was both a magnificent opportunity and a colossal burden for the city. Gu Jiuxiao glanced at him and remarked, maintaining order to this degree within mere days is no small feat. Relief washed over the Lord of Changyuan. The group entered the city, and Gu Changyuan sat within the carriage gazing outward through the thin curtains. Lanterns had been lit along the main street with cultivators crowding before each shop. Pill vendors cried until their voices grew hoarse while talisman sellers had erected tables along the roadside. Others displayed ancient jade slips and demon beast bone fragments, claiming with conviction that they had unearthed them near the ancient realm. Whether genuine or counterfeit few could verify. Yet in times like these merely attaching the word ancient realm was enough to make many pause. Among the young clan members traveling with them, one lifted the carriage curtain for a glance and chuckled softly. It has only been a few days, yet Changyuan City is fast becoming the second Mount Wentao. Why so many people? Beside him someone asked. Even those who cannot enter the ancient realm wish to share in its bounty, he explained. Sellers of herbs, talismans, and information, as well as those who secure lodging for others. In another 2 days there may even be those queuing to spy on the portal for a fee. A few soft laughs echoed from within the carriage. Gu Changyuan remained silent, his gaze fixed steadily on the world outside. Roaming cultivators hurried about, merchants called out their wares, and sect disciples walked in groups. Occasionally imperial carriages rolled down the main street in the distance, and the surrounding din would fall silent for a moment before swelling again with noise. The great era of the cultivation world had never belonged solely to the gifted few. It thrived within these very tides of humanity. The western guest residence lay far from the main street. As the carriage came to a halt, servants of the city lord's mansion were already waiting at the gate. The residence was modest rather than extravagant, gray tiles, white walls, and 2 ancient locust trees framing the entrance. Beyond the gate, a narrow spirit stream wound through a stone pavilion before feeding into a small pond in the rear courtyard. Pale purple spiritual bamboo grew along the pond's edge. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled softly, creating a barrier that shut out the city's clamor beyond the courtyard walls. Several of the young clan members visibly relaxed upon entering the courtyard. Compared to the bustling main street outside, this place was truly tranquil. Gu Changyuan walked to the pond's edge. Though shallow and lacking dense spiritual energy, the water's surface shimmered with faint golden light, stirred by the ancient realm's spiritual tide beyond the city. Someone crouched by the pond, studying it intently before whispering, "The water is glowing." Gu Changyuan replied, "The ancient realm's spiritual tide has affected the city's spiritual veins. I've heard it's even more prominent beyond the city," another person added. "On the hills nearest the portal, one can see spiritual light flowing at night. Some say it occasionally reflects ancient trees and the phantom remnants of broken weapons." Gu Changyuan glanced at the pond water, his voice measured. "The myriad path's ancient realm has been sealed for countless years. Though the portal is not yet fully stabilized, its internal spiritual energy has already begun to seep outward. If there are indeed divine medicines, precious herbs, or fragments of ancient weapons within, it is not surprising that some of their essence would be reflected by the realm's Dao resonance." His words fell silent among the group in the courtyard. Above Changyuan City, the clouds and mist took on an ancient hue, illuminated by spiritual radiance. Many cultivators stood upon rooftops, towers, and city walls, gazing toward the area beyond the city. Some claimed to see ancient trees swaying deep within the portal, others reported spotting a golden expanse, and still others described a phantom fragment of a broken weapon hovering in the clouds, as though it had once severed the heavens themselves. Each retelling grew more extraordinary. Yet in times like these, the fear was not that the tales were too fantastical, but that there would be no stories at all. After escorting the group to the guest residence, the Lord of Changyuan made no effort to stay. "Honored elder, there is one more matter." Just before departing, he suddenly remembered something and paused. Gu Changyuan turned to look at him. Recently, the city has become overcrowded with cultivators, and many have brought spiritual herbs, broken artifacts, and relics from their respective factions, the Lord of Changyuan explained. "After consultation between the city lord's mansion and Wanbao Tower, we plan to hold a spiritual treasure gathering tomorrow." A few of the young clan members in the courtyard showed signs of interest. The Lord of Changyuan smiled faintly. "It is nothing significant. Merely a regulated space for cultivators from all factions to conduct exchanges, whether through barter or spirit stones. It would be far more orderly than allowing disputes to arise in secret." He paused before continuing. "Before the ancient realm opens, all factions will remain in the city for several days. If you have any interest, you may visit Wanbao Tower tomorrow as well. You might find something of use." Gu Changyuan nodded. "Thank you for your trouble, City Lord." The Lord of Changyuan clasped his fists in farewell. Once he departed, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew slightly more relaxed. Several of the young clan members were clearly stirred with interest. Before the ancient realm had even opened, so many factions had already gathered in the city. The spiritual treasure gathering at Wanbao Tower tomorrow would surely be far more than a simple exchange. Gu Changyuan observed the anticipation in their eyes and gave a gentle nod. "We will go take a look tomorrow." Gu Changyuan did not object. It would be good to see. Having said this, his gaze settled on Gu Changyuan, his tone growing noticeably more restrained. However, with the ancient realm about to open, there are certain words I must repeat once more. The courtyard grew quiet. A breeze swept through, and the spirit stream murmured softly as it flowed beneath the stones. Gu Changyuan gazed toward the spiritual radiance beyond the city. The myriad path's ancient realm is no ordinary secret realm. Each time it opens, its internal terrain shifts. Members of our clan have entered in past generations, leaving behind numerous records that were later compiled into the chronicles of the ancient realm. You have all read them, but once inside you must not rely solely upon the old records. Gu Changyuan nodded. Gu Changyuan continued. Within lie both opportunities and perils. Divine medicines, precious herbs, fragments of ancient weapons, and spirit stones of divine metals may all appear. Yet some precious herbs are guarded by demonic beasts. Certain spiritual lands are nothing more than lairs of ferocious creatures. Should you wish to claim them, you must first pass through their trial. He paused, his gaze settling on Gu Changyuan. There is one more matter. Qin Lei Qianjia and the others have remained at the threshold of the Qi realm for quite some time, needing only a suitable environment to break through. The spiritual energy, Dao resonance, and cosmic forces within the myriad paths ancient realm far surpass those of the outside world. If they encounter a blessed land, they may well enter the Dao Palace realm before you do. Gu Changyuan responded. So you mean they may not remain long in the second region? Precisely. Gu Changyuan did not shy away from this point. Your foundation is steadier than theirs, yet once within the ancient realm, the order of advancement will not be determined solely by current cultivation realms. Gu Changyuan nodded. Gu Changyuan continued. However, those who have reached the fourth realm or beyond must not enter. The courtyard fell even quieter. According to clan records, during a previous opening of the myriad paths ancient realm, cultivators of the divine platform realm, those at the fourth realm, refused to believe the restrictions. They attempted to conceal their aura through secret techniques and infiltrate the realm. Before they could even cross the portal, the ancient realm's rules rejected them. Their divine platforms shattered, and they were grievously wounded on the spot. Wind swept through the purple bamboo, the leaves brushing against one another. Gu Changyuan continued. Later, a powerful cultivator of the Dharma idol realm at the fifth level dared to rely on the potency of his innate Dharma idol and attempted to force his way into the ancient realm. He stepped only halfway across the threshold before the Dharma idol materialized, only to be crushed by the realm's laws, his physical form collapsing with it. The young clan members in the courtyard exchanged uneasy glances. And afterward, even a great cultivator of the Heavenly Gate realm at the sixth level made an attempt. Gu Changyuan's voice remained calm, yet it sent a chill through the listeners. That cultivator opened his Heavenly Gate, attempting to overwhelm the ancient realm's rules with his own cosmic momentum. But the moment the Heavenly Gate appeared, the Dao laws within the ancient realm counterattacked. The gate shattered, his body was destroyed, and not even his soul could escape. The courtyard fell completely silent. Gu Changyuan gazed toward the spiritual glow beyond the city walls, his expression tranquil. That is why no one dared attempt it afterward. Correct. Gu Changyuan explained. Those at the fourth realm's divine platform stage are already rejected. Those who force their way in at the fifth realm's Dharma idol stage perish, and even those at the sixth realm's Heavenly Gate stage are annihilated outright. Since then, no one has ever risked their life to test the ancient realm's boundaries. With these words spoken, everyone in the courtyard finally understood that the ancient realm's rules were not mere warnings. They were forged through the lives of high realm cultivators. Gu Changyuan's gaze swept across them all. It is precisely for this reason that the great imperial clans, ancient teachings, and demon spirit tribes permit only the younger generation to enter. Without such restrictions, no matter how many opportunities lie within, they would never be yours to claim. Gu Changyuan replied, competing against those of the same realm is by no means easy either. I am glad you understand. Gu Changyuan continued, the myriad paths ancient realm has been nourishing its inhabitants for millennia. The strange beasts, ferocious predators, and ancient bloodlines within are all bound by its rules. Most remain at the Qi or Dao Palace realms, yet among their own kind they are hardly inferior to the gifted cultivators of the outside world. He paused before adding, therefore once inside, do not focus solely on competition. Our clan lacks neither a few precious herbs nor a handful of divine spirit stones. He looked at the young people before him. What our clan demands is that you return alive. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. The ease on the young clan members' faces began to fade. The life jade at their waists emitted a faint glow in the darkness, connecting them to the ancient mountains and rivers of their clan behind them. Gu Changyuan spoke softly, I will watch over them. Gu Changyuan glanced at him. And watch over yourself as well. Gu Changyuan remained silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Gu Changyuan said nothing further. The night deepened, yet Kanglan City remained far from quiet. Before Wanbao Tower, spirit lamps had already been hung for tomorrow's exchange gathering. Many roaming cultivators rushed through the night to register, while disciples of merchant guilds carried sealed jade boxes into the building. Occasionally disputes echoed from the end of the main street, only to be swiftly suppressed by the city lord's cultivators. Gu Changyuan stood alone beneath the corridor. In the distance, the phantom outline of the myriad paths, ancient realms portal hung, suspended within the clouds and mist like an ancient well hidden deep within the ages, gradually exhaling its primordial essence. He naturally understood the words Gu Jiuxiao had left unfinished. The second region was merely the beginning. The third region was where one's Dao Palace foundation would truly be forged, where palace origins Dao marks and the essence of the heavenly palace converged to stabilize the foundation and condense its image. Yet the ancient resonance of the myriad paths was far more primal and rare, adapting to each cultivator's own Dao. A sword cultivator who obtained it could transform it into sword resonance, a lightning cultivator into lightning resonance, and a demon spirit cultivator into a resonance that aligned with their bloodline. On the second day, before the sky had fully brightened, the long street outside Wanbao Tower was already packed with people. The city lord's mansion had announced the spirit treasure auction would officially open in the afternoon, but those with genuine interest had arrived at dawn. Independent cultivators spread worn cloths along the street, while merchant caravans carried jade boxes into the tower one by one. Young disciples from minor sects gathered in small groups around the stalls, their voices hushed as they bargained over prices. A row of bronze spirit lamps hung before Wanbao Tower, with cultivators from the city lord's mansion maintaining order beneath them. Only those bearing tokens issued by the mansion or possessing goods of sufficient value could gain entry. Those unable to enter the tower set up makeshift stalls outside rather than return empty-handed. So the real bustle centered not inside the tower but on the long street beyond its walls. When Gu Changyuan arrived, he was accompanied only by Gu Chinga, Gu Yanni, and Gu Chinzhou. Gu Xian stayed away, though he had little interest in such occasions. Gu Yunxi had also been summoned today by several clan elders to confer with the younger members of the Third Realm cultivators about grouping arrangements and mutual support strategies for entering the ancient realm. The moment Gu Yanni stepped onto the long street, he couldn't help but laugh. This doesn't look like a spirit treasure auction at all. Even before entering the tower, the area outside resembles a small market. Gu Chinzhou glanced around at the stalls lining both sides. The more chaotic it gets, the easier it is to conceal things. Gu Yanni shot back quickly, which also means it's easier to get scammed. That's where your judgment comes in. Gu Chinga walked beside Gu Changyuan, her eyes darting between the stalls on either side. One vendor displayed 3 spirit herbs, claiming they'd been foraged from the mountains beyond the city walls, their roots still clotted with fresh soil. Another produced a fragment of blackened iron and insisted it was a relic from an ancient weapon, drawing a crowd of independent cultivators who couldn't determine whether it was genuine or counterfeit. The majority of what was on display amounted to little more than miscellaneous odds and ends. Broken bones, weathered jade pieces, shattered talisman plates, chunks of ore. Some vendors didn't even recognize what they were selling themselves, just hoping to cash in before the myriad paths ancient realm opened. Gu Changyuan made no rush to enter Wanbao Tower. He strolled slowly along the street's edge, his 9 tribulations imperial eyes remaining mostly dormant, though a faint trace of tribulation light flickered deep within his gaze. To him, those antiquities others had praised so extravagantly took on a far more transparent quality. Certain damaged artifacts appeared ancient on the surface, yet contained nothing of spiritual essence within who. Some spirit herbs looked lush and vibrant above ground, while their roots had long since withered away. A few lesser items harbored only a thin trace of spiritual energy and held minimal worth. It wasn't until Gu Changyuan reached a stall tucked into a corner that he finally slowed his pace. The vendor was an elderly man dressed in gray with a beast-skin cloth spread out before him. The items scattered across the cloth were a mismatched assortment. Cracked or fragments, a length of dead wood, a torn scale of armor, and several dark iron shards. Positioned in this forgotten corner, the stall naturally drew few visitors. The old man in gray squinted half shut as Gu Changyuan's group approached. His attention sharpened noticeably upon taking in Gu Changyuan's pristine white robes and the distinguished bearing of Gu Yanni and Gu Chinzhou. "Young master, you have excellent discernment." The old man straightened immediately, his face creasing into a broad grin. "My wares are far from the common goods you'll find elsewhere. Consider this piece, heavy cold iron, this one crimson cloud spirit ore, and this scaled armor fragment from antiquity. I sourced them all myself from the spiritual veins beyond the city walls." Gu Yanni couldn't help but laugh at the pitch. "Old man, your tongue is worth more than whatever's on that stall." The gray-clad elder took no offense, merely clasping his hands in a polite bow with a smile. "Business is all about fortune, you see. How useful an item is depends on who it lands in the hands of." Gu Yanni lifted a dull gray stone. "You call this crimson cloud spirit, or?" "The crimson glow lies hidden within. It takes ordinary eyes to miss it," the elder replied earnestly. Gu Yanni picked up another stone. "And this one, black cold iron. Xian remains concealed, heavy and unassuming." Gu Yanni couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Then I'd say everything on your entire stall is pretty well concealed." The gray-clad old man bowed politely. Young master clearly understands the trade. Gu Changyuan finally couldn't hold back a smile looking down. Gu Changyuan ignored their banter entirely, his gaze fixed instead on those dull gray stones in the corner. There were 5 pieces total, varying in size and color. 2 resembling ordinary mountain rock, one with a rust hue, and another displaying a blue-white pattern beneath a thick coating of gray dust that hid whatever lay inside. A barely perceptible flicker of tribulation light danced deep within Gu Changyuan's eyes. After a moment, he bent to pick up 2 of the stones, then selected 3 more from nearby, setting all 5 aside. How much for these? The gray-clad elder's eyes darted quickly. He'd been vending for years and knew how to read people. For ordinary cultivators asking prices, he'd quote a few low-grade spirit stones. For disciples from small sects, he'd dare to ask for 1 or 2 mid-grade spirit stones. But these people before him clearly weren't short on spirit stones. After clearing his throat, he held up a single finger. 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Gu Changyuan raised an eyebrow. 5 worn stones, and you dare ask 20 mid-grade spirit stones? The gray-clad elder maintained a serious expression. Young master, you're mistaken. These stones I chipped myself from the spiritual veins beyond the city walls. With the myriad paths ancient realm now leaking spiritual energy outward, even these scraps may have been nourished by the ancient realm's aura. You yourself admitted it was uncertain, Gu Changyuan pointed out. The elder chuckled. Who dares speak so definitively about matters of fate and opportunity? Gu Changyuan didn't negotiate further. He simply produced 20 mid-grade spirit stones and placed them on the stall. Deal. The elder swept them into his sleeve with swift urgency, as if afraid Gu Changyuan might reconsider. Gu Changyuan watched the hurried motion and couldn't help but remark, "You're quick to collect." The elder beamed. "In business, securing what's yours is paramount." Gu Changyuan said nothing further, merely setting the 5 stones aside. Just then an urgent voice cut through from beyond the crowd. "Wait!" A round-faced youth pushed through the crowd. His waist was strung with storage pouches of various sizes, and he clutched a small golden abacus to his chest. Before he even reached the stall, his storage pouches were already clinking and jingling all the way. An elderly man followed behind the youth, his beard and hair half white, his robes loose and flowing. As he arrived at the stall and let out a sigh. "Young master, take your time," the elder said. Jin Duobao didn't turn around. "Old Zhang, I sensed something." The old man replied. "This old servant knows you've sensed it, young master, but we're in Kanglan City now, not at the clan estate." Jin Duobao immediately bristled. "What do you mean again?" The elder fell silent. Gu Changyuan nearly laughed out loud. That silence spoke volumes. Jin Duobao ignored the old man entirely, his attention fixed on the 5 stones. He scanned them over, his brow furrowing gradually. Something was there, but which one he couldn't quite determine. The uncertainty unsettled him deeply. His clan possessed an innate sensitivity to treasure auras. Growing up, he'd always been the first to sense a treasure's presence. How could someone else beat him to it? Jin Duobao turned his gaze toward Gu Changyuan with a suspicious edge. "You bought these stones just now. Do you know what's inside?" "No." Jin Duobao's eyes lit up. "Then why buy them if you don't know?" "They caught my eye." Jin Duobao's face stiffened. That was too perfunctory. He didn't believe it. Moving closer with his abacus in hand, he circled the 5 stones, examining them repeatedly until he reached out, only to be stopped by Gu Changyuan's sharp intervention. "What do you think you're doing? We just purchased these. I'm merely feeling them." Gu Changyuan raised an eyebrow. "Old Zhang himself warned me that you touch everything you see." The elder coughed softly behind them. Jin Duobao's expression darkened. "I'm appraising." Gu Changyuan ignored him entirely and simply picked up one of the ordinary stones, sending a gentle vibration through his fingertips. The stone cracked open to reveal nothing inside. The second held only ordinary core. The third was the same. Jin Duobao's frown gradually lifted as his eyes caught a flicker of hope. Something wasn't right. That spiritual energy hadn't dispersed yet. Gu Changyuan broke open the 4th stone and found it worthless too. Only one remained, the blue-white stone coated in gray. Jin Duobao's eyes widened in shock. "Wait." But Gu Changyuan had already tapped the stone with his fingertip. Crack. The outer layer split open. A faint golden jade glow emanated from within. The light was soft yet radiant, like warm golden jade essence sealed inside the stone, only now breaking through. Gu Changyuan, who had been watching idly, finally shifted his gaze with genuine interest. Jade marrow. While not a supreme treasure, it was rare enough, perfect for stabilizing formations and nourishing array patterns. The gray-clad elder stared at the revealed jade marrow, his entire face frozen in disbelief. After a moment, he slapped his thigh in regretful dismay. There really was something inside. "I only collected a few scraps from the spiritual veins outside the city, thinking any fine jade would be a bonus. How did I accidentally uncover jade marrow?" Gu Changyuan laughed uncontrollably. "Old man, now you realize you sold it too cheap." The elder's face twisted with bitter regret. 20 mid-grade spirit stones. "You said it yourself. Once the deal is sealed, the money's yours to keep," Gu Changyuan reminded him. The elder opened his mouth, but couldn't form another word. Jin Duobao looked thoroughly defeated. He could sense something was there, but Gu Changyuan had identified the exact stone containing the jade marrow from among 5 candidates. This went far beyond mere luck. He fixed his gaze on Gu Changyuan, growing increasingly convinced something was amiss. You truly didn't know beforehand. Not until now, Gu Changyuan replied. Jin Duobao's lip twitched. How can you be so infuriatingly straightforward? Gu Yunyi couldn't stop laughing beside him. A deep, honest voice cut through the crowd. Jin Duobao, are you arguing with someone again? Xianyu approached from the street entrance. Beside him walked Yu Qinbei carrying the ancient steel on his back. Each step he took seemed to weigh down the earth slightly, and numerous cultivators instinctively parted to give them space upon seeing the monumental stone. Xianyu paused when he spotted Gu Changyuan, then moved toward him deliberately. Gu Changyuan. Realizing the crowd around them, he quickly added, Young Master Gu. Gu Changyuan acknowledged him with a nod. Xianyu. Jin Duobao froze momentarily. Gu Changyuan. He turned sharply to face him. You're that Gu Changyuan from Wendaishan. Gu Yunyi smirked. Only figuring it out now. Jin Duobao studied him carefully, his expression shifting. First among the Wendaishan disciples. Young master of the Gu clan. The one who had subdued the 6 demon spirit tribes. But none of that mattered most right now. What troubled him was that Gu Changyuan had outpaced him in sensing the treasure. That sting of defeat rankled deeply. Yu Qinbei regarded Gu Changyuan with focused intensity. Are you the one who keeps Xianyu and the others in check? Xianyu quickly clarified, that's not quite what I meant. You said he doesn't just hold them back. He actively suppresses others. Xianyu fell silent for a moment. Actually, I did say that. Gu Qingge couldn't suppress another laugh. Meanwhile, Jin Duobao remained fixated on Gu Changyuan. How did you discover the jade marrow? Gu Changyuan gave him a measured look. Aren't you supposed to be skilled at finding treasures? The question caught Jin Duobao off guard. Figure it out yourself, Gu Changyuan replied casually. Gu Yunyi finally burst into laughter. Jin Duobao's golden teeth gleamed with frustration. Fine, very fine. He patted the golden abacus at his chest. Gu Changyuan, this doesn't count. I wasn't serious earlier. Xianyu scratched his head. You seemed pretty serious to me. Yu Qinbei nodded. You were reaching out to touch it. The elder coughed softly. Jin Duobao glared at them all. Which side are you on? Yu Qinbei considered for a moment. We're with you. But honesty matters too. Jin Duobao took a deep breath, gathering himself. When we enter the myriad paths ancient realm, let's settle this properly. What kind of competition? Jin Duobao struck his abacus. Whoever finds the greatest treasure first wins. Gu Yunyi laughed. You sure about that? That was an accident. Jin Duobao protested quickly. Gu Changyuan studied him with a faint smile. I accept. Jin Duobao's eyes lit up. You're accepting? Gu Changyuan nodded. Straightening his chest, Jin Duobao seemed to reclaim his pride. Then wait and see. Inside the ancient realm, I'll show you what it means to navigate by treasure aura alone. Very well, Gu Changyuan replied evenly. He spoke with complete calm. Yet an unease crept over Jin Duobao, despite himself. The calmer Gu Changyuan appeared, the more he felt he'd dug his own grave. And the pit seemed deeper than he'd anticipated. The elder watched the exchange unfold, opening his mouth several times before finally sighing. Young master, Jin Duobao didn't even turn around. Old Zhang, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. But hearing those words only deepened the elder's concerns. The long street grew ever more crowded as the spirit treasure auction inside Wanbao Tower prepared to begin. Having suffered a minor setback, Jin Duobao became even more eager, insisting on going in to find something truly valuable. Xianyu and Yu Qinbei trailed behind, one scratching his head in confusion, the other bearing the ancient steel, while the elder followed at a distance, his expression radiating worry. Gu Changyuan secured the jade marrow and turned his gaze toward Wanbao Tower. The formation lamps inside the tower had already ignited, and cultivators from the city lord's mansion were beginning to admit attendees. The scattered market outside remained lively, but the true spirit treasure auction was just getting underway. Gu Yunyi brushed off his sleeves and grinned. Let's go, young master. Gu Qingge also looked toward the tower interior, anticipation visible in her eyes. Gu Changyuan gave a slight nod. The group moved with the flow of people into Wanbao Tower. Inside the Wanbao Tower, the atmosphere was entirely different from the chaotic market outside. The moment one crossed the threshold, the clamor beyond seemed to be largely warded off by spiritual arrays. The first floor was spacious and brightly lit with spirit herbs, damaged artifacts, mineral ores, and antiquities displayed on all sides, items that had passed the Wanbao Tower's initial screening. The items displayed within the tower were not necessarily true treasures, but at least they were far more refined than the chaotic stalls scattered outside. Beyond the first floor were private rooms reserved for the various influential factions. The Gu family was escorted to a private room on the third floor, which overlooked the central courtyard. Pushing open the carved wooden window halfway revealed the elevated platform below, its perimeter inscribed with protective arrays designed to contain the aura of treasure items and prevent anyone from forcibly making moves within the tower. Gu Qingge pressed close to the window, watching with keen interest. Meanwhile, Gu Yunyi leaned back in his chair with a smile. The outside is bustling, but inside the atmosphere is much more orderly. Gu Changyuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the raised platform, where an elderly man in gray robes presided over the treasure exchange. His silver hair was gathered in a crown, and though his voice was low, spiritual arrays carried it throughout the courtyard. Distinguished guests, you've gathered here today to trade goods and see what fate may bring. The Wanbao Tower serves only as witness. We do not impose our judgment on ownership. Once an item is presented, the owner alone decides what they wish to exchange it for. If multiple parties desire an exchange, each shall rely on their own capabilities. The final choice rests solely with the item's owner. The rules were straightforward, yet perfectly suited Kanglan City in the present. With so many factions present, it would be unwise for the Wanbao Tower to dictate ownership. It would only invite trouble. Instead, displaying the items and letting the owners decide freely was far more prudent. The first few rounds passed quickly. A few precious herbs of considerable age were traded away by an elder from a miner's sect downstairs, a piece of black cold iron decent in quality, but not particularly rare, and a fragment of ancient deadwood still harboring a trace of vitality eventually found its way into the hands of a disciple cultivating wood attribute techniques. The fourth round featured a damaged jade talisman containing what appeared to be fragments of a broken movement technique. It was contested between a lone cultivator and a young master from a prominent family, finally selling for a vial of meridian nourishing pills. Gu Yanni watched with a yawn. Nothing remarkable in these opening rounds. Gu Changyuan replied, the true treasures are never brought out first. Gu Yanni glanced at him. You seem to know your stuff. Gu Changyuan responded coolly, common sense. Just as Gu Yanni was about to retort, the elder from the Wanbao Tower on the raised platform raised his hand, signaling for the next item to be brought forward. The fifth round commenced as a dark wooden box was carried onto the platform. When opened, it revealed a palm-sized damaged formation disc within. The disc showed significant wear, cracked edges, broken pattern lines scattered across its surface, clearly aged. Yet beneath the lamplight, a faint silver pattern pulsed slowly at its center. A hush fell over the hall. Formation discs were different from spirit herbs or mineral ores. A knowledgeable eye could assess their worth instantly, while to the uninitiated they were nothing more than broken fragments. The Wanbao Tower elder spoke up. One damaged, ancient formation disc of unknown origin, likely a relic from a cultivator of years past. The formation patterns are more than half destroyed, though the central array node remains intact. The owner seeks no spirit stones in exchange, only soul-nourishing treasures or items capable of stabilizing formation foundations. As soon as he finished, someone called out from below, I offer a soul-condensing jade. Another voice chimed in from the opposite side. I'll contribute a piece of pattern-stabilizing bamboo. There were several cultivators skilled in formation arts present in the hall, besides Gu Changyuan, and he sat up straighter. Gu Yanni glanced at him. You're interested? The array node is intact, Gu Changyuan replied quietly, though with more seriousness than before. Gu Changyuan's gaze turned toward the platform. Deep within his 9 tribulations imperial eyes, the faintest flicker of tribulation light passed. The formation disc was indeed severely damaged on the outside. 7 or 8 of its pattern lines were broken, and on the surface alone, it would hardly qualify as more than a fragmented disc barely worth studying. Yet at the very heart of the disc, that silver line persisted alive despite everything. Like an impossibly fine thread concealed beneath the fractured patterns, it shimmered faintly, barely visible. Deeper still lay an ancient aura sealed away and not yet dissipated. Gu Changyuan withdrew his gaze and said simply, if you want to trade for it. Gu Changyuan nodded and produced a jade box. Spirit calming wood heart. Before he could say more, a clear voice rang out from a private room across the way. A vial of white marsh, soul-purifying dew. Gu Changyuan lifted his eyes to look. The window of the opposing private room stood half open, whereby Yanxiu sat beside it, still clutching that black and white jade token. Noticing Gu Changyuan's gaze, he paused momentarily before offering a slight nod. Beside Bai Yanxiu, another youth dressed in white was seated. The young man bore an upright countenance and an aura neither aggressive nor flamboyant. Merely sitting there exuded a profound tranquility. Not an emptiness, but rather the stillness of deep water, bottomless and untroubled. Bai Yanxiu rose and offered a respectful greeting. Young Master Gu. Gu Changyuan nodded in return. Brother Bai. Turning to the white-robed youth beside him, Bai Yanxiu introduced, this is my elder brother Bai Guanlan. Bai Guanlan raised his gaze and offered a slight nod. Young Master Gu. Gu Changyuan returned the gesture. Brother Bai. Their exchange across the central courtyard was measured and quiet, yet enough to draw glances from those in the nearby private rooms. After the battle at Wendayot Mountain, Gu Changyuan's name had already spread far and wide. Though Bai Guanlan had not participated in that confrontation, those within the Bai Zhe clan's younger generation who truly understood him would never dismiss him as an ordinary elder brother. Bai Yanxiu turned his attention to the raised platform. I would also like this formation disc. Gu Changyuan replied, so do I. Bai Yanxiu smiled. Then let us follow the rules of the treasure exchange. The formation cultivators below did not immediately concede. One offered a vial of soul-stabilizing pills while another produced a formation-nourishing stone. The Wanbao Tower elders stood upon the platform observing the competing bids with increasing caution. The Gu family, the Baizhe clan, and two well-known wandering formation masters below, all were involved. The value of this damaged formation disc appeared to exceed his initial assessment. Gu Changyuan spoke up. Spirit calming wood heart plus 3 drops of formation nourishing liquid. From the opposing private room by Yinxiu countered, white marsh soul purifying dew along with a mind-brightening jade. A murmur rippled through the assembly. White marsh soul purifying dew was already rare and mind-brightening jade possessed the effect of stabilizing divine consciousness. Offering both to obtain a damaged formation disc was quite generous. The two wandering formation masters below fell silent for a moment before ultimately withdrawing their bids. They desired the disc, but not enough to wage a costly struggle against the Gu family and Baizhe clan. Only the Gu and Baizhe families remained. Gu Changyuan's brow furrowed slightly, not from unwillingness to spend, but because bidding further would no longer be worthwhile. After all, a damaged disc remained damaged. Even if the core formation node was intact, it might not be fully restored. With the myriad DAO ancient realm about to open, the items he could offer in trade were limited. He couldn't risk everything on something uncertain. After a moment he murmured, "Never mind." Gu Yunyi frowned. "Giving up, eh?" Gu Changyuan replied, "Bidding further isn't worth it." His voice remained steady, yet Gu Changyuan recognized the genuine desire beneath his words. Gu Changyuan retrieved a small jade vial and set it on the table. The jade vial was modest in size, its surface carved with a mountain and river pattern. Gu Jiuxiao had given it to him before departing, saying only that should they encounter something suitable in Kanglan City, he need not hesitate to spend. With the myriad DAO ancient realm approaching, some possessions remain mere resources unless converted into tools he could truly rely upon. That was true strength. Gu Changyuan uncorked the jade vial. Inside were merely 3 drops of pale golden liquid. Gu Changyuan caught sight of it, and his expression shifted. Mountain and river soul stabilizing liquid. Gu Yunyi straightened in his seat as well. While not among the Gu family's most prized treasures, it was exceedingly rare. It possessed the ability to stabilize spiritual consciousness formation nodes and the spiritual essence of magical artifacts. At first glance, trading it for a damaged formation disc seemed inadvisable. Gu Changyuan frowned. "Young master, it's not worth it." Gu Changyuan replied simply, "It is." Gu Changyuan looked at him. Gu Changyuan offered no further explanation. "If you want to take it." Those words hung in the air, and Gu Changyuan fell silent for a moment. He understood what Gu Changyuan meant. With the myriad DAO ancient realm about to open, the young generation of the Gu family could not remain together within it forever. Every bit of formation artistry he gained would translate to greater resilience when facing danger. If this formation disc could truly benefit him, it would serve not only himself, but the entire family. Gu Changyuan spoke. "The Gu family adds 3 drops of mountain and river soul-stabilizing liquid." The announcement brought an immediate hush to the hall. Bai Yinxiu paused, instinctively glancing at his brother Bai Guanlan. Bai Guanlan's gaze rested on the formation disc, then shifted to Gu Changyuan. After a moment, he shook his head lightly. Bai Yinxiu understood and did not bid again. The Wanbao Tower elder on the platform waited a moment before a response arrived from the item's owner. The owner selects the Gu family. The damaged formation disc was delivered to the Gu family's private room. Gu Changyuan accepted the formation disc, and the moment his fingertips brushed the central array node, his expression shifted. He looked toward Gu Changyuan. "There is indeed something within it," he said. "How much you comprehend depends on yourself." Gu Changyuan gripped the formation disc and said earnestly, "Thank you, young master." Gu Changyuan smiled, his tone growing casual. "No harm done. The more you advance, the better you can look out for me once we reach the 3rd area." Gu Changyuan paused, surprised. Gu Yunyi chuckled beside him. "Did you hear that? The young master is having you protect him in advance." Gu Changyuan glanced at him. "You could as well." Gu Yunyi spread his hands. "But I don't cultivate formation arts." Gu Changyuan smiled and said nothing more. In the opposite private room, Bai Yinxiu watched as the formation disc was claimed by the Gu family, his expression untouched by displeasure. Bai Guanlan sat beside him, his demeanor as tranquil as ever. Yet his gaze lingered on Gu Changyuan for a brief moment. Then it drifted naturally away. The treasure exchange continued. Several more rounds followed, and while a few noteworthy items appeared, neither the Gu family nor the Baizhe clan made another move. Jin Duobao, however, had traded several mid-grade spirit stones for a piece of unidentified beast bone. He cradled it in his hands for quite some time, grinning broadly enough to reveal his little golden tooth. From a distance, Gu Yunyi spotted him and couldn't help but remark, could he have found another treasure by chance? Gu Changyuan secured the formation disc. His judgment? That's difficult to say. Gu Changyuan whispered, "Then is he genuinely skilled at finding treasures?" Gu Yunyi laughed. "He is, but he has a sharp tongue." The treasure exchange stretched on until dusk. When the final item changed hands, the formation-lit lamps within Wanbao Tower gradually dimmed. Cultivators from all factions began rising in succession. Some appeared satisfied, others regretful, while a few were still exchanging messages privately, clearly hoping to continue negotiations for deals left unfinished. As the Gu family members emerged from their private room, they spotted Bai Yinxiu and Bai Guanlan approaching from across the hall. Bai Yinxiu took the initiative to offer a respectful salute. Young Master Gu. Gu Changyuan nodded. Brother Bai. Bai Yinxiu smiled. I hadn't expected today that we'd be competing with the Gu family for the same formation disc. Gu Changyuan replied, merely following the rules of exchange. Bai Yinxiu nodded. Of course. After speaking, he cast another glance toward the area outside the building. Quite a number of demon spirits from the western wasteland have come this time. Leading them openly is Qi Jinyang, elder brother of Qi Li. Hearing that name, Gu Yunyi's brows lifted slightly. He didn't come today? No, Bai Yinxiu replied. Qi Jinyang has never been interested in places like this. He finds these matters too chaotic and far too slow. Rather than sitting here watching people exchange item by item, he'd prefer to wait until the ancient realm opens and retrieve what he wants directly from within. Gu Yunyi chuckled softly. Such confidence. Bai Yinxiu offered no comment, simply stating his strength is indeed formidable. The words were simple, yet the simpler they were, the more weight they carried. After the spiritual treasure assembly concluded, Kanglan City remained bustling for several more days. These days the city had barely known a moment of true tranquility. Representatives from various factions continuously entered the city, their cloud chariots rising and falling along the main street, while jeweled carriages moved freely through the thoroughfares. Rogue cultivators, disciples of minor sects, and merchants' alliance representatives mingled throughout the city. Even the taverns after dark buzzed with discussions of the ancient realm's opportunities. Beyond the walls of Kanglan City, the ancient portal grew increasingly distinct each day. At first, it was merely a faint phantom hovering amidst the rosy clouds. Gradually, its outline took shape. By the morning of that day, it stood truly before the heavens and the earth. Its height was beyond measure. Its width was beyond reckoning. Like an ancient heavenly gate rising from the depths of forgotten eras. Within the gate was no darkness, but a swirling mist of primordial light. Within the luminous mist, phantom mountains and rivers rose and fell, ancient trees towered skyward, vast wetlands stretched across the land, and the fragmented remnants of palaces flickered faintly deep within the fog. Occasionally, spiritual light would sweep out from within the portal, settling among the mountains and rivers of the outside world, causing nearby vegetation to instantly shimmer with an ethereal glow. The 10,000 Paths ancient realm did not resemble a secret realm at all. It was more like an ancient world sealed away by the passage of time. On this day, nearly half of Kanglan City emptied out. Before dawn had broken, the gates were already lined with countless people. Cloud chariots from every faction rose from the city, jeweled carriages rolled down the main streets, sword cultivators soared through the sky on their blades, and rogue cultivators hurried toward the city gates in groups. From a distance, it appeared as though the entire cultivator population of Kanglan City had been drawn out by that ancient spiritual radiance beyond the walls. By the time the Gu family departed the city, the eastern horizon had just begun to pale with the first light of dawn. Gu Changyuan stood before his cloud-patterned carriage, gazing toward the distant portal. The area before the portal was already crowded. Imperial clans, ancient sects, forbidden lands, and the demon spirit tribes each claimed their territory. Ordinary cultivators dared not approach too closely, remaining far behind. Even those who lacked the qualifications to enter the ancient realm had no desire to miss this spectacle. Some exchanged hushed whispers. Is this the 10,000 Paths ancient realm? It has remained closed for thousands of years. They say that whenever the ancient realm opens, some geniuses perish, while others truly rise from within. This era has never been tranquil, and with the ancient realm opening once more, I fear the great epoch may truly be upon us. As soon as the words left his lips, a cyan cloud platform descended slowly from the distance. Zhao Xiaowen of the Xinluo ancient sect wore simple robes and held a scroll, his features carrying a distant calmness that suggested a scholar emerging from a quiet study. He alighted before the cloud platform and raised his gaze to look at the 10,000 Paths ancient realm portal. His glance was deeply tranquil. So at peace, it seemed he had already accounted for everything beyond the gate within his scrolls. Then he closed the scroll in his hand, his fingertips gently tracing the spine before slowly withdrawing his gaze. The remaining representatives from ancient sects, forbidden lands, and divine islands gradually appeared, each claiming their own domain. With their arrival, the previously noisy crowd before the gate lowered their voices considerably. No one dared to speak loudly. Those who truly intended to compete for the third region had already arrived. In the distance, an icy coldness spread from the horizon like snow and ice. A flying palace of white jade gradually came to rest in midair. Before the palace, Yu Qinghan stood in snow-white robes, her expression cold and aloof. Not far from her stood a young man. He wore white clothing like everyone else, yet there was something distinctly different about him. While he lacked the obvious ice and snow aura surrounding others, the air near him seemed frozen solid. Several snow crystals drifted toward him and suspended themselves in midair rather than continuing to fall. Someone in the crowd lowered their voice. That imperial son of the ice prison palace has also arrived. As soon as the words left his mouth, the young man merely raised his eyes slightly. His gaze was distant and cold, as if he viewed everyone through a layer of frozen mist. The nearby speakers immediately bowed their heads, daring not to meet his stare. Yu Qinghan remained silent, only tilting her head slightly to glance at the portal. A faint glow like cold moonlight flickered at her sleeve's edge before disappearing, and soon all returned to stillness. The people from Cece House had also arrived. Unlike the others who came with grand processions of cloud chariots and jeweled carriages, they moved with quiet restraint. Chu Zhaoan walked at the front, his green robes, sleeves tied back, a black and white go piece turning lightly between his fingers. Behind him, several fellow disciples carried zither or scrolls, while a young woman bore a painting cylinder on her back. They appeared as though they had emerged directly from the ink-wash landscapes of an ancient academy. Someone whispered, wasn't Chu Zhaoan also at the Dao-seeking mountain? An elder cultivator beside him cast a glance, lowering his voice further. He had long since reached the Dao Palace realm. During the events at Dao-seeking mountain, it wasn't that he couldn't intervene. He simply chose not to make his move. With these words, those nearby fell silent. Just as Gu Changyuan turned to look, Chu Zhaoan happened to raise his gaze. The piece between his fingers spun gently, and the faint smile at the corner of his lips served as his greeting. Gu Changyuan nodded slightly in return. Behind them, Qin Lai and the others began to appear in succession. Some bore swords on their backs, others wore armor, a few arrived riding flames upon cloud steeds, while others stood atop ancient beasts. Those young geniuses whose names had become known on Dao-seeking mountain now stood before the ancient realm's gate. Some glanced toward Gu Changyuan and offered wide grins. Some nodded from a distance. Others let their gaze pass over him before returning to the portal of the 10,000 Paths ancient realm. It had not yet fully awakened. Yet the edge belonging to this generation of youth had already gathered beyond Kanglan City's walls. The Western Wasteland's demon spirit tribes had also arrived. Qi Jinyang stood at the forefront of the demon spirit tribes, his crimson hair blazing like fire with a touch of reddish gold light burning deep within his beast-like pupils. Qi Li followed at his side, and when he looked toward Gu Changyuan, there was still a trace of defiance in his gaze. Qi Jinyang merely cast a passing glance at Gu Changyuan. The flame in his palm crumbled silently into nothing. His smile didn't fade. It deepened instead. Gu Changyuan paid no mind. His gaze swept past those figures in the distance before returning to the portal of the 10,000 Paths ancient realm. Among those genius cultivators who had reached the Dao Palace realm, some occasionally turned their attention toward the Gu family. Someone murmured, that white-robed youth at the center of the Gu family. Could that be Gu Changyuan? That must be him. First place at Dao-seeking mountain. He's still in the Qi realm. They say his path is unconventional. It's only natural his cultivation advances more slowly. A few words were quickly swallowed by the surrounding crowd. Those truly competing for the third region did not linger their gazes on Gu Changyuan for long. It wasn't that they ignored him. It was that the true prize of this journey lay deeper within the third region. However remarkable one's achievements in the Qi realm, only by breaking through to the Dao Palace realm could one hope to truly stand alongside them. Over at the Gu family, Gu Jiuxiao withdrew his gaze and looked toward the young people behind him. Everything that needed to be explained yesterday has already been covered. His voice carried no particular weight, yet it commanded everyone behind him to grow serious. Gu Jiuxiao stated, once inside the 10,000 Paths ancient realm, everyone will be randomly transported. The jade pendants bearing your clan insignia can only indicate the general direction of fellow clansmen. The closer you are, the stronger the response. If danger arises, shatter your pendant, and nearby clan members will instinctively sense it. He paused before continuing. The timing of the ancient realm's opening and closing is uncertain, but once inside you'll feel it naturally. When closure approaches, the ancient rules will extract all who remain alive. Those who survive. These few words alone spoke volumes. Gu Jiuxiao turned his gaze back toward Gu Changyuan. His eyes lingered on Gu Changyuan for a breath. A moment that seemed to search for confirmation, yet simultaneously suggested nothing required it. Since you remain in the Qi realm, upon entering the ancient realm you'll first arrive in the second region. Those young clan members who have reached the Dao Palace realm will go directly to the third region. If you break through within the second region, the ancient realm's rules will guide you into the third region. Gu Changyuan nodded. I understand. Gu Qingga stood beside Gu Jiuxiao, having listened quietly until now, when she couldn't help but glance at Gu Changyuan. Brother, please be careful once you enter. Her voice was soft, but her fingers gripped her sleeve cuffs tightly. This time she would not enter the ancient realm. Her cultivation base was too low. Entering would bring danger, not growth. She had only come with Gu Jiuxiao to see Gu Changyuan off, waiting outside for news. Gu Changyuan looked at her, his voice softening. Wait for me outside. Gu Qingga nodded, though unease still lingered. Then come out early. Gu Changyuan smiled slightly. All right. Suddenly a bell toll echoed from afar. Dong. That sound didn't originate from the city or any faction. It came from deep within the portal of the 10,000 Paths ancient realm. The moment the bell rang, the formerly noisy heavens and earth fell instantly still. Countless people raised their gazes toward the ancient portal. They saw the chaotic luminous mist within the portal begin to churn, with ancient rune patterns emerging across its surface. Those runes belonged to no script known to any present faction, yet they carried a dignity that shook one's very soul. Someone whispered, "It's about to open." A second bell toll rang out. Within the ancient realm's portal, the phantom mountains and rivers grew far clearer. Some witnessed ancient forests swaying, others saw vast wetlands churning, and still others beheld a shattered peak suspended in midair. When the third bell toll fell, a pathway of light suddenly fractured open across the portal. The light pathways did not lead to the same destination. They split into two tiers in midair. The lower pathway was gentler, encompassing cultivators of the Qi realm. The upper pathway ran deeper and heavier, leading directly to where the Dao Palace realm lay. Any cultivator beyond the fourth realm who drew near would feel an invisible force of repulsion pressing down from the portal. Several high realm guardians who merely tested a single step forward quickly changed expressions and halted immediately. The ancient realm's rules tolerated no transgression. Zhao Xiuwen of the Xianluo ancient sect stepped forward first. He closed his scroll, gave his sleeve a light flick, and with a flash of cyan light beneath his feet, stepped directly into the upper pathway. The remaining representatives from ancient sects, forbidden lands, and divine islands followed in succession. The Ice Prison Palace contingent moved up next. Just before entering the luminous mist, Yu Qinghan glanced back toward the Gu family. That glance was fleeting, so brief that barely anyone noticed. Then she and that ice prison imperial sun were together, swallowed by the ancient realm's luminous mist. From the Cece house direction, Chu Zhaohan turned back to look at Gu Changyuan. The piece between his fingers spun gently as he smiled. "Brother Gu, I'll see you in the third region." Gu Changyuan met his gaze. "The third region, then?" Chu Zhaohan said nothing more and led several fellow disciples of Cece house into the upper pathway. Qi Jinyang also moved. Standing at the forefront of the demon spirit tribes, his crimson hair stirred by the spiritual wind flames behind him took the shape of a blurred crimson beast for just an instant before vanishing once more. Letting out a loud laugh, he stepped directly into the upper pathway. "Let's go." The young cultivators of the demon spirit tribes followed him inside. Over at the base, clan Bai Yanxiu first turned to Gu Changyuan and offered a respectful salute. Bai Guanlan stood beside him, maintaining his usual propriety without speaking further. He merely nodded slightly before disappearing into the luminous mist alongside Bai Yanxiu. Not far away, Qin Lai and the others steadily made their way toward the lower pathway. Though none had reached the Dao Palace realm, each had pushed their Qi cultivation to its profound depths. Once inside the 10,000 Paths ancient realm, as long as they found the right opportunity, they might break through in the second region and then be guided into the third region by the ancient rules. Jin Duobao, clutching his golden abacus, also stood before the lower pathway. He waved to Gu Changyuan from afar, his face wearing its usual cheerful grin, though a trace of excitement smoldered beneath his eyes. "Gu Changyuan, don't forget our wager." Xian Yu scratched his head and nodded in their direction. Yu Chenbei, with the ancient steel strapped to his back, gave Gu Changyuan a serious look. Old Zhang stood behind them and couldn't help but sigh again. "Young master, once inside, please exercise utmost caution." Jin Duobao didn't look back, only clutching the abacus closer to his chest. "I know, old Zhang." Saying this, he followed Xian Yu and Yu Chenbei into the lower pathway. One after another, more geniuses entered the 10,000 Paths ancient realm. Some went to the second region, others to the third. Streams of light continuously swept through the heavens and earth like countless sparks destined for the same ancient world. At the Gu family's side, young clansmen who had reached the Dao Palace realm also stepped into the upper pathway in succession. Before departing, one of them glanced back at Gu Changyuan and smiled. "See you in the third region." Gu Changyuan nodded. "Take care." The other young clan members followed, entering either the upper or lower pathways, soon disappearing into the ancient realm's portal. The imperial clans would not simply send a handful of people to compete for fortune. Some sought the palace sources and heavenly palaces of the third region, others searched for treasure herbs and blessed lands in the second region, while some merely wished to temper themselves within this ancient realm, gambling for a more distant future. Gu Qingge stood beside Gu Jiuxiao, her fingers clenched somewhat tightly. Gu Jiuxiao glanced at her, but said nothing, refocusing his gaze on Gu Changyuan. "Go now." Gu Changyuan paid his respects to Gu Jiuxiao. Then he turned to face the lower pathway belonging to the Qi realm. At the pathway's end, chaotic mists churned with faint shadows of ancient forests, vast wetlands, and towering mountains drifting within. That world, sealed away for countless ages, had now opened its door to this generation of youth. Gu Changyuan remained in the Qi realm. By all measures, his progress was slower than many others. Yet standing there, his white robes stirred by the ancient realm's spiritual wind, his eyes held not a shred of hesitation. He glanced at the upper pathway leading to the third region, then toward where the young clan members had vanished. After a moment, he offered a faint smile. "The third region need not wait for me too long." His voice carried neither volume nor strain, yet it rang clearly in the ears of those nearby. I will climb upward from the second region. Whoever blocks my path, I shall simply step over them. As his words fell, several young geniuses in the distance turned to look. Some raised their brows, others chuckled, and still others merely cast one more glance at Gu Changyuan before stepping into the ancient realm's luminous mist. Gu Chinga remained where she stood, saying nothing further. Gu Jiuxiao quietly watched Gu Changyuan's retreating figure, a trace of satisfaction flickering deep within his eyes. Gu Changyuan spoke no more. He stepped forward. In the next instant, the ancient realm's light pathway descended, and the chaotic mist swallowed his figure completely. The 10,000 paths ancient realm had opened. The moment Gu Changyuan stepped into the beam of light, all the clamor behind him was completely severed. The voices outside Kanglin's city, the temple bells before the ancient realm's gate, and the spiritual radiance that rippled forth as prodigies from various factions entered. All of it was pressed down and left behind beneath a dense, impenetrable fog. There was no familiar dizziness that usually accompanied spatial transit, nor was there the disorienting sensation of heaven and earth spinning wildly. He simply felt as though he had been swallowed whole by an ancient landscape of mountains and rivers. Chaos shrouded the surroundings, the fog churning endlessly. For a fleeting moment, Gu Changyuan seemed to glimpse broken mountain ridges, sunken palace complexes resting in vast marshes, stone steels entangled by ancient timber, and the colossal indistinct silhouettes of long-vanished beasts. Those images flashed before his eyes and vanished instantly. The next moment, a soft sound echoed beneath his feet. He had landed upon a bed of damp, dark soil. The fog around him was exceedingly thick. Ancient trees soared upward, their canopies lost to sight, while massive roots breached the earth like slumbering coiled dragons. Vines hung from the branches and cold, damp mist droplets dripped from the leaf tips. When they struck the ground, they made no ordinary splashing sound, but rather carried an extremely faint ripple of spiritual energy. Drip, drop. Each sound was faint, yet it only deepened the silence of this ancient forest. It was not a dead stillness. Occasionally a low, beastly roar drifted from afar, rolling through the dense fog, as though emerging from the depths of the earth itself. Between the leaves, unknown winged insects darted past, their wings as thin and translucent as jade slices faintly inscribed with natural talismanic patterns. Gu Changyuan stood still, making no move just yet. He raised his hand to catch a wisp of the mist. It settled in his palm and quickly seeped into his skin. Unlike the ambient spiritual energy of the outside world, which floated freely in the heavens and earth for anyone to draw in, this energy was far denser, far more primordial. The moment it entered his body, it delved straight into the depths of his bones and blood, as though it had slumbered within this ancient realm for countless years and had finally found the breath of the living. His 12 heavenly meridians trembled ever so slightly. The purple sea of chi rippled in response. The miniature landscape of mountains and rivers sunk within his chi sea grew steadier, far more anchored than it had been in the outside world. The roots of those mountains slowly extended deeper into the purple sea, while the tides of the celestial river gradually synchronized with the undulations of the chi sea. At its very deepest point, that single filament of seven-colored light seemed gently awakened by some unseen force slowly unfurling. It was not a surge of raw power. It was vitality. At the center of his sternum, the primordial emperor bone remained tranquil and composed. Yet along its third layer of bone patterns, a trace of faint lingering warmth slowly drifted across. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the wheel of heavenly destinies also turned a single slow rotation. It was slow, but profoundly weighty. Gu Changyuan closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. The spiritual energy here sinks straight into the bones, he murmured. His voice was swallowed almost instantly by the surrounding mist. He drew the clan emblem jade pendant from his waist. A faint luster shimmered upon its surface, yet it held no clear directional pull. Gu Changyuan's fingertip lightly brushed the jade, and he could sense his clan kin's aura still lingered, but at a great distance. They would likely not cross paths anytime soon. The myriad paths ancient realm teleported entrance at random. Those at the Chi Si realm were sent to the second zone, while Dao Palace cultivators headed to the third. Since he remained at the Chi Si stage, his destination was naturally the second zone. Gu Yunqi, Gu Xian, and the others were likely already dispatched to the third zone by now. As for the rest of the Gu clan members, they might not even be in the vicinity. Gu Changyuan stowed the jade pendant and lifted his gaze toward the deeper reaches of the ancient forest. The fog was not entirely still. It was drifting slowly. There was no wind. Yet the fog moved on its own. Far beneath the earth, traces of spiritual pulses rose and fell like hidden veins, resembling a subterranean river flowing silently beneath the dark soil. Gu Changyuan stepped forward. The dark earth beneath his boots was soft, and with each stride, faint threads of spiritual light occasionally flickered to life from cracks in the soil. The ancient trunks on both sides bore countless old scars, some resembling claw marks, others like blade slashes, while many had long been smoothed by the passage of time, leaving only faint weathered depressions. This place did not resemble a newly opened secret realm. It felt more like an ancient world that had long established its own cycle of life and death. Gu Changyuan walked for some time. The fog suddenly stilled for a breath. A hanging vine ahead swayed gently. Mist droplets cascaded from the leaves one after another. Drip, drop. At that moment, all subtle sounds seemed to be suppressed by an unseen presence. Gu Changyuan's pace did not falter. Deep within his eyes, a trace of the faintest tribulation light flickered across. The dense fog to his left tore apart without a sound. A cyan-black beast shadow surged out abruptly. It resembled a leopard, but its body was clad in fine cyan scales, and its four paws strode upon the mist with blinding speed. It did not roar, nor did it betray any malice beforehand, as though it were merely a part of the fog itself. A typical Chi-Si cultivator just arriving in the ancient realm with their mind still unsteadied would likely never even react before its throat was torn apart. Gu Changyuan simply raised his hand. He did not draw his sword. He unleashed no earth-shattering technique. Only the true intent of mountains and rivers descended with his palm. Thud! The cyan-scaled mist leopard plummeted mid-leap, its body crashing downward as though it had slammed into an invisible mountain. The dark soil caved in a full circle beneath the impact. The fog was forced back in rolling waves. The beast's four claws dug mercilessly into the earth, a low growl rumbling in its throat, every scale along its spine bristling, yet it failed to advance, even half an inch. It locked onto Gu Changyuan. Feral light churned within its beastly pupils, but caution outweighed it. Gu Changyuan returned its stare. Though this altered beast remained within the Chi-Si realm, its life force was exceptionally dense, and strands of ancient realm energy still coiled around its bones, making it far more ferocious and difficult to kill than any ordinary beast of the same stage from the outside world. After a moment, the low growl in the cyan-scaled mist leopard's throat gradually subsided. It began to retreat slowly. Its scales lay flat against its hide once more, and its claws were withdrawn inch by inch from the dark earth. Finally, its form flickered and it vanished back into the thick fog. Gu Changyuan did not give chase. Whether to kill this altered beast or spare it was of little consequence. What mattered was that creatures of the same cultivation stage within this ancient realm were far denser and far more vicious than their counterparts outside. If an ordinary Chi-Si cultivator were cast into such a place, a mere ambush like this would be enough to exact a heavy price. No wonder the clan elders had reiterated the warning so often. The Myriad Path's ancient realm was never a treasure vault waiting to be looted by the unwary. Gu Changyuan pressed onward. The deeper he ventured, the thicker the fog became. The spiritual pulse beneath the earth grew increasingly distinct. At a certain moment, his steps suddenly halted. Deep below, a thread of golden spiritual energy seemed to sever abruptly. That was not a natural flow. It was as though something had been forcibly ripped from the earth's veins. Gu Changyuan raised his eyes, gazing into the heart of the fog. Almost simultaneously, the distant earth trembled faintly. At first, it was merely a muffled sound like some colossal entity shifting its weight underground. Then came the second, followed by the third. Boom, boom, boom. Branches and leaves of the ancient trees shivered incessantly, and the insects perched upon them scattered in alarm. From within the dense fog came the sound of vast stretches of dark soil being overturned. A flicker of surprise passed through Gu Changyuan's eyes. Someone arrived before me. At the opposite end of the sunken mist ancient forest, Jin Duobao was sprinting relentlessly through the dense fog, clutching a struggling golden ancient ginseng root in his arms. Shattered leaves clung to his hair, his robe hem was caked with dark mud, and a row of storage pouches at his waist clattered noisily with every bounding step. The ancient ginseng was nearly half an arm's length long, gleaming entirely in gold, its roots writhing like living things and desperately trying to burrow out of his embrace. Jin Duobao held it tightly, his face a mixture of anguish and thrill. Don't move, don't move. You're already in my arms, why try to run? The ancient ginseng's roots snapped violently, lashing the back of his hand. Slap. Jin Duobao winced, his lip twitching in pain, yet he squeezed it even tighter. Huh, you've got quite the temper. He looked down at the golden ginseng cradled against his chest, his tone remarkably earnest. Let's reason this out. I just landed and you just sprouted. What do you call this? This is called a heaven-sent bond of fortune. The ginseng's roots thrashed frantically, clearly rejecting such a notion. The smile on Jin Duobao's face stiffened, then he swiftly pressed the root back against his torso. Fine. It doesn't matter if you deny it. Once you're in the pouch, I'll patiently explain this bond of fate to you. No sooner had he finished speaking than he went to open his storage pouch, but the ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way. Jin Duobao lurched forward, nearly tumbling face first into the mud along with the ginseng. He froze for a moment. Then he slowly turned his head. Not far behind, the dark earth began to crack inch by inch. From the fissure's dense earth veins, spiritual energy gushed forth, ancient roots shattered, and mud churned violently. A colossal ancient beast entirely encased in rocky armor was slowly emerging from the ground. Its massive frame bore carapace plates resembling assembled stone steels, with dark golden earth vein luminescence seeping from the crevices. With every movement the surrounding ground shuddered in response. A pair of scarlet, beastly pupils quickly locked onto the golden ancient ginseng clutched in Jin Duobao's arms. Jin Duobao glanced down at the ginseng, then looked up at the rocky armored beast. The smile on his face slowly froze. No way. He clutched the golden root tighter and took a step backward. The rocky armored beast stepped forward as well. Boom. The dark soil fractured under the impact. Jin Duobao's eyelid twitched violently, and he immediately retreated further. Wait. He forced a smile, his voice noticeably weaker than before. It's just a single ginseng root. Is it really necessary to summon the ancestor that guards this place? The rocky armored beast offered no reply. It let out a low, reverberating growl. The sound rolled through the ancient forest, causing vast expanses of fog to burst outward. The smile on Jin Duobao's face completely vanished. He glanced down at the still writhing golden ginseng in his arms, gritted his teeth, and muttered, "If you're already worth this kind of price, you'd better also be worth a little bit of a life." In the next instant he spun around and fled. His storage pouches clattered wildly at his waist. The golden ginseng thrashed desperately in his embrace. Behind him the rocky armored beast crushed the dark earth with thundering footsteps giving chase. The entire sunken mist ancient forest was thrown into wakefulness. Deep within the Qinwu ancient forest the tremors beneath the ground grew increasingly closer. Gu Changyuan stood upon a fallen ancient tree, gazing toward the direction where mist churned and surged. Their ancient trees swayed one after another, and the flying insects perched among their branches scattered in terror. The thick mist was torn apart by some colossal entity, forcibly carving through a chaotic passage. Thud, thud, thud. With each impact the dark earth trembled faintly. In the next instant a round figure burst forth from the fog. Jin Duobao clutched a golden elder ginseng tightly against his chest, while a row of storage pouches at his waist rattled noisily. His golden patterned short robe bore several tears, and a fragment of shattered spirit net hung from his shoulder. The escaped talisman affixed to his feet had burned down to mere corners. The exertion left him pale, yet he refused to release his grip on the ancient ginseng. Its rootlets flailed wildly as though sensing the gravity of their predicament and struggling desperately to free itself. Upon catching sight of Gu Changyuan, Jin Duobao's eyes suddenly brightened. "Gu Changyuan, save me." Gu Changyuan glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to the golden ginseng clutched in the man's arms. "What have you done?" Jin Duobao panted, while running, forcing his expression to steady. "Nothing." He cast a glance at the ginseng in his embrace, then quickly added, "I'm merely relocating it." Gu Changyuan remarked, "Did it agree?" Jin Duobao retorted with unshaken confidence, "It's rooted in the earth. How could it speak?" Before the words had barely settled, the ground behind them erupted violently. Boom. Dark soil churned, and ancient roots splintered. A rock-armored ancient beast surged from underground, its massive forepaws slamming into the earth with tremendous force, causing nearby ancient trees to shed their leaves in the tremor. The beast resembled a giant lizard encased in heavy armor plates that layered upon one another, like ancient stone steels unearthed from deep within the earth, with dark golden vein patterns embedded in the gaps between them. Its pair of crimson beast eyes fixed relentlessly on the golden ginseng clutched in Jin Duobao's embrace. Jin Duobao glanced back over his shoulder, his complexion turning a shade greener. "Look at it. How can something this massive compete with me for the ginseng?" The ancient tree beneath Gu Changyuan's feet creaked slightly under his weight. This rock-armored beast radiated an overwhelming presence. Though operating within the same Qi realm, it clearly surpassed ordinary beasts from the outside world. Its flesh and blood had been nourished for years by the ancient land's spirit veins, resulting in heavy rock armor and deeply concentrated life force. That ferocity did not resemble a beast that had merely hunted. It was more akin to an ancient monster that had dwelt upon the spirit veins for generations, guarding some spiritual treasure. Jin Duobao sprinted the entire way until he reached Gu Changyuan's side. Before his breath had even steadied, he naturally stepped behind Gu Changyuan. Gu Changyuan cast a sideways glance at him. Jin Duobao, still clutching the old ginseng, cleared his throat. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not hiding behind you." He lifted his chin with an earnest expression. "I'm showing respect for a professional." Gu Changyuan regarded him silently. Jin Duobao quickly added, "I'm also leaving you room to act." Then lowering his voice he warned, "Be careful. This thing's hide is absurdly thick." I hurled beast-trapping coins at it with no effect, and my golden patterned shield nearly cracked when I blocked a blow. The spirit net was torn apart by a single claw strike before it could even take hold. Gu Changyuan stated, "So you couldn't defeat it." Jin Duobao's expression darkened. "That's what I call strategic retreat." Gu Changyuan's gaze shifted to the old ginseng in his arms. Relocating while clutching the ginseng, Jin Duobao hugged it tighter. "I can't abandon the spoils." The rock-armored beast offered them no time to continue their exchange. It let out a low roar and charged forward with its massive body, smashing through two ancient trees in its path. The grinding armor spawned sparks that scattered in all directions while the dense fog was forcibly parted as it barreled through. Cracks in the ground extended straight to where Gu Changyuan stood, as if the entire spirit vein network had been set in motion. Gu Changyuan stepped down from the fallen ancient tree. His white robes fluttered slightly. He neither drew his weapon nor retreated. Raising his hand, he brought his palm down in a decisive strike. The true intent of mountains and rivers descended upon them. Boom. The beast's charging form suddenly dropped heavily, its foreclaws sinking into the dark earth as a dull resonance echoed from the armor plates on its back. A ring of the black soil collapsed downward. The mist was compressed and tossed aside in rolling waves. But in the next moment, the ancient beast reared its head and let out a fierce roar. Dark golden patterns along the cracks in the rock armor began to glow inch by inch. Spirit energy from the earth below was forcibly drawn upward, manifesting as a massive earthen yellow barrier that withstood a portion of the crushing pressure from the mountains and rivers' true intent. Click, click, click. Slowly its foreclaws extracted themselves from the dark earth, yet it continued pressing forward. Seeing this, Jin Duobao immediately shouted, "Did you see that?" Bang! Splintered wood scattered in all directions. The wind from the tail swept across the ground, carving a deep trench. Gu Changyuan's feet lightly touched the earth as his figure surged upward. His white robes brushed through the mist, evading the tail's strike, while the wind tore a slit along his sleeve. Yet his gaze remained utterly unmoved. Suspended midair, a flash of tribulation light flickered deep within his eyes. His 9 tribulations imperial pupil revealed the texture of the rock armor. The beast's rock armor was extraordinarily thick, so any ordinary attack would likely only shatter the outer stone layer. But it was not without flaw. No matter how thick the armor, there were always points where chi and blood flowed. No matter how deeply the spirit veins ran, there were always stress points and turning places. In that instant, the rock-armored beast before his eyes seemed to unravel into countless intricate lines and patterns, where the vital energy gathered, where the earth veins shifted and turned. Which parts of the rock armor were thickest? Which were thinnest? All became perfectly clear. The beast roared and charged again. The earth trembled with thunderous force while thick fog churned around them. Jin Duobao retreated 2 steps, clutching the golden ginseng, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the battle. Gu Changyuan did not rely on brute force. Upon landing, purple spiritual energy condensed at his fingertips into a single point as the essence of mountains and rivers pressed down upon it. That point carried no sharp edge. The weight was enough to make the beast's neck armor suddenly tighten. In the next instant, Gu Changyuan's figure had already reached beneath the beast's neck. It was too fast, so fast that Jin Duobao could only catch a white shadow slicing through the mist. Then Gu Changyuan tapped with his fingers. Click. The sound was light, yet it struck like breaking a load-bearing stone. The rock-armored beast's massive body shuddered violently. Cracks spread rapidly beneath its neck as dark golden spirit light seeped from the fissures. Screaming in agony, it frantically pawed at the ground, attempting to burrow back underground. Boom. The black earth exploded outward as half the beast's body sank downward. Gu Changyuan took a single step down. Thud. The force of that step was not particularly heavy. Yet the entire patch of black soil seemed crushed by an invisible mountain range sinking abruptly. In that fleeting moment, Jin Duobao could have sworn he saw phantom outlines of mountains and rivers materializing beneath Gu Changyuan's feet. The mountains were not towering, yet they suppressed the spirit veins. The rivers were not broad, yet they pressed upon vital energy. The rock-armored beast's body, which had just begun to rise, was once again forced back to the ground. It thrashed and roared in desperation, its armor plates vibrating violently, while dark golden patterns flickered erratically, as if straining to break free from that mountainous weight. Gu Changyuan looked down at it with half-closed eyes. Clad in white robes, standing atop the churning black earth, his sleeve torn at the cuff, yet his expression remained serene. "You could guard the spiritual treasure," he said, "but you cannot guard your life." As the words fell, he tapped once more with his fingers. This time his strike landed precisely where the earlier fractures had converged. Crack! The neck armor shattered completely. Blood mixed with earth veins, spirit energy gushed forth. The beast unleashed one final roar, its massive frame convulsing violently as its tail smashed through an ancient tree, sending the surrounding mist into chaotic turbulence. Once. Again. Once more. Finally it crashed down with a thunderous impact that sent a ring of black earth scattering and dispersed much of the fog. The entire Chenwu ancient forest fell into a brief silence. Standing at a distance, Jin Duobao watched the fallen beast, his expression gradually growing more complicated. He had fought this creature before. Beast trapping coins had only dislodged a few scales, and his golden patterned shield had nearly cracked from blocking a single strike. It was still humming with vibration inside his storage bag. His spirit net had been torn apart by a single claw. While he possessed ample magical treasures for self-defense, facing this rock-armored beast head-on seemed virtually impossible. Yet Gu Changyuan had subdued and killed it in mere moments. What frightened Jin Duobao most was that he hadn't relied on brute force, simply a glance. He had merely tapped the precise spot that needed shattering. Jin Duobao glanced down at the golden ginseng in his arms, and suddenly felt the mist around them had grown quieter. Following this person did seem far more reliable than wandering alone. Of course he couldn't say that aloud. Jin Duobao cleared his throat and straightened his posture once more. Gu Changyuan. See, the moment I entered the ancient realm, I found treasure first. Gu Changyuan looked at him as Jin Duobao patted the golden ginseng with a serious expression. While you were just landing and scanning the trees and mist, I'd already secured an earth vein gold marrow ginseng. If not for me, Gu Changyuan replied, you'd still be running. Jin Duobao waved his hand dismissively. The process doesn't matter. Then what does? Gu Changyuan asked. Jin Duobao glanced down at the ginseng with undeniable confidence. The treasure is in hand. Gu Changyuan glanced at the fallen beast. Being chased is also part of the process. After a moment of silence, Jin Duobao replied earnestly, that proves the treasure I found is truly valuable. Gu Changyuan remained silent. Jin Duobao pressed on stubbornly. Who would guard something worthless this closely? The logic was so thoroughly Jin Duobao that Gu Changyuan could find no rebuttal. He approached the beast and removed several intact armor plates. Even after death, the dark golden patterns on its carapace had not yet fully faded. Particularly the plates along its spine still retained traces of earth vein's spiritual energy. Though not top-grade materials, they could be refined into protective gear or formation foundations. Jin Duobao's eyes also brightened. Moments ago he'd looked shaken, but now he instinctively shifted forward half a step. Gu Changyuan turned his head to look at him. Jin Duobao immediately stopped, clearing his throat. I'm just looking. This beast was drawn by you, Gu Changyuan said. Jin Duobao's eyes lit up. So I get a share of the spoils. Then you also share responsibility for disposing of the carcass, Gu Changyuan replied. Jin Duobao's smile faltered. He looked down at the beast's enormous body, then at the ginseng in his arms, momentarily unsure whether he'd gained or lost. Gu Changyuan took only a few intact plates. For the rest, Jin Duobao busied himself with considerable energy. He stuffed the golden ginseng into his storage bag and immediately crouched beside the beast, tapping the armor plates and running his hands over the fangs while muttering to himself. This can be sold. This too. These fangs are excellent. I'll have someone carve them into talisman blades. Gu Changyuan watched his practiced movements. Weren't you just fleeing for your life? Jin Duobao didn't look up. Fleeing and getting rich are separate matters. After finishing, he added, the two don't conflict. Gu Changyuan smiled. Jin Duobao worked for quite some time before rising with satisfaction. Dirt clung to his clothes, but a smile had returned to his face. The golden ginseng was secured deep within his storage bag, sealed with 3 layers of binding marks, as if afraid it might escape again. Gu Changyuan glanced at the bag. What kind of ginseng is that? Jin Duobao immediately grew wary. You want to share? You needn't tell me, Gu Changyuan said. After a moment's hesitation, Jin Duobao couldn't resist showing off. Earth vein gold marrow ginseng. Though not yet fully mature, it had already developed spiritual consciousness. It could refine the body, nourish the Qi-Si, and stabilize one's foundation, especially beneficial for Qi-Si realm cultivators seeking to warm and nourish their roots. He added, of course I found it first. And I saved you, Gu Changyuan replied. Jin Duobao opened his mouth, but found no rebuttal. He rubbed the storage bag with visible reluctance. 3 rootlets. Gu Changyuan said nothing, simply watching him. Jin Duobao's expression grew grim. 5. Still watching, Gu Changyuan remained silent. 8. Jin Duobao looked pained. That's truly the maximum. Gu Changyuan, you're being too ruthless. Agreed, Gu Changyuan said. Jin Duobao paused, then suddenly understood. What? You tricked me. Gu Changyuan withdrew his gaze and turned toward the forest's depths. Jin Duobao fumed behind him, angrily clicking his abacus. After 2 clicks, he suddenly stopped. Watching Gu Changyuan's receding figure, his eyes shifted thoughtfully. He was not foolish. Having just entered the Wan Dao ancient realm, he had already found an earth vein gold marrow ginseng. Given his clan's keen sense for treasure aura, he was certain to find more. But that was precisely the problem. The better the treasure, the fiercer the guardian typically became. Finding something was one matter, safely escorting it away was another entirely. Jin Duobao cleared his throat and hurried after Gu Changyuan, abacus in hand. Gu Changyuan. I think we should travel together for now. Travel together. Yes. Jin Duobao spoke with grave seriousness. I'll handle finding treasure. He paused, glancing at Gu Changyuan. You? Watch the path ahead. Gu Changyuan looked at him. Under that gaze, Jin Duobao grew uncomfortable and quickly amended. Of course, if you encounter unreasonable creatures, you can also reason with them appropriately. Like that beast just now. Jean Duobao nodded eagerly. It was completely unreasonable. You pulled the ginseng it was guarding. That's fate. It disagrees. Jean Duobao sighed. That's exactly why I said it was unreasonable. Gu Changyuan didn't argue further, simply walking into the deeper mist. Jean Duobao immediately followed. After a few steps he couldn't help asking, so, is this agreed? You may walk alone, Gu Changyuan replied. Jean Duobao glanced back at the burrow where the beast had emerged, then at the denser fog ahead. Then he casually shifted closer to Gu Changyuan. The ancient realm is dangerous. We're acquaintances now. It would strain our relationship to part ways. Are we close? You saved me once, and I gave you 8 rootlets, Jean Duobao considered seriously. He paused, maintaining his solemn expression. That's about as expensive as friendship gets in my book. Gu Changyuan offered no response. The Chenwu ancient forest grew quiet once more. Mist drifted slowly in the distance with occasional beast roars echoing between the ancient trees. After the rock-armored beast fell, many hidden presences in the vicinity had withdrawn to a distance, seemingly having sensed that this place was not to be trifled with. Jean Duobao followed beside Gu Changyuan, his storage bags rattling all the way. After walking some distance he muttered under his breath, actually that beast just now had a rather poor temper. Next time you explain reason to it, Gu Changyuan said. Jean Duobao's face darkened. Then you do it. He thought for a moment, then added softly, I'm not good at communicating with creatures whose tempers are harder than mine. The mist closed around them. Their figures, one following the other, gradually vanished into the depths of the Chenwu ancient forest. On the 10th day of entering the Wandao ancient realm, Gu Changyuan and Jean Duobao had already crossed the outer perimeter of the Chenwu ancient forest and ventured far into its deeper reaches. The Wandao ancient realm was far larger than outsiders had ever imagined. The second region was like this, and the third region even more so. Cultivators were randomly teleported upon entering the realm, so even those of the same clan or sect might not be able to reunite immediately. Those truly daring to venture deeper were mostly at the late stages of the Qi realm, or even at its peak. Those with insufficient foundations, even if they entered the ancient realm, would only dare to test their luck in the outer areas. Opportunity was opportunity, but opportunity required the fortune to seize it. Over these 10 days the two had encountered several spirit-guarding beasts, a few ruined barrier arrays, and also seen some rogue cultivators limping back from the deep forest, their bodies covered in wounds. Some had entered with soaring spirits, but after seeing spiritual light surge in the distance a few days later, they lost even the courage to approach. Jean Duobao was not someone who only knew how to run. When facing ancient beasts with extreme ferocity, Gu Changyuan did most of the fighting. But for troubles like venomous insects, damaged arrays, or with demons, he could always fish out something strange from the storage pouches at his waist. As Jean Duobao himself would put it, this was what one called a solid foundation. Gu Changyuan could also see that although Jean Duobao liked to cause trouble, talk too much, and complain bitterly when dividing treasures, he had never once taken advantage in the actual splitting. These 10 days of traveling together had not been troublesome at all. Moreover, Jean Duobao could locate treasures which perfectly suited Gu Changyuan's needs. He intended to use the opportunities and battles within the ancient realm to consolidate his Qi realm. One searching, one fighting. It was actually more leisurely than traveling alone. Gu Changyuan had not been idle either. Over 10 days of absorbing the ancient realm's spiritual energy, his purple Qi had grown slightly denser than when he first entered. The 7-colored chaotic Qi in the depths of his Qi was becoming increasingly condensed, and the third layer of bone patterns on his Taichu imperial bone occasionally radiated warmth. The changes were not fast, but they were very steady. It was like an ancient iron pressed by the years for countless ages, finally beginning to be awakened stroke by stroke. Yet this kind of nurturing alone was insufficient. He needed denser spiritual energy and more direct confrontations. That day the two arrived before a range of low hills. Jean Duobao had been bowing his head, clicking his abacus, presumably calculating how much he had lost from distributing several ancient spirit crystals in the past few days. As they walked, his nose suddenly twitched, and his steps stopped. Gu Changyuan looked at him. The careless expression on Jean Duobao's face vanished, and his eyes gradually lit up. There is fruit fragrance ahead. What kind of fruit? Hard to say. Jean Duobao squatted down, grabbed a handful of damp black soil, crushed it between his fingers, and brought it close to his nose to smell. Not an ordinary spiritual fruit. The aura is very pure, like something cultivated by both wood spirits and earth veins. There are not many, at most 3. He looked up at the fog ahead, and his eyes already held a touch of excitement. Suitable for the Qi realm, especially for those on the verge of breaking through or whose foundations are too heavy and not yet fully compacted. It can warm the Qi and stabilize the Dao image. Though not heaven-defying, it is already quite good within the second region. As he finished speaking, deep within Gu Changyuan's purple Qi, that wisp of 7-colored chaotic Qi stirred gently. Jean Duobao did not notice, only patting the dirt from his hands and whispering, "Let us go take a look. But let us agree. Observe the situation first, do not rush." Gu Changyuan did not respond. The two continued forward along the fruit fragrance, and after passing through a mountain cliff shrouded in ancient vines, the mist before them suddenly thinned considerably. Behind the cliff lay a modest orchard. At its center stood an ancient Changyuan tree, half withered and half alive. One half of its trunk was already cracked and blackened, while the other half brimmed with verdant vitality. 3 blue-gold spiritual fruits hung from the canopy. The fruits were not yet fully ripe, their skin patterns flowing slowly, and with each rotation the fragrance grew a touch stronger. The fragrance was clean, but within this orchard it felt like a bowstring growing ever tighter. Outside the orchard more than 20 people had already gathered. No one spoke too loudly. No one truly removed their hands from their weapons and magical artifacts. On the left stood those dressed in the robes of the Xian Mountain sect. Leading them was a tall youth with cold features, and behind him floated a dark mountain seal, his aura already reaching the peak of the Qi realm. On the right stood the members of the Qingting clan. The leading man was slender with green vine patterns wound around his sleeves, and at his feet several vine tendrils had already silently burrowed into the dark soil. Neither side moved. The Changyuan Dao fruit was still a moment from full ripeness. Whoever struck first risked being bitten from behind by the other party. Jin Duobao's eyes lit up at this sight. That gleam was almost impossible to conceal. But in the next instant he forcefully suppressed the corner of his mouth, reached out, and tugged at Gu Changyuan's sleeve, and stepped half a pace back into the fog. As he retreated he did not forget to press his abacus against his chest, his voice lowered to a whisper projecting the air of a seasoned veteran. See that? This is precisely when you must not be impatient. Gu Changyuan looked at the orchard without responding. Jin Duobao, thinking he was listening seriously, perked up immediately. Both sides want the fruit and both are suppressing their temper. From my experience, the best approach is to wait for them to argue first. After they argue, they will fight. After they fight, they will be wounded. After they wound each other, chaos will follow. He pointed to the side. At that point we slip in from that direction, grab the fruit, and leave. This is called winning without contending. Gu Changyuan still did not speak. Before the orchard the two parties were indeed negotiating. Lu Zheng of the Xian Mountain sect gazed at the 3 Qingyuan Dao fruits on the tree, his voice steady. 3 Dao fruits. I propose our Xian Mountain sect takes 2, and the remaining 1 goes to your Qingting clan. I can additionally compensate with a piece of Xian Mountain spirit marrow. Tung Qingyue of the Qingting clan chuckled softly upon hearing this. Brother Lu certainly has a good plan. Lu Zheng's expression did not change. Xian Mountain spirit marrow is no inferior to the Qingyuan Dao fruit. If not for my junior brothers needing Dao fruits to stabilize their foundations, I would not be offering this exchange. A green vine in Tung Qingyue's sleeve drooped gently, his tone still calm. Your Xian Mountain sect has junior brothers, and my Qingting clan has our own clan members as well. 3 Dao fruits. You want 2 while we take only 1. Such terms would hardly sound pleasing. Lu Zheng replied. If you find it displeasing, I can add a vial of Xian Mountain condensed qi elixir. A disciple behind Tung Qingyue's eyes shifted slightly, clearly somewhat tempted. The Qingyuan Dao fruit was indeed excellent, but with so many of them sharing it was impossible for everyone to receive a portion. If they could gain an additional piece of Xian Mountain spirit marrow plus a vial of condensed qi elixir, their clan elders could bestow additional rewards upon their return. It would not be a bad deal. The same logic applied to the Xian Mountain sect side. Those who truly obtained Dao fruits would be the leading geniuses. As for the junior disciples who accompanied them, the sect would provide compensation after exiting the ancient realm. Some gained merit, some gained rewards. It was a fair arrangement. Yet neither side was willing to yield first, because whoever yielded first would appear inferior. Tung Qingyue looked at the 3 Qingyuan Dao fruits and slowly said, I will not take advantage of you, Brother Lu. 3 Dao fruits. Our Qingting clan takes 2. Your Xian Mountain sect takes 1. I will compensate you with a section of century-old green vine heart. Lu Zheng's eyes turned cold. Tung Qingyue, are you joking? Tung Qingyue said indifferently, did not Brother Lu just say the same a moment ago? The atmosphere before the orchard grew heavier again. The branches and leaves of the ancient Qingyuan tree trembled slightly, and the blue patterns on the 3 Dao fruits grew even brighter. That fragrance grew stronger still. Several Xian Mountain disciples instinctively looked toward the canopy, their fingers slowly pressing against their waist-mounted artifacts. On the Qingting side, someone silently shifted forward half a step. Hiding behind the fog, Jin Duobao watched with keen interest and whispered to Gu Changyuan, see that? That is timing. Gu Changyuan glanced at him. Jin Duobao continued, neither side is willing to yield now. When the fruit is nearly ripe, they will surely grow anxious. Once anxious, they will strike. Once they strike, openings will appear. He spoke with growing confidence. What is the greatest taboo in treasure hunting? It is being reckless. Charging out before the treasure is ripe is not treasure hunting. It is merely scouting the path for others. Saying this, he suddenly noticed the surroundings growing quieter. Jin Duobao turned his head. Gu Changyuan had already passed through the fog and was walking toward the Qingyuan orchard. Jin Duobao hesitated, his lip twitching. Wait, did you not hear a single word of what I just said, eh? Gu Changyuan had of course heard him. He had also seen the 20-plus people before the orchard and the peak-level aura radiating from both Lu Zheng and Ting Qinghua. It was simply not yet time to retreat. The 3 Changyuan Dao fruits on the tree were useful to him. More importantly, over these days in the ancient realm, his purple qi had grown significantly denser, and the third layer bone patterns of his Taichu imperial bone had been nourished by the ancient realm's spiritual energy to become increasingly clear. He had been eager to test just how profound his current qi realm had become. Since the Qingyuan Dao fruit was useful, then he would take it. The moment Gu Changyuan entered the orchard's boundary, the attention of both parties turned toward him simultaneously. Lu Zheng frowned. "Hold your ground." Gu Changyuan did not stop. Lu Zheng's voice deepened. "This place has already been claimed." Gu Changyuan raised his gaze, looking at the 3 Qingyuan Dao fruits on the tree. "The fruit is still on the tree." Lu Zheng's expression turned cold. "So, then it does not yet belong to you." On the Qingting side, Ting Qingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. People from the Gu family certainly have bold courage. Hearing the word Gu family, Jin Duobao's eyelid twitched. But it was only a single twitch. Within the Wan Dao ancient realm, what was being contested was opportunity. No matter how powerful the Gu family was, they could not make everyone retreat at the mere sight of their name. When encountering a top-tier opportunity, even if the young master of an imperial clan or a descendant of an ancient sect stood here, there would still be those daring to risk their lives. Ting Qinghua clearly thought the same. He looked at Gu Changyuan and said indifferently, "If you wish to enter this situation, you must also consider whether you have the qualifications." Gu Changyuan's expression remained calm. Qualifications are not obtained by asking. With these words, the atmosphere before the orchard grew colder. Jin Duobao, hiding behind the fog, saw his expression shift repeatedly. He looked at Gu Changyuan's back, then at the 3 Qingyuan Dao fruits, as if finally convincing himself. "Fine," he muttered under his breath, hugging his abacus as he slowly walked out. He did walk out, but his positioning was very deliberate. Half a step behind Gu Changyuan, precisely at a distance where he could advance or retreat. He forced a few touches of calmness onto his face, yet spoke with considerable authority. "Exactly. Opportunity has no master. It goes to the worthy." The words were very bold. But immediately after speaking, he dropped his voice again. "How about we conduct a rational withdrawal? I just smelled another aura that is very strong over there. There must surely be treasure as well." Gu Changyuan only looked at the ancient Qingyuan tree. One thing at a time. Jin Duobao fell silent for a moment. He looked at Gu Changyuan, then at the 20-plus cultivators deep in the Qi realm before the orchard, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "I said to wait for them to fight. Not to charge in first and let them fight us." Lu Zheng and Ting Qinghua exchanged a glance. The two parties previously at each other's throats actually reached a tacit understanding at this moment. No matter how they disputed, the Qingyuan Dao fruit was still right before them. But now 2 outsiders had suddenly appeared. If they did not clear them out first when the spirit fruit matured, things would only become more chaotic. Lu Zheng stepped forward, and the dark mountain seal behind him settled slightly heavier. Clear them out first, then wait for the spirit fruit. Several disciples of the Xian Mountain sect dispersed simultaneously. On the Qingting side, several green vines silently emerged from the dark soil, cutting off the rear retreat path of Gu Changyuan and Jin Duobao. Jin Duobao's expression changed, and he whispered, "You see, I told you so." Normally at times like these, outsiders are the most in danger. Gu Changyuan glanced at him. "Aren't you an outsider?" Jin Duobao looked earnest. "I am now." The spiritual pressure from all sides converged simultaneously. More than 20 cultivators deep in the Qi realm surrounded them. The weakest among them were at least at the late stage of the Qi realm, and several had already reached the peak. Those who could reach this point were not true mediocrities. So at this moment, looking at Gu Changyuan and Jin Duobao, they did not harbor excessive wariness. Especially since the realm aura emanating from Gu Changyuan had not yet reached the peak of the Qi realm. Lu Zheng's eyes grew colder. Someone whose realm is not yet complete dares to compete for the Qingyuan Dao fruit. Ting Qinghua said indifferently, "Within the Wan Dao ancient realm, the 2 words Gu family cannot allow you to seize opportunity." Jin Duobao clutched his golden abacus tightly and shuffled half a step behind Gu Changyuan, yet his mouth still refused to lose momentum. "Do not speak so absolutely. The person beside me has a rather bad temper." Gu Changyuan glanced at him. Jin Duobao immediately added, "Of course my temper is not good either." Lu Zheng sneered. He was about to raise his hand, but the dark mountain seal behind him had already slowly solidified. On the Qingting side, Ting Qingyuan's sleeve moved slightly, and several green vines silently emerged from the dark soil, slithering forward like green pythons. Within the orchard, the atmospheric tension tightened suddenly. The branches and leaves of the ancient Qingyuan tree trembled slightly, and the blue-gold patterns on the 3 Dao fruits glowed even deeper, as if even this ancient tree could sense the killing intent. Jin Duobao gripped his gold-patterned shield, already calculating within his heart which direction to retreat if the situation turned unfavorable. Gu Changyuan, however, merely looked at the 3 unripe Changyuan Dao fruits, his expression showing not the slightest fluctuation. After a moment, he spoke indifferently. Let us stop discussing these meaningless matters. Lu Zheng frowned. What do you mean? Gu Changyuan took a step forward. His white robes swept through the fog, and the dark soil beneath his feet sank slightly. None of you can divide this. Tung Qingyue's eyes turned slightly cold. Does young Master Gu wish to take this all for himself? Gu Changyuan raised his gaze, looking at the 3 Qingyuan Dao fruits on the tree. His voice remained calm. Not to monopolize. To take away. Before the orchard, the gaze of everyone turned cold. The Xian mountain seal behind Lu Zheng fully solidified. The green vines at Tung Qingyue's feet emerged inch by inch from the dark soil, and more than 20 pressures from cultivators deep in the Qi realm bore down simultaneously. Jin Duobao's lip twitched severely. He finally could not help but whisper, "You truly outdo me in causing trouble." Gu Changyuan did not turn around, only saying indifferently, "According to what you said, opportunity is right before our eyes. Why retreat? Beast-trapping coins, poison-averting pearls, or ray-breaking picks, spirit-binding nets." Each item looked unremarkable, yet all proved useful at critical moments. Gu Changyuan's voice was not loud, but as these 2 sentences fell, the atmosphere in the fruit grove seemed to sink completely. The ancient Qingyuan tree stood in the mist, its branches and leaves swaying gently. 3 Qingyuan Dao fruits, not yet fully ripe, hung from the branches. The jade gold patterns on their skin flickered bright and dim, and the fruity fragrance dispersed outward through the mist. As the fragrance intensified, the surrounding gazes grew ever more intense. Behind Lu Zheng, the dark mountain seal slowly solidified, its heavy aura pressing down until the black soil beneath sank slightly. Beneath Tung Qingyue's feet, emerald vines emerged from the earth, like living serpents slithering through the mist. Behind them, the disciples of the Xian mountain sect and the Tangvine clans also stirred. Blade light erupted. Talisman flames ignited. Spiritual seals hung suspended in the air. Streams of aura merged into a unified front, compressing the mist above the grove until it settled lower. Jin Duobao's lips twitched. He glanced between Gu Changyuan and the opposing group, then casually withdrew several talismans from his storage pouch and pressed them into Gu's hands. Gu Changyuan glanced down at the talismans. Faint golden light shimmered across their surfaces, etched with delicate beast patterns. The spiritual energy was light, yet potent. Jin Duobao leaned in close, repositioning his golden-patterned shield as he quickly whispered, "These are divine movement talismans from our clan, along with 2 minor displacement talismans. Press the divine movement talisman to your leg for speed, crush the displacement talisman to shift a short distance." He slipped another into Gu's hand. "This one costs more." His expression grew grave. "Only use it when absolutely necessary. And if you must run toward me." Gu Changyuan regarded him silently. Jin Duobao cleared his throat. "Don't look at me like that. This isn't cowardice, it's strategy." He glanced toward the opponents once more. "Opportunities can be found again, but once you're dead, the score is truly settled." Gu Changyuan retorted, "Aren't you the one talking about retreating?" Jin Duobao's expression darkened. "I meant you should say that, not actually fight like this." Before he could add more, Lu Zheng let out a cold sneer from across the way. "Trying to leave now? Too late." Jin Duobao spun around, immediately, jaw set. "Who said I'm leaving? I'm just setting up contingencies in advance." Tung Qingyue replied coldly, "You've got plenty of backup plans, but I fear they'll go unused." Jin Duobao muttered under his breath, "Best they stay unused, saves money." Gu Changyuan casually tucked the talismans into his sleeve and stepped forward. Jin Duobao hesitated. "You're not using them?" Gu Changyuan didn't turn back. "Not yet." Jin Duobao opened his mouth to protest, but ended up just clutching his golden-patterned shield tighter and following. He realized their journey had already drawn enough trouble. Compared to Gu Changyuan, his own knack for causing trouble seemed surprisingly cautious. At the grove's edge, Lu Zheng raised his hand first. The dark mountain seal slammed down with sudden force. Though no larger than a zhang across, the seal carried immense weight, pressing the mist above the grove downward as it descended. Leaves rustled, and the 3 Qingyuan Dao fruits swayed gently in response. At the same moment, Tung Qingyue moved his sleeves. Emerald vines burst from the earth below, coiling like serpents that converged on Gu Changyuan's position from all sides. The rest struck simultaneously. Blade glints, talisman flames, spiritual seals, and wind edges bore down from every direction. A thunderous impact erupted as the mist in the grove exploded outward. Jin Duobao's expression shifted as he tossed out a golden-patterned small shield. It expanded against the wind, deflecting several scattered shockwaves. He retrieved several coin-like magical artifacts and threw them to the ground. They transformed into 3 golden threads that barely held back the emerald vines coiling toward him. But the residual force still drove him back half a step. "Gu Changyuan." Jin Duobao called out from behind his shield, unable to contain himself. "If you're testing things, don't include me." Gu Changyuan didn't turn. He stood firm as spiritual energy from all directions caused his white robes to flutter around him. Several blade glints approached, first sharp and swift with piercing sounds, nearly reaching Gu Changyuan in an instant. But when they entered the 3 zhang radius around him, their velocity suddenly decreased. They struck an invisible barrier as though hitting water, their edges bending inch by inch before dissolving soundlessly. Talisman flames followed immediately after. Raging fire surged forward, but hesitated sharply 3 zhang away. The tongues of flame curled as if desperate to consume, yet weakened the closer they drew to Gu Changyuan. Only a few ember wisps remained, gradually extinguishing before his sleeves. The same pattern held for spiritual seals, wind blades, and emerald vines. Beyond 3 zhang the assault seemed formidable. Within 3 zhang, everything lay calm and still. Jin Duobao widened his eyes from behind the shield. Rather than assuming Gu Changyuan had deployed some divine power, his instinct was to scan his waist sleeves and cloak for hidden treasures. What artifact? He murmured. That's strange. I don't see any protective spiritual artifact. There was no luminous barrier emanating from any artifact. No formation patterns circulated. No talismans were burning. Those blade glints and fire talismans simply dissipated when approaching within 3 zhang of Gu Changyuan, suppressed by something invisible. Jin Duobao's mouth twitched. Even with all my magical treasures, I've never encountered anything this unreasonable. Lu Jing's expression darkened as well. His dark mountain seal continued pressing down on Gu Changyuan, without shattering like ordinary techniques would, but the deeper it descended, the more violently it trembled, as though striking an invisible barrier. Tung Qingyue's emerald vines coiled to the 3 zhang boundary, fracturing piece by piece beyond that point. This wasn't ordinary protective spiritual energy, nor was it a common defensive artifact. Lu Zhang's gaze hardened as he commanded, hold nothing back. Tung Qingyue spoke evenly beside him. Use your true strength. Otherwise none of you will obtain the Dao fruit today. As soon as the words left their lips, the disciples of the Xian Mountain sect and the Tangvine clans shifted their spiritual energy in unison. Some drew talisman blades. Others crushed jade talismans, while some summoned spiritual wheels. The scattered attacks coalesced under the influence of the dark mountain seal and spreading emerald vines, gradually forming a crude killing formation. The mist compressed in reverse direction as the ancient Qingyuan tree's branches and leaves shook violently. The jade gold patterns on the 3 Dao fruits intensified, appearing nearly right from the killing intent pressing down upon them. Jin Duobao's eyelid twitched as he shrank another half step behind his golden patterned shield. Gu Changyuan, he called out. They're truly desperate this time. Gu Changyuan's expression remained unchanged. Perfect. As those words fell, his purple chi si within surged unpredictably, not an outward projection of spiritual energy. Instead, a profoundly heavy tidal rhythm resonated from deep within him. Boom, boom. Like ancient oceans crashing against invisible barriers in the heart of mountains and rivers. The ancient spiritual energy that had settled into his chi si over recent days scattered under the cascading external forces. At the center of his chest, the Taichu imperial bone remained tranquil, but a warmth spread through its 3rd layer of bone patterns. This wasn't injury. It was more like an ancient pattern long dormant and unsharpened, being gently awakened by external force. Gu Changyuan didn't counterattack immediately. He even stepped forward. One step. Merely one step. Over 20 attacks descended simultaneously. The dark mountain seal sank downward. Emerald vines coiled across the ground. Blade light crisscrossed while talisman fire scorched the sky. Spiritual wheels spun overhead, emitting shrill humming. Crash. The first wave of attacks shattered upon reaching 3 zhang, dissipating instantly. Crash. The second layer of spiritual force pressed down, only to be crushed like mountains and rivers, scattering into a shower of luminous energy. Crash. The 3rd and 4th layers followed. Layer after layer. Gu Changyuan stood at the very center of the assault, his white robes rippling as residual energy carved a thin slit along his sleeve. Yet his steps never faltered. He advanced another step. Jin Duobao clutched his shield as his eyelid twitched violently. He finally understood. Gu Changyuan wasn't being surrounded by them. He was using their combined assault to test his own foundation. Jin Duobao's throat moved as his voice dropped. He's using this to test himself. Gu Changyuan, your approach. Watching the relentless barrage of shattering blade light and talisman fire, he couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Gu Changyuan seemed to hear nothing. Deep in his eyes, a trace of almost imperceptible tribulation light swept past. Deep within his chi si, a wisp of 7-colored chaotic energy rotated gently in response. In an instant, the mist in the fruit grove parted silently. Behind Gu Changyuan, the phantom of his purple chi si slowly unfurled. Far within the ocean depths, a thread of 7-colored chaotic energy flickered faintly like the first ray of light hidden in an ancient sea eye. That aura was not fierce, yet it pressed down with such weight that it made one's chest tighten. Jin Duobao had been clutching his shield, ready to apply a talisman and flee if things turned unfavorable. But as that wisp of 7-colored chaotic energy materialized, he froze completely. The Pishio clan possessed an innate sensitivity to auspicious energies, yet he had never encountered such an aura, reminiscent of an ancient treasury, emanating from a living person. Jean Duobao's gaze went blank with astonishment. Now this is a treasure. After speaking, he quickly drew in a sharp breath and added in a low voice, "Pity it's a person, and I can't defeat him anyway." Gu Changyuan finally raised his gaze, fixing his eyes on the descending onslaught. About enough. His voice remained quiet, yet it rang clearly in everyone's ears. In the next moment, he raised his hand and pressed his 5 fingers downward. The true meaning of mountains and rivers crashed down with tremendous force. Boom. In that instant, everyone before the grove felt their footing grow heavy. It wasn't the ground that sank. Rather, their vital energy, spiritual power, bones, and the spells circulating within them, all felt pressed down by an invisible mountain range. The purple chi sea lifted the shadow of mountains and rivers. That wisp of 7-colored chaotic energy rotated gently at the bottom of the sea, amplifying the oppressive force several times over. Lu Zhang's dark mountain seal bore the brunt of it. Crack! Before the dark mountain seal could fully descend, a glaring crack split through it mid-air. Lu Zhang's expression shifted dramatically as he formed hand seals, desperately attempting to stabilize the crumbling seal. But as the true meaning of mountains and rivers descended, he felt as though a genuine mountain range had struck his chest. Thud! He was driven backwards several zhang, his feet carving 2 deep furrows into the dark earth. The blood in his chest could no longer be restrained. With a sudden burst, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Tung Qinghue fared no better. The emerald vines beneath his feet shattered completely as spiritual patterns in his sleeves trembled wildly. The counterforce drove him backwards several steps until his shoulder slammed against an ancient tree. Thump! The tree trunk shuddered. Large clusters of leaves descended. Tung Qingyuan's face drained of color instantly, a thin line of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The others fared even worse, scattered and defeated. Blade light shattered. Talisman fire extinguished. Spiritual seals collapsed. Several disciples with weaker chi seas were forced to their knees on the spot, their knees driving into the dark soil while blood trickled from their mouths. Those with more solid foundations managed to stay standing, but the impact sent their vital energy into turmoil, forcing them to stagger backward and abandon their formation. Before the grove, the group that had intended to clear the area descended into chaos within moments. Some crashed into ancient vines. Others half kneeled on the ground. A few saw their magical artifacts slip from their grasp, landing in the dark soil with a humming vibration. Yet Gu Changyuan remained where he stood, his white robes untouched and unruffled, not even half a step backward. Behind him, the phantom of the purple chi sea slowly dissolved. That wisp of 7-colored chaotic energy also sank back into the depths. Everything returned to stillness, as though the mountains and rivers that had just crushed everyone had never truly existed. The grove fell silent except for the gentle swaying of the Changyuan Dao fruits as they neared ripening. The disciples of the Xian Mountain sect and the Tangvine clans looked at him, their expressions finally shifting. Among their own sects and families, they were all regarded as prodigies. Before entering the myriad paths ancient realm, the elders had warned them to be cautious of the true core disciples from imperial clans and ancient teachings. But that referred to the third region. Those were the monsters who had already reached the Dao Palace realm. Who could have imagined that in the second region a youth still in the Qi realm could overpower them so thoroughly? A Xian Mountain sect disciple wiped the blood from his mouth, his voice hoarse. He hasn't truly entered the Dao Palace. No one answered beside him, because no one dared to believe it. Jean Duobao clutched his golden patterned shield and slowly poked his head out from behind Gu Changyuan. He glanced at the scattered figures on the ground, then at Gu Changyuan's retreating back. After a long silence, he muttered softly, "I'm starting to believe the story about Wentao Mountain." But he paused, his expression growing strange. The 6 clans seemed to have kept that rather reserved. Lu Zhang's face twisted with fury. He locked onto Gu Changyuan with a death stare, the dark mountain seal behind him flickering erratically as his voice ground out through clenched teeth. "Young master of the Gu family is being far too domineering." Gu Changyuan remained silent. Jean Duobao, however, peeked half his head out from behind his shield. "Well said that. When all of you surrounded 3 fruits, why didn't you think you were being domineering? Now that you can't win, you suddenly want to talk reason." Lu Zhang shot a furious glare at him. Jean Duobao immediately shrank back behind Gu Changyuan. "What are you looking at me for? I'm not the one who fought." Gu Changyuan glanced sideways at him. "You talk too much." Jean Duobao cleared his throat. "I'm saving you the trouble of speaking." At the center of the grove, the ancient Qingyuan tree shuddered gently. The jade gold patterns on the 3 Qingyuan Dao fruits flared simultaneously, and the fragrance intensified several times over. Mature spiritual energy emanated from beneath the fruit skins, transforming into 3 streams of jade gold radiance that draped over the branches. Every pair of eyes shifted with new intent. Lu Zhang and Tung Qinghue both moved almost simultaneously. But Gu Changyuan had already taken the first step toward the ancient tree. His pace was unhurried. One could almost call it serene. Yet with each step forward, Lu Zheng and the others grew progressively more grim. No one dared to step forward and block him. The exchange just moments ago had made them understand. The young master of the Gu family before them, though still in the Qi realm, could not be measured by ordinary standards of that cultivation level. Gu Changyuan raised his hand and plucked the 3 Changyuan Dao fruits. He tucked 2 of them into his sleeves. The last one he casually tossed toward Jin Duobao. Jin Duobao caught it instinctively, momentarily stunned. For me, eh? Gu Changyuan replied, you found it. Jin Duobao looked down at the Changyuan Dao fruit in his hands, his face unusually still for a moment. He had already prepared himself to receive only scraps. After all, Gu Changyuan was the one who had secured the fruit. He never expected Gu Changyuan would actually give him a complete one. The feeling was somewhat strange. He often complained when others took his things, but now that someone was fairly distributing to him, he found himself at a loss for words. Gu Changyuan turned and walked toward the exit of the fruit grove. Lu Zheng clenched his fists while Teng Qingyue's eyes flickered, yet no one moved. A few paces into his walk, Gu Changyuan suddenly stopped. Without turning back, he said calmly, in the myriad paths, ancient realm opportunity doesn't recognize your origins, but it also doesn't favor numbers. If you want to compete, bring your skills next time. With that, he stepped into the mist. Jin Duobao glanced at the Qingyuan Dao fruit in his hand, then at the sullen geniuses in the Qi realm behind him, and hurried to catch up. Only after walking some distance from the grove did he look back. Those people were still standing where they were. Not a single one gave chase. Jin Duobao touched the golden abacus in his bosom, and after a long while muttered softly, about this. I'll need to ask Xianyu about it later. Gu Changyuan heard him, but said nothing. Jin Duobao glanced at him, then looked at the Qingyuan Dao fruit in his hands, and suddenly sighed. Gu Changyuan. Was my approach to treasure hunting too cautious? Gu Changyuan replied, you call that cautious? Jin Duobao's expression darkened. At least I wouldn't walk straight into a group of over 20 people. Gu Changyuan kept walking without stopping, and said dismissively, they couldn't stop me. Jin Duobao fell silent for a moment, glancing back at the cultivators who still hadn't given chase, and his lip twitched. Fair enough. When you say it, it does make sense. After leaving the Qingyuan fruit forest, Jin Duobao had barely set the Qingyuan Dao fruit out of his hands for a moment along the way. He placed the fruit into a jade box, closed it, and then could not resist opening it again for another glance. The jade gold patterns on the fruit shimmered faintly within the box. Its spiritual energy was pure, its quality excellent. Jin Duobao narrowed his eyes and studied it for a while, a satisfied expression crossing his round face like a young beast that had just claimed a glittering stone. But that was all. Such an item displayed openly could make numerous second-realm cultivators envious, yet to Jin Duobao, it was hardly something to enshrine as an ancestral treasure. He snapped the jade box shut with a sharp click, tucked it into his storage pouch, and patted his waist. Several storage bags at his side swayed with the motion. Jin Duobao was born with a fortunate face. Round face, round body. As he walked, his robes flapped about, and at his waist hung an abacus talisman pouch and storage bags that clattered together as though he might produce any manner of curious and peculiar items at any moment. When he smiled, his eyes narrowed to thin slits, and his mouth stretched wide to reveal a gleaming golden tooth. Against his round face, it did not suggest cunning. Instead, there was an innate charm belonging to the Pishio lineage. He looked like a rotund little figure rolling about with gold ingots, eager to touch and stash anything valuable he spotted. Yet anyone who took him for a walking treasury or an easy mark would be gravely mistaken. The Pishio clan was renowned for both discovering treasures and guarding them. But guarding treasure relied on far more than sweet words and sharp calculations. The young master of this clan never lacked for magical treasures, talismans, formation discs, spirit instruments, and all manner of seemingly unremarkable items that could prove fatal when unleashed. Years ago, in the western wastes, a prodigy from a fierce tribe spotted an isolated youth of the Pishio clan and harbored designs to seize his treasures. Before he could draw near, 18 spirit instruments, 3 soul-suppressing talismans, 2 encirclement-killing formation discs, and a golden bronze treasure bell, all tossed from the youth's storage pouch, buried him alive in the mountainside. Later, the fierce tribe's elders came demanding justice. The Pishio clan replied with a single line, he sought to plunder our treasures. We defended them. What is there to explain? From that moment, all demon and spirit clans understood one thing. Never covet what adorns a Pishio. Moreover, the clan's troubles extended beyond mere abundance of treasure. There were also favors owed. Many great cultivators who had reached the pinnacle found that what they lacked was not spirit stones, but exceedingly rare treasures capable of breaking through realms, extending lifespan, forging weapons, or supplementing the Tao. Yet such artifacts lay concealed within ancient mines, secret realms, and the depths of fractured ley lines, places ordinary folk could not even approach. When such circumstances arose, it was always the Pishio lineage that was summoned. They possessed an innate gift for detecting treasure auras, understanding the flow of terrestrial veins, and finding paths of survival within the most perilous terrain. Once the treasure was found, a favor was left behind. Some favors endured for decades before being called upon. Others extended to the next generation. Thus, ordinary forces dared not readily harm members of the Pishio clan. You might envision plundering a portly, smiling little wealthy man. But strike him, and you may awaken a hidden old monster deep in seclusion, a great sect burdened by obligation to the Pishio, or even an elder of an ancient clan whose life was preserved by treasures the Pishio once procured. Jin Duobao appeared round-faced, and cheerful, his smile, somewhat naive. Yet those who took him for a mere merchant counting coins on an abacus would suffer dearly. The young master of the Pishio lineage had never survived through cuteness alone. But today his eyes, which usually wandered freely, lingered on Gu Changyuan more often than usual. A single Changyuan Dao fruit would not throw him into disarray. What truly puzzled him was the earlier encounter. Within the Changyuan fruit forest, when he sensed something was amiss, Jin Duobao had already recognized Gu Changyuan's formidable combat prowess. Yet within the myriad Daos ancient realm, any manner of strange occurrence could arise, and no one dared guarantee sudden calamity would not strike. That was why he had offered the divine speed talisman. That item was not handed out carelessly. In genuine danger, affixing one could provide at least a sliver of survival. But he never anticipated Gu Changyuan would prove even more formidable than he had imagined. Not merely able to withstand. Not merely able to escape. Rather, throughout the entire encounter, he never granted those men any real chance to turn the tide. Before Jin Duobao could even activate the divine speed talisman on his leg, the conflict had already concluded. Under normal circumstances, Gu Changyuan could have kept everything to himself. After all, he was the one who fought, not Jin Duobao. Those Changyuan Dao fruits were all won through Gu Changyuan's own skill. Yet after gathering 3 fruits, he casually handed one to Jin Duobao anyway. He offered no lengthy explanation. He wore no airs of a noble birthright. He made no plea for future favors. He simply said quietly, "You found it." Jin Duobao ran his thumbs across the abacus beads along the journey, shifting them back and forth endlessly. He pondered for a long while, but reached no conclusion. He had encountered many cultivators competing for opportunities. Some spoke nobly but calculated every fraction when dividing rewards. Others, young talents from great clans who displayed impeccable grace daily, saw that composure shatter like paper the moment benefit beckoned. Gu Changyuan was rather different. He was not unaware of the Dao fruit's value, nor was he blind to the fact that Jin Duobao had contributed little in that earlier conflict. Yet he still shared. Jin Duobao stole a glance at Gu Changyuan, then touched his golden tooth. Capable of fighting. More than capable. But it was not merely about combat prowess. Gu Changyuan caught his gaze. "What are you staring at?" Jin Duobao immediately straightened his round belly, and said solemnly, "Brother Gu, I've just realized. Though you cause no small trouble, you are rather particular about how you share things." Gu Changyuan regarded him. "Rather." Jin Duobao blinked, and quickly corrected himself, "Very particular." He grinned at his own words, and his golden tooth caught the foggy light. After laughing, he glanced down at the divine speed talisman still attached to his leg and muttered, "But next time could you give me a signal before you act? I barely had the talisman stuck firm before you were already gone." Gu Changyuan replied coolly, "Didn't you prepare it in advance?" Jin Duobao's smile froze. He looked at the talisman on his leg, then at his bulging talisman pouch at his waist, and finally tucked his abacus inside his robe, pretending not to hear. The two pressed onward. For the next 2 or 3 days they encountered nothing as obvious as the Changyuan fruit forest. The deeper they ventured into the second region of the myriad Daos ancient realm, the thicker the fog grew, and the more peculiar the forest became. Some areas radiated dense spiritual energy, yet held only withered spirit herbs. Certain stone platforms retained ancient formation patterns, but their centers stood empty, as though the opportunities within had long been claimed years ago. A few minor spirit sites showed signs of disturbance, only to be seized by other cultivators first. Jin Duobao walked and calculated, constantly pausing occasionally to read the earth's energy. Normally round-faced and smiling, he seemed to treat everything as fodder for jokes. Yet when confronted with spiritual currents, treasure auras, or ley line directions, his gaze sharpened considerably. That golden tooth lost its gleam. The clicking of his abacus slowed. Like a young Pishio that had been rolling playfully with gold ingots, suddenly pricking up its ears to listen for the flow of treasure beneath the ground. According to his assessment, the deeper one ventured into the second region, the fewer valuable items would reveal themselves openly. What one could see was not necessarily within reach. What could be obtained was not always truly valuable. Gu Changyuan mostly listened. The two pushed onward toward the heart of the ancient realm, until on the afternoon of the 3rd day the surrounding fog grew increasingly dense. The sunken mist ancient forest should not have been so silent. Even without demonic beasts, there should have been insects chirping, wind rustling, and the soft whisper of spiritual energy passing through leaves. Yet the fog here seemed suppressed by something moving slower than it should. Jin Duobao, who had been idly clicking his abacus, suddenly stopped. Gu Changyuan looked at him. "Treasure." Jin Duobao shook his head. "No treasure." Gu Changyuan said nothing, merely watching him silently. The smile on Jean Duobao's face gradually faded. That is precisely why something is wrong. There is no treasure. He crouched and scooped up a handful of dark soil, crushing it between his fingers. The soil was damp, but lacked spiritual energy. Fine grass roots mixed within had turned gray as though drained of vitality. Jean Duobao frowned. In a place like the myriad DAOs ancient realm, even stones buried for long should carry traces of spiritual energy. This place is too clean. He paused, his voice dropping lower, as though something licked it clean. Gu Changyuan lifted his gaze ahead. Through the deep fog, dark shapes loomed at an angle. The two continued forward. After walking over 100 zhang, the fog ahead suddenly parted, revealing a ruined ancient site. It was not a human settlement. The entrance was framed by two massive antler bones, long weathered and cracked. A broken vine bridge hung, suspended in midair. Several stone houses dangled precariously among dead ancient trees, their eaves adorned with shattered beast bone bells. Beast-patterned stone slabs covered the ground. Many designs had blurred, yet the outline of running blue deer was still discernible. Jean Duobao stood at the edge of the site, his expression darkening. Demon spirit, old fortress. Gu Changyuan turned to him. Jean Duobao said, not a major clan from the outside world. These should be native demon spirits of the myriad DAOs ancient realm. The azure deer lineage, or a closely related branch. He studied the weathered antler bones, his voice growing quieter. I have never heard of this clan in the outside world. Perhaps they existed long ago. Perhaps they had already perished. No living creatures remained in the old fortress. As they stepped inside, the beast-patterned stones beneath their feet emitted a faint cracking sound. Half-collapsed stone houses lined both sides. At their entrances, skeletal remains were visible. The bones were not scattered randomly. Some knelt on the ground, some curled near doorways. One smaller skeleton was clasped protectively within the arms of an adult demon spirit's remains. They had died holding their final poses. There were no signs of demonic beast attacks, nor signs of grand battles. Most bones remained intact, except for one detail, a thin black mark at each forehead. Jean Duobao approached a skeleton and crouched to examine it for a long while. He reached out, then withdrew his hand. Not a demonic beast. How can you tell? Gu Changyuan asked. Demonic beasts consume flesh and blood. Evil cultivators refine corpses. Jean Duobao looked around, his expression unusually grave. The flesh and blood here have rotted away, but the bones remain. Only the soul is gone. Wind swept through the old fortress. The broken bone bells hanging from the eaves swayed gently, producing no sound. Jean Duobao's expression darkened further. This place is very wrong. Gu Changyuan said nothing and continued deeper into the fortress. The deeper they went, the more bones they found. Not all belonged to the azure deer demon spirits. Some skeletons lay beside stone houses, tattered robes still clinging to them. Some had broken swords embedded beside their hands. Others wore cracked jade tokens at their waists. One skeleton leaned against a rock, its finger bones still locked around a decayed storage pouch. Several other remains were nearly swallowed by grass, with only half an arm and a snapped blade hilt visible. Jean Duobao studied these bones in silence for a moment. These are not the fortress's demon spirits. Gu Changyuan halted. Jean Duobao spoke quietly. They must be people from the last opening, or perhaps even earlier, who entered the myriad DAOs ancient realm. The myriad DAOs ancient realm had opened more than once. Each opening drew those carrying ambition and hidden strengths. Some emerged with opportunities and rose to greatness. Others perished to beasts, barriers, conflict, or unknown darkness. When the ancient realm sealed, the living were expelled by its laws. The dead remained. Until the next opening, when a new generation of prodigies would walk over the bones of those who came before, competing for the same opportunities. Jean Duobao, usually talkative, fell quiet now. He gazed at the skeleton beside the rock, still clutching its storage pouch, and murmured, when these people entered, they likely believed they could seize opportunities, break through realms, and alter their fate. And the result? He attempted a smile that never came. They fought and struggled, yet in the end, not even their names remain. Gu Changyuan regarded the grass-covered white bones with calm composure. That is why we must survive and exit. Jean Duobao glanced up at him. After a moment, he regained some of his usual bravado. Then I will certainly make it out. He patted the row of storage pouches at his waist. I have plenty of talismans. More talismans do not mean a harder fate, Gu Changyuan replied. Jean Duobao's expression darkened. Sometimes your words are truly inauspicious. Gu Changyuan said nothing more. The two continued toward the center of the old fortress. There stood a withered green tree. The tree towered high, its trunk hollow, bark carved with deer and vine patterns. Beneath it lay a ring of stone altars. At the center, a crack split open, revealing a dried spirit well hidden behind the fissure. Tiny deer motifs adorned the well's rim. There was no water inside, only darkness. Jean Duobao stood at the edge, peered down, and his brow furrowed tighter. No treasure aura here either. Gu Changyuan gazed into the well without speaking. Jean Duobao whispered, too clean. At those words, the destiny wheel deep within Gu Changyuan's mind stirred slightly, faintly, as though brushed by some barely perceptible presence. In the depths of Gu Changyuan's eyes a flash of tribulation light flickered and vanished. He stared into the well. The darkness within was absolute. No water sounds, no lingering souls, no spiritual light. And precisely because of this it felt deeply abnormal. Jin Duobao rubbed his arms. Gu Changyuan, this place feels strangely cold. Gu Changyuan gave the well one more look, then withdrew his gaze. Let us go. Jin Duobao visibly exhaled in relief. Should have left sooner. The two turned and departed the old fortress. Behind them the scattered bones lying among stones, rocks, and grass rested silently. The fog slowly closed behind them. The antler gate faded within the mist as though the old fortress had never existed. Just before exiting, Gu Changyuan paused. He glanced back at the dried spirit well beneath the green tree. The well was pitch black. No sound came from within. Deep in his mind the destiny wheel turned another inch. Gu Changyuan looked away. Jin Duobao called out from ahead, "What is it?" "Nothing." Gu Changyuan stepped forward and exited the fortress. Their figures quickly disappeared into the mist. The old fortress fell silent once more. Long after, the darkness at the bottom of the well suddenly shifted. Not water movement. More like something pressing against the well wall slowly opening its eyes. A very faint voice rose from the well's depths. "They are back again." The voice was short, also hoarse, as though it had not spoken truly in a very long time. After a moment that voice spoke once more. "How fragrant." Mist descended from the well mouth into the darkness, slowly swallowed inch by inch as though by something unseen. From the deep well faint black threads emerged. They extended from different corners of the old fortress. From the foreheads of demon spirit remains beside the bones of past prodigies from cracks in the altar, slowly converging toward the well. Not this was the only place. Farther away deep within the ancient forest in abandoned valleys on ruined formation platforms across many long-dried opportunity sites, similar black threads moved in slow procession. They were extremely fine. Fine enough to nearly vanish from sight. Yet all flowed toward the same deeper, darker direction. From the well below, a low voice whispered again. "Soon. Soon." Beyond the fortress gate the fog sealed completely. The old fortress was swallowed once more by sunken mist. And far in the distance within the sea of fog for an instant something seemed to stir in the darkness. The next moment silence returned. After leaving the fortress Jin Duobao walked in silence for a long stretch, a rare occurrence for him. Mist drifted slowly between the ancient trees on both sides, the ground damp, and occasionally he caught sight of jagged rocks entangled by ancient vines. The ancient forest began to fill with the calls of insects and beasts once more, yet hearing those sounds only made the old fortress they'd left behind feel even more chilling. He coughed and shifted half a step closer to Gu Changyuan. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not afraid." Gu Changyuan glanced at him. Jin Duobao said earnestly, "I just think the spiritual energy here flows better." Gu Changyuan's gaze fell on his legs. There was still a divine movement talisman stuck to his calf that he hadn't torn off. Jin Duobao glanced down, his expression stiffening for a moment before he casually pulled his robe hem down to cover it. Just setting up contingencies in advance. Gu Changyuan didn't expose him. They traveled another half hour until they found shelter beneath the roots of an ancient tree in a wind-sheltered spot. The surrounding mist was light and the terrain open enough that any approaching demonic beasts would be easily spotted. Jin Duobao circled the old tree twice, then scattered copper coins across the ground to test for residual arrays and venomous insects before finally sitting down. "This place is fairly clean," Jin Duobao noted. Gu Changyuan sat cross-legged beside the tree roots and withdrew a green origin Dao fruit. The jade-green fruit rested in his palm, its surface patterns flowing slowly as it released pure spiritual energy, completely free of impurities. With a gentle press of his fingertips, the Dao fruit dissolved into a wisp of jade gold energy that followed his meridians into his body. The medicinal power wasn't overwhelming. It seeped inward like a clear spring flowing slowly into his purple divine sea. Deep within the divine sea, the seven-colored chaotic chi curled gently around the jade gold stream, drawing it into the depths. The ancient spiritual energy that had settled at the bottom of the divine sea was gradually untangled and dispersed by this pure medicinal force. A warmth spread through the third layer of bone patterns in his sternum, the Taichu imperial bone beginning to stir. Gu Changyuan could sense his second realm deepening, growing more solid and grounded. It wasn't about expanding outward. It was about compacting inward. His path diverged from ordinary cultivators at the second realm, where others achieve completeness through filling their chi, seas, forming foundations, and stabilizing their Dao resonance. His purple divine sea was too heavy, the seven-colored chaotic chi too profound, and the third seal of the Taichu imperial bone remained like an ancient pattern not yet fully awakened. Ordinary spiritual medicines simply wouldn't suffice. Jin Duobao refined a small portion of the green origin Dao fruit as well. When he opened his eyes moments later, his aura had grown more rounded, but there was little joy on his face. He found himself staring fixedly at Gu Changyuan instead. Gu Changyuan opened his eyes. "What are you looking at?" Jean Duobao paused before answering seriously. We're both refining the same fruit. Mine is about nourishing and warming the Qi sea. He pointed at Gu Changyuan. Yours looks more like feeding an ocean. Gu Changyuan replied, exactly. That's why it's still not enough. Jean Duobao's mouth twitched involuntarily. Even listening to that sounds exhausting for the fruit, he muttered. Glancing down at the jade box in his arms, he silently applied another spirit-sealing talisman. Gu Changyuan didn't continue refining. The green origin Dao fruit was excellent, but reaching true perfection at the second realm would require heavier opportunities and more direct confrontations. After resting briefly, the two pressed deeper into the ancient forest. Dozens of li further on, a sudden roar echoed from the distance. Not an ordinary beast's cry. It was the shrieking of a demon pack mixed with clashing spiritual power. Crimson battle energy surged from deep within the mist, followed by streaks of silver-white lightning. Jean Duobao paused, nostrils flaring. Someone's fighting a group of demons. His eyes brightened slightly. And there's thunderfire, or energy. Gu Changyuan looked toward the distance. Jean Duobao quickly added, we can go look, but hear me out first. Watch from afar, don't walk right into it. Gu Changyuan remained silent. Jean Duobao sighed. Your silence makes me even more anxious, he grumbled, yet his pace didn't slow at all. They crossed a slope of scattered rocks where thunderfire tore through the mist ahead, revealing a crimson gravel valley, with heat waves surging within. Over a dozen crimson thunderhorned lizards holed up near the mineral vein, each at least 10 feet long, their red scales hardened and horns wreathed in thunderfire. Years of mineral energy tempering had infused their flesh with fierce vitality. A typical second-realm cultivator, surrounded by them, would be torn apart in moments. The two largest horned lizards in the valley had reached the peak of the second realm. Each time their crimson horns flared, the thunderfire within the valley surged accordingly. Yet now those crimson thunderhorned lizards were being suppressed by two figures within the valley itself. Qin Lai brought his halberd down hard, crimson battle energy scattering rocks, as he forcibly threw a late second-realm lizard aside. As the demon beast attempted to rise, he stepped onto its head, with one foot pressing down with his war halberd until the crimson scales shattered on impact. Lei Qinjia stood on the valley's rocky cliff face, black robes billowing in the wind, thunder patterns spreading across his palms. Streaks of silver lightning descended, pinning several demon lizards that had sought to ambush Qin Lai from behind. Though the thunder strikes weren't overwhelmingly violent, they were remarkably precise, each one exactly interrupting the beast's forward momentum. One broke through the formation head-on, while the other blocked escape routes and cut off their momentum. Despite the dozen or more demon beasts surrounding them, the two of them had turned the tide and scattered their attackers. Jean Duobao watched for a moment and clicked his tongue softly. These two aren't weak either. Gu Changyuan wasn't surprised. Qin Lai was naturally a battle maniac among his generation, and Lei Qinjia was a heavenly prodigy of the Thunder Dao. Anyone who reached this point couldn't have merely earned a name at Wenda Mountain. The battle in the valley was nearing its end when the two-peaked second-realm crimson thunderhorned lizards simultaneously erupted, lunging at Qin Lai from both flanks. Thunderfire detonated from their crimson horns, scorching the entire gravel valley red. Qin Lai grinned, gripping his halberd with both hands, advancing rather than retreating. His war halberd swept horizontally, the crimson battle energy colliding with the thunderfire and exploding into a visible shockwave. A brush of thunderfire scorched his shoulder, blackening his robes, yet he grew only more exhilarated. Again, Lei Qinjia raised his hand, and 5 silver lightning bolts struck simultaneously, forcing down the limbs of one horned lizard. Qin Lai seized the opening, driving his halberd through the skull of the other. The demon beast crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. As the remaining one struggled against the lightning, golden patterns flashed in Lei Qinjia's eyes, and his palm pressed downward. Boom! Silver lightning pierced through the crimson horn, paralyzing the entire beast mid-struggle before it slammed heavily into the gravel. All the valley's demons were slain. Deep within the crimson mineral vein, several fist-sized crystals emerged. The crystals glowed half crimson, half silver-white, with faint thunderfire moving within. Jean Duobao's eyes lit up instantly. Huh, what a fine treasure. Gu Changyuan looked at him. Jean Duobao cleared his throat and reined himself in slightly. I'm just admiring it. Fine treasures are good for the eyes after all. In the valley, Qin Lai stowed his war halberd and was about to claim the thunderfire marrow crystals when he suddenly sensed something and looked up sharply. His gaze pierced through the mist and landed on Gu Changyuan. He paused for a moment, then a fighting spirit slowly ignited in his eyes. Gu Changyuan. He hoisted his halberd onto his shoulder, a grin spreading across his face. Right on time. Lei Qinjia dropped from the rock face and glanced at Qin Lai. You just finished fighting. Qin Lai stretched his shoulders. Just warming up. Lei Qinjia fell silent for a moment. You said the same thing last time. Qin Lai acted as if he hadn't heard, keeping his eyes fixed on Gu Changyuan. After Wenda Mountain, he'd returned to his clan and endured multiple rounds of harsh training, bone-breaking blood tempering, and halberd immersion. Several clan elders had taken turns pushing him, nearly shattering his arrogance completely. But Qin Lai was a battle maniac at his core. The harder he was beaten, the more he wanted to fight back. The fact that he'd never truly clashed with Gu Changyuan at the Heavenly Genius Banquet had been weighing on him all along. Now, having entered the ancient realm for over 10 days, his battle aura had grown even denser. After just coordinating with Lei Qianjie to slaughter a group of crimson thunderhorned lizards, his vitality was at its peak. He wanted to test himself, not for some opportunity or advantage, but simply to understand how far that young master of the Gu family, looked up to by everyone at Wyndham Mountain, actually stood above him. Qin Lai gripped his war halberd and took a few steps forward. On the day at Wyndham Mountain, I never truly fought. I've been holding this breath for a long time. He looked at Gu Changyuan with no hostility in his eyes, only an unstoppable fighting spirit. Gu Changyuan, want to fight again? Gu Changyuan regarded him silently. Now, Qin Lai glanced back at the steaming demon beast corpses and smiled. Just finished warming up. Jin Duobao's lip twitched. You call this warming up? Qin Lai responded, as if it were obvious. What else would you call it? Jin Duobao looked between Qin Lai and Gu Changyuan. If anyone worried about Gu Changyuan losing, it certainly wasn't him. More than 20 cultivators at the deep second realm hadn't been able to stop him, and no matter how strong Qin Lai was, he was still just one person. The problem was Qin Lai didn't look like someone who would walk away after a loss. Especially not a battle maniac like him. One fight wouldn't be enough, he'd probably want another. If the commotion grew louder and attracted nearby people and demon beasts, that would only complicate things. Jin Duobao thought this over, and couldn't help but glance at Lei Qianjie, asking quietly, has he always been this fearless? Lei Qianjie replied flatly, he was bolder before. Jin Duobao blinked in surprise. And now? Lei Qianjie glanced at Gu Changyuan. More restrained since Wyndham Mountain. Jin Duobao fell silent for a moment. You call that restrained? Lei Qianjie replied, relatively speaking. Jin Duobao suddenly realized these two weren't exactly strangers to recklessness. His gaze returned to the thunderfire marrow crystals beside the mineral vein. The thunderfire energy within the crystals was extremely pure, useful for both Qin Lai's battle cultivation and Lei Qianjie's lightning path. While not as directly beneficial for himself, fine treasures were always valuable, and he could always find a way to exchange them for something more suitable later. Jin Duobao's eyes darted about as he pulled out a piece of purplish-black wood core with lingering thunder patterns, something they'd excavated beneath a lightning-stricken ancient tree a few days prior. Brother Lei, I've heard so much about you, he said with a smile. They're about to fight. What's the point of just watching? Lei Qianjie remained silent. Jin Duobao waved the thunder pattern wood in his hand. Thunder pattern wood core freshly dug up a few days ago. Should be useful for a lightning cultivator like you. He glanced at the thunderfire marrow crystals on the ground. You just obtained these thunderfire marrow crystals. Why not contribute one as the stake? Lei Qianjie hesitated. They're the ones fighting. Why should I be the one betting? Jin Duobao wore a serious expression. You're with him. Lei Qianjie countered. Then why not ask Gu Changyuan? Jin Duobao glanced at Gu Changyuan and replied bluntly, I'm too close to him. I couldn't bring myself to take advantage of a friend. Lei Qianjie looked at him. You have no shame in trying to fleece me. Jin Duobao's smile didn't waver. It's only our first time meeting. Consider it a greeting. Lei Qianjie said dryly, we'll talk after the fight. Jin Duobao muttered under his breath, are all lightning cultivators this cautious? Lei Qianjie replied, when you've been struck by lightning enough times you learn to dodge. Jin Duobao found himself at a loss for words. In the gravel valley, the corpses of the crimson thunderhorned lizards still smoked. Qin Lai held his war halberd as crimson battle patterns began to illuminate his body. This fight isn't about seizing opportunities, Qin Lai declared. It's about testing those of equal realm. Gu Changyuan studied him for a moment before nodding. Agreed. The moment those words left his lips, a fierce battle spirit ignited in Qin Lai's eyes. Jin Duobao heard the confirmation and quickly tucked the thunder pattern wood back against his chest. Let's just watch for now, he said. We can discuss the stakes after the fight. Lei Qianjie remarked dryly. Weren't you so confident? Jin Duobao turned his gaze toward the arena and replied earnestly, having confidence is one thing. In business you can't speak too soon. The wind from afar grew heavy. Qin Lai raised his war halberd as his crimson battle intent gradually overwhelmed the entire gravel valley. Gu Changyuan stood at the valley entrance in white robes, his expression calm as ever. The battle hadn't even begun, yet the thunderfire energy within the valley was already stirring restlessly. In Shijing Valley, the aura of thunder and fire had not yet dissipated. The corpse of a thunderhorn lizard lay beside the ore vein, its scales shattered with residual thunderfire still crackling in its flesh and blood. Several thunderfire marrow crystals were half embedded in the crevices between rocks, their crimson and silver spiritual lights slowly flowing, casting a faint glow upon the valley's mist. Qin Lai held his battle halberd, his crimson battle marks gradually illuminating across his body. Having just slaughtered a group of thunderhorn lizards, his chi and blood surged with heat, and a scorched mark from thunderfire still marred his shoulder. Yet the more battered he was, the fiercer the battle lust burning in his eyes. Lei Qianjie stood at a distance, casting a glance at the scorch mark on Qin Lai's shoulder. You just finished fighting. Qin Lai flashed a grin. Just right. He shifted his shoulders, and tiny sparks of thunderfire danced across the burned mark. He seemed to feel no pain, or if he did, it only heightened his excitement. Jin Duobao clutched his abacus and had retreated to the side of the valley near a massive boulder. He wasn't afraid Gu Changyuan would lose. During the battle at Changyuan Fruit Forest, he had witnessed firsthand how Gu Changyuan had single-handedly overwhelmed more than 20 cultivators at the deep sea Qi realm, scattering them in disarray. No matter how powerful Qin Lai might be, he was still just one man. Jin Duobao worried about people like Qin Lai, especially battle maniacs like him. When they won, they wanted to fight again, when they lost, they likely wanted it even more. Jin Duobao looked at Lei Qianjie and whispered, "Aren't you going to try to stop him?" Lei Qianjie replied flatly, "I tried. How did you dissuade him?" I told him he would lose." Jin Duobao glanced at Qin Lai, who was already advancing with his halberd raised. And then, oi. Lei Qianjie fell silent for a moment. He said he'd fight even if he lost. Jin Duobao was speechless for a time, finally managing to mutter, "That's one fierce bastard." "He's also a troublesome one," Lei Qianjie added. His tone was measured, as if he were long accustomed to such things. But Jin Duobao sensed something else lurking beneath those words. It didn't sound like disdain, more like resignation born from shared hardship. In the valley, Qin Lai had already advanced to within 30 meters of Gu Changyuan. The battle halberd in his hand was entirely crimson black, with dark red patterns winding along the blade, like ancient beast blood long dried, or cracks forged through repeated quenching in thunderfire. The crimson prison halberd. Among the younger generation of the Qin family, few could truly wield this weapon. Its weight was but one aspect. The halberd harbored a fierce martial intent within. Ordinary cultivators couldn't hope to command it, and even holding it for extended periods would cause their qi and blood to churn from its battle intent. Qin Lai had awakened the Qin family's ancient battle blood in his youth when blood mist had taken the form of a dragon, a sign recognized by the battle king ancestor himself, who then personally trained him. The old man's teaching method was straightforward: if you could stand, keep fighting. If you could grip your halberd, keep swinging. The Qin family often said the ancient battle blood wasn't cultivated, it was forged through combat. Qin Lai was a product of exactly that harsh training. He raised the crimson prison halberd, its tip angled toward the ground, as crimson battle energy flowed along its length, like a fire python stirring from slumber. Gu Changyuan remained expressionless. At Wentao Mountain, I didn't truly strike, Qin Lai said. I've held this back until now. It's time to test myself. Then strike, Gu Changyuan replied. Qin Lai's eyes flared. The next moment, the gravel beneath his feet exploded outward. With a thunderous crash, he surged forward like a crimson beast, his halberd sweeping through the air. The crimson wasteland mountain splitter, a strike of devastating weight. Even before the blade arrived, the ground had already fractured into a long crack. The crimson battle energy swept up gravel from throughout the valley, as though cleaving everything in its path in two. Gu Changyuan raised his hand palm, meeting the halberd's edge. A thunderous explosion erupted between them, dissipating the surrounding mist in an instant. The stone walls on both sides of the valley shook simultaneously, sending loose boulders tumbling down. The crimson prison halberd was blocked, yet its fierce battle energy didn't dissipate. It surged along the shaft toward Gu Changyuan's arm. Gu Changyuan's sleeves rippled from the impact, and the gravel beneath his feet sank slightly, but he refused to yield. Qin Lai felt his arms grow heavy. The strike wasn't meeting flesh and blood, but rather driving into an ancient mountain range buried deep underground. Firm, heavy, oppressive enough to choke the breath from one's body. The battle intent in Qin Lai's eyes burned brighter. Good. He gave a violent shake of his arms, and the crimson prison halberd spun back around the second strike, riding the momentum of the first. Thud. Gu Changyuan's palm pressed down, deflecting the halberd tip by mere inches as it crashed into the nearby cliff face. The stone wall cracked on impact, sending gravel flying. Using the rebound force, Qin Lai spun his body, and his third stroke already slashed toward Gu Changyuan's shoulder. This strike came faster, the crimson battle energy on the blade trailing a phantom image like a fire python, striking low across the ground. Gu Changyuan made no move for his weapon. Instead, he stepped forward half a pace, and with that motion the true intent of mountains and rivers unfolded before him like a sleeping dragon awakening. When the halberd entered within 3 zhang, its momentum suddenly stalled, not blocked, but as though colliding with an invisible expanse of mountain and marsh. The halberd tip pressed forward while the mountains and rivers below seemed to sink. A crack echoed as the gravel beneath Qin Lai's feet split open and numbness spread through his webbed hands. Yet the smile on his face only deepened. Again, the crimson prison halberd blazed to life in his grasp, each strike flowing into the next until the crimson images merged into an indistinguishable wall of blades, the true edge lost within the storm. With every blow, the residual battle energy of the previous stroke was caught and amplified by the next, building layer upon layer. Within moments the valley was filled with more than just the wind of halberds. It felt as though an entire crimson battlefield had descended, the gravel lifting and being crushed again by the halberd winds, while the thunderfire mineral energy churned violently, pulling sparks from the dead thunderhorn lizards' bodies to crackle and hiss. Gu Changyuan stood amid the curtain of halberd shadows, his white robes swirling. Each movement of his hand was minimal, a simple press, a gentle sweep, or a bent finger tapping the side of the blade. Yet each time he would deflect Qin Lai's heaviest strikes by mere inches, or draw them directly into the true intent of mountains and rivers. Qin Lai's tempo only quickened, but Gu Changyuan grew steadier with each exchange. The gravel beneath their feet cracked in concentric rings, sinking deeper and deeper, until even Jin Duobao's eyebrows lifted and his abacus slipped from his forgotten grip. This Qin Lai is indeed formidable, Jin Duobao noted. The Crimson Wasted Battle Sutra of the Qin family has always favored this approach. The more one fights, the more ferocious one becomes, Lei Qianjie replied. Jin Duobao's gaze turned back to the valley. Each of Qin Lai's strikes grew heavier still, the battle patterns on the crimson prison halberd blazing so brightly they nearly blinded. No wonder he dares challenge Gu Changyuan to a duel. Lei Qianjie replied coldly. Daring is one matter. Whether he can walk away from it is another. Jin Duobao shot him a sideways glance. Do you always speak with such barbed honesty? Lei Qianjie paused to consider this. I merely tell the truth. Jin Duobao shook his head. Then you're even more vicious. Inside the valley, Qin Lai shifted his attack once more. He stomped down hard, shattering the ground beneath him, and launched himself high into the air as the crimson prison halberd descended from above in a crushing strike. The crimson battle energy gathered at the blade's tip formed the silhouette of a beast, its fangs bared as it lunged toward Gu Changyuan, like an ancient ferocious creature devouring all in its path. Crimson wasteland wild burner. Boom. The residual thunderfire energy scattered throughout Shijing Valley was drawn toward that single strike. The firelight on the thunderhorn lizard corpses reignited, and the thunderfire marrow crystals hidden in the rock crevices began to tremble faintly. It was as though every ounce of thunderfire within the entire valley had been swallowed by that single halberd strike. Gu Changyuan finally raised his gaze. Deep within his purple chi, see the sound of waves shifted ever so slightly. The ancient realm's spiritual energy accumulated over these days, the medicinal power of the Changyuan Dao fruit, and the external force stirred during the earlier combat, all of it slowly settling downward in this moment. The third layer of bone patterns in the Taichu imperial bones stirred with a trace of warmth, as if gently awakened by Qin Lai's halberd strike. Gu Changyuan raised his hand upward, and the true intent of mountains and rivers rose along with his palm. The instant the halberd tip descended, the crimson beast silhouette crashed against the true intent of mountains and rivers with tremendous force. Tum! The sound was incredibly heavy. It didn't ring like metal clashing against metal, but rather like a colossal beast slamming into a mountain. The thunderfire mineral energy in the valley was shaken outward in a reverse wave. The gravel rolled along the ground in a single sweep, and even the beads on Jin Duobao's abacus jumped slightly. Qin Lai was forced backward several paces by the backlash. Trenches carved through the ground beneath his boots, his grip on the halberd growing numb and blood beginning to seep from the calluses at the base of his thumb. Yet there was no hint of retreat in his stance. Instead, his smile widened further. Again, Jin Duobao's eyelid twitched as he watched. It seems he grows even more excited the more he's pressured. Lei Qianjie replied with a single acknowledgement. Is this normal? For him, yes. Watching Qin Lai charge forward once more, Jin Duobao couldn't help but say, are all prodigies like this? Lei Qianjie glanced at him. I'm not. Jin Duobao studied him carefully for a moment. Brother Lei, you don't seem normally raised either. Lei Qianjie fell silent. After a pause, he finally replied, when I was young, the elders of my sect used to say the same thing, that I was perfectly normal. Jin Duobao's eyes flickered. And then, oi. Lei Qianjie watched the rolling thunderfire in the valley, his expression calm, yet something heavier lingered in his voice. And then they forced me into the nine heavens thunder pool. Jin Duobao. Lei Qianjie continued, they said a thunderpath prodigy must never fear thunder. Jin Duobao's mouth twitched slightly. Watching Qin Lai's silhouette wielding his halberd in the valley, he only spoke indifferently after a moment. That is why I can understand him. Jin Duobao inquired, understand what? Lei Qianjie said, when some people have been beaten for too long, they feel an urge to clash against anything hard when they see it. He spoke very calmly. Yet Jin Duobao could not help but feel that there was a trace of subtle, imperceptible grievance hidden within those words. It was as if he had been struck by lightning too many times in his childhood, so now that he was grown, he could finally speak of it with an expressionless face. Jin Duobao looked at him with a complex expression. You prodigies of the great sects do not have it easy either. Lei Qianjie replied, indeed. Jin Duobao could not help but ask again, so are you still afraid of lightning now? Lei Qianjie remained silent for a brief moment. No. Just as Jin Duobao was about to nod, Lei Qianjie added another word. Annoyed. Jin Duobao nearly lost his composure. In the valley, Qin Lai charged before Gu Changyuan for the third time. This time his vital energy and blood had completely ignited. Crimson battle runes covered both his arms, and even the patterns on the scarlet prison halberd were illuminated. His ancient battle blood began to boil. It was not ordinary spiritual energy, but rather resembled an ancient battle soul sleeping deep within his lineage, being awakened inch by inch. Qin Lai's breathing grew heavy. Every exhalation seemed to carry crimson sparks. He no longer held back. The scarlet prison halberd dragged across the ground, sending sparks exploding all along its path. This strike of the halberd was forced out of me by the clan elders, Qin Lai growled softly. Brace yourself. Gripping the halberd with both hands, his entire aura suddenly sank. Behind Qin Lai, crimson battle chi surged, and faintly the phantom image of a battered, desolate beast seemed to emerge. Though the projection was incomplete, it already exuded an intimidating, ferocious aura. Scarlet Desolation, Demon Suppressor. The halberd swung upward. The crimson battle chi condensed into a massive crescent moon, within which faint beastly roars echoed, sounding like a bloodstained banner being violently torn apart on a battlefield. Lei Qianjia's eyes flickered slightly. Jin Duobao also put away his playful demeanor. This strike was indeed formidable. Had it been an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the Qi-Si realm, even if they could withstand it, their vital energy and blood would have been violently disrupted. Gu Changyuan remained standing in place. Only when the halberd fell before him did he take a step forward. A single step. Yet the entire gravel valley seemed to sink along with it. The true intent of mountains and rivers was no longer merely suspended before him. Instead, it spread out from beneath Gu Changyuan's feet, like an entire invisible landscape of mountains and rivers descending into the valley. His purple chi churned gently. That strand of seven-colored chaotic chi spun within the depths of his chi-si. When Qin Lai's crimson crescent collided with the true intent of mountains and rivers, it first froze, then shattered inch by inch. Crack, crack, crack. The crimson crescent fractured into countless fragments of battle chi. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Qin Lai still pressed the scarlet prison halberd down. Yet the further down it went, the heavier it became. It felt as though he was not striking a person, but rather cleaving the entire earth. The veins on Qin Lai's arms bulged, and his battle runes glowed to their absolute limit as blood from the web between his thumb and forefinger slowly trickled down the shaft of the halberd. He still could not press it down even half an inch further. The ancient battle blood within his chest continued to roar. The stubborn lineage refused to yield, urging him to press on, urging him to continue the fight. Yet Gu Changyuan stood there, his expression as serene as a deep mountain pool. From beginning to end, he had neither drawn a weapon nor unleashed any earth-shattering offensive divine abilities. He merely raised his hand and brought down his palm. Yet it made Qin Lai feel as though he was not wielding his halberd against a cultivator of the same realm, but rather striking against an ancient land of mountains and rivers. Gu Changyuan's palm landed upon the scarlet prison halberd. You have grown much stronger since Wendao Mountain. The words were spoken calmly, yet they caused Qin Lai's gaze to freeze. In the next instant, the true intent of mountains and rivers suddenly pressed down. Boom. The ground beneath Qin Lai's feet fractured, and his entire body was violently forced downward. The scarlet prison halberd slammed into the gravel, its shaft bending into a shocking arc. He crashed onto one knee, the gravel beneath his knee exploding on the spot. His vital energy and blood surged within his chest, and unable to suppress it any longer, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet he did not fall. One of his hands still tightly gripped the scarlet prison halberd. His shoulders trembled, but his back did not bend. For a moment, only the sound of rolling stones echoed in the gravel valley. Jin Duobao clutched his abacus, looking at Qin Lai in the gravel pit, and then at Gu Changyuan. Is he? All right. Lei Qianjia's expression remained tranquil. He is fine. Jin Duobao looked at him. Lei Qianjia remarked, the ancient battle blood of the Qin family is inherently awakened through combat. If the strikes are too light, the blood will not warm up. Jin Duobao's lips twitched. Oh, so he is considered normal like this. Lei Qianjia gazed at Qin Lai, who was half kneeling on the ground. Normal. In the Qin family, those old fogies strike far more ruthlessly than this. Jin Duobao fell silent for a moment before looking back at Lei Qianjia. Brother Lei, how is it that you even know this? Lei Qianjia fell silent for a moment. I have witnessed it. Where? In the past, my sect elders took me to the Qin family, and I watched Qin Lai get beaten. Jin Duobao was stunned for a moment. Lei Qianjia added, later on, the elders of the Qin family visited the Shenshao Thunder sect, and also watched me get struck by lightning. Jin Duobao opened his mouth. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Lei Qianjia looked at Qin Lai in the gravel pit, his tone still flat. He was forged through beatings. And I was forged through lightning strikes. Jin Duobao looked at Qin Lai, then at Lei Qianjia, his expression growing increasingly complex. No wonder you two became friends. Lei Qianjia nodded. It is not easy for either of us. Just as those words fell, Qin Lai in the gravel pit bowed his head and spat out another mouthful of blood. Motherfucker. Qin Lai's voice was somewhat hoarse. Who exactly possesses the Battle King bloodline? Jin Duobao nearly burst out laughing. Even the corners of Lei Qianjia's eyes twitched slightly. Supporting himself with the scarlet prison halberd, Qin Lai stood up. His face was pale but his gaze was earnest. I must go back and ask those old fogies at home whether they identified the bloodline in the wrong person. Jin Duobao finally could not hold it in anymore, turning his head to clear his throat. For once Lei Qianjia did not undermine him. The thunder and fire in the valley gradually subsided. Gu Changyuan withdrew his hand, and the true intent of mountains and rivers dissipated accordingly. The pressure on Qin Lai eased, and he finally stood completely upright. His breath was somewhat ragged and his complexion was not particularly good, yet the battle intent deep in his eyes had not faded, instead it shone even brighter than before the clash. Although he had lost the battle just now, it was not without gain for him. Qin Lai raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, suddenly grinning. Invigorating. Jin Duobao was startled. Gripping the scarlet prison halberd, the ancient battle blood within Qin Lai's chest was still faintly burning. Fighting you is far more exhilarating than fighting those old fogies at home. Lei Qianjia remarked indifferently. That is because he did not strike to kill. Qin Lai glared at him. No one would mistake you for a mute if you kept your mouth shut. Jin Duobao could not help but chuckle. Qin Lai turned his gaze back to Gu Changyuan. I concede defeat this time. He paused, the battle intent in his eyes reigniting. Once my ancient battle blood awakens another layer, or when I enter the third realm, let's spar again. Jin Duobao's lips twitched. You call this sparring? Qin Lai grinned. Otherwise what else? Lei Qianjia looked at him and said calmly, getting beaten. Qin Lai's face darkened. Gu Changyuan's expression remained tranquil as he simply replied, we shall see when the time comes. Qin Lai smiled. Fair enough. Taking a deep breath to suppress the surging vital energy and blood within his body, Qin Lai looked at Gu Changyuan again. Are you truly not at perfection yet? Gu Changyuan replied no. Qin Lai fell silent. Lei Qianjia also raised his eyes to glance at Gu Changyuan. Though they had long suspected as much, hearing those words with their own ears still made their hearts sink. Qin Lai had not been without progress during this period. On the contrary, he had made immense strides. Through bitter cultivation within his clan, tempering in the ancient realms, and the sharp edge of vital energy gained from slaughtering his way through the pack of crimson thunder horned lizards, just now he was already a cut above his past self at Wendao Mountain. Yet Gu Changyuan had not even reached perfection and still managed to suppress him to such an extent. Qin Lai stared at Gu Changyuan, only exhaling a long breath after a long while. Is this still the Qi Si realm? Standing nearby, Lei Qianjia remarked indifferently, at least it is not our Qi Si realm. Hearing this, Jin Duobao nodded in deep agreement. That is a fair statement. He glanced at Qin Lai, then at Lei Qianjia, suddenly feeling that he was not alone on this journey. It turned out he was not the only one who found Gu Changyuan absurd. Holding the scarlet prison halberd, Qin Lai rested for another moment before the battle intent in his eyes finally subsided slightly. He turned to retrieve the few thunderfire marrow crystals. Jin Duobao's eyes lit up as he immediately recalled the matter of the wager. Brother Lei. Lei Qianjia looked toward him. Jin Duobao fished out the piece of thunder patterned wood heart, a smile returning to his face. The fight is over. Lei Qianjia said indifferently, and so we can discuss the wager now. Lei Qianjia looked at Qin Lai, then at the thunderfire marrow crystals on the ground. Did you win? Jin Duobao replied with a serious face. I am close with Gu Changyuan. Lei Qianjia countered, his victory has nothing to do with you. Jin Duobao pondered for a moment. The Fellowship of Traveling Companions. Lei Qianjia fell silent for a short while. You certainly have the nerve to say that. Jin Duobao's smile remained unchanged. How can one do business without being bold? Having just picked up one of the thunderfire marrow crystals, Qin Lai could not help but look back upon hearing this. What are you two talking about? Jin Duobao immediately waved his hand. Nothing. Just discussing a small business deal. Looking at the abacus in his arms, Qin Lai suddenly felt that this fat fellow was even more troublesome to deal with than Gu Changyuan. Qin Lai stared at the abacus tucked under Jin Duobao's arm, his brows tightening further. He had just been thoroughly bested by Gu Changyuan. The turmoil of qi and blood in his chest had not yet settled, and the blood at the corner of his mouth had only just been wiped clean. And now, upon turning his head, the stout man was already eyeing the thunderfire marrow crystals they had just acquired. Gu Changyuan fought with his fists. Jin Duobao calculated